Good news. I have traversed to another world. Bad news. I have transformed into a tabby cat. In this realm, individuals awaken their life wheel glyphs at the age of 18 with their lifespans quantified. To enhance one's strength, one must continually expand their lifespan. Fortunately, Lanyi can switch between human and feline forms and has even inherited the legacy of the Grim Reaper. While practicing walking in cat form, he accidentally crushed an ant. Lifespan 37 days. Killing a creature grants 1. the remaining lifespan of that being. Beyond merely augmenting strength, lifespan can also be utilized to enhance body parts. Strengthen, enhance everything. What? You say I have too little time to transform back into a human. When time is scarce, firepower must compensate. Have you ever seen a Gatling gun emitting white light? Chapter 1. A familiar glance, a recognizable cat. Sir, this place is too perilous. Please come inside. Can we discuss this matter leisurely? Lanyi, bare-chested, curled up on the air conditioning unit outside the 13th floor of a hotel. Observing the fully armed security personnel in the room, along with a seemingly innocent girl in a JK short skirt cowering in the corner, Lanyi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The bedding in this room is utterly deplorable. There is no need for such loud exclamations about dying. It caused the neighbors to believe a life was lost here, prompting them to call for assistance. Taking a deep breath, Lanyi earnestly addressed them. Do you believe this is a misunderstanding? Oh, a new plot twist? Let's discuss it. I'm all ears, one of the youthful security officers jested, unable to contain his amusement. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged officer shot him an admonishing glare. Silence. The young officer shrugged and fell silent. Eye in his eyes, Lanyi was unlikely to leap from the building. After all, it was merely a trivial matter, at most resulting in a 15-day detention and a fine of 5,000. If he were married, it might have been a bit more troublesome to, I lost my ID. Yes, he spoke. Lanyi pointed towards the beautiful girl in the JK short skirt in the corner of the room. And this college student found it. Thus, we arranged to meet at the hotel. She returned my ID, and I transferred her 1,800 as a token of gratitude. The young officer could not resist interjecting. Then what about the bathing situation? I bathed because I hurried here and broke a sweat. And she bathed? Because she too was in a rush and was sweaty. It's a hotel. After all, one bathes for convenience. That's simply how it is. Is this reasonable? It is entirely rational, regardless of whether others believe it. Lanyi certainly does. This moment. Lanyi's expression was filled with the helplessness of being misunderstood, radiating a dignified presence of righteousness fears no shadow. The security officers exchanged glances, but an inappropriate laugh abruptly broke the tension. Seeing everyone turn to look, especially meeting Lanyi's resentful gaze, the JK girl repeatedly waved her hands in apology. I'm sorry. Please continue. After speaking, she lowered her head and ceased further conversation. Yet, from the subtle rise and fall of her shoulders and the way she gripped her thigh, it was evident how difficult it was for her to contain her laughter. JK Girl Illustration Critique segment. Lanyi now had but one thought. That 1,800, can it be refunded? Even if it cannot, it would be best for the authorities to confiscate it. Experience brings wisdom that it appears that next time, I should avoid seeking out such youth. Those without hair on their mouths cannot be relied upon, as the ancients wisely stated. Lanyi sighed, relinquishing his struggle, preparing to descend from the air conditioning unit. Noticing this, the young security officer jested. Haha, brother, why are you so downcast? With your looks that rival the readers, why bother spending money? That's pure waste. Before the young officer could finish his sentence, a sudden clunk echoed from the air conditioning unit, startling him into silence. Lanyi also flinched, gripping the support of the air conditioning unit above him tightly. Seeing that Lanyi was unscathed, the officers in the room exhaled in relief. But where did that clunk come from? At that moment, Lanyi was dumbfounded, gazing at the air conditioning unit above him. A tabby cat was staring back at him. Confirming his suspicion, it was indeed a familiar cat. This tabby was a stray from the very community where Lanyi resided. Initially, he had taken pity on it after it lost part of its tail and began to feed it, only to later discover that it was a fierce fighter, having bested nearly every cat in the neighborhood, stray or domestic. Even passing dogs would receive a hefty reprimand if they dared to stare too long that a flicker of confusion crossed Lanyi's eyes. Was this cat seeking revenge? However, this is the 13th floor, for heaven's sake. How did you manage to climb up here? Omega. Meow. That moment, the tabby recognized Lanyi and, with a meow, leapt directly into his arms. Lanyi instinctively reached out to catch it. Then, Lanyi. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Feeling his body tilt outward, Lanyi had no time to cry out. He instinctively reached for the air conditioning support. His fingertips grazed the support as he passed. Lanyi's throat emitted a low growl of frustration. Adrenaline surged through him as his well-trained core engaged, and he reached out once more. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The officers in the room held their breath, their gazes fixated on that outstretched hand. There's hope. Just as Lanyi's palm was about to grasp the support, the tabby cat in his arms, startled by the shout or sensing the danger, kicked him in the chest and leaped back towards the air conditioning unit. Simultaneously, that kick halted Lanyi's hand from reaching the support. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. Lanyi cursed, his other hand darting out like lightning, gripping the tabby's stubtail. Meow, come back. If I die, you die with me. The tabby let out a wail as Lanyi pulled it back into his embrace. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the rapidly receding azure sky. His vision blurred by the swiftly changing scenery, fear and dizziness intertwined, stretching every second into eternity. Perhaps it is better to die like this. There is nothing worth clinging to in this world. This thought had scarcely formed when Lanyi felt a searing sensation in his chest. It felt as if iron had seared him, causing Lanyi to involuntarily gasp. A look of perplexity flickered in his eyes as he instinctively looked down. However, as an adult falling from the 13th floor, he required no more than 3 seconds to descend. His gaze had barely shifted downward when he caught sight of a flash of red light, and then Lanyi felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 2. Who could resist a cat that can do a backflip? Me. I'm not dead. Lanyi awoke in a dimly lit alley, a peculiar aura enveloping his surroundings. It was as though the entire world had been draped in a filter of cool tones, rendering everything somewhat gray and indistinct. Moreover, his perspective had significantly expanded. Where am I? Have I descended into hell or traversed through time? Gazing at the imposing buildings nearby, Lanyi couldn't help but ponder in confusion. Shaking his head, he attempted to rise from the ground, striving to ascertain his whereabouts. However, upon moving, he discovered his body was somewhat uncooperative, a strange awkwardness enveloping him. Instinctively, Lanyi lowered his gaze, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. Before him lay a pair of fluffy cat paws, staring at the distinctly non-human appendages, and then at the magnified world around him. An absurd thought surged in his mind. Have I actually transmigrated into a cat? Or perhaps, since I was clutching that tabby cat during my fall, I became one? An overwhelming sense of despair washed over Lanyi, unsure if he would ever have the chance to reclaim his human form. After all, the disparity between a cat and a human is insurmountable. Surely, I can't be expected to pursue little kittens, can I? The mere thought is utterly perverse. Am I destined to live out my days as a lonely monk cat? At that moment, Lanyi felt as though his humanity had vanished, and the vibrant colors of the world faded away. Awkwardly controlling his unfamiliar limbs, he struggled to stand upright, his sense of balance completely altered, resembling a drunken man, or rather, a drunken cat. System? System, dear lady? Lanyi silently called out in his mind, yearning for that omnipotent golden finger to appear. Without the system, what meaning would a cat's existence hold? As if in response, a soft chime echoed near his ear. The system has truly arrived? Before Lanyi could revel in joy, he realized the sound was not a system notification, but rather the dull thud of a blood jade slipping from his chest and falling to the ground. Gazing at the shattered blood jade, a complex expression flickered in Lanyi's eyes. In his previous life, when he was abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep, this blood jade had been by his side, the sole token of his identity. He had always cherished it, never letting it leave his possession. Yet, he never imagined this blood jade would possess such extraordinary properties. At that moment, he recalled certain details from just before his fall. After capturing the tabby cat, it had struggled fiercely in his arms, its claws tearing a gash across his chest. The searing sensation on his torso during the fall, along with the flash of red light, must have been the result of the blood jade coming into contact with his blood. Regret washed over him, having read countless novels in his past life. How could he have forgotten about the blood oath? If only he had tried it sooner, he might have uncovered the jade's secrets and perhaps even gained some fortuitous opportunity. Alas, it was too late now. Lanyi looked down at his cat paws and let out a weary sigh. After a brief moment of despondency, Lanyi shook his fluffy head and resolved to regain his spirits. The word give up did not exist in Lanyi's lexicon. Observing the towering buildings, the smooth streets, and the distant sounds of traffic, it was evident that he remained in a modern civilized society. This was, perhaps, a stroke of luck amidst his misfortune. With his intellect, he could surely thrive even as a cat. Who knows, he might even become a legendary feline king. With this thought, Lanyi felt invigorated. Soon, a meticulous plan for his cat life began to form in his mind. The most pressing matter at hand was to secure a reliable source of sustenance. No, rather, to find a kind-hearted caretaker, preferably one with a pleasing appearance. This way, he could ensure he wouldn't starve on the streets while gradually familiarizing himself with this unfamiliar world. As for hunting, Lanyi glanced at his petite, clawed paws. While they appeared sharp, he lacked confidence in his newfound hunting skills. Moreover, the mere thought of chasing the filthy, disease-ridden mice scurrying through garbage heaps sent a shiver down his spine. As a creature possessing a human soul and a hint of cleanliness, He simply could not accept a diet of rodents. In light of this, it seemed far more prudent to find a reliable caretaker. However, in this day and age, locating a dependable caretaker wasn't an easy task. There were countless adorable pet cats. Why would anyone choose an ordinary tabby like him? Lanyi began to contemplate his advantages. In terms of appearance, tabby cats certainly paled in comparison to the exotic breeds that commanded prices in the thousands. Thus, he would have to rely on his talents. Who could possibly resist a cat that could do a backflip? Let us begin by familiarizing myself with this body, Lanyi murmured to himself. Then tentatively took his first step. Not bad. He managed to walk steadily for several paces. A smile crept across his face as he playfully mused. Who would have thought I have a knack for being a cat? Once he adapted to walking on 4 legs, Lanyi endeavored to try some basic cat maneuvers, such as jumping. He spotted a wooden box at the alley's entrance, not particularly high, approximately 20 centimeters. Taking a deep breath, he bent his hind leg slightly and exerted a powerful push. Thud! His forehead collided solidly with the box's edge, and he fell helplessly onto his back. Meow, damn it. Lanyi couldn't help but curse. After some frantic flailing, he managed to right himself, feeling more exhausted than during his driving test. At that moment, a light laugh echoed nearby. Uft! The sound was crisp and laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing the melodic laughter of a girl, Lanyi's expression froze in bewilderment, his feline face betraying his shock. Could it be? Has my caretaker arrived already? His heart raced as he dismissed the throbbing pain on his forehead and turned to face the source of the sound. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of striking red ankle boots. His gaze gradually moved upward. A flowing white wide-leg skirt. No, more accurately, wide-leg trousers. The fabric draping gracefully around the slender legs of the newcomer. Her hands were elegantly tucked into the pockets of her trousers, exuding a relaxed demeanor that radiated nonchalance. Further up was a light, gray hooded plush top. The overall ensemble was simple yet stylish, embodying a sense of ease and languor. Lanyi, having navigated the world of glamour in his previous life, could discern from her attire that the newcomer was likely a captivating woman of the sophisticated variety. This is promising. Lanyi felt a surge of optimism about his future. He made an effort to adjust his posture, attempting to appear more endearing. However, as his gaze traversed the soft plush collar of her top and fully beheld the figure at the alley's entrance, Lanyi's already round eyes widened even further. His mouth agape in sheer astonishment. What in the world? Chapter 3. 3 seconds aren't enough for pants to come off. What can be done? This is absurd. It's a cat. Can you believe it? That face, adorned with delicate, soft white fur. A pair of amber eyes, imbued with a hint of mischief and curiosity, scrutinized him with great interest. The subtly upturned corners of her lips formed a smile that danced on the edge of ambiguity. And when coupled with her fashionable human attire, she exuded an aura that was both bizarre and inexplicably harmonious. Lanyi felt utterly bewildered, as if his very being had been turned upside down. Having lived for 20 years, he had encountered countless storms and tribulations. Yet the scene before him shattered his understanding of this world. Was it possible that he had not traversed into a modern metropolis, but rather into a realm of magic? Perhaps it was the transformation into a cat that altered his aesthetic sensibilities. He regarded the cat girl before him, finding her unexpectedly graceful and alluring. A bizarre thought flickered through his mind. If all the kittens in this world were to appear thus, perhaps he could find it within himself to accept such a reality, though he mused on whether it would lead to complications. Shaking his head vigorously, he cast away those errant thoughts. At that moment, the cat girl spoke. Meow, meow, meow. Her high-pitched mewing resonated in Lanyi's ears, transforming into the voice of a confident woman. Little one, impatience will not serve you well. First, learn to walk properly. Without awaiting a reply, she sauntered away with a sultry sway in her steps. Hey, wait a moment. Lanyi instinctively attempted to pursue her. However, after just 2 steps, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet and landing unceremoniously on the ground. As he lay there, staring blankly ahead, he was not merely lamenting the cat girl's departure, but was instead startled by a chilling, distinctly feminine voice that echoed in his ears. One little yellow ant crushed. Lifespan 37 days. What was this? A system? His eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. He promptly scrambled to his feet, lifting a paw to inspect it. His paw pad was smeared with the remains of a tiny ant. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lanyi glanced around, then cautiously moved to the shadowy corner beside a wooden crate, concealing himself before beginning his investigation. A system? He sought to open the panel. After several attempts to summon it in his mind, only to receive no response, he frowned. He was certain that he had not imagined it. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped out of the shadows, focusing intently on the ground, where he soon spotted a lone ant. With a swift motion, he struck it down and ground it beneath his paw. One little yellow ant crushed. Lifespan 26 days. The announcement chimed in his ears. The corners of Lanyi's mouth involuntarily curved upward at the notification. He could hardly contain his delight. Indeed, he too was one endowed with a system. This time, with his attention wholly focused, he noticed a faint warmth radiating from his chest as the notification played. Retreating once more into the shadows, he observed the dusty ground. Hesitating for just a moment, he lay down, exposing his belly. He then beheld a tuft of dark red fur on his chest, likely a product of his fusion with the blood jade. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the red fur at his chest. In the next instant, a futuristic luminescent panel materialized before him. Name: Lanyi. Rank: Apprentice level. Human transformation time: 3 seconds. Physique: 7. Strength: 7 kilograms. Movement speed: 14 ms. Mentality: 19. Life will spirit pattern: 3,741 days. 13 hours, 16 minutes, 31 seconds. Detailed information: height 185 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, age 20, comprehensive appearance score 92, contracted girlfriend, none, physical enhancement, none, as the panel appeared. Information flooded into Lanyi's mind. Death God inheritance. In this day and age, even inheritance has taken a technological turn. After absorbing the information that filled his thoughts, he couldn't help but mutter. The panel before him and his arrival in this world were both the results of the Death God inheritance contained within the blood jade. Rather than a system, it resembled a soulless auxiliary tool, with everything requiring his own exploration. No wonder it hadn't responded to his earlier calls. Resuming his train of thought, Lanyi began to scrutinize the information on the panel. The layout was quite simple. The left side displayed a full-body image of himself in human form, and the score of 92 was indeed a fair assessment. The right side detailed his four-dimensional attributes and various functionalities. Upon noticing the two small blue figures in the upper right corner, Lanyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was... With a thought, the description of the blue icon materialized in his mind. Just as he had suspected, this icon allowed him to seamlessly switch between human and feline forms. Remarkably, this transformation could occur without needing to open the panel. Merely a mental command sufficed. However, the duration was a tad frustratingly brief, permitting only 3 seconds of human form each day. Lanyi couldn't help but scoff internally. 3 seconds? Goodness, that's barely enough time to take off my pants. What can I possibly accomplish with that? Fortunately, there were methods to extend the duration of his human form, providing him with a glimmer of hope. Yet, the ways to achieve this would have to be discovered in due course. Suppressing his urge to complain, he continued to examine the information. The four-dimensional attributes were straightforward and easily comprehensible. As his focus settled on the attributes, he realized they held significant meaning. The physique attribute encompassed recovery speed, endurance, impact resistance, and reflexes. Should the physique be too low, there would be instances where his mind would react faster than his body could respond. The mentality attribute included neural responsiveness and concentration. A higher mentality would also enhance memory and comprehension. As for strength and movement speed, their meanings were rather unambiguous. Strength indicated the weight he could strike with a punch, while movement speed reflected the velocity he could achieve while sprinting. With a strength of 7 kilograms, a movement speed of 14 ms, and a physique of 7. These attributes were quite typical for an ordinary cat. However, the 19 points in mentality surprised Lanyi a bit. Yet, he quickly reconciled with it. Realizing he was a cat with a human soul, and considering that cats possess dynamic vision and reflexes 35 times faster than humans, having a higher mentality seemed reasonable. He pondered whether the attributes in human form were interconnected. Should he give it a try? Chapter 4, Death God Inheritance, Physical Enhancement. Should he give it a try? Lanyi's gaze returned to the blue icon for switching forms. But soon, he dismissed the idea. Glancing up at the sky, he estimated it to be around 5 or 6 in the evening. Given that he could only maintain his human form for 3 seconds each day, it would be wiser to wait until close to midnight when the timer reset before attempting to switch. After all, he was merely a defenseless little kitten at present. And should any trouble arise, his only recourse would be to meow helplessly. Shaking his head, Lanyi resolved not to dwell further. The information on the panel was not extensive. Aside from the four-dimensional attributes and the form-switching capability, the remaining sections displayed his power rank, detailed information, and the most conspicuous life will spirit pattern. The power rank indicated as apprentice level likely represented the hierarchy of strength in this world. After quickly scanning for more details and finding none, he shifted his attention to the detailed information. Regrettably, the contract girlfriend and body enhancement features, similarly, lack any displayed information. However, their names are quite self-explanatory. The term contract girlfriend suggests it is likely meant for romantic pursuits. The specifics of its utility remain unclear, and one can only await the passage of time in human form to experiment with its effects on several women. As for body enhancement, it is evident to anyone of sound mind what it implies. Considering the previous experience of extending lifespan by crushing ants, and coupled with the fact that this is a legacy from the Grim Reaper, Lanyi contemplated a possibility that made his breath quicken. If it were indeed the case, gulp. Lanyi swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the life wheel's spiritual pattern. The displayed time now read 3,741 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes, and 42 seconds. Compared to before, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed. Clearly, this time reflects his remaining lifespan. Whether he ascends as a dragon or falls as a mere insect hinges on whether this life will possesses further functionalities. With a deep breath that caused his chest to rise and fall slightly, Lanyi resolved to focus on the life wheel's spiritual pattern and tentatively pressed down. In the next moment, the attribute panel transitioned to a new interface, one even more streamlined than the previous. On the left side, there was a flame icon labeled burn, accompanied by a multiplier option. On the right side, there was an anatomical diagram of a cat, with various essential body parts like limbs, tail, torso, eyes, ears, and the male organ distinctly marked in different sections. Lanyi stared at this novel interface, his heart racing uncontrollably. He concentrated his thoughts on the right front paw. As anticipated, the block representing the right front paw lit up slightly, and a smaller prompt box appeared beside it. Forelum, right paw. Current status, not enhanced. Lifespan required for enhancement, 1,000 days. Confirm enhancement. Splendid. The body enhancement was indeed as he had surmised, though he remained uncertain if there was a limit to the enhancements. If there were none, he could eventually reach the pinnacle of this world. At that time, power and beauty would be at his fingertips. Lanyi suppressed his excitement and refrained from immediately enhancing the right front paw. After all, with just over 3,000 days of lifespan remaining, it was prudent to allocate resources wisely. After some research, Lanyi gained a preliminary understanding of the enhancement function. Except for the main torso, the initial enhancement of other body parts required 1,000 days of lifespan, while enhancing the torso demanded a staggering 10,000 days. How outrageous. The torso required 10,000 days. What a ripoff. Lanyi clicked his tongue in dismay but soon rationalized that as the core of the body, encompassing vital organs, it was reasonable to require more lifespan. Without further ado, Lanyi commenced the enhancement process. To be honest, the first part he wished to enhance was his male organ. After transforming into a cat, it had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, utterly humiliating. However, considering the current lack of practical application for enhancing it, he ultimately decided against it and opted to enhance his eyesight instead. His vision had indeed broadened, and he had gained dynamic vision, yet the cold tone filter was quite discomforting. Upon confirming his intent, the life wheel's spiritual pattern displayed a deduction of 1,000 days. Lanyi felt a warm surge emanate from the patch of dark red fur on his chest, coursing towards his eyes. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The sensation was akin to applying menthol ointment to his eyes, refreshing yet tinged with a sting. Fortunately, the sensation was fleeting. Mere seconds later, the discomfort dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. What a relief. Lanyi exclaimed. The previously murky view was finally cleared. The clutter in the alley, the mottled graffiti on the walls, and even the insects flitting about in the corners were vividly visible, despite the dim surroundings. To his delight, his dynamic vision seemed to have improved as well. This expenditure of 1,000 days of lifespan was undeniably worthwhile. Lanyi nodded in satisfaction. Such a pronounced effect from the first enhancement promised even greater advancements with further enhancements, perhaps even evolving into X-ray vision or telescopic sight. Glancing at the panel, he noted that the enhancement of his eyes had not altered their designation, merely appending a 1 to the suffix. This simplicity was rather appealing. Subsequently, Lanyi chose not to rush into enhancing other body parts, but instead continued to enhance his eyesight, eager to discover the lifespan required for the second stage of enhancement. Enhanced part, eyes, current status. Enhanced 1, lifespan required for enhancement, 10,000 days. Confirm enhancement. What the hell? The enhancement escalates exponentially by a factor of 10? If so, enhancing it to 5 would demand 111 days of lifespan. Converting it to years, that amounts to 30 for 141 years. This enhancement truly plays with one's life. Lanyi couldn't help but click his tongue. Yet, upon reflection, 30 for 141 years of lifespan seemed somewhat acceptable. A cow typically lives about 20 years, meaning he would need to slay over 1,000 cows to enhance any part, except the torso, to level 5. Considering this perspective, Lanyi felt the ratio appeared rather reasonable. No longer dwelling on this matter, Lanyi turned his attention to his next target, the limbs. He currently had 2,741 days of remaining lifespan, sufficient to enhance both front limbs, which required 2,000 days. Resolute in his decision, Lanyi proceeded without hesitation to enhance both front limbs. The lifespan of 2,000 days was deducted, and a more intense warm surge flowed from his chest towards both front limbs. Clenching his teeth to stifle any cries of pain, he found that this time, there was no stinging sensation. Rather, it felt pleasantly warm. In mere moments, the enhancement of both front limbs was complete. While the internal changes remained unclear for the time being, the external transformation was strikingly evident. Both front limbs had noticeably thickened, taking on a semblance of ferocity. Yet, the most remarkable change lay in the claws hidden within the pads. Following enhancement, they now gleamed with a faint metallic luster, exuding an aura of sharpness. Lanyi extended his right paw and lightly scraped it against a nearby wooden box. Swish. Contrary to the smoothness akin to a hot knife through butter, the wood retained some hardness. Nevertheless, even so, the sharp claws left 3 distinct, deep scratches on the surface of the box. Excellent. Lanyi felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, he hadn't exerted much force when scratching, so achieving such an effect was quite commendable. Chapter 5. The Hidden Boss in the Alley. Lanyi glanced at the remaining enhancement options. Aside from the 2 front limbs and eyes he had already enhanced, other areas available for enhancement included the nose, mouth, ears, tail, male organ, hind limbs, and torso. In total, enhancing all parts would require 17,000 days of lifespan. 17,000, you say? At first glance, it seems quite substantial, but when converted to the size of small ants, it amounts to merely around 500. Quite manageable. At that moment, Lanyi resolved within himself. Today, even if it requires staying up all night, he must enhance every part of his being. Suppressing the urge to immediately search for ants, he directed his gaze towards the panel, fixating on the last option, the burning function. A multiplier for burning? Lanyi murmured to himself as a hypothesis began to take shape. Could it be that this contraption allows one to temporarily gain a multiple increase in strength by sacrificing lifespan? He did not dwell on the uncertainty. Whether it was true or not, he would discover the answer through experimentation. He was not overly concerned about the possibility of perishing from merely trying. Given his current fragile feline form with pitiful attributes, even a 10-fold or 8-fold enhancement would likely not consume much of his lifespan. With such thoughts in mind, Lanyi focused his intention on the 1x option, igniting the burning function. In the next instant, the numbers on the wheel of fate, which represented lifespan, began to accelerate their descent, shifting from a steady decline to a frantic reduction of 10 seconds per second. However, the overwhelming surge of power he had anticipated did not materialize. Lanyi felt no change in his body whatsoever. What is going on? Could it be that my strength is so feeble that any enhancement is negligible? Switching the panel back to the main page, he noticed that his strength had increased from 7 kilograms to 9 kilograms, and his spirit had risen from 19 points to 20 points. Is that it? Lanyi's feline expression fell. Such a meager enhancement was almost insignificant. Wait, no, he quickly realized. This was likely the additional boost from previously enhancing his eyes and forelimbs. Having nothing to do with the burning function. Perhaps my approach was flawed? Undeterred, Lanyi spent the next few minutes experimenting with various operations. He adjusted the burning multiplier from 1 to 2, 3, and even 10 times. The rate of lifespan consumption surged accordingly, yet his body remained unresponsive. He tried clawing at a wooden box or bouncing in place, but the results were consistently fruitless. This burning function, it seemed, was merely a ravenous devourer of lifespan, devoid of any other utility. Nevertheless, Lanyi sensed that it could not be so simplistic. Since this function existed and shared a page with the body enhancement feature, it surely was not merely ornamental. Perhaps it had activated without his awareness. Resolving to investigate further at a later time, Lanyi shook his head, dismissing the issue. For now, his priority was to enhance his strength. After closing the panel, he began to wander through the alley, searching for any experience packs that could augment his lifespan. This would also help him gradually acclimate to his current physique. Initially, Lanyi struggled to adapt to this method of hunting. At times, he misjudged his strength, striking down an ant with a paw yet feeling a twinge of discomfort. Other times, his aim faltered. Despite precise targeting, he would miss by a considerable margin. However, with each successive attempt, he began to find his rhythm. His movements became increasingly coordinated, and his strikes grew ever more precise. With every successful kill, the auditory cue of lifespan gain rang in his ears like a shot of adrenaline, urging him onward. Crushed a jumping spider, lifespan 497 days. When this notification chimed, Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this creature has such a long lifespan? He lifted his paw, gazing at the body adhered to his pads, disbelief evident in his eyes. This jumping spider, no more than 5 millimeters in size, surprisingly possessed such an extensive lifespan. Oh, so you are the hidden boss of this alley, proving that appearances can be deceiving. A diminutive spider could equate to the lifespan of a dozen ants. Henceforth, the strategy would shift to prioritizing the bosses. Excitement flickered in Lanyi's eyes. First, he pawed the ground to erase evidence, then slowed his pace to continue his search. However, this time he diverted his attention from the ground to the walls, corners, and crevices of stacked debris. Crushed a black-headed ant, lifespan 39 days. Crushed a little yellow house ant, lifespan 19 days. Crushed a cockroach, lifespan 109 days. Oh, there are elite monsters too. Quite impressive. The continuous notifications resonated in his ears, akin to experience point alerts in a game, fueling Lanyi's motivation. Before long, he found himself engrossed in this unconventional leveling up experience, completely oblivious to the passage of time. The light in the alley gradually dimmed. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by silently. Lanyi paused his actions, shaking his slightly fatigued paws, and then sought out a relatively clean corner to squat down. With a thought, he opened the panel. Observing the time displayed on the wheel of fate, Lanyi nodded approvingly. For 1,315 days, efficiency was quite commendable. Over the course of 2 hours, he had gained 3,574 days of lifespan, averaging an increase of 29 days per minute. This pace exceeded his expectations. However, maintaining such high efficiency moving forward would likely prove challenging. Lanyi had not ceased his activities due to fatigue. Even if he were exhausted, the continuous influx of lifespan would enable him to persevere. Yet, the alley was rather confined. After 2 hours of thorough searching, he had cleared away the majority of insects. Even if he continued to seek, the efficiency would inevitably diminish. And there was a possibility of spending hours without encountering a single prey. Contemplating this, Lanyi instinctively glanced toward the alley's entrance. Perhaps it was time to venture outside? That thought quickly extinguished itself. No. Though he had managed to walk normally after 2 hours of practice, the deeply ingrained awkwardness still lingered. To put it simply, he could not quicken his pace. The uncertainties lurking outside were too many. Should he encounter any danger in his current fragile state, he would likely have no chance to flee. While the prey in this alley had dwindled, it remained a safe haven, at least over the past 2 hours. Aside from the cat girl he had spotted at the beginning, he had not encountered another soul. He needed to devise a method to enhance his efficiency. Lanyi flicked his tail, amber eyes darting thoughtfully, as he began to ponder. After a moment, an epiphany illuminated his mind. A brilliant idea surged forth. Chapter 6. The First Strike in a New World. Without further ado, Lanyi disregarded the need for rest. With a leap, he deftly ascended onto the wooden crate he had previously bumped his head against. From this elevated vantage point, his field of vision expanded significantly. Soon enough, a small ant, busily transporting food scraps, came into view. You are the one. The ant moved slowly, occasionally pausing to survey its surroundings. Lanyi suppressed his eagerness, maintaining a safe distance to avoid losing track while not alarming the creature. He followed the little ant for a good half hour, until it finally halted at a corner of the wall, wiggling its antennae before disappearing into an inconspicuous small hole. Aha! I have finally located your nest. Lanyi grinned silently, then leaned closer to the hole to observe. The entrance was small, only the diameter of a pinky finger, but given the number of ants entering and exiting, the scale inside must be substantial. I'll take you all at once. Lanyi inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as if concocting a grand strategy. He then adjusted his stance, slightly spreading his hind legs and lifting his tail. After a few breaths, whoosh, a faint yet distinct sound of flowing water emerged. With great effort, Lanyi aimed carefully, directing a vividly bright stream of yellow liquid towards the minuscule entrance of an ant hole, spilling forth in a wavering cascade. Though the amount of urine was modest, for such a diminutive ant burrow, it could very well be likened to a deluge. How strikingly yellow this urine is. One can only hope it proves effective. Lanyi shook his body, gazing at his handiwork while silently marveling within. As for its efficacy, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nevertheless, Lanyi surmised it should yield some result. On a physical level, it might directly drown the worker ants residing near the surface of the nest, though the actual outcome would depend on the structure of the burrow. Even if it did not prove fatal, cat urine also possessed a degree of magical damage. He vaguely recalled that cat urine typically contained a high concentration of uric acid, which is known for its irritant and corrosive properties. Perhaps it could suffocate or poison the ants. Lanyi wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of an almost imperceptible scent in the air, causing him to instinctively step back a few paces. He found a relatively clean spot to lie down, his tail flicking idly, while his gaze remained fixed on the ant entrance, patiently awaiting the outcome. It was uncertain whether it was due to the absence of the usual tail flicking that followed urination, but Lanyi suddenly felt a slight itch. However, he brushed it aside, merely scratching at it with a paw before redirecting his attention back to the ant hole. Soon enough, a minute had passed. Only a few ants emerged, swiftly crushed beneath his foot. 2 minutes elapsed, yet still, no further movement was detected. Lanyi narrowed his amber eyes, his whiskers twitching involuntarily. Was it ineffective? Perhaps I had insufficient urine? Just as his patience began to wane, a melodious notification chimed within his mind. Drowned 1 yellow house ant. Lifespan 40 days. At last, Lanyi's eyes lit up, and before he could even smirk in satisfaction, the notifications cascaded into his consciousness like a torrent, each one more urgent than the last. Drowned 3 yellow house ants. Lifespan 72 days. Drowned 6 yellow house ants. Lifespan 135 days. Lanyi couldn't suppress a triumphant meow. Huh, it truly works. I am indeed a genius. With a flick of his tail, he gazed at the tiny ant hole with a fervor that surpassed even that of ogling a hairless JK girl. This was no mere ant hole. It was clearly a life extraction machine. He waited for a good 10 minutes until the incessant notifications finally began to subside. Observing that no more ants emerged from the entrance, Lanyi eagerly opened his attribute panel, a smile creeping onto his lips as he beheld the time displayed on the wheel of life. After 2 hours of searching, he had painstakingly accumulated 315 days of lifespan. Yet now, with merely a single urination, he had gained an astounding 750 days. If he could repeat this a few more times, gathering enough lifespans to enhance all parts of his body would be effortless. Lanyi resolved to press on, aiming to amass over 10,000 days of lifespan. However, after taking just 2 steps, he halted, his expression shifting to one of mild bewilderment. It wasn't that the alley lacked any more ant holes. It was that Lanyi suddenly realized he seemed to have run out of stock. In other words, to continue this lifespan harvesting, he would first need to locate a clean water source to replenish his supply. Sigh. Lanyi sighed in resignation. All he wanted was to peacefully gather some lifespan, yet it seemed fraught with complications. It appeared that he could not leave this alley. After all, the various insects on the surface had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only those hidden in the crevices and corners of the walls. To wait for them to emerge voluntarily might take an eternity, and even if his spirit could endure, his body would not withstand long periods without food, ultimately affecting his condition. This could also serve as an opportunity to venture out in search of sustenance. However, before doing so, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Lanyi glanced at the lifespan displayed on the Wheel of Life, calculating in his mind. 65 days of lifespan. He had originally intended to accumulate 10,000 days to prioritize enhancing his torso. Yet the current circumstances clearly did not allow for such a methodical approach. In light of this, he decided to enhance 6 parts instead. Both hind legs were a must, to bolster his jumping and running capabilities, which were crucial for both pursuit and escape. His nose and ears also required enhancement. Sharper senses could alert him to impending danger. Thus, 4 slots would be used, leaving 2 remaining. Lanyi's gaze lingered on the options displayed on the panel: mouth, tail, and, well, the other part. Enhancing the mouth should increase his biting strength and sharpness of teeth, perhaps even restore his ability to speak. It seemed that only the tail and that particular part held little significance. Lanyi instinctively wiggled his rear, feeling a vague itch. Perhaps it was a lingering consequence of not shaking off properly. That area had been somewhat itchy since urination, and scratching was rather inconvenient. Never mind, it was settled. Resolute. Lanyi no longer hesitated, prioritizing the enhancement of that particular part. As 1,000 days of lifespan were deducted, a familiar warmth surged towards his abdomen. Lanyi felt a delightful sensation spread throughout his body, invigorating every pore. This feeling was simply exquisite. In comparison, that 1,800 package seemed utterly lackluster. In the next moment, Lanyi shuddered. Chapter 7. For the sake of food, this cat endures. Lanyi stared blankly at the ground, his expression a curious blend of emotions. The effects of the enhancement remained to be seen, but the sensation was undeniably sublime. Yet, the duration, wasn't it a bit brief? 3 seconds? Or was it 2? How utterly embarrassing. With a long exhale, Lanyi silently resolved. From now on, he must diligently earn lifespan, ensuring that his brother receives proper enhancements. If conditions allow, elevating it to 20 would not be out of the question. Lanyi took a moment to relish the absence of the itch before switching the panel back to the main page. None of the 4-dimensional attributes had changed. However, the comprehensive beauty rating surprisingly increased from 92 to 93. Enhancing oneself could also elevate appearance. Lanyi's feline face displayed a look of astonishment, and he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. After all, he was in cat form. What use was high attractiveness? Unless he intended to allure female cats? The imagery was too fanciful for him to entertain. Next, Lanyi proceeded to enhance the remaining parts, starting with his hind legs. Upon completion, in addition to his speed increasing from 14 meters per second to 16, he felt as if he could effortlessly leap nearly 2 meters high. Clearly, his jumping ability had been enhanced. Following that, he enhanced his mouth, ears, and nose. With these enhancements completed, the time displayed on the Wheel of Life dwindled to a pitiful 65 days. Nevertheless, the benefits of the enhancements were unmistakable. His teeth's sharpness, biting strength, hearing, and sense of smell had all significantly improved. After a brief stretch, Lanyi reveled in the newfound coordination of his body and the sharpness of his senses. Stepping out of the narrow alley of the novice village instilled him with a newfound sense of confidence. He cautiously peeked his head around the corner, his amber feline eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. To his surprise, the street was utterly deserted, save for a few oddly shaped vehicles parked along the curb. These vehicles bore little resemblance to those on Earth. Some even shimmered with a faint luminescence, exuding an aura of advanced technology. It was as if in this world, everyone drove sports cars, particularly those of a futuristic design. Given the clearly superior technological advancements evident in both the vehicles and the surrounding architecture, it was undeniable that this realm was a highly developed modern society. Yet, what to make of the cat girl he had encountered earlier? She walked upright, and aside from her fluffy feline face and ears atop her head, her mannerisms mirrored those of a human. Moreover, the time was approximately 8 in the evening, the hour when nightlife typically commences, yet this broad street lay eerily silent and empty. Shaking his head in confusion, he decided to set aside his puzzlement for the moment. First and foremost, he needed to locate a source of water to quench his thirst. Despite the absence of people on the street, he remained alert. In a swift motion, He blended seamlessly into the shadows of the street. Before long, a familiar glow caught his eye. It was a convenience store, its lights brightly illuminating the surroundings. His heart lifted as he stealthily concealed himself behind a decorative potted plant, scrutinizing the store. The establishment was modest in size, with glass doors so polished that he could see the shelves brimming with a variety of goods inside. It didn't take long for him to ascertain that there was only one employee, a round-faced girl with black-rimmed glasses, her cheeks slightly plump. She rested her chin on her hand, appearing rather bored as she gazed at a screen in front of her. A smile crept across his face. It seemed that dinner was within reach. Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that such girls often possessed a nurturing nature, particularly towards fluffy creatures. Had it been a burly, grumpy man manning the store, he would have been far less confident about his chances of procuring a meal. He first scanned the area for any potential dangers. Once reassured, he made a quick dash into the convenience store. The warmth inside enveloped him, a blend of cozy heat and the enticing aroma of food wafting toward him, causing him to squint his eyes in delight. The round-faced girl appeared engrossed in a show and did not immediately notice his presence. He took his time, moving to a clear space near the counter, squatting down neatly, and tilting his head slightly to appear more endearing and adorable. For the sake of a warm meal, he could temporarily set aside his dignity. Meow? The girl, lost in her reverie, was startled by the high-pitched mewl. She blinked in confusion before her gaze fell upon him, her expression freezing in astonishment. Moments later, an uncontrollable gasp escaped her lips. Wow! She covered her mouth, her face alight with delight. What an adorable little kitty. Just as he anticipated her rushing over to scoop him up, her reaction took him by surprise. She instead grabbed a transparent device resembling a smartphone from the counter. With a series of clicks, the flash ignited. Stay still, little one. Yes, look at the camera, she exclaimed, adjusting the angle with excitement. Oh my goodness, those eyes and that little movement, so precious. I need to post this on my social media right away. He barely managed to maintain his cute facade as the absurdity of the situation unfolded. It appeared that, in this world, women were not fundamentally different from those on Earth. Aesthetic pleasures and culinary delights had to first endure the scrutiny of social media. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, he sighed inwardly, even managing to blink his bright amber eyes in compliance. After what felt like an eternity, the girl finally concluded her photo session. She set down her device, stepped out from behind the counter, and approached him with a voice so sweet it could be described as syrupy. Little cutie, where did you come from? Are you hungry? Relieved to finally get to the point, he let out a soft, plaintive meow, rubbing his head against her outstretched finger. The girl melted at his touch, her face breaking into a motherly smile. Just wait a moment, I'll get you something to eat, she said, dashing toward the shelves. At that moment, the glass door of the convenience store was abruptly thrust open from the outside with a loud bang. Instinctively, his ears perked up and his body tensed. Moments later, two figures burst into the store. Both were clad in tight black clothing, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes. The man in front wielded a gleaming long knife, while the woman closely behind him brandished a silver handgun. Upon hearing the door swing open, he had already prepared to flee. However, upon seeing their menacing attire and weapons, he froze in place. What rotten luck. I just wanted something to eat, and now I'm caught up in a robbery. The man, with his icy gaze, quickly scanned the store before moving deeper inside. He cautiously edged aside, fearing he might inadvertently block their path and become a target. The woman approached the round-faced girl by the counter, beckoning her with a wave. You come here. The girl's cheeks quivered imperceptibly, yet her expression conveyed more of a cautious compliance than sheer terror. Observing this, he relaxed slightly. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. As the girl approached, the woman raised her arm, revealing a black mechanical device on her wrist that emitted a soft glow. With a few taps, a clear holographic image projected into the air. Have you seen this person? She inquired, gesturing to the hologram of an exceptionally beautiful woman, her figure alluring and somewhat surreal. The girl scrutinized the image before shaking her head affirmatively. No, I haven't. The streets have been quiet since the lunar eclipse began. I haven't seen anyone else since I opened for business tonight, except for you. Lunar eclipse? His feline ears twitched involuntarily, the unfamiliar term lodging itself in his mind. At that moment, the man returned from his survey of the store, his voice low and gravelly. She's not lying. There are no signs of anyone else in here. The woman nodded, her demeanor softening slightly. During the lunar eclipse, it's unsafe outside. You should close up and head home early. Stay safe. Thank you. Once the two figures vanished through the door and it gently closed behind them, sealing off the chill and the palpable tension from the outside world. The round-faced girl exhaled deeply, patting her racing heart as relief washed over her. Meanwhile, he slumped to the floor, his limbs weakened by the adrenaline. The brief encounter had felt like a narrow escape from the brink of death. Ceylon, he had never believed in the existence of murderous intent in a person. He thought it was merely a strong aura. Yet now, he found himself convinced. The two individuals before him, especially the man wielding a blade, emanated an almost imperceptible aura of menace that sent a chilling wave through him as he passed by. Through their dialogue, Lanyi surmised their identities. They were likely akin to the Hat Uncle back on Earth, official enforcers maintaining order. However, these counterparts from another realm were decidedly more intimidating. Clad in dark, form-fitting attire and armed with either long knives or firearms, they resembled assassins emerging from some clandestine organization. Then there was the girl known as Shiryu. Insights gleaned from the conversation between the round-faced girl and the woman revealed several crucial pieces of information. Firstly, Shiryu was soon to make an appearance, which explained the eerie absence of any pedestrians on the street. Secondly, there appeared to be a certain level of danger associated with Shiryu. Otherwise, the woman would not have urged the round-faced girl to return home early. Indeed, this world was far from simple. Lanyi narrowed his eyes, a sense of urgency swelling within him. As he pondered in silence, the round-faced girl collected herself, crouched down, and enveloped him in her embrace, gently stroking his back. Mimi, did I scare you just now? Don't be afraid. Those two are the Dark Moon Patrol, not bad people. Dark Moon Patrol? Lanyi's cat ears perked up as he silently noted this new term. Just as he was contemplating, a sudden force pressed his head against something soft. Whoa. 0 frames initiation, and she's going straight for the face. This girl was certainly lacking in martial ethics. Lanyi felt as though his feline face might contort from the pressure, his nostrils filled with her delicate fragrance and a sensation that was, well, indescribably soft yet oppressive. Fortunately, this peculiar form of torture did not last long. The round-faced girl carried him to a shelf, retrieved several sausage-like meat sticks, and grabbed a bottle of water before gently setting him down. With a sigh of relief, Lanyi inhaled the fresh air deeply. Mimi, I don't have cat food here. Do you think you can eat this? As she spoke, the round-faced girl tore open a sausage package and offered a small piece to him. The rich aroma of meat immediately invaded his senses, and his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. Just as he was about to boast about his appetite, his peripheral vision caught sight of the round-faced girl's left hand, causing him to pause. On her pale hand rested a tattoo the size of an egg. The intricate design comprised numerous circles of varying sizes and a hexagram, adorned with many incomprehensible characters. Had this been an ordinary tattoo, Lanyi would have merely glanced at it with curiosity. Yet, he distinctly remembered that the two members of the Dark Moon Patrol bore identical tattoos on their hands. Prior to this moment, Lanyi had dismissed the tattoo as a mere emblem of the Dark Moon Patrol's internal hierarchy. Now, however, discovering that a seemingly harmless girl working in a convenience store bore the same tattoo added layers of intrigue to the situation. Never mind, he thought. There are greater matters at hand. Food takes precedence. The timely grumble of his stomach snapped Lanyi from his fleeting reverie. He shook his head, temporarily burying the question in the depths of his mind. For now, the priority was to satiate his hunger and regain his strength. Lanyi opened his mouth and bit down on the piece of sausage the round-faced girl had offered. To his surprise, the flavor was exquisite. The meat was firm and imbued with a unique savory essence, far superior to the starchy sausages back on Earth. Observing how much he relished the food, the round-faced girl's eyes crinkled into a smile. Take your time, don't choke. You can eat as much as you like. I have plenty more. After a few bites, Lanyi was astonished to feel a warm sensation rising within him, alleviating his fatigue significantly. This meat was remarkable. Who would have thought that something sold in a convenience store could possess such effects? Once he finished one sausage, Lanyi paused, not because he was full, but rather to save room for water. He couldn't let his appetite jeopardize his priorities. Mimi, are you full? Seeing Lanyi nod, the round-faced girl produced a clean paper cup, unscrewed the bottle of water, filled the cup to the brim, and pushed it towards him. Meow? Lanyi paid no heed to whether she understood him, simply expressing his gratitude before leaning towards the paper cup and drinking directly from it. However, after only 2 sips, water shot up his nostrils, forcing him into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Slow down. You should drink more carefully. Lanyi inwardly cursed. He had almost forgotten that cats drink water by licking. It seemed he would have to gradually adapt to certain human habits. Shaking his head to clear his nostrils, Lanyi approached the cup again. This time, prepared, he managed to drink smoothly without choking. Aided by his previous life's experience that granted him remarkable tongue dexterity, which now proved beneficial in his feline form. He couldn't help but wonder if his human tongue would have barbs. If so, he thought, he might need to lick even more vigorously. Hey, slow down. Be careful not to choke again. The round-faced girl kindly reminded him. Lanyi glanced up and rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the sparse foot traffic on this street, her words might have raised some eyebrows and led to misunderstandings. People might think he was engaged in something unspeakable. Thankfully, as a cat, drinking water by licking was entirely justifiable. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, Lanyi resolved to leave. He had already lingered here longer than he intended. And given that the Dark Moon Patrol had advised the cashier girl to return home early, he couldn't allow her to encounter any trouble because of him. Meow? Lanyi mewed softly, raising his paw to point towards the store's entrance, signaling his departure. Are you leaving? The round-faced girl looked at him, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Ceylon's endearing demeanor and charming nature were irresistible. Who could resist such a delightful cat? A fleeting thought of adopting Ceylon crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, her expression dimming slightly as she sighed. Gently, she reached out to stroke Ceylon's head, her voice tender. Mimi, you should hurry home. It's not safe outside. Whenever you see me in the store, you can always come to me for food. Upon hearing her words, Ceylon raised his gaze, his amber eyes locking onto hers. Though he still did not know her name, her scent and appearance were etched firmly in his memory. This kindness would not be forgotten. Meow? Ceylon called out once more, silently vowing in his heart, before turning to the store's entrance. He did not rush out immediately. Instead, he cautiously poked his head outside, scanning both directions for any signs of danger. Once assured of his safety, he darted back down the alley from which he had come. The cashier lingered by the entrance of the convenience store, her gaze following the fleeting silhouette until it vanished entirely into the shadows around the street corner. Only then did she retract her eyes, a hint of wistfulness gracing her features, just as she was about to return inside to tidy up and head home. A flicker of green light caught her attention from the depths of the shadow across the street. The round-faced girl paused momentarily, focusing her attention intently. However, the shadow revealed nothing, as if the 2 points of green light had merely been a figment of her imagination. Had she misjudged? Meanwhile, Lanyi felt the brisk night wind rushing past him, yet he did not find it particularly cold. His thick fur coat provided ample warmth. Had he been in a human form, he would have likely been shivering uncontrollably. He did not hurry back to the alley he had just left. Firstly, he had no pressing need to relieve himself yet, and wanted to take a moment to contemplate. Secondly, he wished to seize the opportunity to familiarize himself with the terrain and architectural layout of the vicinity. The street appeared desolate, but several alleys branched off. After exiting the convenience store and turning a few corners, he noted at least 5 alley entrances. However, Lanyi refrained from venturing into these alleys. Cats and dogs possess a strong territorial instinct, and these alleys might already be claimed by stray animals. Should he intrude recklessly, he could easily find himself in a conflict, a situation for which he was not entirely confident of emerging victorious. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, it was a matter of practicality. After all, upon his initial arrival in that alley, he had encountered sufficient ants to extend his lifespan. Furthermore, he was familiar with that environment, and it was prudent to maintain a cautious approach. As Lanyi surveyed his surroundings, his ears suddenly perked up. Drip, drip. A faint sound of water droplets pierced through the howling wind, reaching his ears. Water? Lanyi abruptly halted, turning to glance at an inconspicuous alley entrance to his left. Confirming that he had not misheard, he promptly changed direction and jogged towards the source of the sound. The alley was not particularly deep, shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Lanyi possessed night vision. After observing for a moment and ensuring there was no danger, he directed his attention to the source of the dripping sound. It was a basin affixed to the wall, presumably used by a nearby shop for washing mops. The faucet was not fully tightened, and a thin stream of water dripped intermittently, pooling shallowly at the bottom of the basin. Upon observing this, an uncontrollable joy illuminated Lanyi's face. At last, he had found a reliable water source. This meant he no longer had to worry about his supplies and could confidently pursue extending his lifespan. Memorizing this replenishment point, he hastened back towards the alley from whence he came. Just as Lanyi rounded the corner and completely disappeared into the darkness, he noticed, from the depths of the narrow alley where the faucet was located, 2 points of eerie green light flickering unexpectedly in an area where light scarcely reached. The green glow appeared particularly unsettling against the backdrop of darkness, swaying gently like will-o'-the-wisps. Then, without a sound, a slender shadow emerged stealthily from the darkness. It paused momentarily by the basin, lowering its head as if to sniff something. After a brief moment, it lifted its head, the 2 points of green light flickering once more. In the next instant, the shadow propelled itself off the ground, transforming into a mere wisp, silently pursuing the direction Lanyi had taken. Its speed was astonishing, vanishing around the corner in an instant. At this moment, Lanyi remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the object of someone else's scrutiny. He continued to relieve himself at the ant hill he had previously disturbed. An ant colony could harbor hundreds, if not thousands, of ants. Since he had eliminated fewer than 100, he had no need to seek out new colonies. This time, Lanyi was more experienced. After finishing, he deliberately extended his paw to scratch around the vicinity. Moments later, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Drowned 2 little yellow ants. Lifespan extended by 49 days. A series of notifications followed in quick succession. A satisfied smile crept across Lanyi's face. It seemed that the anthill still held treasures. However, one must not exploit a single source indefinitely. Just as Lanyi was about to search for another ant colony, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It felt as if an unseen pair of eyes was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Lanyi's amber feline gaze sharpened. Rather than turning around immediately, he feigned ignorance and sauntered toward a pile of debris. Upon nearing the clutter, Lanyi summoned all his strength, swiftly darting behind the pile and concealing himself. At the same time, he scanned the alley entrance. Yet, aside from a few leaves stirred by the wind, there was nothing amiss. What was going on? Was it merely an illusion? Lanyi chose not to rush out. Instead, he crawled low to the ground, using the shadows as cover, and patiently waited for a more favorable moment. A minute passed. Aside from the occasional notification echoing in his mind, the alley remained eerily silent. 2 minutes turned into 3. As time flowed by, the feeling of being watched gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. It seems I was overly anxious. Lanyi exhaled slowly, the tension in his nerves easing considerably. After all, in this pitch-black alley, it was only natural to startle oneself. Lanyi chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he stepped out from the shadows. Since it had been a false alarm, there was no need to waste any more time. He should resume his quest for upgrading and strengthening himself. However, Lanyi failed to notice that, perched on the edges of the dilapidated buildings flanking the alley, a pair of eyes glowing with that eerie green light remained fixed upon him, taking in every one of his movements. Lanyi had relaxed his guard, but the shadow remained motionless, quietly observing for several minutes. It seemed to lose patience, or perhaps it had gathered enough information. It slightly arched its back, preparing to leap from the rooftop, which was a good 10 meters high. Suddenly, a surreal blood-red hue appeared on the horizon, spreading rapidly across the sky. The shadow froze momentarily. It slowly raised its head to gaze at the bizarre crimson in the sky, then lowered its gaze back to see Lanyi in the alley. The glowing green eyes flickered as if weighing its options. After a few breaths, the shadow stood upright, showing no hesitation as it turned and vanished into the blood-red night. Chapter 10. The Arrival of the Eclipsed Moon. Lanyi was engrossed in meticulously searching for new ant colonies in the corners of the walls when he caught sight of his own shadow on the ground. The color oddly amiss. Earlier, the light in the alley had been a weak white glow filtering through the distant streetlights, casting normal gray-black shadows. Yet now, the ground appeared shrouded in a dark red hue. Lanyi's movements faltered, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Just a moment ago, there had been no foot or spa establishments in the vicinity. Whence did this red light originate? Instinctively, he raised his head to gaze at the sky beyond the alley. Upon doing so, Lanyi was struck dumb, his feline face a mask of astonishment. The once pitch-black night sky was now dominated by vast expanses of eerie dark red. At the very center of this crimson canopy, an enormous blood-red moon hung high, casting an ominous glow that tinted the entire world with a foreboding hue. Silent, oppressive, and inexplicably eerie. Is this what they call the eclipsed moon? As Lanyi narrowed his eyes, he realized that the blood moon hanging in the sky was likely the eclipse moon spoken of by the round-faced girl in the Dark Moon Patrol. However, he had not anticipated encountering it so soon. Temporarily halting his search for the ant den, Lanyi crouched down, squinting as he scrutinized the crimson moon above and the surrounding changes in the environment. Yet, as minutes slipped by, aside from the sky taking on a more ominous hue, the surroundings remained eerily silent, with not a sound to be heard. How peculiar, he murmured to himself. Could it be that the eclipse moon was merely a terrifying sight without any actual effect? Shaking his head, Lanyi decided it was best to put such thoughts aside and focus on enhancing his own strength instead. With a thought, he opened his attribute panel and glanced at it. Lifespan, 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, 19 seconds. Quite satisfactory, he nodded in approval. Just as he was about to close the panel and resume his pursuit of the ant den, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the time displayed on the Fate Wheel-S spirit pattern, and he suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Lanyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the lifespan shown. 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, 19 seconds. Several seconds passed. 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, 19 seconds. It remained unchanged. His lifespan had seemingly become frozen at 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds. Could it be that during the eclipse moon, one's lifespan would not naturally diminish? A bold thought surged in his mind. If that were the case, could he not exploit this time to exploit a glitch? Lanyi's breath quickened, and he swiftly switched the panel to the enhancement page, his gaze lingering momentarily on the remaining tail option before directly selecting enhancement. As the familiar warm current surged toward his tailbone, 1,000 days of lifespan value was deducted. Upon observing the significant reduction in his lifespan, the excitement on Lanyi's face abruptly froze. What a letdown. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the panel for a moment. Since enhancement was ineffective, perhaps he should try the burning function that he had yet to fully comprehend. Without hesitation, Lanyi began to operate the panel, setting the burning multiplier to 10 times. After activating the burning function, he observed the lifespan remaining perfectly still, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Although he was unaware of the specific effects of this burning function, it was free, and why not take advantage of it? Perhaps he could use this opportunity to explore its effects further. Consequently, Lanyi raised the burning multiplier to 100 times. After a careful assessment, it appeared that he still felt nothing particularly different. Surely, this couldn't be true. If 100 times was ineffective, what about 1,000 times? With determination, Lanyi continued to increase the multiplier. As he raised the burning multiplier to 1,000 times, the adjustment button turned gray. However, he still felt no unusual sensations in his body. Lanyi's brow furrowed even deeper. Under normal circumstances, a 1,000-fold burning would accelerate the depletion of his lifespan to 10,000 times. In other words, maintaining such a state would consume 2 hours and 46 minutes of lifespan every second. Given such a significant consumption, Lanyi couldn't believe this function was merely decorative and without effect. Since his lifespan was not currently depleting, he decided to keep it active for the time being. Perhaps with time, some change would occur. Lanyi kept the panel open, hovering before him for easy access to monitor any changes in his lifespan, and then proceeded to examine the alterations after enhancing his tail. Following the enhancement, there were no changes in his four-dimensional attributes. Lanyi attempted various movements. Carefully assessing the results, his sense of balance seemed to have significantly improved. Where he had previously stumbled at times during quadrupedal movement, he now felt a newfound agility. Quite pleasing. With improved balance, he would be less prone to falls during high-speed runs. Glancing at his remaining 673 days of lifespan, Lanyi decided not to dawdle and began his work. After half an hour of scouring the alley for 3 ant dens, Lanyi spent the ensuing time darting back and forth between the supply point and the alley. First, he filled his belly with water from the faucet, then returned to unleash a torrent upon the ant den, reveling in the delightful chimes echoing in his mind while familiarizing himself with his body through a series of movements. Time slipped by unnoticed. The eerie dark red hue at the horizon gradually faded, giving way to a pale dawn. The blood moon, suspended high in the sky, grew indistinct, its outline blurring and dimming until it vanished entirely. Just as the blood moon disappeared, the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness. It had begun. Observing a sudden drop of nearly 3 hours in his lifespan, Lanyi acted without hesitation, promptly deactivating the burning function that had persisted throughout the night. Phew. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the final figure on the panel, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Fate Wheel Spirit Pattern, 17,725 days, 15 hours, 23 minutes, 7 seconds. In just one night, he had amassed over 17,000 days of lifespan. This efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. Beyond the lifespan gained, Lanyi also experienced a marked enhancement in his bodily control, having shed any lingering awkwardness. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Lanyi's excitement dimmed, and he glanced down at his intimate area. After a night's passage, it had swelled from the size of a fingernail to that of a pinky finger. However, Lanyi found no joy in this development, for it was not a natural growth, but rather a painful swelling. What was this? I've grown stronger, yet my member has swollen? Chapter 11, Super Cheat, Life Drain. Damn, I should have seen this coming. Gazing at the swollen appendage, Lanyi wore an expression of resignation. In his past life at the orphanage, the matron had warned them boys never to urinate near ant dens, claiming that ants would release a substance known as formic acid when frightened or harmed. Given their short stature, their members were closer to the ground, and any contact would result in an unbearable itch and pain, swelling to the size of a carrot. He had once scoffed at this as a mere superstition meant to frighten children. Now he realized how naive he had been. To ensure precision and avoid waste, he almost wished to thrust his member directly into the ant den. If it didn't swell then, that would truly be strange. Sighing once more, Lanyi's face was etched with regret. Fortunately, there was still a chance for remedy. With his lifespan now exceeding 17,000 days, he only needed to gather 2,000 more to enhance both his member and torso together. At that point, this issue would be easily resolved. It was a pity, however, that the water assault tactic on the ant den would likely be rendered ineffective moving forward. With this thought, Lanyi surveyed the alley he had ravaged throughout the night. It was time to find a new location. However, before leaving, he needed to enhance his torso first. Switching the panel back to the main page, he prepared to review his various attributes, so he would have a comparison after enhancing his torso. Yet, this seemingly casual glance left Lanyi stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at the four-dimensional values on the panel in utter astonishment. His strength had remarkably surged from 9 kilograms to 21 kilograms, more than doubling. His movement speed had also increased from 16 meters per second to 19 meters per second. Even his constitution and spirit had each risen by 3 points. What on earth was happening? How could there be such a significant increase? A sudden epiphany struck Lanyi's mind, leading him to consider a particular possibility. If these attributes were to increase all at once, it would be impossible for him to be completely oblivious. Unless these attributes accumulated gradually, in an exceedingly subtle manner, without his awareness. Reflecting on all that transpired the previous night, the only thing that met this criterion, aside from the eclipse moon, was the burning function he had indulged in for an entire night. However, the eclipse moon could be immediately ruled out. The ability to pause the deduction of lifespan was already astounding. If merely gazing upon the crimson moonlight could enhance one's abilities, then this world would be filled with superhumans. Thus, the truth remained singular. The growth in his four-dimensional attributes was a result of the burning function. Could it be that the true purpose of this function was to gain attribute bonuses by consuming lifespan? This notion flickered through Lanyi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. No, that couldn't be right. If that were the case, why not simply design it to consume lifespan for points directly? Why go through the trouble of creating a burning function with varying multipliers? Lanyi felt as though he had grasped a crucial element, yet it remained somewhat nebulous. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every detail from the moment he activated the burning function the night prior. Wait, I didn't do much last night. Aside from pouring into an anthole and leaping around to familiarize myself with my feline form. Familiarity with my body? Training. Lanyi's eyes shot open, a glimmer of realization flashing within his cat-like pupils. If this function allowed for a doubling of training effects through the consumption of lifespan, and also accelerated learning progress, it would all make sense. The more he pondered, the more he believed in the likelihood of this scenario. No wonder he had achieved such a high level of control over his cat form in merely one night. Whether it was running, jumping, or balancing, everything came naturally. Previously, Lanyi thought it was simply his exceptional talent, that he was destined to be a cat. Little did he know, he had been granted a cheat. A thousand-fold burning effect. What did this imply? It meant that everything he had done the previous night was, in reality, occurring at 1,000 times the speed. One jump equated to 1,000 jumps. Running back and forth between the supply point and the alley 13 times, a round trip of approximately 1,000 meters, amounted to a staggering 13,000 kilometers. Holy cow. Lanyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. This burning function was nothing short of a godsend. As long as his lifespan was sufficient, whether in training or learning, he could achieve maximum effectiveness up to 1,000 times. Though the name was a bit crude. From now on, this function shall be renamed Life Investment, as it is both vivid and pleasant to the ear. Good fortune brings a light heart. The discovery of the Life Investment function dispelled Lanyi's previous gloom brought on by his discomfort, and any lingering drowsiness vanished. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly eager about that contract girlfriend feature. Suppressing his fanciful thoughts, Lanyi redirected his focus back to enhancement. Without hesitation, he chose to strengthen his torso. With the deduction of 10,000 days of lifespan, a familiar warmth surged through him once more, this time not localized, but instantly enveloping his entire body. Lanyi felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his bones and muscles, as though countless tiny ants were crawling and gnawing within him, compelling him to roll on the ground. Before long, Lanyi's entire physique expanded noticeably. What had once appeared to be a kitten no larger than 3 or 4 months old now resembled a nearly adult cat. Subsequently, tufts of fur began to shed in large clumps. New hair swiftly sprouted from beneath his skin, growing denser at a visible rate, shining under the morning light like exquisite satin. This enhancement lasted a good 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Lanyi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, a satisfied expression gracing his face. His physical attributes had increased by 5 points. Even that troublesome little annoyance seemed to have benefited from this enhancement, reducing its swelling somewhat. While still somewhat uncomfortable, it was a significant improvement over the previous fiery pain. Lanyi gazed upward at the sky, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention during the enhancement, but now he realized that daylight had fully dawned, and the air no longer carried the bone-chilling cold of the previous night. Instead, it bore a warm, gentle quality. Lanyi found this puzzling. Just last night it had been unbearably cold, and now, after just one night, the weather had transformed so warmly. Could it be that the eclipse moon also influenced the weather? Shaking his head, Lanyi temporarily cast aside this question. The immediate concern was to resolve his discomfort. This was crucial for his future happiness. If he were to become infected or encounter further issues, he would truly be at a loss. Lanyi stole one last glance at the alley that had borne the brunt of his nocturnal exploits and, without lingering, made his way out. Shortly after Lanyi departed, a slender, dark figure appeared at the alley's entrance. Chapter 12. A tattoo that can be scanned for payment? At this moment, Lanyi had reached the street. In stark contrast to the eerie silence of the previous night, the street was now peppered with a few pedestrians. These individuals were dressed much like modern humans on Earth, which struck Lanyi as peculiar. Despite having just endured a frigid night, most of them wore short sleeves, as if the night had not been cold at all, but rather a typical summer evening. Leaning against a corner, Lanyi ambled leisurely, occasionally casting his gaze over the passers-by. Soon, he made a startling discovery. A girl clad in an exceedingly short skirt sauntered past him, a waft of fragrance trailing in her wake, prompting Lanyi to instinctively glance upward, his eyes tracing along her fair, elongated thighs. Goodness, this girl was, astonishingly, going commando. Quite the eye-opener. However, Lanyi's true revelation lay not in this. Rather, it was in the tattoo adorning the exposed backs of the left hands of these pedestrians, a black design comprised of circles and 6-pointed stars, identical to the tattoo of the convenience store girl. Suddenly, Lanyi halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated on a breakfast vendor not far off. Had he just misinterpreted what he saw? Just then, the girl who had been going commando approached the breakfast stall and pointed at a meat pie-like food. The vendor swiftly wrapped 2 meat pies in oil paper and handed them to her. However, the girl did not reach for money or a phone. Instead, she extended her left hand, and the tattoo on her hand briefly glimmered, though the glow was faint, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. At that moment, the vendor also extended his left hand, swiping the air just above the girl's hand. Then, she strolled away with her breakfast, swaying her hips. The entire process was seamless. Lanyi's eyes widened in bewilderment. What did this mean? Was it truly as simple as a swipe over the back of the hand? Goodness. Even WeChat payments were not this outrageous, right? No need to display a code. Just scan the tattoo directly? So, that tattoo had a payment function? A flurry of questions erupted in Lanyi's mind. He crouched in the corner, continuing to observe. Over the next 2 to 3 minutes, several more individuals purchased items at the breakfast stall, without exception, completing their payments via the tattoos on the backs of their hands. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. The merchant's eyes instantly brightened upon seeing the newcomer. Lanyi followed the merchant's gaze and fixed his eyes on the swaying figure, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. It was a chubby little boy, seemingly around 13 or 14 years old. His round face and protruding belly wobbled with each step he took. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Both his left and right hands were missing. Surprisingly, this little chubby boy bore no black tattoos. The merchant, a middle-aged man with the traces of time etched on his face, beamed with delight upon spotting the boy, his wrinkles transforming into a smile as he enthusiastically greeted him. Little chubby one, what brings you here so early today? The boy seemed to take offense at this moniker, his brows furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, he approached the breakfast stall, lifted his pudgy finger, and began placing his order with an air of authority. This one, 5 please. That one, yes, the one that looks like a soup dumpling, give me 10. And over there, the golden pancake, make that 5 as well. The little boy continued to order several items in one breath, showing no sign of stopping, his fingers swiftly pointing towards other delicacies. With each item the boy ordered, the merchant's smile visibly stiffened. By the time the boy reached his 3rd order, the curve of the merchant's lips had noticeably diminished, and the laughter around his eyes faded. Lanyi observed the subtle shifts in the merchant's expression, his face etched with confusion. What was going on? Shouldn't the merchant be happier the more he sold? Why did he seem as if he had swallowed a fly? At that moment, the merchant cleared his throat and forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Little chubby one, why are you ordering so much today? Can you even finish it all? The boy, slightly irritated, corrected him. I've told you, don't call me little chubby. I usually order less because I have extra meals. Today my mother woke up late and didn't make breakfast for me. Isn't it normal for me to eat more? The merchant chuckled awkwardly, his lips twitching as he quickly packed the food the boy had ordered. The boy struggled to take the hefty bag of breakfast, then pulled out a black crystal the size of a coin. Is one-time crystal enough? The merchant accepted the black crystal, and his smile turned genuinely sincere. That is more than enough, young sir. Have a safe journey. However, the little boy suddenly pointed at the merchant and exclaimed, "Aha, I knew you were a swindler. Normally I only buy a few pancakes. And you charge me one-time crystal. Today I'm buying so many things, yet you still charge me one-time crystal. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm young?" The merchant was taken aback by the boy's unexpected outburst. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice, forcing a sycophantic grin. "Oh dear, young sir, such words shouldn't be spoken lightly. Think back to your first visit here when I offered to give you change, and you said you didn't want it because it was too trivial and a hassle. Remember?" At this reminder, the boy's round face flushed slightly, as if recalling the incident. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found no suitable words. Ultimately, he could only glare fiercely at the merchant, scoff, and march away with the heavy bag of breakfast, not looking back. As the figure of the little boy vanished around the corner, the merchant spat disdainfully in his wake. Bah, stupid fatty, eating so much and not afraid of bursting. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Lanyi began to comprehend the merchant's prior demeanor. Yet, what was this time crystal? Was it the currency of this world? Lanyi's gaze fixated on the black crystal in the merchant's hand. After cursing, the merchant's displeasure seemed to evaporate, and he joyfully weighed the time crystal in his hand. Then, he placed the black crystal above his tattoo on his hand. In the next moment, the tattoo appeared to come alive, glowing faintly, and the black crystal melted into the tattoo as if it were ice in the sun. Lanyi was momentarily stunned, and then a spark of insight ignited in his mind. Tattoo payments with time crystals. Time. An absurd yet seemingly rational thought crossed Lanyi's mind. Why was the lifespan in the interface not simply referred to as lifespan, but rather as fate will spirit tattoo? If he was not mistaken, the tattoos on these people's hands were manifestations of the fate will spirit tattoos. This implied that in this world, human lifespans were tangible and could be traded. As for why the little chubby boy lacked a fate will spirit tattoo, that was easily explained. He was too young and lacked the ability to protect himself. After all, if lifespans could be traded, children like him would be the easiest targets, much like human traffickers on Earth, who would also need to resell their captives. Here, however, The resale step could be entirely bypassed. As for the time crystal, it was likely a product condensed from lifespan. Designed for children without fate will spirit tattoos to use for shopping and transactions. With this realization, Lanyi's eyes sparkled. If this were indeed the underlying logic of this world, he would no longer have to worry about money in the future. Just then, a rumble from his stomach interrupted Lanyi's thoughts. Well, regardless of whether he would prosper in the future, he had to face reality now. He had only eaten a sausage the previous night, and after a whole night, he was ravenously hungry. Lanyi licked his lips, his gaze drifting back to the breakfast stall. The merchant didn't seem like a good person, but the breakfast looked appetizing. He just didn't know if he could get something to eat from him. Looking around, he noticed that this was the only breakfast stand nearby, and the convenience store had yet to open. Reluctantly, Lanyi approached the stall. Meow, he called out, bringing his front paws together in a gesture of good fortune. Logically, even a tattooed merchant would be inclined to offer something to a charming creature like him. However, the merchant was not a reasonable man. He cast a disdainful glance at Lanyi, a flicker of disgust in his eyes, and then suddenly kicked out. Get lost. If that kick landed, even if it didn't kill him, it would surely cause injury. Damn it, he just wanted some food. If he refused to give it, that was one thing. But why resort to violence? Fortunately, after a night of training, Lanyi had vastly improved. With enhanced dynamic vision, that sudden kick appeared to him as if it were in slow motion. Lanyi leapt away effortlessly, dodging the kick. You think you can dodge, huh? The merchant, embarrassed by his miss, cursed and chased after him. Lanyi was now sprinting at a speed of 19 meters per second, faster than even Bolt would struggle to keep up. And this greasy middle-aged merchant, with a belly that looked like he was 5 months pregnant, thought he could catch him? Dream on. Lanyi remained calm, even having the leisure to glance back. Sure enough, the merchant halted after just a few steps. Stupid stray cat. If I see you again, I'll skin you for soup. He spat from a distance, his tone betraying his cowardice. Upon hearing this, Lanyi paused, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his amber eyes. Damn it, the tiger does not roar, yet you dare to assume I am merely a Hello Kitty. Judging by the kick he just delivered, this fellow is nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged, greasy man, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Given this reality, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The vendor, grumbling a few choice words, felt he had regained some dignity and turned to resume his business. Little did he know that a cat could harbor such a grudge, and had stealthily crept up behind him. Seizing the opportune moment, Lanyi darted from the shadows as the vendor turned, targeting the exposed ankle. His claws, having undergone enhancement, though not as lethal as a blade, were certainly sharper than those of an ordinary feline. With a soft rip, the sound akin to fabric tearing echoed. Ah! The vendor felt a piercing pain in his ankle, letting out a scream of agony. Losing his balance, he fell unceremoniously to the ground. A glance downward revealed 3 deep gashes on his pant leg, crimson blood oozing from the torn flesh, instantly staining the fabric. You bastard! If I do not end you today, I swear I will not bear the surname Nya. The sight of the bone-deep claw marks ignited a fury within the vendor. He disregarded the pain and hastily grabbed an iron tong used for flipping pancakes, hurling it towards Lanyi with all his might. Whoosh! The iron tong whistled through the air. Yet, Lanyi, with no inclination to evade, possessed dynamic vision that allowed him to discern the trajectory of the flying object with clarity. Why bother dodging when it would not touch him? Witnessing Lanyi's nonchalance, the vendor was on the verge of exploding with rage. His face, already contorted from the agony in his ankle, turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating in tandem with his heavy breaths. Haha, look at that vendor, humiliated by a mere cat. I saw it all. The cat was perfectly fine, yet the vendor struck first for no apparent reason. TSK, this cat is quite clever, perhaps comparable to a source beast. Brother, are you joking? Comparing a stray cat to a source beast? It is not the cat's intellect. Rather, it is the vendor's foolishness. The commotion had attracted a handful of early risers on the street, who paused to observe, whispering among themselves. Though their voices were not loud, they pricked the vendor's already fragile pride like invisible needles. Ah, I will surely rid myself of this beast today. The vendor, having completely lost his reason, turned and indiscriminately snatched items from his breakfast stall, hurling them at Lanyi. Observing this, Lanyi's mouth twitched. It was evident that the man was truly desperate, intent on eliminating him, treating his stall as an arsenal. However, even in his frenzy, one might expect him to choose his projectiles wisely. Throwing meat buns? Even if they hit, what harm could they possibly inflict? As Lanyi deftly dodged, he continually adjusted his position, soon maneuvering the vendor between himself and the stall. Should the vendor take a step back, he would collide with the stand. The opportunity had arisen. Lanyi abandoned his evasive posture, channeling his strength through his limbs as his body shot forward like a black arrow released from a bow, barreling directly towards the vendor. Meow! A brief yet menacing cry accompanied his sudden burst of speed, exuding an air of intimidation. The vendor, sensing Lanyi's approach, instinctively felt a surge of fear. In a moment of panic, he attempted to retreat, entirely forgetting about the stall behind him. Clang! Thud! The vendor's hefty frame collided heavily with the breakfast stall, scattering various ingredients and utensils, creating chaos all around. He himself fell face first into the disarray, looking utterly wretched. Lanyi, maintaining his composure, halted a few paces away, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, finally having vented some pent-up frustration. Just then, Lanyi's ears perked up as he caught sight of two figures in uniforms resembling those of the Dark Moon Patrol hastening towards him from the street corner. Trouble was brewing. Without hesitation, Lanyi abandoned the thought of further tormenting the vendor. In a swift motion, he dashed to the remnants of the stall, quickly scanning the debris and seizing a meat pie that had not fallen to the ground. With a powerful push from his hind legs against the stall's wreckage, he leaped forward. The unfortunate vendor, struggling to prop himself up, had not yet grasped the situation when he felt something land on his face. Forcefully pushing his head back down, Lanyi gracefully landed, swiftly disappearing around the corner, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Chapter 14. Do you expect the cat to pay a fine? Lanyi did not flee the scene outright. Instead, he sought refuge in a relatively concealed corner, munching on the meat pie while discreetly observing how the two evidently official figures would handle the situation. After all, his clawing of the vendor's ankle had been rather severe. Should they decide to investigate, he wanted to be prepared. Soon, the two individuals clad in uniforms akin to those of the Dark Moon Patrol arrived at the scene. What transpired here? Seeing his saviors approach, the vendor wailed even louder, tears streaming down his face as he rolled up his pant leg to reveal his bloodied ankle. Sitting on the ground and pounding his thigh in lamentation. Oh, esteemed enforcers, you have finally arrived. It was a mad cat. It attacked me in a frenzy. At this point, his eyes darted, and his tone shifted to one of feigned terror. I have reasonable suspicion that it is a mutated source beast that has infiltrated the city. Esteemed enforcers, you must take action on my behalf. Upon hearing the term mutated source beast, the expressions of the two enforcers grew serious. The elder among them, with a sharp gaze, fixed his attention on the vendor. A mutated source beast? Are you certain you can stand by your claims? The vendor's words faltered, his expression of indignation freezing in place. He had merely intended to escalate the matter to garner the enforcer's attention, but if they captured the cat and discovered it was merely an ordinary stray, he would find himself in dire straits. In a distant corner, Lanyi observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, his ears twitching involuntarily. Source beast? This was not the first time he had heard the term. The earlier spectators had mentioned it as well. Soul beasts, ferocious beasts, strange beasts he had heard of. But source beast was entirely new to him. Source beast. Does it refer to the origin of life? Could it be that one could obtain longevity through a source beast? Based on the underlying logic of this world, Lanyi found this possibility rather compelling. As he pondered this, the two enforcers, having discerned the vendor's evasive demeanor, chose to disregard him and instead turned to the surrounding crowd for clarification. In no time, the sequence of events was pieced together. The elder enforcer shot the vendor a disapproving glare before rendering a verdict on the matter. What possessed you to bully a stray cat? You should take responsibility for your actions today. With that, he glanced at the vendor's ankle. By the way, is the injury serious? Do you require an ambulance? No. That's unnecessary. It's just a minor wound. I can bandage it myself. The enforcer nodded, then gestured towards the chaotic scene of the breakfast stall. Clean this place up promptly. If we return from our patrol and it's still in disarray, you shall personally present yourself at the Time Enforcement Bureau to pay a fine of 100 time crystals. He paused momentarily, adding, do not wait for us to seek you out. By then, the penalty will be far more severe. The vendor's owner, upon hearing these words, was rendered speechless. He had hoped to vent his frustrations onto the enforcement team, only to find himself facing this unexpected outcome. He opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately swallowed his words, begrudgingly stating, understood, I will have someone clean it up. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd quickly dispersed. New York, observing the scene, finished the last bite of his meat pie and licked the grease from the corner of his mouth. To be fair, while the vendor may not have been impressive, the meat pie he sold was remarkably delicious. The crust was crisp, and the filling was succulent and flavorful. Having vented his frustrations and satisfied his hunger, it was time to get to work. New York cast one last glance at the vendor before leaping away, his figure vanishing around the corner of the street, in search of a fortuitous spot to gather some lifespan. On the street, among the two enforcers, the younger one gestured subtly in the direction New York had departed, whispering, Master, are we letting this matter go just like that? What else would you suggest? The older enforcer replied, patting him on the shoulder, his gaze following New York's retreating figure. That cat hasn't gone far. You could still catch it. But what then? Are you expecting a cat to pay a fine? The younger enforcer was momentarily taken aback by the question, then chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. Exactly, the older enforcer shrugged. If it can't pay the fine, what purpose would it serve to capture it? Why bother? As always, Master, your thoughts are thorough. My mind just doesn't work that way. The younger enforcer scratched his head, then seemed to recall something, expressing a hint of curiosity. However, Master, have you noticed that there seem to be more stray cats on this street today than usual? He paused, recalling the scene he had observed upon arriving. Moreover, they appeared to be looking around, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, SL New York navigated through twists and turns, quickly discovering a seemingly secluded alley. The alley was narrow, with discarded debris piled against the walls, perhaps due to the lack of sunlight, emanating a faint musty odor. In such a dim and damp alley, one could expect to find ample opportunities. Just a few steps into the alley, SL New York abruptly halted. Not far ahead, beside a pile of garbage, a sizable rat was voraciously gnawing on something. The rat, entirely gray and black, looked to weigh even more than SL New York's current form, easily tipping the scales at 2 or 3 pounds. A promising start. He had stumbled upon a boss right away. SL New York's eyes lit up, and he crouched low, muscles taut, his gaze fixed intently on the large rat as he stealthily approached with feline grace. To his credit, his stealth was commendable. The distance closed in, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now, with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, SL New York lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Squeak! The rat, sensing danger, let out a sharp cry and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. SL New York's paw landed squarely on the rat's head, pinning it firmly against the rough concrete. After approximately half a minute, the rat's struggles gradually subsided. You have killed a rat. Lifespan increased by 276 days. Only upon hearing the notification in his mind did SL New York finally lift his paw from the rat's head. A mere 275 days? After all that effort? SL New York smirked, feeling that the lifespan gained was less than that from the spider he had casually squashed earlier. Very well. He acknowledged that he had fallen into a cognitive trap. The amount of lifespan gained does not correlate with the size of the creature. Moreover, SL New York realized another crucial issue. His current strength had reached 21 kilograms. Logically, a full-powered strike should deliver 42 kilograms of force, enough to send that rat to the afterlife. However, the rat had taken over half a minute to finally perish. This was a trivial matter, but it served as a reminder. While his strength attribute was substantial, his weight was somewhat lacking, merely 3 to 4 pounds, hampering his ability to fully exert his power. In fact, against a larger opponent, a swipe might have no effect at all, leading to his own ejection instead. This was why martial practitioners often needed to establish a solid foundation before learning techniques. Establishing a foundation. In his previous life, SL New York had never practiced martial arts, only knowing the stance of a horse. But now, in the body of a cat, how could he assume such a stance? If establishing a foundation was impractical, he would have to focus on increasing his weight. They say that the body is the capital of revolution, and there is truth in that. It seems that enhancing his physique must take precedence from now on. SL New York made a mental note of this and moved on. Next, he embarked on a new round of endeavors in the alley. In addition to capturing unfortunate spiders, cockroaches, and various peculiar insects, he returned to his old haunts, seeking out a few anthills. After all, his condition was still swollen, and a bit more swelling wouldn't matter. The more lice, the less itch, the more debts, the less worry. As long as he could swiftly increase his lifespan, this minor discomfort was bearable. I must say, this dual approach yielded remarkable results. His lifespan began to soar at a visible rate, and within merely half an hour, he had accrued nearly 4,000 days. Gazing at the panel displaying a staggering 10,000 days of lifespan, SL New York felt a surge of excitement. If he were to enhance his physique now, the agonizing discomfort would be immediately alleviated. Yet, upon further reflection, he hesitated. This method of amassing lifespan was simply too exhilarating. If he were to enhance himself now and reduce the swelling, wouldn't it be a waste of this golden opportunity to accumulate lifespan? Damn it, let us go for it. SL New York gritted his teeth, deciding to endure a little longer. The shadows in the alley subtly shifted with the passage of time. 2 hours later, SL New York finally came to a reluctant halt. It wasn't that he didn't wish to continue. Rather, a certain part of him had escalated from a mere itch to a sharp pain that made him grimace. With every step he took, it felt as if he were being cut by a knife. If he didn't address it soon, he genuinely feared it might become irreparably damaged. SL New York, suppressing his discomfort, summoned his attribute panel. Life Wheel's Spirit Pattern. 24,572 days, 11 hours, 08 minutes, 33 seconds. Hey, gazing at this figure, even amidst his pain, SL New York couldn't help but break into a smile. Over 24,000 days. Subtracting the original 7,725 days, he netted 16,847 days. This suffering was not in vain. Without a moment's hesitation, SL New York switched the panel to the enhancement page. With the deduction of 10,000 days of lifespan, a warmth, gentler than any previous enhancement, surged towards his lower abdomen. As it passed, the searing pain receded like a receding tide. The stark contrast of being propelled from the depths of hell to the pinnacle of heaven was simply irresistible. Oh, what bliss! What ecstasy! Lanyi could not help but let out a soft groan, his body completely relaxing as he blissfully narrowed his eyes. The enhancement process lasted for over a minute, each second a pinnacle of pleasure. As that intoxicating warmth gradually dissipated, Lanyi eagerly lowered his gaze. The area that had been so grotesquely swollen was now entirely restored to its former state. Moreover, it seemed even more robust than before. On the panel, the overall aesthetic score had risen from 93 to 95. Just as Lanyi was about to delve into a meticulous examination of this newly upgraded phase of his anatomy and its potential hidden functions, an intense, almost tangible gaze suddenly pierced from the direction of the alleyway. Lanyi's heart skipped a beat. He abruptly turned to follow the source of that gaze. There, in the shadow of the alley, stood a calico cat, its mottled fur a striking blend of colors, completely motionless, fixated on him with eyes that appeared oddly eerie in the dim light. That gaze, how peculiar it was. Lanyi had witnessed many expressions in films from his previous life, ranging from ferocity to flattery and fear, yet this particular gaze was unlike anything he had encountered before. If he were to describe it, it was akin to a starving wretch who had languished in prison for years, suddenly beholding a delicate beauty, brimming with unrestrained desire and yearning. Under the scrutiny of such a gaze from a mere cat, Lanyi felt an involuntary shiver race up his spine, as if the very hairs at the base of his tail were about to stand on end. What on earth was wrong with this feline? Just as Lanyi steeled himself with caution, the calico cat took a few steps forward, emitting a sound that resembled a baby's cry, laced with an urgent meow. Meow, meow. As a fellow member of the feline family, despite some linguistic differences, Lanyi could still glean the basic emotions and intentions behind its cries. The calico's urgent meows translated to, "Please, mate with me." What the hell? Lanyi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Is the animal kingdom so brazenly direct, demanding mating without even a prelude or an introduction? Get lost. Lanyi let out a low growl, arching his back to reveal his sharp teeth. Assuming a classic defensive stance, while his voice rasped as he hissed, asserting his newfound confidence as no longer a helpless little kitten. Upon witnessing Lanyi's fierce demeanor, the calico cat visibly recoiled, taking a small step back, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. Yet, it did not retreat entirely, instead pacing nervously in place, its tail flicking anxiously. Meow, 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 meow. The calico cried out again, its tone more urgent than before. Lanyi furrowed his brow. This calico seemed not to possess a high intellect. Its ability to express itself was quite lacking. After exercising patience, he managed to piece together some information from its frantic meows. "You say I am in danger? That many cats are searching for me?" Lanyi asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. The calico promptly nodded vigorously, continuing to meow. "Mate with me. I will take you away from them." Lanyi chose to ignore its pleas, instead pondering the situation. Given the calico's apparent simplicity, it did not seem to be lying. However, having only spent a few hours in this world, most of which were spent in the alleyway, when had he offended any local feline factions? Unable to fathom the answer, Lanyi decided to probe further into the calico's knowledge. Since it was aware of the cats searching for him, it likely knew the reason behind it. "Do you know why those cats are looking for me? Mate with me." Lanyi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to swat the creature, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible. "First, tell me why those cats are after me. Mate with me. Mate, mate, mate. Mate with your mother." Chapter 16. Sharingan activate? Lanyi could no longer contain himself. With a powerful push of his hind legs, he transformed into a blur of black, propelled by a fierce gust of wind as he lunged at the calico cat. He was eager to discover whether it was the cat's audacity or his own claws that were sharper. The calico clearly did not anticipate Lanyi's sudden aggression, and its speed was astonishing. It barely had time to emit a startled cry before Lanyi's paw sent it tumbling to the ground. Smack. Meow. After delivering a solid thrashing, the calico finally settled down. After considerable effort, Lanyi finally grasped the crux of the situation. It turned out this mess had indeed been brought upon himself. The panel's score of 95 did not merely reflect physical beauty. It directly influenced the first impression one made on the opposite sex, especially in a world governed by instinct, where such effects were magnified exponentially. A score of 95 in feline society was akin to being a deity. For female cats, Lanyi was the equivalent of walking catnip. According to the calico, the local stray cat leader, a black tomcat, had spotted him last night. The black tomcat had even confirmed that Lanyi was also an unowned stray. However, due to the phenomenon of the eclipsed moon, he had not acted upon that discovery. Now that the eclipse had ended, the black tomcat intended to pursue Lanyi for a personal encounter, only to find him missing. Consequently, he gathered all the strays in the area to scour the streets for Lanyi's whereabouts. The calico could not ascertain the exact number of participants, but it mentioned a considerable horde. Their method of identification was equally exasperating. It was the fur that had shed from Lanyi during his enhancement process. Damn it. Was it my fault for being too handsome? Lanyi grimaced, now acutely aware of the adage that beauty could be a curse, albeit in his case. It was a blue-faced calamity in feline form. Casting a glance at the trembling calico, he noted that after the thrashing, its expression had cleared considerably, leaving only pure fear and a hint of admiration. This creature surely had a penchant for masochism. Lanyi sighed. lifting a paw to toss it into the corner. Barking, "Stay put. If you dare run, I will end you." Meow. The calico shrank back, obediently lying down and licking its wounds. Seeing this, Lanyi turned his thoughts to how to extricate himself from this predicament. The simplest solution would be to allow the calico to lead him away from this neighborhood before the black tomcat found him. However, upon reflection, Lanyi deemed this approach a mere temporary fix. First, he had only just begun to establish a connection with the round-faced girl from the convenience store. If he fled now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? It was unlikely he would encounter another kind-hearted soul so easily. Moreover, even if he escaped to another neighborhood, he could not guarantee he wouldn't encounter a white cat leader or a yellow cat leader next. Would he then be forced to live in constant hiding? How utterly humiliating. Lanyi, after all, was a man who had unlocked the life-extending cheat. How could he live such a pitiful existence? With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. There would be no hiding. They were merely a group of ruffians attempting to overpower a tomcat through sheer numbers. Then let him take this opportunity to declare his presence in this world. Lanyi did not allow himself to grow complacent simply because his adversaries were but a throng of cats. He had previously dealt with a merchant boss, after all. However, that was an ambush. In a direct confrontation, even 3 of Lanyi would struggle to match the prowess of a mere merchant. Moreover, the speed of those stray cats was unlikely to be significantly inferior to his own. With the enemy's superior numbers, any disparity in speed could easily be neutralized. Thus, his only remaining advantage lay in his intellect. He needed to devise a flawless strategy. Lanyi narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating in his mind. He currently had 572 days of lifespan remaining, sufficient to enhance only one part of his body. The second stage enhancement for the torso required 100,000 days of lifespan, which could be immediately dismissed. The remaining options for enhancement were limbs, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and tail. His strength was adequate for the time being, so he would not consider enhancing his forelimbs. Based on his experience from the first enhancement, enhancing his hind limbs could increase his speed and jumping ability, which was indeed a commendable choice. After a moment of contemplation, Lanyi opted to enhance his eyes. Primarily, with only 10,000 days of lifespan, he could only enhance one hind limb. If one leg were strong and the other weak, it could inadvertently impede his speed and bodily coordination. However, enhancing his eyes would likely bolster his dynamic vision, which would undeniably be of the greatest assistance to him at this moment. As the 10,000 days of lifespan were deducted, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, akin to countless fine needles piercing his eyeballs. Lanyi widened his eyes, gritting his teeth tightly. A muffled groan escaped his throat, and the muscles throughout his body tensed involuntarily. When the excruciating pain that felt as if it would tear his eyeballs apart subsided, his amber eyes were tinged with a crimson hue. Sharingan, activate. Alright, awakening the Sharingan was sheer nonsense. Yet, Lanyi now felt as if he had truly awakened it. If the world he had seen before was in high-definition 1080p, then now it was in 8K ultra-high definition. Instinctively, Lanyi scanned his surroundings. In the corner of the alley, a fly was leisurely rubbing its forelegs together, each minute hair on its body distinctly visible. At that moment, a mosquito fluttered past him. Lanyi's gaze became momentarily dazed. He could actually discern the trajectory of the mosquito's wings with each flap, even perceiving the minute damage along the edges of its wings. It's worth noting that a mosquito flaps its wings approximately 500 times per second. This effect was somewhat outrageous. Lanyi blinked his still slightly reddened eyes. A wave of indescribable excitement swelling within him. This was incredible. Before the enhancement, his dynamic vision could only slow time by 3 times. After the first stage enhancement, it reached 4 times, and now it had escalated to approximately 6 times. The most crucial aspect was that the dynamic vision effect could be adjusted at will with his thoughts, without affecting his normal movements. Excellent, excellent. Lanyi nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his head to glance at the calico cat still trembling in the corner, commanding in a lowered voice, "Stay put here and don't run around." Without waiting to see if the calico understood, he strode directly out of the alley. Upon exiting the narrow passage, Lanyi observed his surroundings. Noticing no sign of other cats nearby, he swiftly darted across the street into another alley, seeking a concealed corner to hide. His gaze firmly fixed on the entrance he had just left. Before long, a furtive figure peeked out from the alleyway. It was indeed the calico cat. Cautiously, it surveyed the area before limping away, dragging a wounded hind leg. Lanyi narrowed his eyes, unsurprised by this turn of events. A cat with a rather low intellect, having endured a beating, could hardly be expected to remain obediently in place awaiting his return. His intention in allowing the calico to escape was deliberate, providing it the opportunity to return and relay the information. A trap had been set. He was merely waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 17, Surprised, or Not. Once the calico's figure disappeared around the corner, Lanyi emerged from his hiding spot, beginning to scout the nearby intersecting alleys. With the enemy outnumbering him, caution was paramount. He needed to find a battlefield where he could fully leverage his advantage in dynamic vision. At the entrance of a particular alley, a rusted, thin iron sheet was haphazardly embedded in the ground, its edges curled, resembling discarded refuse. The iron sheet trembled slightly, reflecting the distorted and elongated images of the street beyond. Soon, a small black dot began to enlarge in the reflection. They were coming. At the corner of the alley, Lanyi squinted as he caught sight of a black cat through the reflected image. This black cat was considerably more robust than the average stray. Bearing a scar that traversed its entire face, Lanyi could sense a formidable aura emanating from it. No wonder it was the leader. Just a glance revealed that this creature had likely taken the lives of at least 100 rats. Lanyi did not linger on the black cat. Quickly adjusting his position to survey the surrounding activity, he noted that cats of various colors, yellow, white, mottled, and tabby, began to materialize throughout the streets and alleys. These cats were not foolishly clustering together. Instead, they were strategically fanning out in a semicircular formation, surrounding the black cat at the center. A quick count revealed that their numbers exceeded 100. Damn it, were there too many strays in this world? Lanyi couldn't help but mentally scoff, his expression growing grave. Clearly this quantity exceeded his expectations. With so many cats, he could not allow them to encircle him. As the black cat drew nearer to his position, Lanyi instinctively held his breath, lowering his body further. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Just as the black cat approached within a meter of the alley's entrance, a fist-sized black iron sheet flew out from a height of 2 to 3 meters, landing in the street with a faint clatter. The moment the iron sheet hit the ground, Lanyi sprang into action. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot out from the alley, aiming directly for the black cat's side neck. Meow! A sharp feline cry sliced through the air. The black cat was indeed formidable. Even though its attention was diverted by the fallen iron sheet, it managed to react to the sudden ambush. With a swift twist of its body, Lanyi's claws narrowly grazed its neck, ultimately landing on its back. With a rustle, a few tufts of black fur flew up. The black cat used the force of the strike to push off the ground with its hind legs, propelling itself backward like a spring, landing gracefully a few meters away. Its gaze now filled with ferocity as it regarded Lanyi. Seeing that this ambush had not yielded significant results, Lanyi felt no disappointment. His initial goal had never been to eliminate the black cat outright with this attack. As long as he could provoke it into losing its composure, that would suffice. Objective achieved. Lanyi wasted no time, channeling power into his limbs, turning and dashing toward his predetermined direction. The black cat's already fierce eyes fixated on Lanyi's retreating form, pupils narrowing into slits. Meow! A piercing cat wail echoed through the streets. In the next moment, the black cat transformed into a shadow, chasing after Lanyi. The lurking feline horde, upon witnessing this, no longer concealed themselves, erupting from every corner and surging towards Lanyi's fleeing direction like a tidal wave. In an instant, the street was filled with darting cat figures, the cacophony of meows rising and falling. After covering a considerable distance, Lanyi stole a glance back. The black cat was indeed no ordinary foe. The speed was astonishingly no slower than his own, perhaps even a fraction faster. One could distinctly sense the gap between the black cat and himself narrowing. Yet this also allowed the black cat to create a significant distance from the pursuing forces behind. Excellent. Everything was proceeding according to plan. A subtle smile curved the corners of Lanyi's mouth, his heart calm and collected. Before long, Lanyi appeared to plunge recklessly into an alleyway cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes and dilapidated furniture. The terrain here was exceedingly complex. After weaving through a series of twists and turns, he arrived at a narrow corner. This is the place. Lanyi abruptly halted, pressing his body against the cold wall, his ears twitching slightly. Simultaneously, he began to mentally count down. 5, 4, 3, now. In the next instant, with a mere thought, Lanyi transitioned through the panel, transforming into his human form. 6 seconds of human form time. That would suffice. Why not 3 seconds, you ask? The answer traces back to the previous night. Lanyi had initially intended to switch to human form close to midnight, to observe whether the panel attributes were applicable. However, he had forgotten that he was unable to check the time. Moreover, he had been so engrossed in extending his lifespan that by the time he remembered, it was already past midnight. It was then that Lanyi discovered that the daily refresh rate for switching to human form could indeed accumulate. As for why he specifically ambushed here, it was not only due to the advantageous terrain, but also because there were no surveillance cameras in sight, eliminating the concern of being discovered while switching forms. There were no dazzling visual effects, nor any exaggerated sounds. Almost instantaneously, at the moment his thought was executed, Lanyi transformed from a small cat into a striking young man standing at 5 feet 11 inches tall, having been in cat form for an extended period. Reverting to human form felt somewhat disorienting. Nevertheless, Lanyi had anticipated this. He counted down to the 3rd second to switch forms, allowing himself 2 seconds to acclimate to the bodily changes and adjust his posture. 2. Lanyi's right leg muscles tightened instantly. His calf lifted backwards, toes pressing down slightly. 1. At the moment he mentally roared out the final count, a dark figure appeared sharply around the corner. The black cat executed a beautiful drift, its claws leaving distinct marks on the dust-laden ground. Just as it adjusted its direction and prepared to charge forward, a massive shadow suddenly loomed into view. What was that? The black cat experienced a brief moment of blankness. It only saw a large bare foot rapidly enlarging in its field of vision. The gust generated by the foot even ruffled the fur on its face. Quick. Too quick. There was simply no time to react or evade. Thud. With a dull thump, the black cat's body was sent flying in midair. It didn't even have time to emit a cry of distress before crashing heavily against a wall 3 to 4 meters away. Thud. Another muffled sound echoed. The wall seemed to tremble slightly, shaking loose several pieces of peeling paint. The black cat, akin to a puddle of mud, slid down the wall to the ground, writhing its body but unable to rise. Witnessing this scene, Lanyi's mouth broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, laced with a hint of mockery. How do you like that? Surprised, are we? Chapter 18. One wave of trouble after another. Perhaps having understood Lanyi's taunt, the black cat shook its head. It then raised its head, baring its teeth and hissing, issuing a sound reminiscent of a serpent, attempting to warn Lanyi to keep his distance. Surprisingly, the sound was rather intimidating. Lanyi couldn't help but be astonished. The black cat's physical prowess was unexpectedly robust, still able to hiss despite being struck so forcefully. Could it be because? With 2 seconds remaining in his human form countdown, Lanyi swiftly summoned the panel for a glance. Well, it appeared that his assumptions were not entirely accurate. Both his appearance and basic physical attributes were entirely consistent with his cat form. This signified that even in human form, his strength was merely a pitiful 21 kilograms. Roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old human. No, wait. If that were the case, he shouldn't even be able to stand. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed a faintly colored value appended to the strength stat, 60 kilograms. Lanyi understood. This must be a temporary attribute for maintaining basic movement upon switching to human form. Given this, the issue lay with the black cat. Despite having its strength significantly reduced, requiring gradual enhancement, Lanyi felt no sense of disappointment. After all, that impressive sprinting speed of 19 meters per second was undeniably genuine. 19 meters per second. What does that even mean? The fastest man on Earth, Usain Bolt, achieved a peak instantaneous speed of merely 12.2 meters per second during his 100-meter sprint. His current speed, within the realm of ordinary humans, was undoubtedly at a crushing level. Of course, in the grand tapestry of nature, it hardly ranked as the pinnacle. Animals such as lions, wildebeests, ostriches, and springboks could easily exceed 19 meters per second, not to mention the cheetah, which can surpass 30 meters per second in terrifying bursts. Beyond speed, what truly delighted Lanyi was that, upon switching to human form, the effects of his previously enhanced body parts remained intact. In contrast, the diminished strength seemed trivial. Moreover, strength attributes were the easiest to train and enhance. A bit of time spent in training would suffice to bolster his capabilities. With this realization, a smile spread across Lanyi's face, but before he could fully savor the moment, whoosh. In the next instant, his vision abruptly lowered as he reverted back to cat form. Lanyi grimaced. 6 seconds was still rather short, as he hadn't even had the chance to fully appreciate the experience. Resolutely, he resolved to delve into ways to extend the duration of his human form in the future. Furthermore, until he could maintain human form for a sufficient length of time, he would refrain from engaging in any mischief. Otherwise, he genuinely worried that at a crucial moment, he might abruptly revert to a cat, and while he might remain unscathed, the girl would likely be left with a lasting psychological scar. Shaking his head, Lanyi dismissed these chaotic thoughts from his mind. For now, he needed to address the immediate crisis. Although the black cat had lost its capacity to resist, the situation was far from over. Perking his ears, he listened intently to the surrounding sounds, faintly detecting the hurried patter of cat paws drawing near. Clearly, the black cat's minions had entered the alleyway and were approaching this location. Lanyi's gaze sharpened, settling on the puddle-like black cat a few meters away. It was time to send you on your way. Without unnecessary words or a hint of sympathy, Lanyi's muscles tensed instantaneously, propelling him from the ground with a powerful leap, soaring to a height of 2 to 3 meters. His sharp claws extended from their pads, glinting ominously in the dim light as they lunged directly toward the black cat's head. Meow! A brief, piercing cry of anguish was abruptly silenced. The black cat's body convulsed a few times before gradually falling still. You have slain one black cat. Lifespan increased by 2795 days. Good heavens! Lanyi's eyes brightened. This was the true big boss. Just one black cat equated to the results of his arduous efforts from the previous night. Lanyi abruptly turned to gaze toward the mouth of the alley. At this moment, several agile stray cats rushed into the narrow alleyway. However, upon witnessing the serene demise of their leader deep within the passage, they all instinctively halted. They positioned themselves at the entrance, their bodies slightly hunched. Emitting low growls of unease, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as they hesitated to advance. The reason Lanyi refrained from delivering a final blow in human form and opted instead to revert to his feline shape before acting was to ensure that the black cat's subordinates witnessed the scene of their leader's demise firsthand. This was intended to serve as a deterrent, instilling fear in them. Yet now, Lanyi found himself regretting his decision. So many cats. How many lives could they represent? If he were to dispose of them all, would he not achieve instant wealth? Once this thought took root, it spread like rampant weeds, impossible to suppress. No. He must devise a plan to rectify this situation. Lanyi narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating in his mind. Brute force was certainly not an option. After all, the number of black cat's subordinates was considerable, and Lanyi did not believe he could triumph over them. Even if victory were possible, it would likely be a Pyrrhic one, potentially leaving him injured and at a loss. Wait a moment. Why was he solely focused on exterminating them? He was, after all, a cat with a connection. His perspective needed to be more far-reaching. Rather than slaying these cats, it would be far more advantageous to recruit them as his subordinates. If he could enlist this group of cats, he would no longer need to exert himself in the pursuit of prey. They could be commanded to hunt, and he would merely reap the rewards. A steady stream of sustenance would be his. Anyone with sense would choose the latter. Moreover, recruiting them would prevent future situations like the one he faced today. With some training, they could even serve as scouts, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of this world more swiftly. The more Lanyi contemplated, the more he found this idea feasible. Having just eliminated their leader, his display of power should make subjugating them a relatively simple task. After all, in the worldview of animals, there is no notion of loyalty or vengeance. Strength is the ultimate truth. The strongest becomes the leader. As Lanyi pondered how to deliver a commanding opening statement to persuade this group of strays, he suddenly noticed a stir among the cats at the alley's entrance. The strays blocking the way began to part, creating a passage. Shortly thereafter, a slender tabby cat emerged from the assembly, walking with a leisurely gait. Upon the appearance of this tabby, the previously restless and fearful strays seemed to settle, albeit still warily fixated on Lanyi deep within the alley. Observing this, Lanyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Truly, one wave had not yet subsided before another arose. Given the circumstances, could this tabby be the second in command of the Meow Gang? Or perhaps, the late black cat's paramour? If that were the case, subjugating these cats would likely prove more challenging than anticipated. At the very least, before he could bring them under his control, he would first need to deal with this tabby. Lanyi's thoughts raced, and a subtle glimmer of intent flickered in his gaze as he regarded the tabby. Chapter 19. What intelligence can a cat possess? The tabby cat approached, its elegant steps bringing it within 5 meters of Lanyi before it paused. It did not immediately speak, but first lowered its head, casting its gaze over the lifeless body of the black cat beneath Lanyi's paw, its amber eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Gradually, the tabby raised its head, meeting Lanyi's gaze. Follow me, and no cat in this neighborhood will dare to challenge you. The tabby's intelligence was evident. The message relayed through cat language was crystal clear, markedly different from the dazed demeanor of a calico. Taken aback, Lanyi found himself momentarily speechless. Goodness. He had yet to commence his recruitment speech, and the tabby had already extended an olive branch. Noting Lanyi's lack of immediate response, the tabby's somewhat hoarse voice resonated once more. Rest assured, I am male, so I harbor no ulterior motives toward you. You need not worry that I will compel you to undertake actions against your will, as the Black King did. Furthermore, the tabby shifted the conversation, offering a more enticing proposition. We belong to the same faction. If you are willing, I can regard you as my younger brother, and from now on, any female cat in this neighborhood that catches your eye shall be yours. Upon hearing this, the stray cats at the alley's entrance stirred slightly. Though the murmur was quickly subdued, Lanyi's eyes widened. What in the world were such predatory words? He conceded that the feline perspective might be rather straightforward, but such unabashed promises of benefits, was that truly wise? Lanyi's mouth twitched, and he instinctively retorted, what about my sister-in-law? As soon as the words left his lips, he wished he could slap himself. This was undoubtedly a provocation, and it seemed an inevitable battle loomed. The tabby appeared momentarily taken aback by his sudden, audacious inquiry, its amber eyes fixed on Lanyi in silence for over 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the alley grew tense, the cats at the entrance holding their breath, anxiously observing their temporary leader. Just when Lanyi anticipated the tabby might unleash its fury and prepared for battle, the tabby slowly nodded. All right, goodness. Lanyi could hardly contain himself. This tabby not only possessed high intelligence, but also demonstrated a ruthless disposition and considerable boldness. To attract him, it was willing to concede such terms. Lanyi mused that he could never bring himself to do the same. After a brief contemplation, Lanyi withdrew his paw from the black cat's corpse, fixing his gaze on the tabby as he spoke. If you wish for me to acknowledge you as the leader, you must first prove your strength to me. How about this? Let us engage in a battle. If you win, I shall follow you and heed your every command. If I win, you must listen to me. Upon hearing this, the tabby fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, The tabby surprisingly nodded in agreement. This left Lanyi somewhat astonished. He had merely proposed it casually, never expecting the tabby to accept. He had thought it clever. But it turned out to be rather simple-minded. Lanyi silently scoffed. He had just dispatched their leader, the black cat. And its body had yet to grow cold. Did the tabby truly believe it could surpass the strength of the black cat? If it were indeed stronger, it would have already claimed the leadership position. While it is easy for cats to determine a victor in a fight, completely eliminating an opponent is a far more complex matter. Unless there is a significant disparity in strength or one party is resolute in its determination to perish, the likelihood of a complete kill is slim. The tabby, fully aware of its formidable strength, still dared to accept a duel with him. Was that not foolish? Did it believe he would show mercy? A chilling glint flickered in Lanyi's eyes. While this tabby might make for a decent subordinate, he could not allow it to remain if he intended to fully dominate the cat group. After the black cat's demise, it had easily assumed the leadership role, indicating its high standing and influence within the group. A faction cannot accommodate multiple voices. However, just as Lanyi prepared to stretch his limbs, the tabby merely regarded him calmly, then lifted its head to emit a resonant meow. Meow? What is this tabby cat so noisy about? A look of confusion crossed Lanyi's face, only to witness a surge of 40 to 50 stray cats pouring in from the alleyway corner, completely blocking the entrance. Almost immediately, 3 to 4 dozen more strays emerged from the far end of the alley where he had previously ambushed the black cat. Upon seeing this scene, Lanyi's expression froze, his pupils constricting slightly. Damn it, I've been played. It dawned on him that the tabby cat had no intention of befriending him. Its previous actions were clearly a deliberate delay to allow the slower-moving cat horde enough time to converge and effectively cut off his escape route. Now that its minions had arrived, it no longer needed to feign innocence. What a cunning creature. To think that a mere cat could outsmart him. A man who had lived 2 lives. The realization filled Lanyi with a sense of irritation. Damn. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the tabby cat retreating behind its entourage. I admit, you possess some intellect, but do you believe this will secure your victory over me? This is my chosen battlefield, with its narrow terrain and assorted debris, capable of restricting the numerical advantage of the feline horde. The final outcome remains uncertain. No sooner had he finished this thought than Lanyi charged forward, activating his life-draining ability, cranking it up to the maximum. Today, he intended to teach these oblivious creatures the true meaning of a life-draining powerhouse. Whoosh! A nearby silver tabby, seeing Lanyi rush towards it, instinctively straightened its body, but before Lanyi could reach it, it collapsed, twitching on the ground. Was it playing dead? Clearly not. This silver tabby was likely newly abandoned, experiencing such a grand spectacle for the first time, and was evidently in shock. Its sudden fall sent several nearby strays into confusion, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Simultaneously, Lanyi closed in on a yellow cat, seizing the moment while it was still dazed. He raised his paw and aimed for its eyes. Meow. The yellow cat emitted a piercing scream before collapsing, writhing in agony, blood instantly staining half of its face. With his first strike successful, Lanyi did not pause for breath. He propelled himself towards a nearby white cat, empowered by the life-draining ability at 1,000-fold. Every swipe of his paw, every dodge, every muscle contraction was executed with an extraordinary swiftness. Within just a few breaths, the initially awkward and deliberate onslaught began to flow like water. The alley echoed with the cries of distressed cats. While ordinary cats would merely claw and bite chaotically, Lanyi targeted their eyes, throats, abdomens, and even their vulnerable spots with precision. He sought not to deliver a fatal blow, but aimed to incapacitate his opponents as swiftly as possible. However, even the mightiest of warriors cannot withstand the onslaught of many. Despite his prowess, the sheer number of strays was overwhelming. In a matter of mere seconds, Lanyi had taken down 7 or 8 cats. But injuries began to accumulate on his body, especially after drawing blood. The scent of it ignited the ferocity within the strays. From their initial hesitance, they transformed into relentless attackers, willing to exchange injuries, determined to leave their marks on him even if it meant suffering severe wounds in return. As time passed, Lanyi's stamina dwindled rapidly, and his wounds multiplied, blood almost saturating his entire coat. Gasping for air, he felt the warmth of blood trickling down his forehead, gradually blurring his vision. Shaking his head to clear the blood from his view, he scanned his surroundings with great difficulty. Of the hundreds of cats, fewer than 20 remained standing. Could it be that he would truly fall here today? Chapter 20. I will eventually settle this score, with interest. Lanyi sensed that his body was nearing its limit. His limbs felt as if they were laden with lead, and if not for the fierce determination within him, he doubted he could even manage to stand. Although the life-draining ability was still active, it had only significantly enhanced his battle experience. His physical attributes and strength had not increased substantially. After all, this brutal skirmish had only lasted a mere 10 minutes. To break the deadlock, the only solution lay in reinforcing his torso. Yet, the second stage of torso enhancement required a staggering 100,000 days of lifespan. At that moment, nearly 100 cats had fallen in the alley, yet fewer than 10 were truly dead. Most had merely been gravely injured and rendered incapable of fighting. After this bloody battle, he had gained a mere 19,007 days of lifespan. Subtracting the 90 days consumed during these 13 minutes of life drain, and adding the previous kills and his original lifespan, he barely totaled 26,284 days. He was still far from the required 100,000. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a wave of helplessness surged within him. He stumbled slightly, his body swaying. Not far away, the tabby cat, having observed the unfolding events, clearly recognized that Lanyi was at his wit's end. It slowly approached him, exuding an air of triumph. "You are formidable." The tabby cat stopped about 3 meters away. In its amber eyes, a flicker of complex emotion appeared, perhaps admiration, perhaps regret. "Alas, it is precisely because you are so strong that I cannot allow you to live." The tabby shook its head, a hint of human-like mockery gracing its feline features. "Did you not desire to meet my sister-in-law? I shall escort you to her now." Before it could finish, the tabby bent its hind legs slightly, clearly preparing to deliver the final blow, sending Lanyi to meet its long-deceased black cat spouse. Just at that critical moment, outside the alley, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, accompanied by indistinct shouts. The tabby's movements abruptly halted, its ears perked up in alertness. The remaining strays, barely able to stand, turned to look towards the source of the commotion. At that sight, Lanyi's previously unfocused gaze suddenly brightened. An opportunity. This was his only chance. Without a moment's hesitation, and without time to contemplate the source of the noise, Lanyi summoned the last vestiges of his strength, deliberately letting out a hoarse roar as he lunged toward the tabby cat with reckless abandon. His demeanor suggested a willingness to perish alongside his adversary. The tabby cat reacted swiftly, darting aside and raising its paw to deliver a fierce blow to Lanyi's head. However, its paw met only empty air. Lanyi's seemingly desperate leap was merely a feint. The moment the tabby's paw descended, Lanyi surged forward, darting past it without a backward glance, racing towards the alley's exit. "Stop him!" The tabby cat bellowed in fury, but it was too late. Lanyi's speed was already extraordinary, and at this moment, he pushed his potential to the limit. The 3 strays blocking the alleyway were caught off guard, unable to anticipate that Lanyi still had the strength to counterattack, and could only hastily form a makeshift barrier. Bang! The 3 cats were sent flying like bowling pins. Lanyi burst through the encirclement, sprinting towards the alley's exit without a backward glance. Gasping for air, Lanyi inhaled deeply, his lungs ablaze, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood. Soon, amidst the dimming vision, 5 or 6 figures emerged. Almost simultaneously, Lanyi sensed the disappearance of the pursuit behind him. The cats had halted deep within the alley. A wave of relief washed over him, causing the remnants of his strength to dissipate instantly. Thud! Falling heavily to the ground approximately 2 or 3 meters away from the figures, Lanyi executed a perfect plummeting goose maneuver. What on earth is this? Just a stray cat, yet it looks so grotesque and filthy, truly repulsive. Several sharp, feminine voices rang out nearby, laden with unabashed disdain. Struggling to lift his head, Lanyi's vision remained blurry. As he gradually focused, he discerned 5 exquisitely adorned young women standing at the alley's entrance. These women were dressed in a manner that exuded maturity. To put it plainly, their skirts and shorts were shorter than any underwear Lanyi had ever worn. Yet, their youthful faces betrayed their age, suggesting they were at most 17 or 18. At that moment, one of the women, clad in ultra-short denim shorts that revealed long, slender legs, raised a hand to cover her mouth and nose, her delicate brows furrowing in disgust as she stepped back a couple of paces. "What bad luck," she spat, casting an unfriendly glance toward the wall beside her. "Shinmengli, I warn you for the last time. If you do not voluntarily withdraw from school by the end of the month, the consequences will be far graver than what you face today. Let us go." With that ominous declaration, she turned, swaying her hips, and walked away from the alley without a backward glance. The sound of their high heels clicking against the concrete faded as they departed. Once they cleared the way, Lanyi noticed a figure crouched in the shadow of the wall. Presumably, this was the Shinmengli the woman had mentioned. After the 5 women had retreated, the girl crouched in the corner slowly stood up. She wore a somewhat faded short-sleeve shirt, with several distinct footprints soiling the hem of her pants and shirt. Yet, her expression remained remarkably calm. She merely lowered her head, extending her delicate fingers to gently pat away the dust and footprints from her clothes, her movements deliberate and unhurried. It was only then that Lanyi truly observed the girl named Shinmengli. His first impression was of her pale complexion, an exquisitely comfortable cool white, akin to fine mutton fat jade, emanating a soft glow even in the dimly lit alley. This hue easily evoked thoughts of first love, pristine and untainted by dust. However, her features could only be considered passable. Together with her exceedingly simple attire and slightly malnourished frame, there was an unsettling sense that such exquisite skin had been misplaced on someone less fortunate. Lanyi shook his head, casting aside those incongruous thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the strength to rise from the ground. Staggering unsteadily, he approached Shinmengli, taking faltering steps. The women from earlier were clearly not decent individuals. Had he been uninjured, he might have had some hope of eliciting a modicum of sympathy. But in his current bloodied and battered state, merely approaching them without receiving a kick would be a stroke of luck. As for the girl before him, would a girl who had just been bullied and was struggling to protect herself extend a hand to a half-dead stray cat? Lanyi felt a profound uncertainty. Yet, he had no alternative. Deep within the alley, as the women departed, low, menacing growls began to echo, suggesting that trouble was stirring. If Shinmengli left, they would undoubtedly pounce immediately. Given his current condition, he could no longer evade. Lanyi lifted his gaze. In his dark red feline eyes, Shinmengli's frail figure was reflected. If only he could survive, he would surely settle this score, with interest, not only for himself, but for her as well. Chapter 21. Once you heal, you mustn't hold it against me. This chapter is suggested to be accompanied by the song, Only for You. A weak, feeble meow resonated in the air. Shinmengli's hand paused in its rhythmic patting of her clothing, only to resume the action as if she had heard nothing. Her eyes never glancing in Lanyi's direction. Lanyi, dragging his battered body, had already maneuvered to within a meter of her. She could not possibly have missed him. However, considering her own dire situation, she truly lacked the strength to bear the weight of another life. Lanyi's heart sank gradually, and the last flicker of light in his eyes began to fade. Just as he thought all hope was lost, Shinmengli's movements came to a halt. She stared blankly at the faint footprint on her clothing, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Then, she lifted her head to glance deeper into the alley. When her gaze returned to the pitifully sprawled Lanyi, her clear, pristine eyes seemed to harbor an indescribable complexity, perhaps pity, or perhaps a reflection of shared suffering. As if she saw a kindred spirit in this wretched cat, Shinmengli let out a soft sigh. The dimness in Lanyi's eyes reignited with a flicker of hope. Yet, the next moment, Shinmengli turned and walked directly toward the alley's entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Lanyi felt his limbs weaken, collapsing onto the cold ground, nearly devoid of the strength to lift his eyelids. Perhaps this is fate. Lanyi's eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to completely close his eyes, a pair of delicate, snow-white ankles suddenly appeared at the edge of his hazy vision. Was it an illusion? He struggled to widen his eyes, but could only perceive a nebulous outline. At that moment, a voice, somewhat cool yet unexpectedly melodious, gently echoed above him. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I might have been beaten even worse. Consider this a repayment for your life-saving grace. Shinmengli stood before Lanyi, cradling an old shoebox. Her tone resembling self-reflection, or perhaps an excuse to justify taking him back. The reason she had walked away earlier was to retrieve the shoebox from the alley's entrance. After all, Lanyi was covered in blood. This faded short-sleeve shirt was one of her few remaining decent garments, and she had no desire to soil it. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lanyi finally managed to open his eyes. The scene before him remained somewhat blurry, but the silhouette, the clarity of those eyes, was vividly etched in his mind. In that moment, Shinmengli's face, which could hardly be deemed beautiful, shimmered with a soft halo in his eyes, rendering her more enchanting than any heavily made-up woman. Shinmengli carefully lifted Lanyi, gently placing him into the shoebox. Cradling the box, she gazed down at the nearly lifeless Lanyi and couldn't help but murmur softly, I have nothing good to feed you. Whether you survive depends entirely on your own luck. And remember, once you heal, you mustn't hold it against me. As Shinmengli stepped out of the alley with the shoebox, a tabby cat emerged from the shadows at the far end of the lane. Its amber eyes fixed on the alley's entrance, confusion evident within its depths. The reason it had not pursued earlier was primarily due to the concern that a horde of cats might frighten the humans away. After all, this alley opened onto a street. Should those humans scream, it could easily attract more of their kind, leaving the cats with dire consequences. Moreover, the tabby had sensed that Lanyi was on the brink of collapse. In its perception, humans were inherently dangerous and indifferent beings. How could they possibly extend a hand to a half-dead stray cat? It would be better to wait until those humans left before coming out to deal with Lanyi. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly fragile human would genuinely carry Lanyi away? The tabby cat fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at the two astute subordinates beside him. You two, follow closely. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of that bipedal creature. On the other side, Shinmengli clutched a shoebox, hurrying towards the street. Soon, she came to a halt, her gaze fixating on the remnants of oil stains and dark red blood on the ground, her brow furrowing in concern. This is troublesome. She glanced down at the unconscious Lanyi, biting her lip, and without further hesitation, she sprinted towards the end of the street, holding the shoebox tightly. A moment later, Shinmengli entered a shop called Cute Beast's Home. The air inside was infused with a subtle scent of herbs. A young woman in a cream-colored work uniform, appearing to be in her 20s and possessing a curvaceous figure, was busy organizing items behind the front desk. Sister, Shinmengli called out, carefully lifting the shoebox. Can you see if he can be saved? The receptionist raised her head at the sound, her gaze landing on the shoebox. When she discerned the bloodied Lanyi within, her brow knitted in concern. How could he be injured so severely? She set aside her work and took the shoebox, her tone laced with astonishment. Is this your contracted beast? Shinmengli quickly shook her head. No, I just found this stray cat in the alley. Upon hearing stray cat, the receptionist's expression transformed to one of clear surprise. She scrutinized Shinmengli for a moment, her gaze lingering on her slightly faded short sleeves and trousers. After a brief hesitation, she leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. Little sister, the treatment costs here are quite steep. Are you certain you wish to save this stray cat? Unconsciously, Shinmengli's hand tightened around the hem of her clothing, her fingertips turning pale. How much will it cost in time crystals? The receptionist observed her demeanor and sighed inwardly. She pointed to the injured Lanyi in the shoebox, shaking her head with a hint of resignation, given his injuries. Both internal and external, the entire treatment will likely be. She refrained from stating a specific figure, instead, hesitating momentarily before rephrasing. How about this? I can first give him a thorough cleaning and apply some basic ointments for external wounds. You can just give me 2 time crystals as a token of goodwill. This was already the lowest price she could offer, nearly at cost. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Shinmengli's eyes. She carefully retrieved a necklace woven from a red string from around her neck. At the end of the necklace dangled a thumb-sized transparent glass vial filled with small fragments of time crystals. The crystals were diminutive, the largest no bigger than a fingernail, mostly consisting of tiny particles, akin to the remnants chipped off larger time crystals. She uncorked the small vial and delicately poured the time crystals into her clean palm, bowing her head as she meticulously began to count them one by one. When she finally set aside enough fragments to equal the value of 2 complete time crystals, more than half of the original amount had already diminished. The remaining crystals in the vial were scant. In essence, her entire fortune amounted to perhaps 4 time crystals at most. The receptionist observed this scene and could not help but shake her head with a sigh. She extended her hand, not to take the meticulously counted pile from Shinmengli, but instead, poured out 1 crystal from the vial. This one is sufficient. Keep the rest for yourself. The little cat will also require nourishment to recover. Shinmengli was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the receptionist. Without uttering more, she carefully resealed the glass vial, hung it back around her neck, and then bowed deeply to the receptionist. Thank you, sister. Chapter 22. I have grown stronger, yet also bald. Lanyi felt as though he were submerged in a warm spring. A soothing warmth enveloped every limb and bone, transforming the once searing pain from his injuries into mere faint itches. Where am I? As consciousness gradually returned, Lanyi abruptly opened his eyes. Before him stood a woman clad in a cream-colored work uniform, her head bowed in concentration as she held a slender glass tube filled with a pinkish liquid. In this unfamiliar environment, with an unfamiliar woman, Lanyi's muscles tensed instantly, a wary growl escaping his throat as he prepared to distance himself. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice resonated nearby. Don't move, this sister is applying medicine to you. At the sound, Lanyi momentarily froze. Turning to look, indeed, it was Shinmengli. Taking a moment to reassess his surroundings, he realized he was in a pet hospital. The tension in Lanyi's body gradually eased as he obediently resumed his position. The woman in the cream-colored work uniform observed him with a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting a stray cat to be so compliant. Such a little fellow is quite perceptive, she remarked gently, her hands continuing their work. It was then that Lanyi became acutely aware of the absence of his fur, leaving only a thin layer of downy hair clinging to his skin. What the hell? This baldness would surely hinder his attempts to attract female companions in the future. In this ghastly state, even the round-faced girl at the convenience store might not recognize him. Lanyi felt a wave of despair wash over him, akin to the sensation of being stripped bare and tossed onto a bed while inebriated. Nevertheless, he understood that this was necessary for the treatment of his wounds. It was merely a difficult reality to accept at the moment. All right, for the next week, be cautious not to let it come into contact with water. Keep the wounds dry and clean. The woman set down the medication, then picked up a sterile cloth to gently wipe away any excess medicine from Lanyi's body. As she worked, she turned to Shinmengli and inquired, Little sister, judging by your age, you must be on the verge of awakening your spirit patterns, correct? Shinmengli nodded, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she pondered why the woman had suddenly posed that question. Seemingly sensing her bewilderment, the receptionist explained, It may not just be an ordinary stray cat. You should have noticed its high intelligence and rapid healing speed, which is even quicker than some lower-tier contracted source beasts. If you awaken your spirit patterns and gain the talent of a beast master, you might consider forming a contract with it. Upon hearing this, Shinmengli was clearly taken aback. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the hairless Lanyi. It was not until Lanyi squirmed under her scrutiny that she gently nodded. I will give it serious consideration. Thank you, sister. As Lanyi's mind whirled with thoughts, a sudden flurry of urgent shouts echoed from outside the treatment room. Doctor! Doctor! Please help me check on my little darling. Hearing the commotion, the receptionist wrapped Lanyi in the sterile cloth and carefully handed him to Shinmengli. She nodded, saying, All right, as long as you are mindful, I will step out to take a look. With that, she swiftly pushed open the treatment room door and exited. Cradled in Shunmungli's arms, Lanyi watched as the receptionist's curvaceous figure disappeared beyond the door, his mind still lingering on her earlier words. Drawing from his knowledge of various novels from his past life, Lanyi began to piece together the truth. If all went as expected, this world would initiate the awakening of spirit patterns upon reaching a certain age. As for the Beastmaster, it was evident from her words that it constituted a combat cultivation system in this realm, though there might be other systems as well. At that moment, a pressing question struck Lanyi. Did he possess spirit patterns on the back of his hand when he shifted into human form? This was something he had previously overlooked. If he lacked spirit patterns, could he still awaken? The significance of spiritual patterns is rather trivial. What truly captivates Lanyi is the potential to acquire additional abilities upon awakening them. Following his recent brush with death, Lanyi is fervently eager to enhance his strength. He is resolutely determined to avoid the helplessness of being unable to seize control of his own fate, relying instead on the goodwill of others. Thus, he vows not to overlook any opportunity that could bolster his power. Once the human form cooldown expires, he plans to switch forms for verification, committing this intention to memory. Immediately thereafter, Lanyi calls up his status panel for a brief glance. Just a fleeting moment is enough to startle him, and he curses internally. What the hell? Why is the life-draining function still active? He hastily uses his will to deactivate the life-draining feature, his heart racing with trepidation. It is worth noting that he had activated life-draining at 1,000-fold, which means his lifespan would be consumed at a staggering rate of 10,000 times the baseline. Previously, when escaping the alley, his remaining lifespan was displayed as 26,284 days, but now it has plummeted to 24,930 days. A total of 354 days have been consumed. In other words, he had been unconscious for nearly 3 hours and 15 minutes. Had he remained in a coma for 2 or 3 days, he would have indeed slipped into eternal rest, destined to meet the king of hell. This realization serves as a stern reminder to Lanyi. Henceforth, he must never recklessly activate the life-draining function, especially in moments of vulnerability when he risks losing consciousness. Suppressing the lingering fear, he refocuses on the main status panel. What? The figures have significantly increased. Lanyi is taken aback, his astonishment palpable. His strength has surged from 21 kilograms to 27 kilograms. His physique has risen by 6 points, and his mental acuity has improved by 4 points. However, his movement speed has only increased by a solitary meter, elevating from 19 ms to 20 ms. Yet, this modest enhancement is within Lanyi's expectations. As one progresses, improving movement speed becomes increasingly arduous. Beyond the overt attributes, the most substantial gain from this ordeal lies in the combat experience etched into his very bones. The instinct for battle honed on the precipice of life and death. The acute sense of timing. These cannot be quantified by mere statistics. Lanyi is even confident that had he possessed this combat experience prior to facing that group of cats, he would not have been the one fleeing for his life. With this thought, Lanyi glances down at the multitude of scratches adorning his body, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Once I'm healed, the first to face my wrath will be you lot. Shortly after, Lanyi notices his bare abdomen and can't help but smile wryly, jesting to himself. So, I've grown stronger, yet lost my hair? As Lanyi ponders, Shunmungli has already cradled him out of the pet shop and onto the bustling street. Only then does Lanyi truly behold the vibrancy of this world. The streets are alive with an array of stylish, eye-catching sports cars, while overhead, flying vehicles resembling UFOs zip along designated aerial paths, leaving trails of brilliant light in their wake. Towering structures loom in the distance, each uniquely shaped, their surfaces awash with dynamic advertisements in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to the eye. My goodness, the level of technology here must be at least 5 centuries ahead of Earth. Lanyi muses inwardly, his eyes wide with wonder. Just as he prepares to close the panel and fully immerse himself in the cyberpunk-like futuristic cityscape, a number in the upper right corner of the panel catches his eye, causing him to widen his gaze in disbelief. Chapter 23. So white. Such a large sandstorm mouse. A value displayed beneath the form-switching button reads, 9 seconds per day. What on earth? It was clearly 3 seconds per day before. How did it inexplicably increase by 6 seconds? A massive question mark looms in Lanyi's mind. 6 seconds. Previously, the time accumulated for switching to human form was 2 days, precisely amounting to 6 seconds. Could it be that each switch adds corresponding time? No. Lanyi quickly dismisses this notion after a brief mental calculation. If that were the case, he could fill the switch time limit in just over 10 days, rendering the time constraint utterly pointless. So how did this time increase? Lanyi reflects on the events that transpired after switching to human form, but finds no useful clues. Damn it, what a frustrating inheritance system, devoid of any hints. Lanyi can't help but grumble internally. The Death God inheritance system's features are commendable. The absence of a system sprite and mandatory tasks suits him well. However, the simplicity is rather excessive. Everything relies on his own exploration and discovery. Shaking his head, Lanyi resolves not to dwell on the matter further. He will need to pay close attention in the future. analyzing what he did when the switch time increased to discern the cause. Closing the panel, Lanyi then notices Shunmengli is attempting to navigate through the crowd outside the pet shop. "Excuse me, please make way. Thank you," she speaks softly, cradling Lanyi as she endeavors to weave through the throng. Once within the crowd, Shunmengli inquires of a crouching shop attendant, "Excuse me, is there anything I can assist with?" She hasn't forgotten how the attendant only charged her a nearly negligible crystal fragment to treat Lanyi. This kindness is etched in her memory, and should there be anything within her capacity to aid, she is eager to lend a hand. The shop attendant looks up at her, a smile gracing her features. "There's nothing much. It's just that the client's contracted beast, the sandstorm mouse, is having a bit of a problem and is somewhat unstable emotionally. I just need to soothe it." Upon hearing this, Lanyi's ears perk up, his curiosity piqued. He strains to peek out from Shunmengli's embrace to catch a glimpse of this so-called contracted beast. Just one glance is enough to widen his eyes, and he involuntarily swallows hard. What a large one. Before him lies a colossal mouse, its body covered in short brown fur, nearly a meter long and weighing an estimated 40 to 50 pounds. As he observes, Lanyi's expression turns oddly contemplative. This creature, the more he gazes, the more it resembles an oversized groundhog. However, given its name, the sandstorm mouse, it must possess some unique abilities. Without allowing him further time for observation, the shop attendant swiftly rises, wearing a professional smile. "I apologize, but please make way for us. We need to maintain our normal operations." With that, she nods to Shunmengli and leads the sandstorm mouse back into the shop. Shunmengli, still cradling Lanyi, waits patiently for a moment. Seeing that the shop appears to have no further need for her assistance, she turns and heads home. Along the way, despite feeling utterly exhausted, with eyelids heavy as if laden with lead, Lanyi steels himself, mentally mapping out the routes and landmarks around him. He is determined to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to find his way back when he is healed and ready to seek vengeance on that band of stray cats. As one gradually veers away from the bustling commercial district, the path leads into relatively secluded alleys. The buildings lining the streets transition from the gleaming facades of towering skyscrapers to somewhat antiquated multi-story apartment complexes. In the fresh air, one can discern the burgeoning scent of cooking oil, mingled with the faint, putrid odor of refuse lurking in certain corners. Lanyi's nose twitched slightly. This scent elicited an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seems that regardless of technological advancements, there will always be corners of the city where prosperity is forgotten. After meandering through several turns, Shunmengli entered an old residential building that appeared to have stood for at least 70 or 80 years. The stairwell was dimly lit, its walls adorned with mottled stains and various small advertisements. Lanyi cast a cursory glance and even spotted a rather desperate ad soliciting for children. Were it not for Shunmengli cradling him in her arms, he might have thought he had returned to Earth. Before long, Shunmengli halted on the third floor. She did not rush to open the door, but instead whispered to Lanyi at the entrance, "There's an elderly woman at home. Please try not to make any noise and avoid engaging with her, understood?" Elderly woman? A flicker of confusion crossed Lanyi's eyes, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Observing this, Shunmengli smiled faintly and affectionately ruffled his hair. With a creak, the door swung open. Lanyi peered out from Shunmengli's embrace, surveying what would soon become his new abode. After all, he anticipated residing here for quite some time until his injuries healed and he regained sufficient ability to fend for himself. To Lanyi's surprise, although the apartment was modest, measuring perhaps 60 or 70 square meters with a two-bedroom layout, the interior was quite tastefully decorated. The light-hued wooden flooring and minimalist, stylish furnishings complemented the sizable LCD television mounted on the living room wall. It all suggested the home of a well-off, middle-class family. Yet, if that were the case, why did Shunmengli appear so malnourished and dressed in such simple attire? As Lanyi pondered this, the inner door swung open, revealing an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 60s. She was somewhat plump, her hair styled in fashionable curls, adorned with a substantial gold bracelet on her wrist, a pearl necklace around her neck, and golden earrings dangling from her ears. This ostentatious display of wealth starkly contrasted with Shunmengli's faded short-sleeve shirt. Upon seeing the elderly woman's visage, Lanyi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Judging by her age, she must be Shunmengli's grandmother or perhaps her maternal grandmother. But why did she seem so familiar? Just as Lanyi contemplated where he might have encountered her before, the elderly woman noticed the bareheaded Lanyi in Shunmengli's arms. Her jowls quivered as she glared with her beady eyes, and her sharp, cutting voice rang out. "You worthless brat! Where did you pick up this filthy thing? Is your home not dirty enough for you?" The elderly woman's tirade was punctuated with spittle, her pudgy finger nearly poking Shunmengli's nose. "Picking up scraps is one thing, but now you're bringing this unsightly creature home. It's downright unlucky." Hearing the elderly woman's vitriolic words, Lanyi felt his brows knit tightly. Could this truly be Shunmengli's biological grandmother? He glanced up at Shunmengli, whose expression remained oddly placid, as if she had grown accustomed to such treatment, not even furrowing her brows. A pang of sympathy surged within Lanyi. Bullied at school, only to return home, and face such a sharp-tongued harpy. How oppressive must her life be? I will take care of myself, Shinmengli said softly, casting aside those words, and strode directly into her room, cradling Lanyi. With a resounding bang, the door shut, muffling the elderly woman's unseemly curses. The room was small, with an exceedingly simple arrangement. A single bed and an old table and chair made up the entirety of the furnishings. Shinmengli approached the bed and bent down to retrieve a somewhat worn cardboard box from beneath it. This was her clothing box. Lanyi stretched his neck to sneak a glance inside, discovering a meager assortment of clothes. There were only 2 or 3 neatly folded sets of summer school uniforms and casual wear, alongside a few pieces that were clearly much too small. Their fabric faded and thin, resembling garments worn for many years. Shinmengli took out the few wearable outfits and placed them on the bed. After a moment's thought, she selected several relatively clean and soft items from the obviously ill-fitting old clothes and carefully laid them at the bottom of the box. She patted the organized box, a faint yet gentle smile gracing her face as she softly said to Lanyi, "This will be your home from now on." As Lanyi gazed at her, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, a loud, forceful knocking reverberated from outside, accompanied by an enraged male voice shouting, "Shinmengli, you worthless brat, get out here. Damn it, you can't even handle a trivial task without messing it up. You've cost me a fine of 500 time crystals. If you can't explain this, I swear I'll make you pay." Upon hearing the raucous voice from outside, Shinmengli furrowed her brows, a flicker of fatigue and annoyance crossing her eyes. Lanyi recognized that familiar voice and his brows knitted tightly. No way, what a coincidence. He suddenly recalled the vendor from this morning. No wonder he felt the elderly woman's face was somewhat familiar, especially her beady eyes and sharp features. They were like 2 peas in a pod. However, hadn't the enforcers mentioned a fine of 100 time crystals? Seeing Shinmengli rise, seemingly intent on answering the door, Lanyi felt a surge of dread and instinctively ducked under the bed. It was not out of cowardice, given his current condition. Escaping would not be difficult even if discovered. But if the man knocking was indeed the vendor from this morning, recognizing him and learning that Shinmengli had brought him back could embroil her in unnecessary trouble. As the door swung open, a burly man barged in, his face a mask of rage, pointing a finger at Shinmengli's nose as he berated her. "You little trollop, I told you to tidy up the stall. Where the hell have you been?" Peering through the gap beneath the bed, Lanyi caught sight of the man, and indeed, it was the breakfast vendor he had dealt with earlier. Such foul language. It seemed he had gone easy on him this morning. Once he healed, he would have to frequent the vendor's stall regularly. But how did he end up here? Could he possibly be Shinmengli's father? No, that didn't seem right. Lanyi quickly recalled the details from the morning. The vendor had mentioned that if he didn't take care of him, he wouldn't bear the surname Nya. Yet Shinmengli's surname was Shun. They couldn't possibly share a surname, could they? Moreover, looking at this corpulent, thuggish man, how could he possibly father such a well-mannered daughter as Shinmengli? Lanyi shook his head internally, refusing to believe there was any blood relation. At that moment, the elderly woman followed in from the living room, frowning as she tugged at the man's arm, her tone laced with impatience. "What are you shouting about? What on earth happened? Speak clearly. Sister, today is certainly not a day for me to pick a quarrel." Immediately following that, he recounted the events of the morning in a general sense. Of course, he made no mention of the incident that had left him so battered by a cat. Instead, he emphasized that he had merely sustained a minor injury and then instructed Shinmengli to clean up the overturned stall. However, Shinmengli did not comply, resulting in a fine of 500 shijing imposed by the Enforcement Bureau for disrupting the city's appearance. The more Nya Feiju spoke, the more agitated he became, spitting words in frustration. Such a trivial matter, and she couldn't handle it. "Sister, this incident is entirely her fault. She must cover the 500 shijing fine." Listening to Nya Feiju's account, Lanyi, who lay hidden beneath the bed, could not help but silently curse the shameless fat pig. Clearly, it was a 100 shijing fine, yet he exaggerated it to 5 times that amount. Soon after, Lanyi fell silent, replaying the entire incident in his mind. Had he not clashed with the vendor that morning, Shinmengli would not have been summoned to tidy up the mess. If she hadn't gone, she wouldn't have been bullied by those few rowdy classmates in the alley. If she hadn't been bullied, she wouldn't have fortuitously appeared at the alley's entrance to save his nearly lifeless self. Fate truly is a fickle mistress. Lanyi had little time to lament the cruel twists of destiny. Frowning in concentration, he pondered how to resolve this predicament. He couldn't allow Shinmengli to bear the brunt of everything. At that moment, the elderly woman, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly waved her hand with a hint of impatience in her tone. "Enough, enough. I thought it was a grave matter. It's just 500 shijing, isn't it? I'll cover it." Saying this, the old woman seized Nya Feiju and turned towards the living room. Lanyi was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? This old hag had been so acrid and insulting towards Shinmengli, yet now she was so agreeable? Could it be that she had a heart beneath her sharp tongue, only struggling to express it? Just as this thought crossed Lanyi's mind, the old woman returned, stepping back into the room. Such a lovely back. It would be a pity not to try cupping. The 500 Shijing will be noted on your account. When you awaken the spirit patterns, you'll repay me with both principal and interest. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing her words, Lanyi silently sighed, acknowledging that he had jumped to conclusions too soon. A heart beneath a sharp tongue? Not a chance. This old hag and that Nia Feiju were undoubtedly kin, calculating as anyone could be. As for Shinmengli, she showed no sign of surprise at the old woman's words, responding with a calm demeanor, as if she had anticipated such a statement. All right. If there is nothing else, you may leave now. The old woman clearly did not expect to see any other emotion on Shinmengli's face. She looked as though she had swallowed a fly, shooting a disdainful glance at Shinmengli before finally exiting the room. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, shaking the walls slightly. Lanyi couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. Although he still didn't know how much Shijing was worth in terms of lifespan, as long as it could be resolved with lifespan, it was manageable. What he feared most was that Nia Feiju might not relent and truly harm Shinmengli. He was still limited in his ability to switch to human form. Unable to speak, with very few options available to him. If a conflict arose, he certainly could not stand idly by. But what then? Shinmengli would likely find herself in even greater trouble. Emerging from beneath the bed, Lanyi's gaze fell upon Shinmengli's frail silhouette. What exactly was the nature of her relationship with those despicable siblings? There was too little useful information. Even with his cleverness, Lanyi could not deduce more. With a helpless shake of his head, he approached Shinmengli and gently nudged her pant leg with his head. This was the only way he could offer solace to this pitiable girl. Meow, a soft cat sound echoed in the room, carrying a hint of comfort. Shinmengli slowly crouched down, extending her delicate fingers to gently stroke Lanyi's head. Little one, are you hungry? Lanyi shook his head, his dark red cat eyes fixed on her intently. Upon seeing this, a faint smile broke across Shinmengli's face. Then, as if recalling something, her smile faded slightly. And with a hint of hesitation, she softly said, Mimi, I have to go to the martial academy later. I can't take you with me. So you must stay here and rest, all right? Mimi? Lanyi's mouth involuntarily twitched at the peculiar name, which brought back memories of something he had seen outside the pet shop. As for going to the martial academy, Lanyi was quite eager to accompany her, hoping to learn more about the cultivation system of this world. However, his wounds were not yet healed. To follow her recklessly would only cause her more trouble. It seemed he would have to wait until he recovered and then seek an opportunity to sneak along and explore. With this thought in mind, Lanyi obediently nodded. Observing the small cat at her feet, whose clear eyes seemed to perceive everything, Shinmengli felt a touch less lonely. At least, she had a friend who, though silent, could bring her a semblance of warmth. I'll bring you something delicious tonight, Shinmengli said, rubbing Lanyi's head, her voice a touch lighter than before. Soon, the room fell into silence. Lanyi yawned, physiological tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. From the previous night until now, aside from the 3 hours of unconsciousness, he had scarcely managed to close his eyes. Now, as he relaxed, a wave of profound fatigue washed over him like a surging tide. Lanyi approached the cardboard cat nest that Shinmengli had prepared for him. With a graceful leap, he landed inside. The makeshift mattress of old clothes was relatively soft, imbued with a faint fragrance reminiscent of soapberry, akin to Shinmengli's own scent. Adjusting himself into a comfortable position, he had barely rested for a few seconds when a gentle purring sound began to resonate in the modest, quiet room. In this slumber, Lanyi slept deeply and for a long time. When he finally opened his eyes in a daze, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort enveloping him. Shaking his head, he poked his head out from the cardboard box and glanced towards the window, preparing to gauge how long he had slept by the light filtering in from outside. The remnants of the setting sun had long since faded. However, Lanyi's attention was not on that. Instead, he was captivated by a silhouette at the window. Turned away from him, clad in a simple white camisole, it casually slipped down to her waist, fully revealing the slender yet resilient curve of her back before Lanyi. Her skin was as fair as the finest mutton fat jade, glowing softly in the dim light streaming through the window. Her long, black hair cascaded down freely, gracefully draping over her smooth back, swaying gently with the occasional breeze, as though whispering untold secrets. The entire scene was so breathtakingly beautiful that it seemed almost surreal, tranquil, hazy, yet imbued with a sweetness and faint melancholy unique to a young girl. Lanyi felt his heart tighten, as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding uncontrollably. How beautiful! What a pity it would be not to try cupping such a lovely back. Lanyi quickly shook his head, dismissing such a jarring thought from his mind, and refocused on the figure before him. Given the circumstances, Shinmengli must have just finished bathing. So had he missed something? Lanyi prided himself on not being the type to be rendered immobile at the sight of a beautiful girl. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he had savored every conceivable delicacy, from exquisite artworks meticulously crafted in top-tier establishments to the enchanting wild roses blooming in narrow alleyways. What culinary experience had he not indulged in? Yet now, he could swear that his heart, having been hardened by the myriad of charming encounters in his former existence, had become impervious to all temptations. At this moment, However, it felt as if his defenses had been breached. Perhaps it was due to his intense focus that Lanyi unconsciously leaned forward. Thud! He tumbled from the edge of a not particularly high cardboard box. The sound was not loud, yet in the stillness of the room, it resonated with startling clarity. Shinmingli by the window was evidently startled by the sudden noise. Her body quivered slightly, and in a flurry, she hastily pressed something against her face before pulling up her slipping camisole to cover the enticing expanse of her fair skin. Once she had completed these actions, Shinmingli turned around. Upon seeing that the source of the noise was Lanyi, she visibly relaxed and smiled gently, saying, "Mimi, you're awake. Come and see if the food I prepared suits your taste." As she spoke, she approached the desk, picked up a white disposable food container, and opened it in front of Lanyi. However, Lanyi did not lower his gaze to inspect the container. Instead, he fixated on Shinmingli's face, unblinking. Just moments ago, he had clearly witnessed her in a state of panic, swiftly applying something to her face. The motion was so quick, almost instinctive. Logically, a girl, especially in such a semi-nude state, would instinctively prioritize covering her body before addressing any other concerns. What could possibly be of greater importance? So crucial that she would risk exposure to rectify her facial appearance first? Chapter 26. One day, I will ensure that you stand proudly in the sunlight. Lanyi scrutinized Shinmingli's face, his mind racing. Her skin remained fair and delicate, devoid of any traces of makeup, presenting no visible issues. Yet, the absence of apparent problems was itself the greatest enigma. Could it be that she was employing a disguise? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. From the moment he first laid eyes on Shinmingli, he had sensed an underlying oddity. Her face, while clean and charming, seemed to possess a subtle dissonance with her jade-like complexion, slender figure, and the occasional chill emanating from her demeanor. If she truly were in disguise, then everything would fall into place. As for the reason behind such a disguise, it was simple. For words, a beauty brings disaster. Born into a poverty-stricken family, a girl without support, possessing an exceptionally striking appearance, would only place herself in the jaws of hungry wolves. The narrative of a nameless, backgroundless school beauty thriving to encounter the protagonist exists solely in novels. Did one really believe that such a beauty resided in the desolate mountains? Anyone with eyes could discern whether a person was beautiful. Once her reputation spread, it wouldn't be long before all manner of predators, akin to sharks sensing blood, would converge upon her. Without sufficient power to safeguard her beauty, it would only invite endless calamities and humiliation. With this realization, Lanyi's yearning for strength reignited within him, burning more intensely than ever. Shinmingli, noticing Lanyi's dazed expression, felt a twinge of confusion. "Mimi, what's wrong? Do you not like the meal I brought you?" Her gentle voice pulled him back from his tumultuous thoughts. Lanyi gathered his composure and glanced down at the white disposable food container before him. Inside, there was merely a small portion of plain rice, accompanied by a few wilted vegetable leaves. The only semblance of meat was a piece of unknown beast meat, roughly the size of his pinky, emitting a faint aroma. The meal was strikingly simple, bordering on meager. Yet, this was likely all Shinmingli could spare from her own rations. A complex wave of emotions surged within Lanyi: sourness, gratitude, and a heavy sense of responsibility. He felt an increasing debt to this girl, akin to a snowball growing larger and larger. Lanyi could not help but gaze deeply at Shinmingli. "One day, I will ensure that you stand proudly in the sunlight, free from the need to conceal yourself and unafraid of anyone's covetous gaze," he vowed silently within. Subsequently, he lowered his head and began to eat heartily. Watching Lanyi devour the meager meal, a faint smile involuntarily graced Shinmingli's cool features, and she reached out to gently caress his back. "Eat slowly, don't choke." However, just as she spoke, her hand hesitated. The sensation beneath her fingertips felt somewhat amiss. A flicker of confusion crossed Shinmingli's eyes, and she discreetly brushed aside the remaining fur on Lanyi's back. "What about the wounds?" Shinmingli held her breath. Her initial confusion replaced by an overwhelming shock. The wounds on Lanyi's back had nearly healed. Most of the minor scratches had completely vanished, leaving only a few of the more severe gashes that had once seemed perilous, now crusted over. At this astonishing rate of recovery, it would not be long before these scabs fell away, leaving no trace behind. In her mind, Shinmingli recalled what the sister at the pet shelter had told her. It may not be an ordinary stray cat. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere consolation, not giving it much thought. Yet the scene before her compelled her to re-evaluate the little cat she had rescued. Oblivious to Shinmingli's increasingly fervent gaze, Lanyi was wholly engrossed in tackling the meager contents of the food container. The plain rice was bland, the wilted vegetable leaves devoid of any oil, and the solitary piece of beast meat disappeared in just 2 bites. Yet he understood that this was the best Shinmingli could offer. As he chewed and swallowed, Lanyi contemplated his next course of action. First and foremost was to exact revenge on that tabby cat. A gentleman's revenge is never too late? Nonsense. Lanyi's motto was, revenge should be immediate. Anything delayed is stale. He must ensure that the culprits understood why the flowers bloomed so red and why the feline lord was so fierce. In addition, He could also recruit the Tabby cat's subordinates, beyond merely extending his lifespan. The most crucial aspect was to position a few of the more intelligent ones to keep an eye on the little bullies tormenting Shinmengli. Lanyi had not forgotten that the lead bully had issued a threat, insisting that Shinmengli must withdraw from school by the end of the month. Even if he did not deal with them immediately, he needed to be aware of their plans to prepare himself accordingly. Next, he had to extend his lifespan and settle the score with Nye Feiju for the 500 crystal he had extorted from Shinmengli during the day. However, all these matters hinged on one crucial question: how to persuade Shinmengli to let him venture outside. The simplest method would be to write on the ground to inform Shinmengli. Yet that bore too much risk. It was not the time for such revelations. Despite Shinmengli's kindness and her status as his savior, this was a decision best made when his strength was sufficient and he had a deeper understanding of this world. After all, while empathy could be understood, if a cat were to directly write to express its thoughts, Lanyi suspected that Shinmengli might promptly deliver him to the authorities. Gurgle. As the last morsel of food was consumed, Lanyi licked his lips with a hint of lingering desire. To be honest, Lanyi felt only a third full. Well, it seems another item must be added to the list of plans. Once he can venture outside, he must find a way to secure himself an additional meal. Otherwise, with the current standard of sustenance, he would inevitably become as emaciated as a skeletal cat. Lanyi lifted his head, unexpectedly meeting Shinmengli's eerily bright gaze, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. What the heck? Girl, what kind of look is that? Meow. His uncertain feline sound jolted Shinmengli back to reality. Mimi, are you thirsty and in need of water? She inquired, as she retrieved a pristine small porcelain bowl from beside the cardboard cat bed. The bowl brimmed with clear water, evidently prepared for him in advance. Only then did Lanyi notice that next to his lavish single room, not only was there a dedicated water bowl, but also a cardboard box. Moreover, the box contained a substantial amount of fine gray sand. Lanyi craned his neck for a better view, then tilted his head, displaying a remarkably human-like and complex expression of bewilderment. How should one put it? If one were to call Shinmengli foolish, it would be undeniable that she was genuinely attentive, treating him like her own child. No, like her beloved cat, even considering a litter box for him. Yet, to label her clever? Who uses cement as cat litter? Chapter 27. Cat version of sit ups. The use of cement as cat litter is indeed a peculiar notion that Shinmengli devised. It's uncertain whether she pilfered it from some construction site. Lanyi surmised that she might have thought of it because both cement and cat litter solidify upon contact with water, making it convenient for cleaning. Strangely enough, this line of thought did hold a semblance of logic. However, even if this were indeed cat litter, Lanyi would not use it. Cats maintain their hygiene by grooming their fur. Lanyi simply could not bring himself to do so, irrespective of cleanliness. The thought of licking and ending up with a mouthful of fur was quite unsettling. Not grooming would undoubtedly result in him soiling himself if he used the litter, leaving him in an odorous predicament. Thus, he would have to disappoint Shinmengli's good intentions. Eureka! Gazing at the half-full box of cement, Lanyi's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. This could be the solution to his escape. Without hesitation, he approached the luxurious cement litter box. Mimicking the behavior of an ordinary cat, he clawed vigorously at the cement. Swish, swish. A fine cloud of gray dust erupted with his movements. Cough, 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 cough. Lanyi reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously leaning back while emitting a series of coughs as the dust ascended. Witnessing this, a flicker of concern crossed Shinmengli's face, accompanied by a surge of self-reproach in her heart. Mimi, are you all right? Lanyi promptly stifled his coughing, gently shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed. He then turned and leaped onto the nearby, closed windowsill. Meow? Lanyi glanced back at Shinmengli, his dark red feline eyes fixating on the outside, the intent unmistakable. Shinmengli paused for a moment, quickly grasping Lanyi's intention. You wish to go outside to take care of yourself? Upon seeing Lanyi nod, a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. She was not concerned about Lanyi falling from the third floor. After all, he was clearly no ordinary stray cat, and there were plenty of air conditioning units outside to serve as landing pads. Her genuine worry lay in whether, if she let Lanyi out, he would return. The mere thought of this possibility tugged at her heart, evoking an indescribable sense of loss. Although she had not spent much time with Lanyi, his presence had undeniably infused her somewhat dreary life with a splash of color. Nonetheless, Shinmengli's moment of hesitation quickly passed, and she stepped forward to push open the tightly shut glass window. Mimi, be careful, don't fall, she softly admonished, her voice laced with a tenderness she herself was unaware of. At this juncture, she parted her lips, as if wanting to say something more, perhaps urging him to return soon or not to forget his way home, but the words caught in her throat. Lanyi perceived the flicker of reluctance in her gaze. He did not immediately leap out, but instead turned back, gently nudging Shinmengli's hand resting on the window frame with his head. The warm touch elicited a momentary surprise from her, soothing the pang of wistfulness in her heart. Meow? Lanyi did not linger, knowing he would return, deeming it unnecessary to engage in overly sentimental farewells. Casting a glance at the position of the air conditioning units outside, he bent his hind legs slightly, then sprang into action, swiftly disappearing into the shadows below. Shenmengli stood by the window, watching the direction in which Lanyi vanished, remaining motionless for a considerable time. The night breeze wafted through the window crack, carrying a hint of coolness that tousled her fringe. She reached out to touch the back of her hand where Lanyi had nudged her moments ago, softly murmuring, "He will come back, right?" Just as Lanyi descended the stairs and had not taken more than a few steps, he spotted two pairs of eerie green eyes glimmering from the bushes across the hallway. It was clear that these were reflections from lights striking the eyes of animals. Lanyi paused momentarily. A tabby cat? The thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. Huh, I haven't even sought you out for trouble, yet you've sent your minions to keep watch on me. Lanyi narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within. He refrained from approaching and decided not to disturb the situation. It wasn't the right time yet. He could always confront them later when Shenmengli was sound asleep. After all, that silly girl was likely still standing by the window, anxiously waiting for his return. If he were to come back too late, who knows what wild thoughts would race through her mind, worrying if he had truly run away. With this in mind, Lanyi feigned nonchalance, diverting his gaze. He found a relatively secluded corner to relieve his physiological needs while carefully observing his surroundings. Surprisingly, this area, reminiscent of a slum, was rather promising. Compared to the glitzy commercial district, the ecological environment here was evidently more conducive to the survival and reproduction of various insects. In the brief moment it took to relieve himself, Lanyi spotted dozens of spiders, cockroaches, and various small creatures. It seemed he could utilize this place as his hunting ground for quite some time. Having concluded his business, Lanyi wasted no time and leaped back to the third-floor window. Just as he landed on the windowsill, he was met with Shenmengli's visibly joyful gaze. "Mimi, you're back. From now on, I want to lock this window. I'll leave it ajar for you to come and go freely." Shenmengli visibly sighed in relief, her face breaking into a genuine smile, as she had truly feared that Lanyi might not return after venturing out. Leaving the window ajar for easy access? Lanyi felt hopeless. Such a normal statement always seemed to lead him astray in thought. At this moment, Shenmengli's anxious heart finally settled. She refrained from saying anything further, turning to sit at her desk, pulling out an old phone that appeared to have seen better days from her pocket. As her fingers danced across the screen, a soft glow unfolded before her eyes. Lanyi, curious to see if any useful information lay within, leaned forward, only to be met with a blinding white screen. Good heavens, this thing even has privacy protection? Lanyi mused internally. Since he couldn't see it, he had no intention of remaining idle. His gaze swept around the modest room. With a nimble movement, Lanyi slipped beneath the bed. Although the space between the bed frame and the ground was not particularly expansive, it proved sufficient for his current stature. Adjusting his position, Lanyi lay flat on his back with his paws in the air, his hind legs perfectly positioned to push against the bed frame. Excellent. The height was just right. A satisfied smile crept onto Lanyi's lips. As he activated the life-draining mode, he raised his two feline paws to his head, engaging his core to lift his upper body, completing a cat-like sit-up. Though the action appeared somewhat comical, Lanyi's gaze was unwaveringly focused. 200. Upon finishing the final sit-up, Lanyi felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the cool floor, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Fortunately, cats have very few sweat glands, so he was not drenched in perspiration. Only the pads of his paws and the tip of his nose glistened with tiny beads of sweat. Upon witnessing the increased numbers on his panel, Lanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. His strength had increased by 2 kilograms, and his constitution by 1 point. The results were simply astounding. He could not help but ponder whether this growth would diminish as his attributes improved. If it did not, it meant that with sufficient effort, he could infinitely enhance his attributes. This exhilarating prospect sent a surge of energy through Lanyi. Tired? What was that? Such a notion was non-existent. The immediate rewards for his exertions were intoxicating, and the thrill of watching his attributes soar was simply addictive. Determined, Lanyi gritted his teeth and, fueled by exhilaration, completed another set of 200 sit-ups in just 5 minutes. The numbers on the panel flickered once more. Delightful. The pleasure was overwhelming, rendering him unable to stop. As he progressed through more sets, the resting intervals gradually extended from mere seconds to a full minute, then 3 minutes, and finally 5. After completing the 10th set, 2,000 sit-ups in total, Lanyi could no longer move. His abdominal muscles felt as though they were being pierced by heated needles, throbbing painfully. Yet, despite his body's nearing limits, he could not help but grin foolishly. Strength, 47 kilograms. Constitution, 31. In less than 2 hours, his strength had surged by a remarkable 20 kilograms, and his constitution had increased by 10 points. In that moment, all fatigue and soreness transformed into an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Lanyi chose not to push further. He understood that excess in all things could lead to harm. It was unwise to attempt to achieve too much at once, for muscles required time to recover. The last thing he wanted was to risk an injury due to overexertion. Yet, a thought blossomed in Lanyi's mind. When he accumulated a lifespan of 100,000 days, he planned to push his physical limits to the extreme, training tirelessly until he could no longer go on. By then, enhancing his physique should also repair any damage incurred from excessive exertion. After all, considering the swelling he had experienced previously, a little enhancement would surely resolve such issues. With this thought, Lanyi's smile deepened. As he deactivated the life-draining function and prepared to retract the panel, his peripheral vision caught a sudden flicker on the display. Lanyi paused, momentarily stunned. The duration for switching to human form had inexplicably increased by 1 second, and it had occurred right before his eyes. What was this? How had it inexplicably grown? Lanyi felt a perplexing confusion settling in. Could it be that enhancing his attributes also extended the time for his human form? That did not seem plausible. He had completed 2,000 sit-ups for a mere second increase. Yet previously, after battling a group of wild cats, his attributes had increased significantly, yielding a 6-second gain in one go. If it were truly due to his attributes, the logic would not align. Furrowing his brow, Lanyi meticulously recalled the moments when his switching time had increased. Apart from the attribute enhancements, the only common factor remaining was Shinmengli. His gaze drifted towards the serene figure seated at the desk. Could it truly be due to her? If so, did that mean Shinmengli had become a living power source? The more he pondered, the more he felt it was a distinct possibility. After all, she had been nearby during both instances of time increase, with the only variable being their proximity. With a hypothesis in hand, verifying it would be simple. Lanyi leisurely emerged from beneath the bed, leaping onto Shinmengli's lap. Meow? As she looked down, Lanyi let out a soft, plaintive sound, rubbing against her legs, relishing the affection. After all, he was a cat now. There was no shame in being adorable. To his surprise, Shinmengli's legs, though seemingly slender, had a pleasing softness, and resting against them felt far more comfortable than he had anticipated. Adjusting his position, Lanyi nestled in for maximum comfort. Shinmengli, feeling the weight on her lap, glanced down to see Lanyi, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tenderly stroked his back. Be good. I'll play with you shortly. She then resumed her focus on the screen before her. Time ticked away. Lanyi remained fixated on the attribute panel. The lifespan indicator on the wheel of fate diminished second by second, serving as a makeshift timer. At precisely 1 hour, the duration for switching to human form increased by 2 seconds, reaching 12 seconds per day. Splendid. Lanyi's eyes lit up, internally exclaiming, just as I suspected. This meant that the closer he was to Shinmengli, the faster the duration for switching to human form would increase. Previously, when he was beneath the bed for 2 hours, the increase had been minimal due to distance. Now, resting on her lap, he had gained double the time in just 1 hour. What if he were to become even more intimate with Shinmengli? Perhaps they could explore the intricacies of mortise and tendon joints together, engaging in close proximity. Would the time enhance even further? This thought flickered through Lanyi's mind before he promptly suppressed it. Despite his intentions, his abilities did not permit such boldness. However, if he were to rely solely on this method to enhance his switching time, the efficiency was undeniably lacking. With a full day comprising 24 hours, or 86 for 100 seconds, achieving the maximum duration of 24 hours would require him to remain in close proximity to Shinmengli for a staggering 800 days, nearly 5 years. This timeline was simply too protracted. Moreover, even if he pursued this method, it might take a decade to achieve the desired outcome. Thus, it was imperative to find an alternative route. As for why proximity to Shinmengli increased the duration for switching to human form, Lanyi had begun to formulate some theories. If he was not mistaken, it likely had to do with the contracted girlfriend function, whose effects were still unknown. He speculated whether this function applied solely to Shinmengli or to all women. If it were the latter, Lanyi felt compelled to seek out additional caretakers, perhaps affluent women, elder sisters, or even cute little Lolas could be considered. Chapter 29. From now on, I call the shots in this realm. The night was as dark as ink. The frigid moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only a few streetlights in the quiet corners of the neighborhood to cast a faint glow. Beneath one such streetlight, Lanyi was vigorously digging with his front paws, sending dirt flying and producing a soft rustling sound. Moments later, he surveyed the pit before him, approximately 10 centimeters deep, and nodded in satisfaction. He then reached out with his claws to place his spoils into the hole, muttering, "Consider this a family reunion gift. No need to thank me." Within the pit lay 14 slightly larger mice, neatly arranged, alongside 10 tiny pink ones, their eyes still closed. The reason he had taken the trouble to dig this grave was not out of a sudden surge of kindness or a pang of conscience, but rather a pragmatic consideration. Abandoning the corpses in the wild would soon result in a foul stench permeating the area, ultimately distressing himself. He intended to continue hunting in this prime locale. Moreover, one must acknowledge the remarkable resources of this area. Previously, when he activated his life-draining ability, he spent 833 days of lifespan for merely 2 hours of training. Yet now, after just 1 hour of hunting, he had gained back over 9,000 days, a tenfold increase in efficiency, akin to riding a rocket. Lanyi summoned his status panel to check his remaining lifespan. 32,990 days. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to enhance his two front limbs to bolster his strength before seeking revenge on the tabby cat, with plans to return afterward to further augment his torso's lifespan. With a firm decision in mind, he wasted no time. As 2,000 days of lifespan were deducted, a warm surge coursed through his forelimbs, accompanied by a tingling sensation and a slight sting. This process lasted just over a minute. Instinctively, Lanyi lifted his right paw. With a swift motion, a nearly 10-centimeter-long bone claw sprang forth from his paw pad, glinting with a chilling light under the dim street lamp. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of surprise. After the enhancement reached its second stage, the claws were not only sharper but appeared as hard as any alloy material. While it might be an exaggeration to say they could cut through iron with ease, they would certainly tear flesh effortlessly. However, a pressing concern arose. How would he walk with such long claws? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bone claw retracted silently, perfectly concealed within his paw pad. Lanyi's eyes brightened in realization. He could extend and retract them at will. Astonishing. He had not anticipated that these enhanced claws would function similarly to Wolverine's, allowing him to control their length with his thoughts. This newfound ability emboldened him to approach even slightly larger creatures. At that moment, Lanyi's ears twitched, and he turned to glance at a dense patch of grass not far from the building. Earlier, when he had come to hunt for lifespan, he had noticed two cats keeping watch, but they had disappeared. It appeared they had returned, and just in time. Now was the opportune moment to confront that cunning tabby cat. After a few breaths, a piercing, shrill cat wail shattered the tranquility of the night. Meow. The grass rustled violently. Lanyi's right front paw pinned down a slightly plump orange cat with a firm grip. The bone claw, emerging partially from his paw, easily pierced the orange cat's scalp, causing crimson blood to seep out and stain the tuft of orange fur on its forehead. This orange cat was evidently one of the watchers sent by the tabby. Hearing the agonizing cry, Lanyi furrowed his brow, annoyed by the loudness of the wailing. He hoped it wouldn't wake Shinmengli. He immediately applied more pressure, the cold claw sinking deeper. Silence. The orange cat's cries abruptly ceased. Its amber eyes widened in sheer terror, the pupils constricting into thin slits. Its limbs went limp against the ground, fur pressed tightly to its skin, trembling uncontrollably. From now on, this territory is mine, Lanyi declared, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Is there a problem? Noticing the orange cat's silence, he frowned. This was unusual. Typically, strays were like reeds in the wind, aligning with whoever was strongest. Could it be that this orange cat had some backbone? If it couldn't be tamed, then it would face the end. Just as Lanyi prepared to deliver the fatal blow, the orange cat emitted a series of pitiful gurgles, sounding almost like pleas for mercy. What was this? Lanyi loosened his grip, circling to the front to inspect. He then discovered that the orange cat's face was buried in the dirt, rendering it unable to speak. Upon seeing Lanyi, the orange cat did not immediately rise, but remained prone, too afraid to move. It cautiously glanced at him from the corners of its eyes, filled with reverence. Pressing its head low to the ground, tail tucked tightly between its legs, and issuing a submissive mewl, indicating that it would henceforth recognize only Lanyi as its leader. Seeing the orange cat's submission, Lanyi nodded. It seemed that recruiting a subordinate was simpler than anticipated. Do you have a name? He inquired. The orange cat hesitated, then shook its head cautiously, replying, Boss, I don't have a name, but those two-legged creatures sometimes call me Mimi. Lanyi's lips twitched involuntarily. Mimi? Really? Was that the name all the stray cats in the world shared? Suppressing the urge to scoff, he glanced at the orange cat's bright fur and casually remarked, Given your yellow coat, I shall call you Huang Mao from now on. Huang Mao? The orange cat wagged its tail and immediately nodded, exclaiming, Thank you for the name, boss. I will be Huang Mao from now on. The name you chose is truly brilliant. Such flattery did exhibit a measure of finesse. Lanyi remained non-committal and continued. By the way, wasn't there another cat with you earlier? Where has it gone? We just returned to inform that oblivious tabby cat. It instructed me to continue watching and to notify it the moment I saw you, the orange cat replied. Indeed, it was that tabby cat. It was quite clever to send a subordinate to keep watch and report back. Lanyi narrowed his eyes. Lead the way to it. Boss, the orange cat began, opening its mouth as if to inquire if it would be just the two of them going. It was understandable to be concerned, given that the tabby had many subordinates. However, just as the words were about to escape its lips, it seemed to recall something and promptly shut its mouth. What a joke. Its boss was no ordinary cat. Lanyi's combat prowess was terrifying. It had witnessed him carve a bloody path through a frenzied assault of over 100 cats. Those foes were now merely a pack of injured strays. How could Lanyi possibly fear them? Moreover, just moments ago, when Lanyi had dealt with it, he had effortlessly pinned it down without the slightest resistance. This power was evidently greater than when he had fought amidst the cat horde. Though the orange cat could not comprehend how Lanyi had changed so drastically in a single day, it did not prevent it from recognizing one undeniable fact. Lanyi had grown stronger. This was, without a doubt, a tremendous boon. with such a formidable leader backing it. Huang Mao felt emboldened to assert itself in other neighborhoods. With this thought, the orange cat felt a surge of comfort, its tail held high, swaying in triumph as it strutted along, exuding an air of confidence. Lanyi, trailing behind, keenly observed the orange cat's sudden transformation. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he could not help but murmur inwardly, "What on earth is this wretched creature doing? Is it trying to seduce me with such a ridiculous gait?" At this thought, Lanyi's expression darkened. It seemed imperative that once he tamed the feline horde, he should consider a physical castration to prevent them from incessantly fixating on him. Chapter 30, Fallen Street. The night breeze carried a hint of warmth as it swept through the lowly tenements of the slums, ultimately merging into a cacophony of vibrant lights. The orange Tabby, leading Lanyi through a labyrinth of dark, narrow alleys, suddenly emerged into a broad expanse. The sizzling sound of spatulas clashing with iron plates, the explosive crackle of ingredients hitting hot oil, the enthusiastic shouts of vendors, and the raucous banter of diners engaged in games of chance filled the air. The rich aromas of cumin, chili, and garlic wafted forth, mingling with the clamorous voices, overwhelming the senses. Saliva pooled in Lanyi's mouth, and he could not suppress a swallow. Goodness, how intoxicatingly fragrant. Boss, that tabby cat resides in the warehouse district just behind this street. The bipeds here are no trifles. We should tread carefully, cautioned the orange cat, lowering its voice as its tail flicked anxiously behind it. Hearing this, Lanyi glanced up at a massive neon sign flickering above, Fallen Street. The name was indeed straightforward and unrefined. He nodded in agreement, following the orange cat as they navigated through the throng into the depths of Fallen Street. As they ventured deeper, Lanyi realized the street had indeed earned its name. This place boasted not only a plethora of culinary delights, but also an abundance of taverns, alluring women in scant attire luring patrons at the door, and even a number of furtive exchanges taking place in shadowy corners. One could say that the very air here was imbued with an atmosphere of chaos and freedom. After walking for some time, just as they were about to exit Fallen Street, he overheard a conversation. "Are you certain you're not mistaken? Is it that table?" "Rest assured, boss, I've seen it quite clearly." Lanyi's footsteps faltered slightly as he turned his gaze toward a nearby corner. To his astonishment, the speakers were two dogs. One was a black and white Siberian husky, exuding an air of intelligence, while the other was a plain white rural dog. At that moment, the husky squinted its eyes, fixated on a group of patrons at an outdoor barbecue stall. Lanyi blinked in bewilderment. Could he truly comprehend canine language? Glancing at the orange cat beside him, he inquired, "Huang Mao, can you understand what those two dogs are saying?" The orange cat's face displayed a hint of confusion, and after a moment's contemplation, it replied, "Boss, our languages do not coincide. We can only infer some information through body language." Lanyi nodded, refraining from further discussion, yet his mind began to race. Different species, different languages. Why was he able to understand canine speech without any awkwardness? As if it had been effortlessly translated into his own tongue? Could it be the hidden effects of his enhanced hearing? If so, did it imply that his mouth, tail, nose, and even his other parts had undiscovered capabilities? Lanyi felt he might have underestimated the potential of this enhancement. It seemed he would need to devote some time to research it thoroughly. Disregarding his musings, Lanyi followed the husky's gaze to the nearby barbecue stall. There, a table of 7 men sat, each robust and brawny, clad in matching black tight-fitting combat vests, their muscular arms on full display, even amidst the tumult of Fallen Street. This group stood out conspicuously, unmistakably not to be trifled with. From the husky's words, could it be that these two dogs were seeking vengeance? How intriguing. Lanyi decided to halt his steps, signaling Huang Mao to remain calm. He was keen to observe how these two dogs would confront the men, all while gauging the combat prowess of the humans in this world. In the next moment, the husky let out a low growl. Action! From the shadows along the street, 2 sturdy-looking mutts sprang forth, one pitch black and the other a dusty yellow. As soon as they appeared, they ambled toward the table of muscular men with deliberate nonchalance. Just as Lanyi anticipated a stealthy attack, the black and yellow dogs halted a few meters away from the men, bared their teeth at each other, and suddenly lunged into a fierce tussle. Woof, woof, a woo. The two dogs rolled and bit at each other, kicking up dust in a fierce display that instantly captured the attention of the men at the table. "Hey, look, guys, dogs are fighting," exclaimed a bald, burly man. His interest piqued. Who would have thought a drink would come with entertainment? "Which one do you think will win? Come on, let us place our bets. I'll wager a bottle of liquor on the black dog." The others quickly joined in, their voices rising in excitement, creating a raucous atmosphere that overshadowed the dogs' brawl. As the men cheered for their chosen dogs, the two battling mutts, engaged in a fierce struggle, inadvertently crashed into the low table where the men were dining. With a resounding crash, the table toppled over, scattering skewers, bottles, and dishes across the ground, splattering oil and liquid everywhere. The men reacted quickly, leaping back to avoid staining their clothes. However, contrary to expectations of their furious wrath, no anger marred their faces. Rather, they seemed to revel in the chaos. "Wow, these two dogs are really something," Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Black dog, go for its neck. If you win, I'll treat you to some skewers. The barbecue stall owner rushed over, a pained expression on his face as he attempted to shoo away the fighting dogs. Yet, he was stopped in his tracks by the bald man. Hold on, boss, don't be in such a hurry. It's not every day we get this kind of amusement. The skewers are on us. Just bring us 50 more, and a dozen bottles of liquor too. The owner's frown instantly transformed into a beaming smile as he readily complied, scurrying off to fulfill the order. The two dogs continued to battle fiercely on the ground. Yet, as time passed, they gradually shifted their battlefield, moving further away from the overturned table, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. At that moment, from the unassuming shadows of several corners, as if rehearsed, a dozen dogs of varying sizes sprang forth. Their objective was clear. They raced directly to the toppled table, snatched up the dusty skewers from the ground, and without a backward glance, bolted toward the direction of the husky. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, showcasing a remarkable level of coordination, clearly not their first foray into such antics. Almost simultaneously, as the scavengers returned triumphantly, the two battling dogs, seemingly exhausted, fortuitously reached a conclusion in their scuffle. The black dog emerged victorious. Ha ha, you three who bet on the yellow dog owe me 4 bottles of liquor. No backing out. The crowd erupted in laughter and chatter, completely oblivious to the fact that the fallen skewers had vanished. Witnessing this scene, Lanyi could not help but marvel at the cunning of these dogs. Had they become clever? Employing diversionary tactics and strategic maneuvers. They were even playing with the principles of warfare. A subtle smile crept across Lanyi's lips. How fascinating. This was exceedingly intriguing. Now that he could understand canine language, did this imply that his enhanced mouth could facilitate seamless communication with dogs? The intelligence of these canines was evidently superior to that of the stray cats. If he could manage to tame them, Lanyi's heart began to race with excitement. Tracking, scavenging, and even gathering secret intelligence, tasks that posed challenges for humans, would surely be a mere trifle for them. In the future, he would gather all the stray cats and dogs of the city under his command. In this steel metropolis, every corner and every street would be permeated with his watchful gaze. Perhaps he could truly become the underground king of this city. With this thought, Lanyi no longer hesitated. He strode purposefully towards the alley where a group of stray dogs had congregated. Chapter 31. What the hell are you all gathering around for? Do you want to get hit? The alley was somewhat dim, exuding a complex odor that mingled dampness with remnants of food. As Lanyi approached, a husky, squatting deep in the alley and surrounded by a pack of dogs, abruptly lifted its head. Its eyes, tinged with a hint of pale blue, immediately locked onto Lanyi. Noticing that Lanyi's steps did not falter and his gaze remained fixed on it, the husky emitted a low growl from its throat, raising its head slightly, its eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. What are you staring at? A bark laced with a thick northeastern accent clearly reached Lanyi's ears. He paused for a moment, nearly retorting with a snappy comeback. Suppressing the odd feeling within him, he maintained an indifferent expression as he surveyed the pack of dogs. There were not many, only 19 in total, including 2 or 3 harmless little pups. Given his current strength, he should be able to subdue them without sustaining any harm. At that moment, a robust black dog, the very one that had put on a show at the barbecue stall, noticed that Lanyi was not only not leaving but also dared to scrutinize its leader with such an audacious gaze. Infuriated, it let out a low growl and lunged directly at Lanyi, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth that glinted ominously in the dim light. The speed was indeed impressive. A typical person would have barely had time to react to such a surprise attack. However, under Lanyi's heightened dynamic visual perception, which was now 6 times that of an ordinary human, the dog's movements appeared as slow as a snail's crawl. Every detail, from the taut muscles of the black dog to the drool hanging from its fangs, was vividly clear. Just as the foul-smelling dog's mouth was about to clamp down on Lanyi's head, he frowned. Why does it smell so bad? Get lost. Before he could finish his thought, Lanyi casually lifted his right paw, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. This seemingly casual strike was executed with full force to intimidate the other dogs. With a sharp, crisp sound echoing through the alley, the aggressive black dog was sent flying as if severed from its strings, crashing heavily against the oil-stained wall to the left. It slid down to the ground, emitting a few pained whimpers, and lay there, unable to rise for quite some time. The alley fell into a profound silence. The previously snarling pack of dogs, ready to pounce, now stood frozen in disbelief. They stared wide-eyed at their comrade who had been effortlessly dispatched, then shifted their fearful gazes towards the figure standing in the center, an unassuming cat that appeared to have merely swatted a mosquito. That was Big Black. Among this group, he was the fiercest in a one-on-one fight, bold enough even to challenge pit bulls, yet he had been so easily defeated by this seemingly frail little cat. The pack instinctively took a half-step back. Despite their fear, none dared to flee. Instead, they subtly closed in around Lanyi, growling nervously in their throats, awaiting a command from the husky. At that moment, the husky's previously carefree and arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced with a look of complete astonishment. It was not merely the revelation of Lanyi's terrifying strength that shook it to the core. It was the realization that it had comprehended Lanyi's words. Cat language? No. It felt more akin to a language that could only be understood among dogs during their own communications. What kind of creature was this cat? As the dogs anxiously awaited instructions, Lanyi, intrigued, prepared to observe how the husky would respond. The husky took a deep breath, a glint of intelligence flashing in its eyes, and suddenly began to chide its little followers. What the hell are you all gathering around for? Do you want to get hit? Step aside. Make way for me. It was not foolish. The husky had managed to rally a crew of followers in this chaotic, decaying street and secure its position as the dog lord of the area, not solely through strength. Big Black was the strongest in one-on-one combat among them, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched in a single blow. Even if all the dogs joined forces, they would likely gain nothing but defeat, potentially facing utter annihilation. Furthermore, Lanyi's exhibited prowess reminded the husky of a certain feline whose reputation had spread like wildfire in the streets. As the pack of bewildered dogs stared at their leader, confused as to why he had suddenly changed his demeanor, the husky trotted a few steps closer to Lanyi, its tail wagging like a metronome, and spoke in an almost obsequious tone. Great Deathbringer, do you see this gaze of mine? It is one that fails to recognize your grandeur. My little brothers, my subordinates, were thoughtless and have offended you. Please, in your magnanimity, do not hold it against these simple-minded creatures. Deathbringer? Lanyi's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. What an absurd moniker. When did he acquire such a nickname? Seeing Lanyi's apparent confusion, the husky hurriedly explained, Esteemed one, your remarkable prowess displayed this morning on the commercial street, where you single-handedly fought against a horde of cats, has already spread throughout our territory. Oh. Lanyi raised an eyebrow, signaling the husky to continue. Through the husky's exaggerated recounting, Lanyi finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the earlier confrontation with the group of cats had circulated among them. As for how it reached the canine community, it was because one of the cats involved was not a stray but owned by someone who also had dogs, and thus the news traveled to the dogs. Tales of how a mere glance before the battle had frightened one's silver tabby to death, and how in the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 feline lives were claimed, spread among the fortunate strays who survived, leading them to bestow upon Lanyi the title of Deathbringer. Upon hearing the husky's somewhat exaggerated descriptions, a peculiar smile crept across Lanyi's lips. Deathbringer? That title was rather juvenile. However, aside from the slightly awkward moniker, the fact that his reputation had spread was indeed beneficial. At least with this notoriety, it would likely facilitate the process of gathering other strays in different districts. For instance, this very husky before him was a prime example. Lanyi's gaze swept over the array of dogs with varying expressions in the alley, and he formulated a plan. Stating directly, Are you all willing to follow me from now on? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of each dog. The husky's eyes flickered with hesitation as it glanced at Lanyi, then looked back at the eager faces of its comrades. Great one, I personally have no objections. I will certainly follow you. However, whether my brothers wish to join you depends on their own desires. It paused, its tone becoming more serious. Furthermore, should any of them prove obstinate and refuse to join, I hope you will show mercy and not make things difficult for them. This was said with Big Black in mind. After all, having just received a slap, persuading him to submit might be somewhat challenging. Lanyi raised an eyebrow, about to respond when the husky's followers chimed in. What is our leader saying? We would absolutely love to follow the great Deathbringer. Indeed, to follow you, great one, is our fortune. From now on, if you point east, we shall never go west. Rest assured, esteemed leader, from this moment forth, our lives are yours. The alley erupted into a cacophony, with dogs clamoring in a chorus of loyalty, each one eager to express their allegiance, lest they be overlooked. Their tails wagged fervently, akin to fan blades whirring with electricity. The fervor of the scene surpassed even that of the earlier meat sharing. Every canine declared their loyalty, save for a large black dog in the corner, who, having just been stunned by a slap, stood mute and unmoving. The gazes of all the dogs, along with those of Lanyi and the husky, converged upon it. The black dog trembled slightly, its recently cleared mind once again clouded. It glanced this way and that, particularly unsettled by the half-smiling, dark-red feline eyes of Lanyi, which sent shivers down its spine. It wasn't that it was unwilling, rather, it found itself at a loss for words. After all, this motley crew had already spoken their piece, leaving it with nothing to say. The words had been snatched away. Facing Lanyi's gaze, the black dog forced a grin, one it considered rather endearing. I feel the same. Chapter 32. What are you still doing there? Hurry and rally the dogs. Observing the fierce countenance of the black dog, Lanyi wore an odd expression and turned to the husky. Look at that face. Does it seem dissatisfied? It was not that Lanyi sought trouble. The black dog was notorious for its prowess in brawls. Moreover, its antics with its brothers often resulted in unintended injuries, leaving its face marred with a myriad of scars, both large and small. The old scars overlapped the new ones, creating a gruesome visage. When it refrained from smiling, it was bearable, yet, when it grinned, It resembled a fearsome deity, capable of scaring the girls next door into a state of fright. At this moment, the black dog's awkwardly forced grin in Lanyi's eyes seemed like a prelude to an imminent attack on his throat. The husky couldn't help but twitch its lips at this thought. Esteemed leader. The black dog merely has a fierce appearance and a somewhat impatient temperament. It truly possesses a kind heart. The husky offered an explanation, though even it felt a lack of conviction in its words. The black dog's expression was just too indescribable. Listening from the sidelines, the black dog scratched at the ground in agitation. It wished to clarify, but it was simply not adept at verbalizing its thoughts. After a prolonged silence, it found itself at a loss for words. Sighing, the husky cast a complex glance at the black dog. Perhaps you should leave. If you encounter trouble outside, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing this, the black dog's large head drooped, its ears falling limply. No, have I not already pledged my loyalty? Just because I look fierce and speak little, must I be cast aside? This is too much of a slight. It couldn't comprehend why. Despite its earnest desire to follow this esteemed leader, it faced expulsion. Just as despair began to settle in and it turned to leave, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in its not-so-bright mind. That's right, a token of loyalty. The husky had once boasted that to genuinely ally oneself with a leader, one must demonstrate sincerity by accomplishing a task that would earn the leader's respect. With this thought, the black dog lifted its head suddenly. Esteemed leader, have you come to Fallen Street to seek revenge on those blind cats? Seeing Lanyi nod, the black dog's eyes brightened, and its expression morphed into one of excited ferocity. Esteemed leader, I truly admire you. Grant me, no, just half an hour. I will gather my brothers and bring those wretched cats back to you. To be honest, had it not been for a modicum of confidence in its own abilities, Lanyi might have found the black dog's fiercely threatening demeanor somewhat unnerving. Yet, there was a sincerity in its tone that was hard to dismiss. Lanyi refrained from jumping to conclusions. After all, he had just suffered a setback with the tabby cat. The world of stray cats and dogs was vastly different from that of Earth. If only he could possess a skill to assess loyalty. Perhaps the enhancement of his vision would lead to the development of such an ability. Lanyi pondered silently before nodding. I will seek vengeance myself. As for your acceptance, let us observe your performance. Upon hearing this, the already fearsome face of the black dog seemed to twist even further in excitement, as it nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, Thank you, esteemed leader. The husky, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Esteemed leader, we have many brothers elsewhere foraging. Shall I call them back? Certainly, Lanyi replied without hesitation. The number of cats was considerable. If they were determined to escape, he would struggle to catch them all. More assistance would be advantageous. Once granted permission, the husky promptly turned its head to the bewildered pack of local dogs behind it and barked, You bunch of fools. What are you still doing there? Hurry and rally the dogs. With a flurry of barks, the dogs took off at full speed toward the alley's exit. During the wait, Lanyi remained engaged, inquiring about various matters from the husky. To his surprise, the husky's former owner had been a martial arts instructor, and the strategy for ambushing barbecue stalls was learned through observation during its time with that owner. Unfortunately, that owner had died shortly after adopting it, leaving the husky to become a stray. Thus, Lanyi gleaned little useful information from it. He learned that one complete time crystal equated to a day of life, and that a lunar eclipse occurred monthly. Moreover, during the lunar eclipse, not only would one's lifespan cease to diminish, but even without taking action, one's strength and intelligence would see minor enhancements. Intentional training would yield even greater results. The husky could not specify the extent of these improvements, but during the lunar eclipse, its former owner would tether it to a treadmill for a whole night of running. Upon hearing this, Lanyi recalled a detail he had previously overlooked. On the night of the lunar eclipse, after merely hunting some insects, he had experienced not only an increase in strength and physique, but also notable enhancements in speed and mental acuity. It was impossible for such a comprehensive improvement to stem solely from the life-draining function. Damn it, Lanyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Had he known the lunar eclipse had such effects, he wouldn't have wasted time merely extending his lifespan that night. He could have engaged in extreme training, and perhaps his attributes would have multiplied several times by now. Just as Lanyi lamented silently, at the rear of Fallen Street, within an abandoned warehouse, over 300 stray cats had gathered. Strangely, amidst such a congregation, not a single sound could be heard. They were all hushed, as if waiting for something. At the center of the warehouse, a few dilapidated wooden crates formed a makeshift platform. Perched upon this platform were 3 cats, a black cat, a Maine Coon, and the tabby cat that bore a grudge against Lanyi. At that moment, the Maine Coon exhibited a hint of impatience, glancing sideways at the tabby. If that cat you mentioned does not arrive, you must fulfill the terms you promised me. Upon hearing this, the tabby cat stiffened momentarily before nodding and rasping, Rest assured. Big Black Mountain, whether it comes or not, I will honor my word. With that, its gaze shifted to the timid calico cat below. Are you certain you saw that orange cat bringing that fellow into Fallen Street? This calico cat was among those dispatched to keep watch beneath Shun Mungli's building. It was being scrutinized by both the tabby cat and the Maine Coon, causing it to retract its neck in fear, its tail twitching nervously. Nevertheless, it responded with a firm tone. I can see quite clearly. The scent on that orange cat is unmistakable. I'm well acquainted with it. Very well. The tabby cat narrowed its eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. It understood that after recovering, Lanyi would undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, it did not anticipate the other party's arrival would be so swift. The tabby cat felt a genuine trepidation regarding Lanyi's strength, and was acutely aware that its subordinates were merely remnants of a defeated force. Even if they were uninjured, facing Lanyi would likely strip them of the courage to launch an attack. Thus, upon learning that the orange cat had brought Lanyi into the fallen street, it made a difficult decision. It sought out the leader of another feline gang in a different territory, this Maine Coon, known as Heishan, offering the control of Fallen Street and the subservience of itself and all its followers in exchange for their assistance. It aimed to set an elaborate trap here, determined to utterly bury Lanyi. Only in this way could it find peace of mind. The tabby cat took a deep breath, suppressing its myriad thoughts, and cast its gaze toward the dark entrance of the warehouse. You must come. Chapter 33 now, what do you have to say? Under the nocturnal veil, Fallen Street remained as boisterous as ever. Yet tonight, several obscure alleys leading to the warehouse district exuded an unusual aura of grimness. The orange cat, with its golden fur held high, strode confidently in the front. Lanyi walked in the center, flanked by a vast entourage of nearly 40 dogs, led by a sagacious husky and a menacing black dog. Passers-by, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively veered aside, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment, murmuring in astonishment. What in the world? Has this cat become a spirit? Before long, Lanyi, accompanied by the pack of dogs, arrived at the outskirts of the warehouse district. Boss, the tabby cat's lair is in that abandoned warehouse at the back, the orange cat whispered, gesturing with its paw. Lanyi nodded, signaling the husky and the black dog to conceal the pack in the shadows. Orange cat, lead it out. Meow, the orange cat acknowledged, swaggering to the warehouse entrance and calling out loudly. However, no matter how it cried out, the warehouse remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. The orange cat glanced back at Lanyi, puzzled. Lanyi frowned slightly. Could it be that the tabby cat received word and fled? Stay hidden for now. Act when the opportunity arises, Lanyi instructed the husky before turning to the orange cat. Let us go in and take a look. The orange cat nodded and led Lanyi toward a fist-sized gap in the warehouse wall. As Lanyi approached within 4 to 5 meters of the warehouse door, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his ears. There were breaths within the warehouse, and many of them, though they were deliberately subdued, they remained distinct to his enhanced hearing. Trying to ambush me? A subtle smirk tugged at Lanyi's lips as he stepped forward without hesitation, entering the pitch-black warehouse. Upon entering, Lanyi's gaze swept across the interior, where he spotted 3 cats perched atop a stack of wooden boxes in the center. Scattered across the floor were 100 or so injured cats, those who had assaulted him that morning. Yet, Lanyi could distinctly sense more faint breaths lurking behind the piles of debris surrounding the warehouse. Ah, I thought it was someone of substance. Turns out it's just you, this foolish creature. Why have you shaved your fur? Afraid I might recognize you? Ha. The tabby cat stood up on the box, looking down at Lanyi with unabashed mockery and derision. The Maine Coon and the black cat beside it regarded Lanyi with keen interest, their gazes akin to that of spectators observing a mere clown. Your confidence, Lanyi raised his head, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. Is it derived from those mice hiding in the corners? The triumphant sneer on the tabby cat's face immediately faltered, its pupils contracting sharply. How does he know? An ominous premonition surged within the tabby cat. Yet, with no path for retreat, it feigned composure, sneering, even if you know, what of it? This will be your burial ground today. Let us see how you escape this time. Everyone come out. At the tabby cat's sharp cry, a multitude of cats, varying in color and number, surged forth from behind the debris, easily exceeding 200. Their eyes fixated on Lanyi, emitting low growls of menace, encircling him and the orange cat, even blocking the entrance they had entered. The orange cat, terrified, instinctively shrank back behind Lanyi. The tabby cat regarded Lanyi with a confident sneer. Now, what do you have to say? Lanyi glanced back at the blocked entrance, his expression unfazed, even more pronounced in his smirk. Still the same question. Do you truly believe this will ensure your victory over me? The tabby cat's foreboding intuition intensified. Just as it prepared to issue the command to attack, a sudden cacophony of ferocious barking erupted from outside the warehouse. In the next moment, a loud crash resounded. The stray cats blocking the warehouse entrance had no time to react before they were hurled aside by an overwhelming force, letting out a series of anguished cries. A formidable black figure charged through the gap, leading the charge. It was the black dog. Its already fearsome visage was now twisted with excitement, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The husky followed closely behind, along with over 30 dogs of various sizes and breeds, each displaying menacing expressions, flooding into the warehouse. Instantly, the feline crowd erupted into chaos. Meow. Dogs. So many dogs. Why are there so many dogs? The cats were thrown into disarray. They had never encountered such a spectacle. One cat accompanied by a pack of dogs to wreak havoc? Even the Maine Coon and the black cat atop the wooden boxes sprang to their feet. The Maine Coon's previously sleek coat bristled uncontrollably, its amber eyes narrowing to slits. The black cat arched its back, emitting a low growl, its tail thrashing in agitation as it prepared for a fight. Do not be misled by videos online of cats attacking dogs. Aside from speed and reflexes, cats possess no advantages in size, strength, endurance, or attack style. Most of those videos feature pampered pet dogs that are too gentle to retaliate against a cat. Should you provoke a stray dog, you might find yourself at the receiving end of a brutal attack. To summarize, I can afford many mistakes. You, however, need only to make one to lose your life. Lanyi disregarded the surrounding turmoil, slowly advancing to the center of the warehouse. He lifted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed the tabby cat on the platform, echoing its earlier words. Now, what do you have to say? Chapter 34. Since you wish for death so desperately, allow me to oblige. Now what do you have to say? The tabby cat opened its mouth. Yet not a single word escaped its lips. All its bravado and schemes had become mere farce in the face of overwhelming power. Just then, beside the tabby cat, the sturdy Maine Coon suddenly spoke up. Brother, who the hell is your brother? Lanyi's icy voice interrupted him sharply. The Maine Coon was momentarily taken aback, its facial muscles twitching for a moment, but it quickly donned a fawning smile, lowering its stance as if it were about to bow before Lanyi. Esteemed one, please do not misunderstand. I was merely used by this individual. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. It is purely a misunderstanding. If you would allow us to leave, I assure you that we will be at your service for any future tasks you may require. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lanyi's mouth. Very well. I shall grant you 1 minute to take your subordinates and depart. At this declaration, not only was the Maine Coon stunned, but even the tabby cat beside it, as well as every cat and dog in the warehouse, displayed expressions of astonishment. The husky and the large black dog exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. However, they did not question Lanyi's decision and merely remained on guard. A surge of unexpected joy welled up within the Maine Coon. It had anticipated a long negotiation or even the need to pay a price. Yet Lanyi had so readily acquiesced. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. The Maine Coon, fearing that Lanyi might change his mind at any moment, hastily expressed gratitude and prepared to leap down from the wooden crate to hasten its escape from this perilous place. Just as it jumped down, Lanyi moved. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed. Nearly 10 centimeters of bone claws erupted from Lanyi's right forepaw, slicing through the air in 3 silvery arcs. The fawning smile on the Maine Coon's face froze, its amber eyes widening in shock. It did not even have time to utter a scream. In the next instant, a sickening sound echoed. As if slicing through tofu, the Maine Coon's robust body was cleaved in two, shattering into 4 pieces. Warm blood and entrails gushed forth, staining the crude wooden crate in a blinding crimson. The dismembered remains tumbled to the ground, exuding a potent stench of blood. The entire warehouse fell into a deathly silence. Even the husky and the pack of dogs led by the large black dog were momentarily paralyzed by this sudden, gruesome spectacle, forgetting to bark. Lanyi flicked the blood from his claws, his gaze resting on the pile of mangled flesh on the ground, his tone laced with subtle mockery. I let you go, and you truly thought you could leave? How naive of you to assume you could become a leader. With that, Lanyi surveyed the hushed assembly of cats in the warehouse, his voice remaining unperturbed. Those who wish to avoid death, retreat to the corners. As his words fell, over 100 stray cats surged towards the corners of the warehouse as if stirred by a boiling pot. Indeed, the effect of this brutal display was immediate. Just as more cats scrambled to retreat, a sharp voice pierced through the warehouse. Everyone halt. The tabby cat stood at the edge of the blood-soaked wooden crate, its gaze cold and fixed on the retreating felines as it roared hoarsely. Have you all forgotten the fate of Black Mountain's leader? Do you think he will spare us if we cower in the corner? Don't be foolish. If we fight him, we may still have a chance. The pack of strays, which had already retreated halfway, paused at the tabby cat's words. Their eyes drifted towards the mutilated carcass of the Maine Coon, and recollecting the events that had just transpired, a frenzied madness began to replace the fear in their eyes. Since death was inevitable, they might as well fight for survival. Seeing this, the tabby cat felt a slight loosening of its taut nerves. It understood that Lanyi would not let it escape. As long as these cats could stall Lanyi for a moment, it would have a chance to slip away amidst the chaos. Once it could flee this warehouse, escape the wretched street, it vowed never to provoke this terrifying harbinger of death again. Lanyi observed this scene quietly, making no effort to dissuade the tabby cat from inciting the others, but rather felt a sense of anticipation. He hoped for more stray cats to be stirred into action. The typical lifespan of a cat is around 12 years, yet due to the harsh conditions of stray life, they often only survive 2 or 3 years. Thus, accounting for their already consumed lifespan, they had perhaps 10 years left, 300 of them. If he were to eliminate them all, perhaps he could gain a fortune of lifespan in one fell swoop. Lanyi considered the prospect of leaving some behind to facilitate the future recruitment of other stray cat groups. He had to resist the temptation of lifespan and chose to offer them a chance at survival. If they did not learn to cherish it, their demise would be solely their own fault. Casting a glance at the nearly 100 strays huddled in the corner, stubbornly refusing to emerge, he then turned his gaze to the 200 strays gathered in the center of the warehouse. Lanyi licked his lips. Since you all desire death so fervently, I shall oblige. The moment his words fell, Lanyi activated his life-draining ability, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. As Lanyi charged into the throng of cats, the large black dog's eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty excitement, having long since been unable to contain its eagerness. With a thunderous roar, it surged forth like an out-of-control black tank, following closely behind Lanyi into the fray. The husky, however, did not charge in mindlessly like the large black dog. Instead, it raised its head and emitted a series of sharp, powerful barks. Woof, woof. Keep an eye on that coward over there. Don't let them cause any trouble. Woof. Guard all exits. Should anyone dare let a cat escape. Don't blame me for not interceding when the boss gets angry. Having arranged everything, the husky nodded in satisfaction before powering forward, its body shooting like an arrow into the chaotic battlefield. Such speed. Lanyi couldn't help but glance over. He hadn't realized this fellow could move so swiftly, nearly matching his full speed. Seeing a white cat bitten and thrown to the ground by the large black dog, Lanyi quickly refocused, taking advantage of the cat's still-breathing state to deliver a finishing blow. Fortunately, after the enhancement to his forelimbs, a single strike could almost instantly claim a cat's life. Otherwise, he might have struggled to outpace these two. In merely a matter of minutes, the only ones still standing in the center of the warehouse were Lanyi, the husky, and the large black dog. The air was thick with an overpowering stench of blood. The ground was slick and sticky, littered with severed limbs and paws. It was scarcely an exaggeration to call it a slaughterhouse. For some reason, Lanyi felt no discomfort from the sticky sensation on his body. Instead, a subtle thrill coursed through him. He shook his head, casting aside this strange feeling. After all, such a mindset was rather advantageous, sparing him from the adjustment period and certainly preferable to retching uncontrollably. Chapter 35. Do you eat cat meat? At that moment, the large black dog approached, carrying a half-dead cat in its mouth, and dropped it at Lanyi's feet, rumbling, "Esteemed one, this tabby cat was feigning death and attempting to sneak away. I caught it. How shall you deal with it?" The tabby cat lay sprawled on the ground, its abdomen heaving violently, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Yet, its cold gaze remained fixed on Lanyi, showing no sign of pleading for mercy. It likely understood that begging would be futile. Lanyi had no intention of wasting words. His sharp bone claws sprang forth once more. With a sickening thud, the tabby cat's head flew off, rolling aside, its eyes still reflecting the resentment and unwillingness of death. Warm blood spurted from its severed neck, adding a deeper crimson hue to the already blood-soaked surroundings. With the tabby cat, a persistent threat, eliminated, Lanyi did not rush to check his gains but instead turned his attention to the stacked wooden crates not far away. Atop the crates, the ebony feline remained poised in its spot, undisturbed amidst the chaos of battle. Since the onset of the skirmish, it had maintained its stance, neither fleeing nor joining the fray, exhibiting an extraordinary indifference, as if the violent clash held no relevance to its existence. This serene demeanor piqued Lanyi's curiosity. At that moment, the black cat leapt down from the wooden crate and approached Lanyi, pausing a short distance away. Its gaze, unexpectedly fervent, met his. "You are formidable. If you can grant me strength, I would willingly submit to you." The cat's voice, tinged with a feminine lilt, caused Lanyi to raise an eyebrow. So, it was a female cat. However, he had no intention of showing mercy merely because of its gender. Had it not been for the absence of lascivious intent in its eyes, Lanyi would have dismissed further conversation. "Oh, on what basis do you presume I would accept you?" he queried. The black cat cast a glance at the imposing figure of the large black cat beside him. "My strength is not inferior to hers. I can be of great assistance to you." Intrigued by the cat's audacity, Lanyi pondered its confidence in claiming equality with the larger feline. "Are you a subordinate of that Maine Coon?" he inquired. The black cat shook its head, its amber eyes locking onto Lanyi's. "I belong to no faction. I overheard them discussing a plan against you and wanted to witness your prowess for myself." Lanyi was taken aback. It appeared that this black cat was a martial enthusiast, a lone wolf merely seeking entertainment. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. "Very well, you shall engage in combat with the large black cat. If you can hold your ground for 3 minutes, I will accept you and assist in enhancing your abilities." "Boss, you want me to fight her?" the large black cat stammered. Lanyi nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Unleash your full potential. Hold nothing back." Though perplexed, the large black cat complied, its gaze toward the black cat growing more menacing. In contrast, the black cat exhibited no fear. Rather, a glimmer of excitement flickered in its eyes. "Let the battle commence," Lanyi stated coolly. The moment the words left his lips, the large black cat let out a low growl and lunged at the black cat with ferocity. It opened its massive jaws, seemingly intent on swallowing the smaller cat whole. In response to the onslaught, the black cat crouched slightly, and just as the large cat's gaping maw approached, it darted aside at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the bloodied fangs while simultaneously extending its claws to leave several shallow gashes along the large cat's flank. With a pained yowl, the large black cat intensified its assault. Yet, the black cat's reflexes were astonishing, consistently evading the deadly strikes with remarkable agility. Furthermore, its power surpassed that of an average cat of its size. Occasionally, when their claws clashed, it would deftly utilize the momentum to retreat, dissipating much of the force of the blows. Lanyi nodded in approval. This black cat possessed commendable prowess. Its reflexes, speed, and strength were exceptional, and it displayed a grasp of combat techniques that set it apart from ordinary strays, who merely flailed and bit indiscriminately. The battle continued. Despite the large black cat's strength advantage, it found itself unable to subdue its opponent. Enough, Lanyi called out. The combatants instantly separated, the large black cat panting heavily. Its pride bruised as it stammered, "Boss, I'm sorry. It's all right, this isn't your fault," Lanyi interjected, waving a paw dismissively before turning his gaze to the black cat, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. "I have a plan for you. From now on, you will accompany me. By the way, do you have a name?" As the fervor in the black cat's eyes faded, a glimmer of anticipation emerged. "I am called Heisey. Boss, can you truly help me grow stronger?" "Heisey," Lanyi mused, unable to suppress a smirk. Who would name a female cat such a name? "As long as you dedicate yourself to serving me, I will find ways to enhance your capabilities." Having secured the allegiance of the formidable Heisey, Lanyi felt an uplift in spirits. After all, entrusting the timid Huang Mao with leading a group of cats to seize territory was an unrealistic expectation. With Heisey, he anticipated less personal involvement in managing the feline ranks. Meanwhile, the husky had begun coordinating the dog pack, clearing the battlefield. In the center of the warehouse, a mound of cat corpses lay piled high, while on the other side, 2 or 3 dozen severely injured strays lingered, fortunate to have survived the recent melee. The husky trotted over to Lanyi. "Boss, those strays have expressed a willingness to submit. Should we accept them?" "Accept them?" Lanyi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "They're all wounded. Taking them in would only drain our resources. Even if they were unscathed, I have no intention of sparing them. After all, I've already given them a chance." Without further ado, Lanyi approached the group of injured strays. With decisive swiftness, he dispatched them, each claw strike precise and merciless. Lifespan, 82 for 160 days. The chilling notification echoed in his mind, deepening the smile upon Lanyi's face. Huang Mao, the husky, the large black cat, and the newly recruited Heisey, along with all the canine subordinates within the warehouse, stood silent, paralyzed by fear. The mercilessness of their new leader had once again shattered their perceptions. Lanyi shook the blood from his paws and turned to the husky and the large black cat with a grin. "Do you fancy cat meat?" "And no, boss. We don't eat that. Not at all." The husky stumbled over his words, while the large black cat vehemently shook his head in denial, indicating his utter disinterest in feline flesh. After slaughtering so many of their kind, the leader had the audacity to inquire about their appetite for cat meat. This leader was nothing short of a devil. Chapter 36, Comprehensive Enhancement. Tail Beast Bomb. "Suit yourself," Lanyi replied, slightly disheartened. He had hoped that the abundance of flesh might resolve their food supply issues while simultaneously clearing the warehouse. It seemed now that it would require a bit more effort. The presence of numerous cat carcasses was untenable. Should a passerby glimpse the scene, it could invite unwarranted complications. After a brief contemplation, he issued a command. "Dahai, take the dogs and find a secluded spot to dig a deep pit. Dispose of these bodies discreetly." "Yes, boss." Dahai responded promptly. As for the bloodstains on the ground, Lanyi surveyed the surroundings before settling his gaze on the group of cats in the corner. "Huang Mao, keep an eye on them. They must clean this place thoroughly before they are allowed to rest." Yes, boss. I assure you it will be done." With arrangements set, Lanyi turned to the husky and Heisey. "Let us go find a river. I'm covered in this sticky mess and need to clean up." Under the night sky, an unremarkable stream flowed serenely. Lanyi immersed himself in the frigid waters, while the husky and Heisey quickly rinsed away the blood before standing guard on the shore. Having washed away the sanguine remnants, Lanyi felt considerably more at ease. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. It was time to assess the spoils of this encounter. Name: Lanyi. Strength: apprentice level. Conversion to human time: 16 seconds. Gain an additional 4 seconds while Shunmingli was asleep. Power: 49 kilograms. Movement speed: 20 meters per second. Constitution: 32. Mentality: 28. Life will spirit pattern: 637, 740 days, 9 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds. Detailed information: height 185 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, age 20. Contracted girlfriend: none. Physical enhancement: torso 1. Front limbs 2, hind limbs 1, eyes 2, nose 1, ears 1, mouth 1, member 2, tail 1. As for the four-dimensional attributes, Lanyi merely glanced at them. After all, activating the life-extending feature mainly enhances combat experience, yielding only marginal improvements to the four-dimensional attributes. Following a bout of combat, his strength increased by a mere 2 kilograms, while his physique and spirit each saw a slight elevation of 1 point. Upon observing the lifespan displayed by the Fate Wheel spirit pattern, which read 637, 740 days, Lanyi found himself momentarily breathless. Previously, after reinforcing both front limbs to the second stage, his remaining lifespan was merely 12, 990 days. This indicates that he had accrued an astonishing 624, 750 days, equivalent to 711 years of life. Such a bountiful gain was primarily due to the fact that the Husky and Dahe rarely delivered a killing blow. Once their opponents were incapacitated, they ceased their attacks, granting Lanyi the opportunity to strike a final blow. What a windfall! With such an ample supply of lifespan, he could enhance every part of his body to the second stage and still have a surplus of 460,000 days. Lanyi glanced at the Husky and Dahe by the shore. You two should head back first. Tomorrow morning, have Huang Mao take you to find me early. I have some matters to arrange. All right, boss. The Husky and Dahe were unconcerned for his safety, responding promptly before swiftly vanishing into the night. Once they departed, Lanyi redirected his attention back to the panel. Having gained this lifespan, it was imperative to convert it into strength, otherwise, it would merely remain a cold string of numbers. Soon, after deducting 60,000 days from his lifespan, Lanyi enhanced his hind limbs, nose, ears, mouth, and tail all to the second stage. Clearing his throat, he attempted to speak. Ahem, hello? The clear and standard Mandarin emanated from his mouth, particularly striking in the stillness of the night. A flicker of surprise crossed Lanyi's eyes. Indeed, once bodily parts are enhanced to a certain level, unexpected effects can be unlocked. With the mouth now enhanced to the second stage, he could articulate human language directly. If he continued to enhance it, would he be able to communicate with plants and trees? Suppressing his excitement, Lanyi continued to sense the changes in other parts. The enhancement of his nose and ears significantly amplified his sense of smell and hearing, sharpening his perception to the point where he could discern the humidity of moisture in the air and the distant buzzing of mosquitoes. His hind limbs had directly increased his movement speed by 5 meters per second, with a notable boost in explosiveness as well. However, the most astonishing surprise came from his tail. Initially, he thought it served little purpose beyond maintaining balance. Yet, after enhancing it to the second stage, a 5-meter-long, 5-meter-wide, and 4-meter-high independent space unexpectedly emerged near the base of the tail. Could it be a storage space? A thought ignited in Lanyi's mind as he placed his damp paw atop a stone the size of a fist on the bank. Collect. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the stone vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Lanyi's consciousness perceived that the stone lay quietly within the space. What a delightful surprise. In the future, any cumbersome items could be effortlessly tossed inside. What is this? Just as Lanyi reveled in his excitement, he suddenly noticed within the storage space, besides the stone, a fist-sized mass of yellow mist was slowly rotating and expanding. Lanyi frowned and attempted to touch the yellow mist with his consciousness. In the next moment, the yellow mist vanished. Then, he felt a tingling sensation at the tip of his tail, as if something were about to burst forth. Lowering his gaze, he observed that a sphere the size of an egg, emanating a soft white light, had formed at the very tip of his tail. Lanyi's expression momentarily froze in disbelief. What does this mean? A tailed beast bomb? After a brief contemplation, Lanyi controlled his tail as if it were a whip, suddenly flinging the white sphere toward the center of the river. Whoosh! The instant the white sphere left the tail, it transformed into a streak of light indistinguishable to the naked eye, shooting forth at an astonishing speed. Even with Lanyi's current heightened dynamic vision, he could only catch a fleeting blur. In the next instant, as the sphere made contact with the river's surface, an ear-splitting explosion erupted. The tranquil river was instantly torn apart by an invisible force, creating terrifying waves that soared over 10 meters high, with countless droplets mixed with mud shooting outwards. The water in the center of the explosion was completely vacated, revealing the dark riverbed. Simultaneously, a flurry of notifications indicating lifespan increases erupted in Lanyi's mind. Killed a crucian carp, lifespan 2,555 days. Killed a grass carp, lifespan 2,993 days. Killed a white strip fish, lifespan 392 days. Lanyi gaped in astonishment at the explosion before him, then glanced back at the tip of his still slightly quivering tail, feeling a buzzing sensation in his head. Goodness, did I really cause this? Thankfully, I threw it far enough, or I might have been done for. Oh no, Lanyi suddenly snapped back to reality. Such a commotion would surely attract the law enforcement team or the Dark Moon Patrol. This place is no longer safe. Without a moment to spare, Lanyi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that there was no one nearby for the time being, he quickly scrambled up the bank, shook off the water from his body, and then sprinted away from the riverbank towards the street without looking back. Chapter 37. The correct way to accumulate lifespan. Watching several figures leap toward the riverbank. Lanyi peeked out from around the corner, a hint of relief crossing his face. Thank goodness I run fast. Retracting his gaze, Lanyi looked at his tail. An uncontrollable excitement surging within him. He never expected that enhancing his tail would yield such a delightful surprise. Delving into the storage space, Lanyi soon discovered that the orange-yellow mist had vanished, replaced by a quail egg-sized, perfectly round yellow orb, slowly rotating at the center of the space. Focusing intently, he could clearly perceive that the storage space seemed to be absorbing some substance from the surrounding air, converting it into wisps of pale yellow mist that integrated into the orb. At the current rate of absorption, it would likely take about a day for the orb to regain the level of mist energy it had when it released that powerful strike. It's good to know it can recover. Lanyi sighed in relief. As long as it can restore itself, this object can serve as a trump card in the future. However, once the mist energy is replenished, he would need to find a secluded spot to study it further. If he mismanaged it or was too close, he genuinely worried about blowing himself up. From now on, this capability shall be dubbed the Tailed Beast Bomb. Shaking off his thoughts, Lanyi flicked his head, oriented himself toward the street, and dashed toward the convenience store where the round-faced girl was. Aside from gathering some extra food, his primary aim was to confirm something. Sure enough, as Lanyi stealthily entered the convenience store, the round-faced girl dozing behind the counter failed to recognize him. It was only when Lanyi approached her and rubbed against her pant leg that she hesitantly extended her hand to feel him, then exclaimed in delight, "Mimi, is it really you? What happened?" As she spoke, she noticed the still damp patches on Lanyi's fur. "Did you fall into the river?" The round-faced girl did not inquire further. With practiced ease, she retrieved 2 sausages and a cup of clear water from the shelf and placed them before Lanyi. She then rummaged beneath the counter for a clean towel, gently wiping the droplets of water from Lanyi's body. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, and as the moisture on her skin began to evaporate, Lanyi leapt gracefully onto the girl's lap, adjusting herself into a comfortable position, enveloped in warmth and softness. Perhaps this is the sole advantage of being a cat. One can unabashedly take liberties with a girl without the fear of being slapped and labeled a rogue. Lanyi closed her eyes to rest, contemplating her forthcoming plans. Having already tamed the husky, Dahe, and Heizi, the task of capturing other stray cats and dogs could easily be delegated to them. She merely needed to step in when they encountered formidable challenges. With a lifespan of 570,000 remaining, she had ample time to expend. Thus, the focus could now shift toward regaining her human form. After all, she could not exist perpetually as a cat. Restoring her human identity would facilitate many endeavors. Moreover, the previous experience with the tailed beast cannon had sparked an idea. Seeking insects to extend her lifespan was not only time-consuming, but yielded minimal returns. Once she reclaimed her human form, she could purchase a substantial quantity of live fish to augment her lifespan, and the deceased fish could serve as nourishment for her subordinates. She might even establish a breeding farm, raising chickens, fish, or even cockroaches. This was indeed the proper method for extending her lifespan. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Lanyi opened her eyes in mild confusion. The human time conversion remained at 16 seconds per day, unchanged. What standard was governing this increase in time? Could it be based on appearance? Lifting her gaze, Lanyi regarded the round-faced girl nearby. To be fair, while the girl's face was somewhat round and her figure slightly plump, her facial features were quite commendable. Her skin was fair and delicate, smooth to the touch, and her physique appeared well-proportioned. She was undoubtedly a potential beauty. With a commitment to shed a few pounds, she could easily ascend to the ranks of stunning women. Why then was there no reaction from her? Shaking her head, Lanyi decided to wait a little longer. Another hour passed, and finally, the time increased by a second, now totaling 17 seconds. Lanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Time could indeed be augmented. If staying beside Shinmingli for an hour could yield 2 additional seconds. What if she surrounded herself with 50 or 100 girls? Although they might not offer the same increase as Shinmingli, sheer numbers would compensate. Instantaneously, a preliminary plan began to form in Lanyi's mind. Where could one find the most girls? Bars, women's bathhouses, dance studios, yoga centers, concerts of popular young idols. And of course, girl schools. Lanyi suppressed the urge to immediately scout these venues. Before venturing out, she needed to return and validate certain matters with Shinmingli. Casting a glance at her interface, the button for form transformation was illuminated, indicating that midnight had passed. Without further delay, Lanyi mewed softly, bidding farewell to the round-faced girl, and swiftly leapt off her lap, dashing back to Shinmingli's room. Upon finding Shinmingli soundly asleep, Lanyi concentrated and shifted back to her human form. She then moved cautiously, picking up a palm-sized mirror from the desk. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the moonlight seeping through the window, barely sufficient for visibility. This was Lanyi's first glimpse of her human appearance, which bore little difference from her previous self, though her posture was notably more upright and her muscle definition more pronounced, particularly around her abdomen. She could faintly discern the outlines of firm contours. Her facial features appeared more defined as well, likely a subtle change resulting from her enhanced beauty. Excellent. It seemed she was indeed in her own body. Time had elapsed by 3 seconds. Lanyi wasted no time, glancing at the back of her left hand. There, unmistakably, was a faint, intricate pattern resembling a tattoo, the wheel of life's spiritual mark. Closing her eyes and concentrating, she felt a surge as 100 days of lifespan were deducted. 100 pitch-black time crystals, exuding a chilling aura, silently emerged from the spiritual mark. Lanyi opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. With no time to ponder further, she approached the sleeping Shunmengli, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her closed eyelids, serene and lovely. Taking a deep breath, Lanyi carefully steadied herself against the bed's edge, her throat swallowing hard as she instinctively softened her breathing. As she drew closer, her heart began to race uncontrollably. In a fleeting moment, Lanyi's lips finally met the soft petals of Shunmengli's mouth. No reaction? Seeing that her interface still indicated 17 seconds per day, Lanyi furrowed her brow in contemplation. She tentatively deepened the kiss, and suddenly, the time for form transformation jumped upward, increasing by 1 second every 3 seconds. Lanyi's eyes lit up with realization. She had not been mistaken. Closer contact could indeed accelerate the acquisition of transformation time. This was merely a kiss. If she were to embrace more intimately, wouldn't the increase in transformation time surge exponentially? At that moment, Shunmengli seemed to sense something. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her delicate brows furrowed, emitting a soft, indistinct murmur. Just as she was about to open her eyes, Lanyi swiftly reverted to her feline form, landing gracefully at the bed's head. Shunmengli, still drowsy, blinked her sleepy eyes toward the bed's edge. Mimi, what's the matter? Lanyi nuzzled her cheek gently before leaping to the foot of the bed. Shunmengli rubbed her eyes and followed Lanyi's position with her gaze. In the next instant, she froze in disbelief, rubbing her eyes once more. How can there be so many time crystals? Turning her head to look at Lanyi, her large eyes brimmed with incredulity. Mimi, did you bring these back from outside? Are you hiding something? This was implausible. Did she not understand why some infatuated suitors ended up with nothing? Most of them poured their hearts into unreciprocated affection, resulting in their beloved remaining unaware of their efforts. Why should a girl regard them with any favor? Demonstrating one's value appropriately was the correct approach to wooing someone. Mew. Lanyi nodded decisively. Were it not for the concern that producing too many time crystals at once might frighten Shunmengli, she would have filled her bedside with them, ensuring an improvement in her diet. After all, surviving on plain rice and wilted vegetables was hardly satisfying. Upon seeing Lanyi nod in affirmation, Shunmengli's eyes widened. Shimmering with disbelief, she understood that Lanyi was no ordinary stray cat, but this was simply absurd. If Lanyi were to bring back a mouse or a small dried fish to express her gratitude, she would understand and find it quite heartwarming. However, the fact that Lanyi returned with such an abundance of time crystals left her feeling as though she were in a dream. Meow? These time crystals you? Shunmengli intended to inquire where Lanyi had procured the time crystals. Yet, halfway through her question, she suddenly realized it was futile to ask. How could a cat possibly respond to such a complex question? Staring blankly at the time crystals on the bed, Shunmengli felt her eyes slightly moisten. Yet her face blossomed with an unprecedented radiant smile. She extended her hand and gently patted Lanyi's head, her voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Meow? I shall accept these time crystals, but you mustn't do this again in the future, understand? Once I awaken the spirit patterns, our lives will improve. Observing the hint of worry in her gaze, Lanyi grasped her meaning. Presumably, this silly girl thought the time crystals were obtained through theft. Fearing that she would be caught in the act, a mixture of amusement and warmth welled up within Lanyi. After a moment's hesitation, she merely let out a soft meow, nudging her head against the palm of Shunmengli's hand in response, choosing not to speak. After all, it was not yet time to reveal her true identity. If Shunmengli were to discover that not only was she human, but also a man, maintaining their harmonious coexistence under one roof would undoubtedly become a challenge. She had just found a comfortable cat's nest, and she certainly did not wish for her identity to cause any complications. Once Shunmengli had safely stowed away the time crystals and resumed her slumber with a faint smile, Lanyi approached the bedroom door. With a powerful leap, she soared over a meter high, deftly using her paw to press down on the doorknob. All right then, this girl even locks the door while sleeping? Initially, she had intended to test the maximum effective distance for switching forms, but it seemed she would have to resort to the window instead. After a few agile bounds, she landed atop the air conditioning unit on the second floor. Lanyi estimated that she was approximately 5 meters away from Shunmengli, confirming the distance. She lay down on the air conditioning unit, beginning to ponder the information she had received in her mind. Earlier, when she had concentrated her consciousness on the fate will spirit pattern on her hand, not only had she clearly sensed the specific value of her remaining lifespan, but she had also received a piece of information. She could choose to sign a fate contract imprint with a beast. In other words, she had essentially awakened the ability of a beastmaster. With a flicker of thought, Lanyi summoned her attribute panel, meticulously examining it over and over. Oddly enough, she found no entry related to contracts on the panel. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she contemplated whether this function might only be accessible in her human form. Upon considering this, Lanyi glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. At that moment, her transformation time had increased to 19 seconds per day, with 7 seconds still available. 7 seconds should suffice. She would investigate further shortly, hoping for a pleasant surprise. As dawn broke with a hazy light, the faint sound of barking dogs pierced the morning tranquility. Lanyi emerged from Shun Mengli's warm embrace, peering outside at the sky, internally cursing, "Damn it. Just as I was falling asleep, you come." Mustering her energy, Lanyi gently shifted her body, extricating herself from Shun Mengli's hold. After a night of research, she had discerned the growth pattern of her transformation time, finding the effective range to be roughly 10 meters. The farther away, the less time would increase. Furthermore, her greatest gain had been understanding how to utilize the Fate Contract Imprint function. Excited by the potential of the Fate Contract Imprint, Lanyi leapt from the bed directly to the windowsill, then swiftly descended to the first floor. "Boss, big shot." The moment Lanyi landed, 4 figures sprang from the bushes: the orange cat, Huang Mao, the husky, Dahe, and Haizi. Lanyi nodded at them in acknowledgement before turning her attention to Huang Mao. "The warehouse, has it been cleaned up?" "Boss, it's all cleaned up. But there is still a bit of a bloody smell," Huang Mao replied, trembling slightly, clearly haunted by the gruesome scene from the previous night. "All right," Lanyi responded nonchalantly. "You should head back to rest." "Thank you, boss," Huang Mao exclaimed, bolting away as if granted a pardon. Lanyi shook her head, reflecting on how this fellow had little ambition. Initially, she had considered giving him a chance due to being her first little brother. But now it seemed wise to reserve that opportunity. "You 3, follow me." Chapter 39. This clever beast. Being too intelligent is not always a good thing. "You 3, follow me," Lanyi instructed the husky and the others, then proceeded toward a relatively secluded corner at the back of the neighborhood. Without any pretense, Lanyi declared, "I can enhance your strength." Pausing briefly, she squinted her eyes, scanning over the 1 cat and 2 dogs before her. "However, I require your absolute loyalty. If you choose this path, any act of betrayal against me will have its consequences." Haizi, without a moment's hesitation, nodded fervently, proclaiming, "Boss, as long as you can help me enhance my strength, my life is yours. Even if other opportunities arise, I will never betray you." The husky's blue eyes glimmered with shrewdness as it tilted its head, its tail nervously sweeping the ground. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed to make a decision. Nodding forcefully, "Boss, I, the husky, consider myself somewhat perceptive. You are definitely not an ordinary cat, and being with you surely holds promise. From now on, I entrust my weighty self to you." As for Dahe, a look of confusion crossed its dark canine face. It opened its mouth, struggling to express itself, ultimately managing to utter 4 words in a gruff tone. "Me too." A satisfied smile crept across Lanyi's lips. Although these 3 were merely ordinary beasts, she was confident that with their unwavering loyalty, she could cultivate them into beings not inferior to any source beast. "Very well," Lanyi nodded. "From now on, regardless of what you witness, remain calm." No sooner had she spoken than, without waiting for their reactions, Lanyi focused her thoughts and initiated the transformation. The tabby cat's form elongated and shifted, and in the blink of an eye, a tall, handsome young man stood in its place. "Howl, meow, woof, woof." The 1 cat and 2 dogs, as if stepping on their tails, instantly became alarmed. The husky, trembling on all 4s, felt its canine brain short-circuit. What just happened? Why did the boss suddenly turn into a 2-legged creature? This is bad. Am I about to be cooked? "Boss, can we have a clear broth instead?" I'm afraid of spicy." "What clear broth or spicy soup?" A vein throbbed on Lanyi's forehead as he shot a glare at the husky. If it weren't for the time constraint, he might have kicked it. "Haizi, you come first." With that, Lanyi crouched down, gently placing his palm on Haizi's head. "Do not entertain any thoughts of resistance." As the words left his mouth, Lanyi focused her mind. The fate wheel spirit pattern on her hand began to emit a faint glow. A complex sigil, composed of countless intricate crimson runes, gradually materialized and detached from the spiritual patterns. This sanguine rune, known as the Fate Contract Mark, momentarily hovered in the air before transforming into a streak of light and embedding itself into the center of the black dog's forehead. Subsequently, Lanyi performed the same procedure, leaving the Fate Contract Mark upon the foreheads of the husky and Dahe as well. The husky, his body tense throughout, instinctively recoiled at the moment of contact, but ultimately acquiesced. Dahe remained in a state of blissful oblivion, allowing Lanyi to proceed with ease. Once this was accomplished, the duration of his human form drew to a close. The husky exhaled deeply, relieved to see his leader revert to the familiar feline shape, allowing his anxious canine heart to settle. He hopped in place a couple of times, shook his fur, and then looked at Lanyi with a puzzled expression. "Is that it, boss? I don't feel any stronger, no additional muscle, and certainly no wings. Why the hurry?" Lanyi shot him a glance. I merely bound you to my contract beasts. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned his attribute panel. Indeed, beneath the original enhancement page, a brand new option, Fake Contract Mark, had appeared. A satisfied smile crept onto Lanyi's lips. This was his greatest discovery from the previous night. The Fake Contract Mark was a unique beast mastery ability exclusive to his human form. Thus, this option would only manifest while in human form. Now that this functionality was activated, it could naturally interface with the data of his feline form. Upon binding a creature through the Fake Contract Mark, it would become his contracted beast. Consequently, he could utilize the panel to consume his lifespan to directly enhance various parts of the contracted beast's body. Moreover, he would gain half of the lifespan of any creature his contracted beast killed. The other half would be automatically stored for the purpose of enhancing the contracted beast itself. This meant that the more contracted beasts he possessed, and the stronger they became, the more he could lounge comfortably atop a maiden's lap while continuously accruing lifespan. Having spent a lifetime as a mere worker in his previous life, he was finally poised to experience the sensation of being the boss in this one. Furthermore, the initial Fake Contract Mark was singular. While he was uncertain how many contracted beasts others could possess simultaneously, theoretically, as long as he had sufficient lifespan, he could possess an infinite number of contracted beasts. The consumption of lifespan would allow the condensation of additional Fake Contract Marks. The rules for enhancing the number of marks were similar. The first additional mark required 1,000 days of lifespan, the second 10,000, the third 100,000, and so forth. Last night, after comprehensively understanding this function, Lanyi consumed a staggering 11,100 days of lifespan to condense 3 additional marks in one breath. He had initially intended to offer an opportunity to Huangmao, that coward, in addition to the main trio of the Husky, Dahe, and Haizi. However, Huangmao's lack of ambition inadvertently saved him a mark. With a thought, Lanyi accessed the Fake Contract Mark functionality. On the panel, the portraits of the Husky, Dahe, and Haizi clearly materialized. Below each portrait were their respective 4-dimensional attributes, along with a value denoting loyalty. Contract Beast, Husky, Siberian Husky. Strength, Apprentice level. Power, 57 kilograms. Speed, 19 ms. Constitution, 43. Mentality, 23. Loyalty, 61. Contract Beast, Dahe, Chinese Rural Dog. Strength, Apprentice level. Power, 83 kilograms. Speed, 12 ms. Constitution, 67. Mentality, 8. Loyalty, 83. Contract Beast, Haizi. Strength, Apprentice level. Power, 25 kilograms. Speed, 21 ms. Constitution, 19. Mentality, 16. Loyalty, 80. These attributes were indeed superior compared to ordinary stray cats and dogs. Their potential was entirely reasonable. After all, during the monthly eclipse period, even without exertion, their constitution would be enhanced to some degree. Lanyi quickly scanned their attributes, lingering momentarily on the Husky's loyalty of 61 points. This dog, being overly clever, was not entirely a blessing. In contrast, Dahe, with his simple-mindedness, seemed more endearing. Just having signed the contract, his loyalty soared to 83 points, surpassing even Haizi, who was keen on becoming stronger. However, Lanyi was confident that with just one enhancement, Haizi's loyalty would rise the fastest. Perhaps due to Lanyi's prolonged gaze on the Husky's loyalty, the panel automatically transformed, revealing a detailed page regarding loyalty. Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. After perusing the loyalty introduction, he acknowledged that his previous judgment had been somewhat hasty. He was surprised to discover that a loyalty score exceeding 60 indicated a willingness to sacrifice oneself for the other. This suggested that despite their high intelligence, their hearts remained far purer than those of humans. Of course, it was likely influenced by the Fake Contract Mark as well. After a brief contemplation, Lanyi raised his gaze to Haizi and beckoned it closer. Without hesitation, Haizi approached and submissively lowered its body, presenting its head beneath Lanyi's paw. Lanyi nodded in satisfaction, placing his forepaw upon Haizi's forehead. In truth, the enhancement of the contracted beast could be directly executed through the panel. The additional step of using his paw was merely to deepen their impression, ensuring they understood that this power was bestowed upon them by him. Soon after, with a flick of his thoughts, Lanyi chose to enhance Haizi's 2 forelimbs, ears, and mouth. He refrained from enhancing too many parts at once. Good things should be given gradually to maintain their appetite and motivation to earn lifespan for him. He observed the deduction of 8,000 days from his lifespan. Was the consumption for enhancing contracted beasts twice as much? Lanyi raised an eyebrow but did not dwell on it. After all, he had previously annihilated a variety of fish and shrimp with his tailed beast bomb, yielding 13,971 days of lifespan, making this investment feasible. After a few breaths, Lanyi withdrew his paw. Haizi slowly opened its eyes, excitement radiating from its amber gaze, its voice trembling slightly. Boss, I really am stronger now. Thank you. Boss, just a small matter, Lanyi replied in a flat tone. Just ensure you do your job well in the future. He glanced at Haizi's loyalty on the panel. And indeed, This enhancement caused it to soar from 80 to 95 points. This figure left Lanyi with no doubt that, at his command, Heisey would not hesitate to charge into the enforcement team's stronghold. Meanwhile, the husky had been watching with wide eyes. As soon as Heisey's enhancement concluded, it eagerly bounded over, its tail wagging like a rapidly spinning propeller, its tongue lolling out, almost ready to lick Lanyi's paw. Boss, is it my turn now? As the lifespan of 16,000 days was deducted, both the husky and the large black dog underwent their respective enhancements. Lanyi glanced at the panel. The loyalty of the husky surged from 61 to 75 points, while the large black dog improved from 83 to 90. In this round of enhancements, their four-dimensional attributes saw only modest increases, with each gaining a mere 2 kilograms in strength. However, the potential for improvement was considerable. The enhancements to their ears and mouths were primarily intended to facilitate seamless communication, enabling them to comprehend human language in the future. Yet, this was merely a secondary advantage. Take the mouth, for instance. The enhancement of the mouth held little significance for Lanyi, purely because he found it distasteful. However, for dogs and cats, the implications were entirely different. Their battles relied on their teeth for biting. Enhancing the mouth greatly increased the sharpness of their teeth and their biting force. For them, the practicality of this enhancement far surpassed that of any other body part, apart from the torso. Oh whoa, boss, I feel like I could bite through rebar now. The husky exclaimed, excitement radiating from its face as it opened its mouth and took a bite out of a discarded iron pipe nearby. Although the pipe remained unbroken, 2 rows of deep bite marks appeared on its surface. Lanyi felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed the situation. He worried that the dog might chip its teeth, necessitating further enhancements to repair them later. Alright, do you wish to grow even stronger? Upon hearing Lanyi's words, the husky leapt up eagerly, exclaiming, yes, boss, absolutely. As my contracted beasts, your strength enhancement directly contributes to my own power. Upon hearing this, the husky's eyes sparkled like 2 bright bulbs. What are we waiting for? Boss, give me another boost. From now on, at your command, I will charge to the forefront. Lanyi shot at a disapproving glare. Do you think this is as simple as buying cabbage? Enhancing you involves a cost on my part. Noticing that the trio had quieted down, Lanyi continued. If you wish to grow stronger, you must offer something in return. What do you want us to do, boss? The previously silent Heisey inquired. Quite simple. Lanyi's gaze swept over them. As long as it is a living creature, be it a mouse, a cockroach, or any other animal, you are free to kill it. I will keep count of your kills. The more you slay, the greater the rewards you will receive. Is it really just about hunting living creatures? Is that difficult? Not at all. The husky and the large black dog's breaths grew heavy, while Heisey trembled with excitement. Lanyi, noticing its reaction, felt a flicker of curiosity. Heisey, you seem particularly resolute about gaining strength. When this topic arose, the excitement in Heisey's eyes was swiftly replaced by a cold, vengeful glare. My mother was killed by a Tibetan Mastiff from a neighboring district. I seek strength solely to avenge her. Tibetan Mastiff? The husky exclaimed, instantly recognizing the danger. I know that breed. They are fierce. Heisey, don't worry. I'll stand by you. The large black dog chimed in. Yes, we will go together and tear it apart. No need. Heisey shook her head, her gaze fixed on the neighboring district. This vengeance is mine to fulfill. The husky and the large black dog exchanged glances, refraining from further persuasion. They sensed that this was a personal obsession for Heisey, one that outsiders could not interfere with. Lanyi, too, chose to remain silent. When Heisey felt her strength was sufficient, he would accompany her to the scene of her vengeance. Clearing his throat, Lanyi redirected their attention, outlining their tasks ahead. From today onward, your mission is to expand your territory outward from Fallen Street, recruiting followers. Remember, I only want the elite. Any disobedient ones must be eliminated. Yes, boss. The 3 contracted beasts responded in unison. As he watched them depart, Lanyi mentally tallied his investments. He had expended 24,000 days, and to contract them, he had incurred an additional 11,100 days for binding the 3 life contracts. Altogether, this amounted to a total expenditure of 135,000 days. Glancing at the remaining 161 days of lifespan displayed on the panel, a slight smile crept across his lips. I hope you will earn back my investment soon. However, he mused that contracted beasts likely held more complexity than he currently understood. For now, he would simply utilize them as experience-gaining companions. Chapter 41, A Life of Gratitude. Bound by devotion. Just as Lanyi prepared to retreat for a brief nap, he encountered Shun Mengli emerging from the stairwell. Meow? Lanyi called out, hastening towards her. Hearing the sound, Shun Mengli turned to the right, failing to spot the familiar figure. She spun almost a full circle before finally noticing Lanyi approaching. That silly girl. She must still be half asleep, Lanyi thought to himself. Mimi, why are you up so early? I was planning to fetch you some food. Shun Mengli crouched before him and gently ruffled his hair. It turned out she had risen so early with the intent of securing her own provisions. A wave of warmth washed over Lanyi, and he instinctively nuzzled into her palm. Shun Mengli's smile broadened as she scooped Lanyi into her embrace. Before long, she carried him into a 24-hour convenience store, making a beeline for the shelves to carefully select items. Soon, she emerged with 3 different flavors of meat sausages, each in a quantity of 10. Boss, how much will these cost in time crystals? Behind the counter, a drowsy, portly owner yawned and waved his hand dismissively. 10 pieces. Upon hearing the price, Lanyi couldn't help but suck in his breath. For him, this paltry sum was insignificant. He could easily squash a few cockroaches or ants for far more than that. Yet, this was a tangible 10 days of lifespan. He had roughly estimated that an ordinary person's income in this world was about 1 to 2 time crystals a day. Each sausage was roughly equivalent to a 220-gram luncheon meat from Earth. 30 sausages nearly equated to 5 days' wages for an average person. This girl truly treats herself extraordinarily well. After purchasing the sausages, Lanyi found it peculiar that Shunmengli did not return home immediately. Instead, she approached the window of her own room. It was then that Lanyi noticed a modest hemp rope dangling from the third-floor windowsill, reaching all the way to the ground. At the base of the rope, amidst the grass, lay a tattered garment of indeterminate color. Mimi, wait for me a moment. With that, Shunmengli set aside 3 sausages, then tied the remaining 27 sausages in the bag to the hemp rope's end. After completing this task, she picked up the tattered garment and securely covered the tied bag. All right, Mimi, we can head home now. Lanyi blinked, his mind beginning to form a tentative hypothesis. Soon, his suspicions were confirmed. When Shunmengli opened the door, the elderly woman stood like a guardian at the threshold. Her inverted triangular eyes scanned Shunmengli, and when they landed on the 3 sausages she held, her eyes widened in shock. Before the old woman could utter any foul language, Shunmengli quickly stepped forward and offered her 2 of the sausages. Grandma, I bought these 2 source beast meat sausages with the time crystals I earned from my odd jobs. The elderly woman's expression was one of surprise. Lanyi was equally astonished. Shunmengli had called the old woman grandma. Her previous demeanor towards the old woman had been far from this. What had changed today? Was it perhaps for my sake? As Lanyi pondered in silence, the old woman suspiciously accepted the sausage, her gaze lingering on the solitary sausage remaining in Shunmengli's hand for several seconds. Has the sun risen in the west today? Have you, of all people, remembered to buy something for me? She weighed the sausage in her hand, her tone still spiteful. Shunmengli bit her lip and, with a serious demeanor, implored, Grandmother, I have never asked anything of you throughout my life. Could you please promise me not to drive him away? Humph. The old woman cast a disdainful glance at Lanyi, her expression full of revulsion. The creatures that shed fur were her utmost disdain. To her, cats and dogs were no different than the rats found in filthy gutters. Had it not been for her card friend's insistence yesterday, she would have expelled Lanyi long ago. She had planned to wait until Shunmengli left for the martial arts academy before dealing with Lanyi. Unexpectedly, this wretched girl had anticipated her intentions and had the audacity to use something to silence her. You intend that for it to eat, don't you? Does a filthy thing like that deserve to consume source beast meat? Just give it some leftover scraps. It won't starve. If you want me not to kick it out, then hand over that sausage to me. Lanyi fixed a menacing gaze on the old woman's neck. How dare she refer to him as a filthy creature? Were it not for Shunmengli's presence, he would truly have wanted to claw at her throat. This left Shunmengli in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to yield, handing over the last sausage to the old woman. Once back in her room, the first thing Shunmengli did was click the door shut and lock it firmly. She quickly approached the window, pulling up a heavy bag from outside. Upon seeing the remaining 27 sausages within the bag, a triumphant smile spread across her face. She tore one open and, as if presenting a treasure, whispered to Lanyi, Mimi, try this. It's source beast meat, very nourishing. Lanyi looked up at Shunmengli. He noticed clearly that as she spoke, her throat involuntarily rolled, evidently swallowing in anticipation. Was it possible that because he had saved too many misguided girls in his past life, he was now blessed to encounter such a kind-hearted girl in this life? Without pretense, Lanyi opened his mouth and took a big bite, then paused. In response to Shunmengli's astonished gaze, he approached the bag containing the sausages, nudging one out with his head and pushing it towards her. Meow? Shunmengli froze for a moment, instinctively asking, Mimi, do you want this flavor? Lanyi shook his head, raised a paw to touch the sausage he had pushed forward, then lifted his paw again, pointing at Shunmengli. Are you suggesting I eat it? Shunmengli's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Meow? When Lanyi nodded, her nose suddenly tinged with warmth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly overflowing. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions and once again graced him with a gentle smile. All right, sister will eat too. At last, Lanyi lowered his head in satisfaction, devouring the remaining sausage in mere moments, leaving not a crumb behind. Meanwhile, Shunmengli nibbled delicately, her slow, careful manner reminiscent of a protective little cat. She consumed only half of the sausage, storing the other half in a clean plastic bag, seemingly intending to take it to the martial arts academy for lunch. Having completed her tasks, Shunmengli pushed the bag of sausages deep beneath the bed and turned to Lanyi, whispering, Mimi, I've hidden these well. If you get hungry, just take one from under the bed. By the way, though that old hag has promised not to drive you away, It's best if you avoid appearing before her. Her temper isn't the best, and I'm worried she might take it out on you. Stay at home, okay? Sister is going to the martial arts academy now. Not waiting to see if Lanyi understood, she tiptoed out, softly closing the door behind her, leaving the room's atmosphere tinged with her faint, lingering fragrance. Lanyi crouched in place, feeling an unusual heaviness in his heart. He had always assumed Shunmengli to be a naive, kind-hearted girl, but he had not anticipated her to be far more astute and deserving of sympathy than he imagined. In his past life, he was an orphan. In this life, he started as a mere cat. Across both lives, he had never experienced the sensation of being cherished wholeheartedly. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in Lanyi's mind. I have nothing to repay you with, except my devotion. A smile crept onto his lips, but he quickly shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. Though his eyelids felt heavy, it was not the time for slumber. He needed to provide Shunmengli with a sturdy shoulder as soon as possible. Chapter 42. The Erosion Bone Mysterious Toad of Source Beast. Lanyi shook his head, forcing away the drowsiness, and then leapt to the window. Once Shunmengli exited the hallway, he stealthily followed her, hopping down to the first floor and quietly trailing her towards the martial arts academy. Uncertain if it was for physical training or to save time, Shunmengli opted for a light jog to the academy. Lanyi kept pace behind her for a full half-hour before she finally slowed down. By this time, the sun had risen high. In the distance, Lanyi caught sight of the school sign hovering in the air, etched with the grand characters Star Ember's Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. The architectural style of the academy was remarkably unique, exuding a futuristic technological vibe, with a massive sphere over 100 meters in diameter gently floating at its center. The closer he got, the more he sensed an impressive aura emanating from some individuals who appeared to be instructors, several of whom exuded a rather intimidating presence. Fortunately, as he was merely an unremarkable tabby cat, he attracted little attention in this bustling area. His small stature allowed him to slip in with ease. However, once inside the academy, Lanyi found himself dumbfounded by the sight of numerous long, fair legs. Where did everyone go? Had he merely glanced at those legs amidst the crowd and lost sight of everyone? He twitched his nose, soon catching the familiar fragrance again. Thankfully, his sense of smell had reached the second stage, making it relatively easy to locate someone. Moments later, Lanyi halted outside a classroom window on the first floor. He glanced up at the high windowsill, then quickly turned to eye a nearby rockery a few meters away. Choosing not to risk being spotted by the classroom's occupants, he leapt up onto the rockery instead. This vantage point was ideal, providing a clear view of everything happening inside. Inside the classroom, there were not many students. Perhaps 30 or 40, evenly split between genders, each seated at their own desk. A swift scan revealed Shunmengli seated in the last row by the window. This spot felt strangely familiar to Lanyi. In his past life, it was the exclusive domain of the academically challenged. Could it be that Shunmengli was also a struggling student? Just then, Lanyi's attention sharpened. He noticed 5 girls, dressed rather lightly, gathering around Shunmengli, while the other students appeared oblivious, continuing their own activities, clearly accustomed to this scene. Lanyi's gaze settled on the 5 girls surrounding her. On that day in the alley, his consciousness was somewhat hazy, and he failed to discern the appearances of the women bullying Shunmengli. If all went as expected, they were likely the culprits. His visit to the martial academy today was not solely for acquiring the time for form transformation and gathering information about this world. Another objective was to identify those women who tormented Shunmengli. To his astonishment, they turned out to be his classmates. Upon clearly seeing the leading girl's visage, Lanyi could not help but frown. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, with fair skin, a tall stature, and an exceptionally captivating appearance. Even through Lanyi's discerning gaze, this woman would undoubtedly score above 90, arguably the most beautiful he had encountered in this world aside from Shunmengli. Moreover, her demeanor and attire clearly indicated she was a daughter of a wealthy family. Logically, such a person should have no connection with Shunmengli. How could there be animosity between them? Was it jealousy? Shunmengli had little to incite envy. Even her looks were concealed. Surely, it could not be that Shunmengli's skin was merely fairer than hers. Or was it simply that Shunmengli appeared easy to bully? I hope you refrain from any outrageous actions. Otherwise, a glint of coldness flashed in Lanyi's narrowed eyes. Should these girls go too far, he would not hesitate to pay them a visit that evening. At that moment, the wealthy girl Xiaomin approached Shunmengli, her manicured fingertips tapping lightly on the table. You haven't taken my words to heart at all. Do you think I jest? Shunmengli slowly lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as it met Xiaomin's. Her expression serene and devoid of any ripple of fear. Have you finished? If so, please step aside. Class is about to begin. Xiaomin's countenance darkened, ready to erupt. Suddenly, a robust cough emanated from the classroom entrance. Xiaomin glanced back at the middle-aged teacher striding into the room, her brow furrowing slightly. She then leaned down and whispered into Shunmengli's ear, in a voice only the two could hear. Very well, I've laid down my words. If you successfully enter the Advanced Martial Academy, I, Xiaomin, will take your surname. At the podium, the middle-aged teacher's gaze swept over Xiaomin, who had returned to her seat, and the composed Shinmengli, before he merely shook his head slightly, emitting a barely audible sigh. Today's simulation course presents a slight challenge for you. It involves dealing with the bone-eroding toad. The teacher's voice resonated across the podium, dissipating the subtly eerie atmosphere in the classroom. Lanyi momentarily set aside his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the luminous screen that began to rise before the teacher. A video commenced, revealing a verdant pool, its surface as tranquil as a slab of solid jade. Suddenly, two slender tentacles emerged from the water, to Lanyi's surprise, each tipped with eyes the size of fists that blinked adorably. However, that initial charm quickly vanished as the water began to bubble vigorously, and in the next moment, a gargantuan toad, comparable to a truck, erupted from the pool. Its body was grotesquely covered in festering boils, oozing a greenish slime that dripped to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. The previous endearing impression was entirely obliterated, leaving only a wave of revulsion. What the hell? Lanyi's eyes widened in shock. This was, indeed, a giant toad. Chapter 43. Just a slight effort, and this is already the limit of this segment? As the video concluded, the classroom erupted into a murmur of suppressed discussions. Goodness, it's the bone-eroding toad. This creature is no easy foe. No easy foe. This is a class-level beast. Just the toxic miasma it exudes would claim a life if one approached within 5 meters without professional protective gear. Sigh. If even half of our class can pass this simulation course, we would consider ourselves fortunate. Half. You're overestimating. Do you not know how swift its tongue is? It can spit venom, has high defenses, and can attack from a distance. It's practically an indomitable fortress with no weaknesses. If the simulation conditions were any harsher, I dare say only Shinmengli and Zhao Min could succeed. Hey, are you out of your mind? Zhao Min despises comparisons to Shinmengli. Be wary lest she takes issue with you. From that distance, how could she possibly hear? On the rockery, Lanyi's ears perked, his eyes glimmering with understanding. So it turns out Shinmengli was not a mediocre student, but rather an academic prodigy. It seemed her consistent superiority over Zhao Min had fostered a sense of imbalance within that wealthy girl. How immature. Over such a trivial matter. It had escalated to the point of bullying. At that moment, the middle-aged teacher thumped the podium heavily. Once the classroom fell into complete silence, he solemnly stated, "You have all studied the information regarding the bone-eroding toad. I shall not elaborate further. In this simulation, each of you may allocate a maximum of 5 warriors at the soldier edge level, with the freedom to customize their roles. The terrain map has been sent to your individual light brain devices. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with it, after which the timer will commence. And you must submit your final results within 1 hour. Soldier Edge? Is this the designation for the strength levels of humanity in this world? I wonder how formidable this Soldier Edge truly is." Lanyi mused inwardly as he continued to observe. Through his observations, he began to grasp the essence of the simulation. In simple terms, it was to assign these students the role of tactical commanders, tasked with devising combat plans against the target source beast and specific terrain. They needed to not only entice the bone-eroding toad out of the pool, but also ensure the survival of their units while dispatching it in the shortest possible time. Once the plan was formulated, they would upload it to the massive sphere at the Martial Academy for simulation validation. Don't ask how Lanyi knew. There was an icon displayed during the upload that resembled the enormous sphere. He surmised that sphere was akin to a server. After uploading, they would merely wait a few seconds. The server would simulate based on their plan and provide detailed combat processes, outcomes, and final scores in return. At that moment, most students in the classroom were lamenting over the terrain map displayed on their light brain devices, their brows furrowed in despair. However, Lanyi noticed that Shinmengli hesitated not at all. She merely glanced at the terrain map before swiftly manipulating her light brain device. In less than 3 minutes, her first combat plan was completed and uploaded. Soon, feedback arrived. Soldier Edge Warriors count, 5. Battle outcome, no casualties. Bone-eroding toad eliminated. Time expended, 43 seconds. Comprehensive score, SSS level. Upon seeing this nearly perfect score, Shinmengli exhibited no signs of joy. Her expression remained as serene as if nothing had transpired. She merely glanced at the feedback before shifting her focus to the combat process. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to formulate a second plan. This time, however, she reduced the number of deployable warriors from 5 to 4. Minutes later, new feedback arrived. Soldier Edge Warriors count, 4. Battle outcome, 1 severely injured. Bone-eroding toad eliminated. Time expended, 59 seconds. Comprehensive score, SS level. This time, Shinmengli lightly furrowed her brows, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Her fingertips gently tapped the screen, as if she were revisiting the situation. Moments later, she began to formulate a new plan. Number of warriors at the blade's edge, 3. Battle outcome, 1 deceased. 2 lightly injured. The bone-eroding mysterious toad slain. Time consumed, 41 seconds. Overall rating, SS level. Until. Number of warriors at the blade's edge, 2. Battle outcome, 2 deceased. The bone-eroding mysterious toad slain. Time consumed, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Overall rating, S level. Lanyi, perched upon the rockery, was left dumbfounded. While other students were furrowing their brows to the point of squashing flies, Shunmingli was continuously raising the difficulty for herself, challenging the task under increasingly stringent conditions. Goodness! Lanyi couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. What is this? With just a slight exertion. Has she already reached the limit of this segment? Time's up. Now, let us commence the submission of results. As the middle-aged teacher's voice resonated, a chorus of lamentations erupted throughout the classroom. Teacher, please grant us 5 more minutes. I feel I am on the verge of success. Yes, teacher, we are so close. Shunmingli remained undistracted by the surrounding clamor, her expression calm as she operated her holographic device, erasing all recordings except for the second one. The reason for retaining this SS-level score, Lanyi surmised, was likely due to the slightly longer duration of nearly a minute, which also seemed less ostentatious. Soon, after all the students' results were uploaded, the rankings appeared on the luminous screen at the front of the classroom. First place, Shunmingli, overall score SS level. Second place, Zhao Min, overall score S level. Third place, the score plummeted to a level, with others faring even worse, including one with an F rating. It's over. It's over. I knew it would be like this. Teacher, this simulation assessment is far too difficult. The disparity between the class source beasts and the Blade's Edge realm is an entire major tier, which cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. Especially against a tenacious beast like the bone-eroding mysterious toad. Indeed, a despondent male student lamented, I sent 5 of us in, only to have us all wiped out without even encountering the mysterious toad. How can we possibly fight? Teacher, perhaps this time the scores should not count towards our assessment. Observing the agitated students below, the middle-aged teacher chuckled and shook his head. This simulation assessment was personally devised by me and will not factor into your assessment scores. As soon as the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in cheers of relief. However, the middle-aged teacher's tone shifted as he rapped the podium. Do not rejoice too soon. Your cohort will soon undergo the awakening ceremony, and as far as I know, the content of this assessment will be no less challenging than the simulations I have created. Alright, today's lesson is to conduct a self-review. Feel free to ask me any questions. On the rockery, Lanyi understood that the following period would be akin to a study hall, with little left to observe. Just as he prepared to leap down from the rockery in search of a spot near the window to review his transformation times, he noticed Zhao Min also rising from her seat. Zhao Min cast a disdainful glance at Shunmingli in the corner before directing her gaze towards the teacher at the podium. Teacher, I contest my ranking. The middle-aged teacher, preparing to sit down, paused in surprise. Zhao, the rankings are automatically sorted by the system based on comprehensive data. Do you have any questions? Zhao Min slightly elevated her chin, revealing a graceful, alabaster neck, akin to a proud peacock. Although I achieved only an S-level score this time, my battle plan utilized merely 4 warriors. Teacher, do you believe it appropriate for me to be ranked second? Chapter 44, Within the 3 Steps of the Crouching Dragon. A phoenix chick must arise. What? No way. Only 4 warriors were utilized? If that is the case, the worth of Zhao Min's S-level score seems extraordinarily high, making it plausible for her to rank above Shunmingli. Incredible, she took down a class source beast with just 4 individuals. Classmate, Sister Min Min is amazing, she's beautiful, comes from a good family, and her grades can crush ours. Honestly, I feel no envy towards such a prodigy as Sister Min Min. The classroom was suddenly filled with exclamations of awe, even the teacher at the podium displaying a hint of astonishment. It is worth noting that even if he were to conduct the simulations himself, utilizing 4 Blade's Edge warriors, the best outcome he could achieve would merely be an S-level score. Zhao Min seemed to relish the attention, raising her hand to silence the crowd, then continued, fellow students. If you doubt me, the teacher can pull up my score report for everyone to see. As she spoke, she turned her head to throw a provocative glance at Shunmingli. Lanyi on the rockery felt an urge to laugh. Yet he now understood why Zhao Min harbored such animosity towards Shunmingli. If he was not mistaken, Zhao Min was intent on humiliating Shunmingli, eager to overshadow her. Lanyi could even envision the scene of Zhao Min being countered and her furious expression. Indeed, just as Lanyi had surmised, as Zhao Min's words fell, her entourage began clamoring, urging the teacher to reveal the score report. The middle-aged teacher found himself in a predicament, ultimately raising his hand to operate the holographic device. Soon, Zhao Min's detailed score report illuminated the screen. Number of warriors at the Blade's Edge, 4. Battle outcome, 1 deceased, 1 severely injured, 2 lightly injured. The bone-eroding mysterious toad slain. Time consumed, 1 minute and 37 seconds. Although the cost was considerable, achieving the defeat of a class source beast with just 4 Blade's Edge warriors was a feat that left nearly all students present in awe. In an instant, the classroom buzzed with admiration and astonishment. Zhao Min's expression of triumph deepened as she turned, casting a disdainful look at Shunmingli. Shunmingli, you have seen my score. Do you have any objections to my ranking ahead of you? Shunmingli maintained an expression devoid of significant emotion. She merely raised her head slowly to meet Zhao Min's gaze, calmly uttering 2 words. No. At least you know your place. Zhao Min scoffed. feeling a considerable amount of the pent-up frustration from the past 3 years dissipate. Since the day she entered the Xingyin Intermediate Martial Academy, she had been overshadowed by the name Shunmengli. No matter how hard she tried or how much money she spent on tutoring, the top rank was perpetually held by the taciturn and impoverished Shunmengli, a reality she found intolerable. Today, she finally experienced a moment of vindication. Is that it? Outside the classroom, Lanyi anticipated that this farce would conclude when one of Zhao Min's followers suddenly stood up, indignantly pointing at Shunmengli. Shunmengli, what does that sour expression on your face mean? Do you think you're impressive just because you have good grades? Do you have any idea how hard Sister Min works? I see that expression of yours. It clearly shows you are unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Min's other followers chimed in. Teacher, I request that Shunmengli's score report also be revealed, so she can accept her defeat with grace. Yes, let her accept her defeat gracefully. Look at her disdainful demeanor. One might think she is the young lady of the Zhao family. Lanyi couldn't help but wear a bemused smile. Indeed, within the embrace of the tranquil realm, one could surely find the phoenix chick. The middle-aged teacher at the podium sighed deeply, raising his hand once more to engage the controls. In the next moment, Shunmengli's evaluation report supplanted Zhao Min's on the luminous screen. Number of martial artists engaged, 4. Battle outcome, 1 severely injured, and the bone-eating mystic toad deceased. Time consumed, 59 seconds. Comprehensive rating, SS grade. The data displayed on the screen struck like a silent, yet resounding slap, forcefully landing upon the faces of Zhao Min and her entourage. In the classroom, the raucous chatter and flattery that had filled the air just a moment prior fell abruptly silent. Every pair of eyes widened, fixated on the lines of text illuminating the screen. Silence. A deathly silence. Utilizing the same quartet of martial artists, Zhao Min's meticulously crafted strategy resulted in 1 fatality, 1 severely injured, and 2 lightly wounded, taking 1 minute and 37 seconds, earning an S rating. In stark contrast, Shunmengli's plan yielded no fatalities, only 1 severe injury, and was executed in less than a minute, garnering an SS rating. The disparity between the two was not merely one of merit. It was a staggering dimensional assault. Goodness! A gasp escaped from an unknown source, shattering the suffocating silence that enveloped the room. Subsequently, the classroom erupted like a lit powder keg. Did I see that correctly? Shunmengli also utilized merely 4 individuals. No fatalities. The crux of the matter was that she achieved 0 fatalities, and all within just 59 seconds. As the surrounding discussions turned on a dime, Zhao Min's complexion shifted from a flush of crimson to a pallid hue, then to a sickly green. Her body trembled slightly, the freshly applied red nail polish digging into her palms, blood seeping forth without her registering any pain. How could this be? How could she possibly have managed with just 4 individuals? And her results surpassed mine by such a margin. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. She must have cheated. Yet, within the independent simulation system of the Martial Academy, the notion of cheating was fleetingly dismissed as a mere whimsy. For uttering such words would only render her a fool in the eyes of others. At that moment, the girl who had first stood to propose an idea had already lost all color in her face, her lips quivering as she whispered to Zhao Min. Min, I understand. Shunmengli must have cheated. Yes. She smack. Zhao Min abruptly rose, delivering a sharp slap that sent the girl sprawling to the ground. 5 distinct finger marks rapidly appearing on her fair cheek. Fool. Zhao Min cursed, unable to remain any longer. She departed without bidding farewell to the teacher, seizing her belongings and storming out of the classroom amidst the stillness. The middle-aged teacher observed Zhao Min's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly before his gaze settled upon Shunmengli, filled with admiration yet tinged with an imperceptible worry. Meanwhile, the focal point of attention, Shunmengli, appeared unfazed, quietly activating her holographic device to re-enter the simulation system, initiating a review of the battle just fought. Her calmness and poise stood in stark contrast to Zhao Min's frantic demeanor. Lanyi, watching the girl who resembled a tranquil painting by the window, felt his brow furrow involuntarily. Shunmengli had evidently severed ties with Zhao Min. Given Zhao Min's haughty disposition, she would undoubtedly not let this transgression pass lightly. However, what perplexed Lanyi was why Shunmengli, possessing such extraordinary strategic capabilities, chose to conceal them. Logically, showcasing such talent would inevitably attract the attention of the Academy's higher-ups. At that juncture, a mere Zhao Min would hardly dare to trouble her, even if she had reservations with Shunmengli's abilities and intellect. She ought not to be bullied by a pampered heiress to such an extent. Lanyi shook his head, utterly baffled by Shunmengli's mindset. Casting a glance towards the school gate, he dismissed further contemplation, leaping from the rockery and pursuing the direction in which Zhao Min had disappeared. Chapter 45. The joy of being a working-class individual that night. Atop a skyscraper, thin mist swirled at his feet, evoking the sensation of walking upon clouds. Shunmengli perched on the edge of the rooftop railing, her legs dangling over the edge as she gazed vacantly at the vibrant city below. Lanyi stood beside her, his pale red feline eyes reflecting the city's neon lights, his tail swaying rhythmically. Indeed, the night view here was quite delightful. Shinmengli would come here to sit for a spell every day after school. Yet today, she appeared somewhat burdened, perhaps troubled by the events surrounding Zhao Min. Having arrived in this world a week prior, Lanyi recalled the day at the martial academy when he had just caught up with Zhao Min, only to watch helplessly as she hopped into a sleek floating sports car and vanished in an instant, leaving him no chance to pursue. He had retreated to the teaching building, finding a secluded corner on the third floor to rest. Why the third floor, you ask? It was simply because the effective range for switching forms expanded to around 10 meters, and the third floor was the optimal spot for absorption efficiency. On average, he could extend his form switching time by 47 seconds each hour. Excluding lunch and breaks, he could garner 6 minutes and 16 seconds daily at the martial academy, and an additional 8 seconds while spending time with Shinmengli in the evening. Over the course of 5 days, his form switching time skyrocketed from a meager 24 seconds per day to 32 minutes and 16 seconds. This represented substantial progress. Thus, Lanyi accompanied Shinmengli to the martial academy during the day as a supportive presence, and in the evenings, he activated his life-risking function to train and enhance his four-dimensional attributes. However, he harbored some concerns. Zhao Min had not attended the martial academy for several days, and he wondered if she was plotting something. To prepare in advance, he had instructed Blackie to send a few clever feline subordinates to keep a 24-hour watch on Zhao Min's entourage. If she intended to cause trouble, it was highly likely she would reach out to them first. The moment she made her appearance, Blackie would dispatch his subordinates to inform him. Aside from this, Lanyi had not engaged in life-extending endeavors during the past few days, yet the lifespan on his panel had been steadily increasing. It could only be said that the satisfaction of feeling like a working-class individual was indeed exhilarating. The husky, that silly creature, was the most industrious of the trio, providing the most significant lifespan boost of 33,702 days. Dahe contributed a bit less, offering 28,132 days, primarily because Lanyi had assigned it a special task to sit by the stall of the rotund fellow named Nye every morning. No significant actions were required. Simply being there ensured that few dared to visit Nye's stall. Blackie offered the least lifespan, totaling only 9,396 days, as he had been summoned to the martial academy for surveillance the following day, leaving him little time to extend his life. Altogether, the three provided a remarkable total of 71,230 days of lifespan, allowing Lanyi to claim 35,615 days. This resulted in him activating the 1,000-fold life-risking function daily, training for 3 to 4 hours. Rather than diminishing, his lifespan increased to 480,512 days. Lanyi pulled his thoughts back to the present, casting a sidelong glance at the tranquil girl beside him. She sat there, her hair gently tousled by the evening breeze, appearing so delicate that it seemed she might be whisked away at any moment. At times, he genuinely worried she might fall. As if sensing Lanyi's gaze upon her, Shinmengli turned her head, a soft smile gracing her lips. As the hour approached, Mimi, let us return home. Has the time truly come? A flicker of doubt crossed Lanyi's eyes. Had he misheard the announcement of the hour? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and quickly followed suit. They returned to the familiar slums, where the narrow alleys were shrouded in dim light, and the air was laying of culinary aromas and dampness. Along the way, many matronly figures lounging at their doorsteps greeted Shinmengli with warmth. Oh, little Shun is back. Why so late today? Hurry home for dinner. A kindly woman, basket in hand, produced 2 bananas and pressed them into Shinmengli's hands. Take these, dear. I just bought them for you and your little cat to enjoy. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Shinmengli nevertheless bowed slightly and accepted them. Thank you, Aunt Li. Tomorrow morning, I have no classes. I'll come by to help you clear the weeds in your yard. Aunt Li waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't be so polite. You finally got some time off. Sleep in a little longer in the morning. A serene smile graced Shinmengli's face as she shook her head. It's quite all right. I'm used to waking up early. Aunt Li, you two enjoy your conversation. I shall head back now. As Shinmengli walked away, cradling Lanyi, a few women gathered, lowering their voices. What a wonderful child. Smart and considerate. Indeed, it's a pity she has such a grandmother. That old lady Nye is truly something else. These sentiments had echoed in Lanyi's ears over the past few days, as the neighborhood women were fond of gossiping. Whenever Shinmengli left, he would amble nearby, putting on a charming demeanor. Upon seeing him, the ladies would inevitably comment, "Isn't that the cat raised by the Nye girl?" And the conversation would flow naturally towards Shinmengli. From their fragmented tales, Lanyi pieced together a narrative. Shinmengli's father had perished during a beast uprising before she was born. The old woman, inexplicably convinced that Shinmengli was the cause of her son's death, had since treated her with disdain, unleashing her ire upon Shinmengli's mother as well. It was only a few years ago that Shinmengli's mother had also died. Some claimed it was a tragic fall down the stairs, while others whispered that she had been cast out into the cold by the old woman, perishing from exposure. What puzzled Lanyi, however, was the noticeable change in Shinmengli's demeanor towards the old woman in recent days. Moreover, today, she seemed oddly different, particularly in her leisurely pace, which starkly contrasted with her usual hurriedness. While he pondered this, Shenmengli ascended to the third floor and was about to retrieve her keys when the door next door swung open with a creak. An elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s or 70s, with a head full of white hair, stepped out, carrying a large bag of garbage. Shenmengli paused her action. "Grandma Wang, are you going to throw out the trash?" "Ah, little Shen has returned. This trash has been accumulating for days. If I don't take it out, it will begin to smell." With a sweet smile, Shenmengli replied, "Grandma Wang, at your age, going up and down the stairs is quite inconvenient. Just leave the trash here. Tomorrow morning, I'll be helping Aunt Li with her yard work, and I can dispose of it then." Hearing this, Grandma Wang's expression softened, though she hesitated, glancing towards Shenmengli's door. Noticing her discomfort, Shenmengli lowered her voice. "Don't worry, Grandma Wang. I'll be out by 5 or 6 in the morning, and my grandmother won't even be awake yet." "Ah, then you are truly a good child. I appreciate your kindness." Shenmengli smiled as she accepted the garbage, placing it carefully against the wall between their homes, ensuring it wouldn't obstruct passersby. Upon returning home, she called out, "Grandma, I'm back. Here are some bananas from Aunt Li. You should try one." After handing a banana to her grandmother, she took Lanyi into her bedroom, peeling another banana and placing it before him. "Mimi, have a banana to tide you over." With that, she changed her clothes and stepped out to assist with dinner. Lanyi, having feasted his eyes on the scene, squatted on the floor, shaking his head. Today, Shenmengli was indeed peculiar, yet he could not quite articulate what was amiss. What caught his attention was a small, hard object peeking out from the neatly folded clothes, a faded gray photograph. He leaped onto the bed and cautiously pulled it from the pocket. Chapter 46, Life Draining, Activate. The photograph was old, its edges worn and yellowed. The woman depicted wore a simple, elegant student uniform reminiscent of the Republic era. Her face adorned with a tranquil and pure smile, her eyes sparkling with a clarity that seemed to reflect the entire world. Even in black and white, her beauty was undeniable and heart-stirring. This must be Shenmengli's mother. How strikingly beautiful. Lanyi mused, captivated by the image. The serenity and gentleness radiated even through the aged photograph, and he noted how closely Shenmengli resembled her, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. It struck him that he still had yet to see Shenmengli's true visage. Perhaps she bore a close resemblance to her mother. It was a pity that. Shaking his head, he set the thought aside, carefully returning the photograph to the pocket before finishing the banana she had peeled for him and retreating beneath the bed. Only 2 sausages left? Observing the dwindling supply, Lanyi paused before shaking his head in resignation. Over the past few days, he had been diligently engaging in rigorous exercise each night. With his physique rapidly improving, his recovery and metabolism had accelerated alarmingly. The most evident change was his physique. What once appeared diminutive due to his shaved fur had now noticeably bulked up, and he estimated he had gained around 10 pounds. The bare expanse of his back was now sprouting a fine layer of fur once more, and he surmised that within a few days, he would return to his former appearance. In addition, the number of sit-ups he performed had increased from 20 sets a day to 35. His strength had surged by 220 kilograms, his physique by 110 points, and even his mental attributes had risen by 4 points. It was no exaggeration to say that now he could easily overpower 20 large black beasts. However, an increase in physique meant a greater appetite. Those 20 sausages were truly insufficient. If Shenmengli discovered they were gone, she might assume that old woman had stolen them. The thought troubled him. For recently Shenmengli and the old woman had been on better terms. The old woman had even reined in her harsh words. If Shenmengli were to misinterpret the situation, it could lead to a fierce quarrel between them. Resolving to change into his human form later to procure more supplies, Lanyi muttered to himself. He needed to stock up on other provisions as well. Eating sausages daily was making his palate weary. In this vast world, food was paramount. Dismissing further thoughts, he extended his claws from his paw, deftly tearing open the packaging of the sausages. As he munched on the morsels, he contemplated his training regimen. With his current physique being sufficiently robust, he could add a running component to his routine without issue. Thus, he decided that tonight's training would include not only 40 sets of push-ups, but also a 30-kilometer run to test his limits. If he failed to complete it, with a resounding slap, I delivered a swift reprimand to my younger brother. As for the enhancement of physical attributes, Lanyi chose to postpone any such considerations for the time being. The reason he refrained from elevating his torso to the second stage of enhancement stemmed from 2 primary concerns. Firstly, he worried that the efficacy of his training would diminish post-enhancement. Secondly, he felt that enhancing his physique at this juncture might be somewhat wasteful, as exercising during the lunar eclipse period would yield significant benefits. He intended to wait until the next lunar eclipse, when he could push his body to its limits and then leverage the restorative effects of the enhancement to recuperate. This strategy would maximize his gains. After all, enhancing the torso to the second stage required a staggering 100,000 days of lifespan, while the third stage demanded a full 1,000,000 days. Meticulous planning was essential. Moreover, the enhancement of his torso could serve as a crucial life-preserving trump card. In the event of peril, an enhanced torso would enable a full recovery, thereby increasing his chances of survival. As for why he did not consider enhancing other parts of his body, Lanyi had been contemplating a particular plan over the past few days, having painstakingly accumulated over 400,000 days of lifespan. It would be a pity to squander it all solely on physical enhancements. Once he had accrued a bit more time in human form, Lanyi intended to transition to that shape, utilizing the surplus lifespan for a bold gamble, perhaps to invest in fish fry. If executed correctly, he might reap returns of several dozen or even 100-fold in lifespan. After finishing his meal, Lanyi had no intention of resting. Tonight's training was anything but light. He had set a stringent punishment for himself, one that required him to push his physical limits to the brink of exhaustion, thereby breaking through his mental barriers. Having resolved his packaging and physiological issues, Lanyi returned to his room and dove beneath the edge of his bed, propelling himself against the bed frame. By the gods! Life force activate. Before long, the door creaked open gently, accompanied by the familiar grumbling of the elderly matriarch from the living room. Shinmengli entered, carrying a steaming bowl of food. Mimi? She called softly, placing the bowl beside the cat's nest, only to spot Lanyi performing sit-ups at the edge of the bed. Despite having witnessed his workouts before, each time she was taken aback by his dedication, and an involuntary question flickered in her mind. Is this truly a cat? Not only could he perform sit-ups, but he also stared intently whenever she changed clothes. Moreover, every morning, he was invariably found sprawled across her chest. Shinmengli shook her head, dismissing these absurd thoughts. Mimi is quite diligent. I shall not disturb your training. I've placed your meal nearby. Be sure to eat. Meow? Lanyi responded curtly, returning to his mental counting. 897, 898, 899, 1000. With a sigh of relief, Lanyi collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, yet his eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Excellent. Progress had indeed been made. He had completed 5 sets in one go, not allowing himself to rest for long. He rose from the floor, stretched his stiff limbs, and after merely 2 or 3 minutes, commenced a new round of training. Time slipped by inexorably until the clock struck 3 in the morning. After completing a total of 40 sets, 8,000 sit-ups, Lanyi checked his panel. His lifespan had increased by over 1,000 days, indicating that the Huskies had not been idle either. His gaze then shifted to the attributes section, where he noted an increase of 80 kilograms in strength and 40 points in constitution. A silent smile crept across his lips. There had been no change in his mental attributes. It appeared that with the rise in physical constitution, enhancing his mental attributes would not be as straightforward moving forward. To break through, he would need to be even more ruthless with himself. Go for it. Lanyi encouraged himself internally, with no plans for rest. Lanyi drank some water and glanced at the sleeping Shinmengli on the bed before leaping gracefully out of the window. After landing steadily on the ground, he oriented himself and sprinted towards the commercial street. It had been several days since he had last seen the round-faced girl, and he intended to visit her. This time, he would do so in human form. Chapter 47. If you were as slender as you are now, I might not be able to resist pursuing you. At 5 in the morning, inside a convenience store on the commercial street, the round-faced girl stared intently at her holographic phone. Suddenly, she pouted and muttered, "This Suyu is truly not even pretending anymore. Little Ling is so young, yet he doesn't spare her. He could at least be a tad more subtle. Bah! What a scoundrel!" After a brief tirade, she minimized the ongoing series, with the ancient core body, "I am invincible in the apocalypse," and checked the time. At last, she had endured another day. The round-faced girl stretched her stiff neck and was about to get up to restock the shelves when the wind chime at the door jingled softly. A man entered. He had striking facial features and a tall, athletic build, and his simple casual attire exuded an air of runway sophistication. The round-faced girl stared, her heart racing uncontrollably. How handsome! How could someone be this attractive? Such looks, such charisma, such physique. He could rival the legendary protagonists. Typically, convenience store cashiers do not guide customers. But in that moment, the round-faced girl completely forgot this protocol. She dashed out from behind the counter, her cheeks flushed. "Handsome, what can I get for you?" Lanyi observed her reddened face and her furtive glances, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated the allure of his striking looks. Lanyi grabbed a bottle of water and gulped down half of it before speaking. "Please help me select some food. I would appreciate it." "Not a bother. Not a bother." The round-faced girl hastily waved her hands. "You should try this self-heating beast meat rice bowl. It's a new arrival, and I quite enjoy it. Also, this meat pie." She enthusiastically detailed over a dozen items, articulating their merits and drawbacks, clearly having sampled them all herself. Lanyi chuckled to himself. No wonder she had such a curvaceous figure. It made perfect sense if she were a food lover without restraint. "Do you have enough stock of these items?" "Yes." "Then I'll take 10 of each, please." Lanyi pointed at the shelf of sausages and added, "And 10 of each flavor of these sausages as well." The round-faced girl instinctively glanced outside the convenience store, hesitating. "Handsome, it seems you didn't drive here. How will you carry all these items back?" "Just find me 2 boxes to pack them in. I'm quite strong," he replied, flexing his bicep for emphasis. The defined muscle contours instantly captured the round-faced girl's attention. Her gaze involuntarily trailed down his arm to the subtle outline of his abdomen, and she swallowed hard. The sound of her gulp echoed distinctly in the otherwise quiet store. Suddenly realizing the situation, the round-faced girl's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Why you wait a moment? I'll pack it right up." Seeing her flustered yet diligently pretending to organize items to mask her embarrassment, Lanyi couldn't help but smile. All the items filled 2 large boxes to the brim. After paying 972 time crystals, Lanyi did not hasten to leave, but leaned against the cash register, intrigued as he observed the round-faced girl. "I hope you don't mind if I have a bite here. I just finished my morning run and am quite hungry." "Of course not," she replied, and upon her consent, Lanyi unceremoniously retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating beast meat rice from the cooler. The round-faced girl looked at the 2 boxes he placed on the counter with some surprise. "Are you really going to eat 2 portions this early? That's quite a hefty serving. Maybe you should." Before she could finish her sentence, Lanyi had already picked up one of the boxes and handed it to her. "This one is for you." "Ah." The round-faced girl was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved her hands. "That's not appropriate. We don't even know each other. I am Lanyi. The sea from justice, lawn from the wind rising at the edge of the green rushes, animerecommendations." Lanyi introduced himself with a natural charm, his gaze warm and inviting. "I'm Lanyi, Lin meaning forest, Ji meaning knowledge, and E meaning. Lanyi, a beautifully melodious name," Lanyi echoed. "See, now we are acquainted. Feel free to enjoy it as a token of my appreciation for your professional recommendation earlier." Lanyi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the dual allure of delectable food and an attractive companion, accepting the box of rice. "Thank you then. Don't mention it." This otherworldly self-heating rice boasted a significantly higher technological sophistication than that of Earth. Indeed, this technology was not merely superficial, it was genuine high-tech. Requiring no water, simply tear open the packaging, press a button on the side, and wait about a minute before indulging. "To save my life." Lanyi scooped a generous spoonful of rice, mingled with succulent chunks of meat and sauce, into his mouth. In an instant, an explosion of rich meaty aroma danced upon his palate. The texture of the beast meat was both firm and chewy, complemented by a secret sauce that tasted remarkably delightful. Lanyi could not help but give Lanyi a thumbs up. Indeed, to unearth culinary treasures, one must seek out food enthusiasts. "Humph, you are the real food enthusiast," Lanyi retorted, but a glimmer of pride flickered in her eyes as her recommendation received validation. Lanyi chuckled, shaking his head, allowing his gaze to linger on her face for a moment. "I can see you have a solid foundation. Have you never considered shedding a few pounds?" At his words, Lanyi's expression noticeably dimmed, and her eating slowed as she softly murmured, "I wasn't always like this." Noticing Lanyi's skeptical expression, Lanyi set down her spoon, unlocked her hollow phone, and turned the screen toward him. Displayed was a screensaver photo. Lanyi glanced at it casually before looking up, astonished. "Are you sure this is you? It couldn't possibly be a stock photo, could it?" "Humph. Believe it or not," she replied defiantly. Lanyi's gaze returned to the hollow phone. The girl in the photo had snow-white skin, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding confidence and radiance. Above her petite nose, she wore a pair of exquisite thin-framed glasses, adding an air of intellect to her charm. Lanyi had sensed Lanyi was a potential gem, but he hadn't anticipated that she would be so stunning upon losing weight. "If you were as slim as in that picture now, I might just find it hard to resist pursuing you." Chapter 48. "No? Handsome, are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Lanyi shot Lanyi an annoyed glance. Yet a ripple of warmth stirred within her at the compliment. "So, all you men care about is appearance. Look at how you phrase that." Lanyi laughed, unable to resist teasing. "If I were to look fierce or utterly disheveled, would you still be sharing a meal with me? If I lingered even a second longer, you'd likely scream for help, thinking I was some rogue." His vivid imagery amused Lanyi, prompting her to chuckle. Yet, after their laughter, a hush enveloped them again. Lanyi sensed a hint of melancholy in her demeanor and casually inquired, "Is it all right to ask what has caused such a significant change in you?" Lanyi paused momentarily, seemingly gathering her thoughts. 2 years ago, my parents were framed by the Zhao group." Her voice was soft, as if recounting someone else's tale. "During that period, I crumbled. My days were filled with tears and eating, isolating myself in my room. By the time I came to my senses, I had transformed into my current self." The Zhao group? Could it be such a coincidence? Lanyi's eyes flickered. "And now? Only my younger brother and I are left at home," Lanyi replied, smiling faintly. "If I don't pull myself together. My brother won't even have the tuition to attend martial arts school." Upon hearing this, Lanyi felt a wave of mixed emotions wash over him. This girl had endured so much hardship, yet she once mentioned that anyone could come to her for food at the shop. Sighing inwardly, Lanyi set down his rice box, and his demeanor grew serious. "Let us make a pact." "A pact?" "Yes. If you can successfully lose weight and return to the appearance in the photo, I will reward you with 100,000 time crystals." 100,000. Lanyi's head shot up, her eyes now filled with suspicion. Could this person be a con artist? The average person might not even earn 100,000 time crystals in a lifetime. Lanyi immediately discerned her thoughts and casually offered an explanation. Don't look at me like that. I was quite overweight myself before. After losing weight, I wanted to help others like me. He paused, extending his hand toward her. Lanyi hesitated, but upon meeting the sincerity in Lanyi's eyes, she placed her hand in his. To put it bluntly, given her current body weight, even if Lanyi were to act inappropriately, it was uncertain who would truly be at a disadvantage. Lanyi's fingertips delicately rested on her wrist. The next moment, a thought struck him. 30,000 days of lifespan. Lanyi's eyes widened in shock as she felt the information transmitted back from the spiritual pattern. Her voice trembling with astonishment. No. Handsome, are you serious? 30,000 days. That's nearly 83 years of life. Just like that given away? This serves as your preparatory fund for weight loss. Lanyi withdrew his hand, then shifted the topic. However, I must forewarn you. You have a maximum of 1 year to lose weight. If you succeed, I will grant you the remaining 70,000 days of lifespan. Should you fail, you must return the 30,000 days to me. With that, Lanyi casually tossed the empty rice box into the trash. I'm leaving now. He stacked the 2 hefty boxes effortlessly, holding them in one hand as he turned toward the door. I wish you success in your weight loss journey. The wind chimes at the entrance jingled again. Lanyi snapped back to reality and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, at least leave me your contact information. The street was eerily empty, and Lanyi's figure had vanished as if he had never existed. Lanyi stood frozen, pinching her arm with all her might. Ouch! That hurts. This isn't a dream. She looked down at the spiritual pattern on her hand, and then back at the vacant street, murmuring to herself. What a peculiar person. Before long, Lanyi emerged from a nearby alley, but now he had reverted to his cat form. As for the 2 large boxes of food, they had been seamlessly stored in his tail space. Casting a glance back at the convenience store, Lanyi turned toward the direction of the slums. Using 30,000 days of lifespan to repay a kindness seems quite worthwhile. He is oblivious to the thoughts of others, yet he has always been this way himself. For every act of kindness you bestow upon me, I shall return it twofold. Should you betray me, there is nothing more to be said. Nor should notions of forgiveness be entertained. I shall see you in the next life. As for the reason behind insisting that Lanyi shed some weight, it primarily stems from Lanyi's inability to bear the sight of a pearl tarnished by dust. Should Lanyi succeed in her endeavor to lose weight, who knows what further developments may arise. After all, when Lanyi is slender, she truly captivates him, and he yearns to reciprocate that allure. In his previous life on Earth, Lanyi was a carefree roguish figure with several confidants, occasionally indulging in additional escapades. It would be unreasonable to traverse through time only to regress into a naive virgin. Regardless, when it comes to matters of the heart, Lanyi has always been earnest. He would never let down any girl he holds dear. His heart merely has ample room, as he simply wishes to provide a warm home for all the girls he cherishes, nothing more. On his way back, Lanyi accessed the interface to check his attributes. The agility trait is indeed challenging to enhance. He had been running near the commercial street for nearly 2 hours. The exact distance covered eluded him. But under the circumstances of 1,000-fold effort, he had only increased his speed by a mere 2 meters, bringing it to 27 meters per second. Moreover, as he had not been sprinting at full capacity, there had been no change in his mental attributes. After all, this was not an indoor environment. If he were to exhaust himself outdoors, it could lead to complications in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Shaking his head, Lanyi decided not to dwell on it. Any improvement, however slight, was a positive development. Even if progress was slow, persistence would ultimately lead to a terrifyingly formidable enhancement of his attributes. Upon returning to his familiar room, Lanyi leaped down from the windowsill and paused at the sight of the neatly folded bed. He suddenly recalled that last night, Shinmingli had mentioned she would help Aunt Lee clear the weeds in the yard this morning. But this seemed rather early. It was likely not even 6 o'clock yet. That earnest girl truly had a warm heart. Silently muttering to himself, he retrieved a dozen sausages from his spatial pocket and tucked them back under the bed. After completing this task, Lanyi, stifling his fatigue, prepared to confirm the time in Aunt Lee's yard. However, just outside the bedroom, he was startled by the sound of the security door opening and closing. Had she returned so soon? Perplexed, he strained his ears to listen. Why was it suddenly silent again? Just as he pondered this, a faint gasp reached his ears, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Chapter 49. Hey, you can't sleep here. Something has happened. This thought flashed through Lanyi's mind, and without hesitation, he leapt from the windowsill. The moment he landed, a faint metallic scent filled his nostrils. His pupils constricted sharply as he propelled himself upwards in a few agile jumps to the second floor. In the dimly lit corner of the staircase lay a figure clad in a knitted sweater, motionless on the ground. Dark red blood seeping from beneath her cascading waves of hair. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, a strange expression crossed Lanyi's face. Wasn't this the elderly woman? After a moment's contemplation, he stepped closer and gently nudged her shoulder. Meow? Hey, you can't sleep here. The elderly woman was rolled over. revealing a face as pale as parchment. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as she opened her eyes a fraction. The glimmer within faded rapidly upon recognizing the tabby cat Shin had rescued, and she resignedly shut her eyes once more. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Lanyi felt conflicted. Were it anyone else, he might have called for assistance. Yet, this was Shin vindictive grandmother. Their relationship had somewhat softened in recent days, but Shin likely acted out of concern for him. After a moment's hesitation, Lanyi resolved against delivering the final blow. No matter the circumstances, this elderly woman was Shin only family in this world. Leaving her there to her fate, whether life or death, was hers alone to contend with. He would act as if he had seen nothing and never been there at all. Having made up his mind, Lanyi turned and leisurely descended the stairs. However, just as he exited the corridor, he encountered a neighbor carrying a basket of groceries, preparing to head out to buy food. "Isn't that the cat from the Xiaoshun household? Where's Xiaoshun?" the neighbor remarked, glancing towards the corridor, but failing to spot Shin After a moment's thought, she muttered, "Did it run out last night and can't get back? Meow?" Lanyi was utterly perplexed. It then dawned on him that the neighbor assumed he had escaped from the house last night and was now unable to return with the door closed. Seeing her walking towards Shin building, Lanyi swiftly darted in front of her. "Why would you want to carry me? I see that little Shun girl has spoiled you too much." "That's not what I meant." As the neighbor reached out, intending to scoop him up, Lanyi deftly dodged to the side. Yet this well-meaning neighbor was determined to ascend the stairs to inform Shin that her cat had ventured outside. Watching her retreating figure, Lanyi felt speechless. Not long after, a shrill scream shattered the morning's tranquility. "Ah, Sister Nya. Oh no, what happened to you? You're bleeding so much. Hang in there, I'll call an ambulance." As the neighbor's panicked cries echoed, the lights in several nearby apartments flickered on. Before long, the wailing siren of an ambulance grew nearer, and 2 medical personnel hurried up the stairs, carrying a stretcher to whisk the unconscious elderly woman away. A few early risers gathered nearby, murmuring amongst themselves. "I tell you, that cat from Xiaoshun is truly extraordinary. If it hadn't been for it, Sister Nya might have perished in the corridor without anyone knowing." "Hey, where's that cat from Xiaoshun? It was just here." At this moment, Lanyi had already arrived at Aunt Lee's yard. The yard was deserted, save for a pile of freshly cut weeds neatly stacked in the corner. Had they gone to the hospital? With the commotion of the ambulance, most residents had likely awakened. Someone must have notified Shin Not dwelling on it further, he stretched his back and yawned. After a long night of exertion, he felt both fatigued and drowsy. Time to return to sleep. Lanyi was stirred from his slumber by the faint sound of a door opening. His ears perked up, and before he could fully open his eyes, the mingled sense of hospital disinfectant and a hint of blood invaded his nostrils. How could they return so soon? Lanyi poked his head out of the cat nest. However, upon catching sight of Shin standing at the bedroom door, his brow furrowed in concern. Shin had her head bowed, her slightly long bangs obscuring her eyes, rendering her expression unreadable. Yet, Lanyi could sense a palpable shift in her demeanor, cold, stifled, exuding an aura of aloofness that repelled others. At that moment, his gaze fell upon her right hand. The pale skin around her knuckles was grazed, with faint traces of blood seeping through. What had happened? A pang of anxiety gripped Lanyi, compelling him to approach. But just as he leapt from the cat nest, Shin head snapped up, as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Leave. Get away from me." A hoarse, near-broken scream erupted from her throat. "Don't come near me. Get lost." She seemed to have lost her mind, recklessly seizing anything within reach and hurling it at Lanyi with abandon. The cup shattered upon hitting the ground, sending shards of glass and splashes of water everywhere. Lanyi leaped back, deftly avoiding the scattering fragments and landing gracefully on the windowsill. "Damn, has this woman gotten her period? What madness is this? Could it be that it's because I indirectly saved that old hag? But that was never my intention." Furrowing his brow, he looked at the emotionally unstable Shin and found himself puzzled. How could her demeanor have changed so drastically after just a brief outing? Moreover, based on his understanding of Shin even if he had indeed rescued the old woman, she shouldn't have reacted so irrationally. Could it be that the old woman's fall on the stairs was her design? After a moment's hesitation, he realized that remaining here would likely only provoke her further. It would be wiser to investigate what had truly transpired. Lanyi cast a deep glance at Shin before turning away and leaping from the window. At that very moment, as Lanyi descended from the windowsill, Shin felt as though all her strength had been sapped. Her body softened, and she slowly slumped against the cold wall, burying her face in her knees, her emaciated shoulders trembling slightly. "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Lanyi arrived at the fallen street. The daylight on Fallen Street was far from the chaos of night, but it was hardly tranquil, with groups of homeless individuals and aimless thugs wandering about. Lanyi strolled at a leisurely pace, his pale red feline eyes exuding a chill. His mood was decidedly foul. Along the way, every stray cat and dog that crossed his path lowered their heads, cowering on the ground, too terrified to make a sound, their eyes reflecting the most primal fear. Lanyi paused, beckoning to a white-haired mutt that was napping beside a trash bin. The dog startled awake, glancing around before realizing Lanyi was calling it, and it hurried over, scrambling on all fours. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Take me to find the husky and the big black." When he located them, the pair was busy trying to rally the local dog pack beneath a large bridge. Under the arch, nearly 100 stray dogs had gathered, divided into two factions, each baring their teeth and growling threateningly. The husky was negotiating with the opposing leader, preparing to send out 3 main fighters for a decisive showdown. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind the dog crowd. Most of the dogs led by the husky recognized Lanyi and promptly backed away, clearing a path nearly a meter wide. "Woof, woof, boss." Upon seeing Lanyi, the husky immediately abandoned negotiations, lowering its head in obsequiousness. "Boss, what brings you here? We can handle these misfits without your intervention. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll have them under control." Chapter 50. Reinforcement cancelled. Control them? At this moment, the opposing leader, a robust golden retriever, could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Husky, I always thought the rumors outside were exaggerated, but I never imagined you really took a cat as your boss. You're truly regressing. You expect us to accept a cat as our leader? Don't even think about it." The husky frowned, about to retort when Lanyi's cold voice sliced through the air. "Stop wasting words with them." The pent-up fury within Lanyi had found its outlet. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter. With a powerful push of his hind legs, he lunged forward. He didn't even extend his claws, simply swatting at the golden retriever's head as if it were an afterthought. The next instant, a dull thud resonated. The golden retriever's massive head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, crimson and ivory splattering everywhere. The previously boisterous bridge tunnel fell into an eerie silence. All the dogs were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the decapitated body as it slowly crumpled to the ground. A few quick-witted ones let out panicked yelps, tucking their tails and bolting away. "Woof, boss, I'm coming to help you." Big Black was the first to react, grinning wickedly as it rallied a few underlings to charge forward, knocking over those attempting to flee. The husky couldn't help but roll its eyes. It had painstakingly negotiated with the opposing pack, aiming to resolve the conflict and secure the remaining dogs for itself. But now, forget it. The husky shook its head, then bellowed to its followers a woo. "Surround them. Don't let a single one escape." Minutes later, the bridge tunnel was drenched in blood. Of the 40 to 50 stray dogs from the opposing side, 50 lay dead, with not a single survivor. Lanyi had personally dispatched nearly 40, extending his lifespan by an impressive 120 days. The nearby pack had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their scuffles were typically mere displays of aggression, with actual fatalities being a rare occurrence. Seeing this gruesome scene, some dogs were so frightened they lost control of their bladders. After such a liberating massacre, the pent-up frustration within Lanyi had finally dissipated somewhat. He shook off the blood that clung to his paws and instructed the husky, "Find a clever cat to replace Black, as I need to speak with it." "Boss, I'll arrange that right away." The husky nodded in affirmation. Before leaving, it reminded Big Black, "Make sure you and the others clean this place up quickly. We can't let any humans see this." Seeing that the husky had even considered the cleanup, Lanyi nodded approvingly. He then turned and jumped into the nearby river to wash off the blood. He didn't hurry to surface, instead reclining against the riverbank and allowing the cool water to soak his body, all the while reflecting on everything that had transpired, attempting to identify any overlooked details. After a lengthy contemplation, Lanyi remained at a loss, and a twinge of irritation began to rise within him. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and Black and the husky hurried back. "Boss, sorry to keep you waiting." Lanyi opened his eyes and glanced at Black. At this moment, Black appeared to be in poor condition, exuding an unmistakable aura of exhaustion. Feline creatures typically required around 16 hours of sleep per day, and judging by Black's appearance, it was clear that it hadn't rested properly in quite some time. "What about the individuals you were monitoring? Any unusual activity?" Black nodded earnestly. "Yes. The woman I was observing received a call this morning. She referred to the caller as Sister Minmin and mentioned she would arrive on time tonight. Before I returned, I specifically inquired with a few others who were tailing her, and they all received the same call." Lanyi narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Zhao Min intended to take action tonight. However, this also indicated that Xun Mengli's earlier odd behavior was likely unrelated to Zhao Min. Emerging from the river, Lanyi shook off the droplets of water and fixed his gaze back on Black. "You've worked hard during this time." Upon hearing this, Black was about to respond when Lanyi raised his right paw. Initially taken aback, Black quickly understood and lowered its head, presenting its forehead beneath Lanyi's paw. Previously, Lanyi had only enhanced their ears, mouths, and front limbs. Throughout this time together, he had come to understand that animals, unlike humans, were fundamentally different. Humans bore numerous complex desires, often leading to unrealistic notions. For instance, the methods Lanyi employed to enhance their physical forms could easily be misappropriated by those seeking to exploit them. Animals, however, possessed pure desires, and once they committed to something, it was challenging to alter their convictions. For such loyal subordinates, Lanyi felt there was no need for concealment. Moreover, by enhancing their strength, they could swiftly earn back more of their lifespan. With this thought, Lanyi focused his mind. Contract Beast Heizi's torso reinforced to the first stage, consuming 20,000 days of lifespan. Hind legs reinforced to the first stage, consuming 4,000 days of lifespan. Eyes reinforced to the first stage, consuming 2,000 days of lifespan. Nose reinforced to the first stage, consuming 2,000 days of lifespan. Tail reinforced to the first stage, consuming 2,000 days of lifespan. B reinforcement has been cancelled. Heizi emitted a suppressed grunt. Feeling an indescribable surge of power erupting within, sweeping through its limbs and bones, muscles and organs. Experiencing a transformation akin to being reborn, Heizi trembled with excitement. Prostrating itself on the ground. "Thank you, boss." Lanyi nodded, not showing favoritism. He placed his paw on the heads of the husky and Dahe, reinforcing all their body parts to the first stage, except for one specific area. The total enhancement for the three of them required the consumption of 90,000 days of lifespan. In reality, however, Lanyi did not expend nearly that much. Aside from Heizi's previously accumulated over 35,000 days of lifespan, the husky and Dahe had dispatched 10 stray dogs, earning an additional 29,000 days, half to 14,000. Thus, he had spent less than 40,000 days. Remarkably, compared to before arriving here, his lifespan had not only remained intact, but had increased by several tens of thousands, reaching a total of 546,751 days. However, for future enhancements, they would need to earn their own lifespan, as the cost for second-stage reinforcement would increase tenfold. The overall enhancement would demand a staggering 380,000 days. This was an investment Lanyi could not afford. Chapter 51. These two siblings indeed have issues. Among the three contract beasts, Heizi was the most composed. As for the husky, it had no boundaries whatsoever. Upon completing the reinforcement, it immediately transformed into an eager follower, lying at Lanyi's feet and licking its paws. Seeing Dahe, who seemed restless and eager to join in, Lanyi playfully swatted the husky into the river, chiding, "Look at your pathetic state. This is just the beginning." "Ah, boss, do you mean there will be more enhancements in the future?" the husky exclaimed, leaping ashore. It instinctively attempted to shake off the water, but upon receiving a glare from Lanyi, it obediently lay back down. Yet, its azure eyes sparkled with anticipation. Even the typically composed Heizi and Dahe cast eager glances. Lanyi did not hide the truth from them. "You have only undergone the preliminary enhancement. The true journey begins when you reach the second stage." As he spoke, Lanyi slowly raised his right paw, revealing nearly 10 centimeters of sharp claws glimmering with a chilling light. The three little ones widened their eyes, witnessing for the first time the true form of their leader's claws, previously only seen as a fleeting flash. "When your claws reach the second stage, you will possess capabilities akin to mine," he continued, shifting the conversation. "However, the cost for second-stage reinforcement will be significantly greater. You will need to hunt dozens, if not hundreds, more creatures than you have during this time, rather than frighten them." This proclamation only intensified their excitement. "Boss, we will strive for it," they declared. "Yes. Not far from here, there's a pack of stray dogs that hesitated before. I'll take my little brothers to wipe them all out." Dahe chimed in, its mouth stretching wide in a grin. Noticing Heizi's anxious expression, as if wanting to say something but holding back, Lanyi reassured him, "Heizi, there's no need to rush. While you're on lookout, I will ensure you earn your share, which will not be less than theirs." This was primarily to prevent any potential feelings of unfairness, even though such a possibility was minimal. After all, they were not foolish, they possessed their own thoughts. As their leader, Lanyi knew that if he failed to distribute rewards fairly, even if they did not voice their discontent, it would still breed feelings of unease. In any case, it was ultimately Lanyi's decision regarding the distribution. Following this, he addressed the husky and Dahe, instructing, "You two need to accelerate the expansion of your territory, especially around the vicinity of the Fallen Street. I do not wish to see any disobedient cats or dogs in that area." "Yes, boss. Once we completely unify Fallen Street, I will take you to enhance your strength." Lanyi dangled a tantalizing bait. "Enhance our strength?" The ears of the three little ones perked up instantly. Lanyi nodded, "Indeed. There is another method to enhance strength, which I will reveal to you in the future." The idea of training them together had long been on Lanyi's mind. To truly grow stronger, it was insufficient to rely solely on enhancing body parts. High-intensity training was essential to elevate their overall attributes. However, he needed to devise a method to utilize the life-draining function on Heizi and the others. Otherwise, merely allowing them to train mindlessly would likely prevent them from reaching his current level, even if they trained until exhaustion. Nevertheless, the Martial Academy was set to hold an awakening ceremony next week. If someone were to awaken as a beastmaster, they should be able to glean methods to enhance contract beast strength. Once all matters were settled, Lanyi did not linger, prompting the husky to lead him towards the hospital. Since Shun Mengli's abnormalities were not due to Zhao Min, the issue likely lay with that old hag. He needed to see for himself what had transpired. Before long, Lanyi arrived at the second hospital of Xinjiang City. Locating old lady Nia was not particularly challenging. Since she had fallen and injured her head, unless she was in the emergency room, she was likely in neurosurgery. Following the signs, Lanyi effortlessly detected the old woman's scent in the neurosurgery ward. As he contemplated whether to create a distraction to summon a nurse to open the door, a somewhat familiar gruff voice emerged from the nearby nurse station. "Hey, young lady, which ward is Nia Fongfong in?" Lanyi's ears perked up, and he turned to look. The speaker was none other than the portly man selling breakfast, old lady Nia's younger brother. Room 705. Lanyi quickly hid beneath an empty hospital bed. Just as the stout man turned the doorknob to room 705, Lanyi swiftly slipped inside, finding a concealed corner to conceal himself. His gaze swiftly scanned the room. TSK. This old hag's family is quite well off. She has a single room for her hospitalization. As Lanyi silently marveled, the stout man had already cheerfully approached the bedside. "Sister, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to see you." On the bed, old lady Nia had her head wrapped in a bandage, her complexion somewhat pale, but her spirit appeared intact. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her brother, a faint smile appeared on her face. However, as her gaze swept over the stout man's empty hands, the smile quickly faded. "You come to see me empty-handed?" Upon hearing this, the stout man's smile collapsed, and he immediately began to lament. "Sister, you have no idea how difficult these past few days have been for me. I don't know where this stray dog came from, but it has been squatting beside my stall every day, scaring away all the timid customers." Old lady Nia frowned. "Why didn't you call the security team?" "Of course I did. Why wouldn't I?" Nia Pongzi slammed his thigh in frustration, lamenting the fact that the dog simply sat there, neither barking nor attacking anyone. The security team had come, taken a cursory glance, and departed, declaring it was not within their jurisdiction. Enough of this vexing matter. "But sister, how did you fall down the stairs so inexplicably?" Upon hearing this, Nia Laotai's eyes unmistakably shifted, instinctively darting towards the hospital room door. "Lock the door," she commanded. Nia Pongzi hesitated for a moment, but then surprisingly asked no questions, obediently rising to secure the door. Upon returning to her bedside, he lowered his voice. "Sister, has something happened?" That wretched Shinmengli. Nia Laotai's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with unmasked malice. "She must know something. The more I ponder, the more it feels wrong. This fall today was undoubtedly a scheme devised by her." Upon hearing this, Nia Pongzi's brows knitted tightly together. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated. "Sister, are you overthinking this? What we did was so clandestine that a mere girl like her could never have known." Lanyi raised an eyebrow. It was evident that this brother-sister duo harbored secrets. Chapter 52. Just wait, your good days are yet to come. "Humph, have you forgotten her mother?" Nia Laotai scoffed. "That wretched girl must have inherited her mother's cunning." "What do you mean?" Nia Pongzi still wore a puzzled frown. "Usually, Lu Maji calls me for a game around 9. But today he called before dawn. After some inquiries, I learned that the wretched girl had gone to Lu Maji's yard early this morning to weed." Nia Pongzi remained confused. "What does weeding have to do with your fall?" "Silence. Let me finish." Nia Laotai interrupted impatiently. "I investigated thoroughly. That wretched girl promised someone surnamed Li last night that she would help with weeding this morning, yet when she arrived, instead of calling for Li, she called for Lu Maji. Isn't that a curious coincidence?" She paused, her gaze darkening. "The most crucial part is that as I was leaving, I noticed the neighbors had piled garbage in the corridor again. Feeling superstitious, I kicked it. As a result, a pen fell out of the garbage bag. And it was that pen that caused me to tumble down the stairs. The more I think about it, the more it feels off. Those neighbors are illiterate. Where would they have gotten a pen? That pen was undoubtedly planted there by that wretched girl, and she must have calculated that I would kick that garbage bag." Seeing his sister's furious demeanor, Nia Pongzi still found it hard to believe. "Sister, could it really be that sinister? What if it was merely a coincidence?" "Humph, a coincidence?" Nia Laotai scoffed as if hearing the most absurd joke. She cast a derisive glance at Nia Pongzi's lower half, a mocking smile curling her lips. "Have you forgotten how you lost your manhood?" Those words acted like a switch, instantly igniting the most painful memories within Nia Pongzi. His face, previously flushed, turned a ghastly pallor, his small eyes glinting with resentment. It was then that he had harbored illicit desires for Shinmengli's mother. Just as he was about to act, a series of seemingly unrelated coincidences rendered him impotent. "Sister, are you suggesting we take action beforehand? Times have changed, and the subsidies from the time bank are substantial. It would be a shame to lose that." As their conversation continued, the sordid secrets between the siblings began to unravel. Lanyi felt a chill enveloping him, a wave of cold coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. The elderly matriarch and her brother had once been core members of a human trafficking ring, but as regulations tightened, coupled with the new mechanism for spiritual awakening requiring individuals to be over 18, the value and safety of their merchandise had drastically diminished. They had ceased their operations, opting instead to invest their savings into legitimate business ventures. However, prior to their retirement, they had executed one last job, rescuing Shinmengli's mother who had been grievously injured and unconscious. Now, with Shinmengli on the verge of awakening her spiritual mark, Should she awaken a high-quality mark and successfully enter an advanced martial academy, they could no longer keep her as a compliant, unpaid laborer. Hence, the two had begun plotting, having even contacted a former associate from their criminal days. Once Shen Mengli awakened her mark and they received subsidies from the time bank, they planned to sell her to that associate as a daughter-in-law, securing a tidy sum for their old age. As for the time bank subsidies, Lanyi surmised they were likely a form of government maternity allowance designed to prevent situations where individuals procreate without the intention of supporting their offspring, thus necessitating the awakening of a spiritual mark before disbursement. Listening to their conversation, Lanyi's eyes grew increasingly frigid, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. No wonder Shen Mengli concealed her beauty. She was not merely guarding against the lustful eyes of outsiders, but was surrounded by two beasts masquerading in human form. These two wretches deserved nothing less than death. No, every human trafficker should be condemned to the same fate. In that instant, Lanyi silently sentenced them both to death. A faint, crisp sound echoed from beneath the bed. Lanyi's claws had unknowingly sunk deep into the concrete floor, leaving a series of fissures in the once solid ground. Who? Pongzi's face darkened, swiftly grabbing a fruit knife from the bedside table. The sound had emanated from beneath the bed. Laotai placed a hand on Pongzi's arm, signaling him to remain calm. From the shadow beneath the bed, Lanyi slowly withdrew his claws from the ground, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent within him. Killing these two scoundrels would be effortless with his current strength, but this was a hospital, crowded with people. There was no way to interrogate them here. After all, they still had an accomplice, one who had even paid Laotai a deposit. If he were to eliminate them now, that unknown accomplice might covertly target Shen Mengli. Thus, before dealing with them, he needed to devise a way to draw out that accomplice. Lanyi stepped out from beneath the bed, revealing himself. Where did this stray cat come from? Pongzi's tense expression relaxed momentarily, although he did not recognize it as the same cat that had previously disrupted his stall. He cursed under his breath and prepared to kick it. What are you doing? Laotai immediately admonished her brother. If it weren't for this creature, you wouldn't see me today? Sister, are you suggesting that this beast saved you? Pongzi's face was one of incredulity. Laotai shot him a glare, offering no explanation. She felt no surprise at Lanyi's presence, merely assuming it had followed the ambulance to the hospital and later found a spot to curl up and sleep. Come here. Meow meow, let grandma hold you. As she forced a benevolent smile, Lanyi could not help but smirk internally. The speed at which she could switch her demeanor was indeed a testament to her nefarious upbringing. Meow? Lanyi glanced at the open window nearby before leaping onto the hospital bed, feigning a docile and gentle demeanor. Seeing this, Pongzi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hey, this little beast is rather perceptive. As he spoke, his hefty hand instinctively reached towards Lanyi's head, intending to pet it. In the very next moment, meow, Lanyi, as if startled, suddenly arched his back, his claws extending like lightning. A glimmer of cold steel flashed. In an instant, Pongzi's outstretched hand was marred by deep, visible gashes. Before he could retract his hand, Lanyi had already leapt up, delivering another swipe across his fat face. Even Laotai, standing nearby, was inadvertently caught in the fray, receiving 3 deep wounds across her face, blood oozing profusely. Ah! A piercing scream abruptly echoed through the hospital room. Lanyi chose to disregard the vile brother-sister duo, leaping gracefully onto the windowsill and casting a chilling glance back at them with his pale red feline eyes. This was merely an appetizer. Just wait. Your days of reckoning are yet to come. Without lingering any longer, Lanyi surveyed his surroundings and confirmed his landing spot below. Utilizing several air conditioning units as stepping stones, he effortlessly descended to the first floor and dashed towards the slums, simultaneously contemplating how to confront Shen Mengli. Upon returning to his familiar bedroom, Lanyi had barely landed from the windowsill when he discovered Shen Mengli leaning against the wall, tightly clutching a yellowed photograph. Hearing a slight disturbance by the window, Shen Mengli's body trembled, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickering in her hollow gaze, only to be swiftly suppressed. Why are you back? Leave. She stood up, approaching the window with the intent to lock it. Just as her hand was about to touch Lanyi, a calm yet magnetic male voice resonated unexpectedly within the quiet room. Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you wish to drive me away? Chapter 53. Isn't it perfectly normal for cats to need? After careful deliberation, Lanyi resolved to lay his cards on the table with Shen Mengli. Otherwise, this matter could never be clarified. Eventually, she would discover his true identity as a human. Revealing it sooner would allow her to better comprehend the cultivation system of this world. His only concern was whether Shen Mengli would react violently upon learning his true nature. At the sudden sound, Shen Mengli's outstretched hand froze midair, her body jolting as if struck by electricity. This voice. She abruptly turned her head, scanning the empty room. Then, her eyes, filled with suspicion, returned to Lanyi. Is it you who is speaking? Lanyi nodded. In the next moment, under Shen Mengli's gaze, Lanyi, transformed into a tabby cat, dissipated like a wisp of smoke carried by the wind. Staring at the unexpectedly materialized man before her, Shen Mengli staggered back several steps, her back colliding forcefully with the wall, her eyes riveted on the striking figure, her mind a blank. If he is indeed a man. No. If he is human, then all those times she had bathed, changed clothes, and thought his kneading was merely a cat's habit. Boom. A wave of scorching crimson rushed across Shun Mengli's cheeks, swiftly staining her fair neck and delicate ears. An overwhelming sense of shame and indignation engulfed her reason, causing her finger, pointed at Lanyi, to tremble with intensity. You shameless creature. Lanyi had anticipated a myriad of reactions, such as questioning his identity, yet he had never imagined Shun Mengli would respond in such a manner. It seemed that this girl held rather traditional views. Lanyi shrugged, adopting an expression of utmost innocence. How am I shameless? What have I done that requires elaboration? His gaze roamed over Shun Mengli, ultimately pausing at her chest, his face displaying a look of sudden realization. Isn't it perfectly normal for cats to need? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Silence. Shun Mengli, both embarrassed and furious, exhibited an evident shift in her demeanor. The earlier despair had dissipated. Observing the effectiveness of his playful banter, Lanyi couldn't help but let a slight smile creep upon his lips before his expression turned serious. Believe it or not, until today, I genuinely thought I was merely a cat. My previous training was purely instinctual. Lanyi paused, meeting Shun Mengli's skeptical gaze as he continued. Thanks to you, my body and spirit have begun to recover during this time, allowing me to gradually recollect certain things. For instance, I am actually human. Though I have no idea why I lost all my memories, save for my name, Lanyi, and the inexplicable transformation into a cat. This was the most plausible explanation Lanyi could devise. Surely, he could not divulge that he had traversed from a place called Earth. That would be more absurd than feigning amnesia. Shun Mengli furrowed her brow, contemplating Lanyi's words. His tale sounded ludicrous, yet she found no grounds to refute it. Moreover, when she first discovered Lanyi, he had indeed been gravely injured. Had she not rescued him, he might have perished in that alley. After a moment of silence, Shun Mengli, like a deflated balloon, relaxed her previously taut defenses, temporarily accepting Lanyi's narrative. Then why have you returned? Lanyi shrugged casually, his tone light. You are my savior. How could I possibly abandon you? Shun Mengli shook her head, warmth flickering in her eyes. You should leave. I will soon face numerous troubles, and having you around will only put you in danger. Lanyi raised an eyebrow. So, your earlier attempt to drive me away was intentional? Shun Mengli hesitated before nodding, then added quietly. However, I was genuinely angry. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Your plan involved orchestrating the old lady's fall down the stairs. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Shun Mengli's face. How did you know? I just returned from the hospital, and, quite coincidentally, witnessed quite a spectacle. Lanyi replied, his gaze turning steely. Initially, I had intended to eliminate that brother-sister pair to avenge you. But I thought it might be more gratifying for you to witness their descent into hell. Hence, I have allowed them to live for the time being. Shun Mengli's heart skipped a beat, akin to a stone cast into water, sending ripples of emotion coursing through her. She opened her mouth, yet her throat felt constricted. After a prolonged silence, she managed to force out two words. Thank you. Lanyi shook his head, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his expression. Your plan must not be so simple, right? Care to elaborate? Shun Mengli did not withhold her intentions, recounting her plan in its entirety. Her goal was not merely to eliminate the old woman for her mother's sake. According to her scheme, once a life was lost, the enforcement team would be compelled to investigate. When that occurred, they would review the surveillance footage from the neighbor's house and witness her placing the pencil above the garbage bag, intentionally smiling at the camera. Of course, aside from that smile and the undeniable connection to the pencil, the enforcement team would uncover no evidence to implicate her as the murderer. She would tidy the yard, calling the old woman's card friends to open the gate. The friends, awakened early, would undoubtedly be irritable, but upon seeing Shun Mengli there to help clear the weeds, any displeasure would be suppressed. Moreover, once the elderly were roused, they found it challenging to return to slumber, with their morning irritability directed towards Shun Mengli's grandmother. They would think, if I can't sleep, then neither shall anyone else. In essence, no matter how the enforcement team investigated, Shun Mengli would merely be portrayed as someone who placed a pencil on top of the garbage, forgetting to take it down while hastily cleaning the yard. The old woman had been coaxed out by her card friends. The garbage outside belonged to the neighbors, and, intriguingly, the old woman had kicked it herself. Had she not kicked it, the pencil would not have fallen, and thus, she would not have tripped and tumbled down the stairs. Even though the enforcement team was aware that Shun Mengli had significant issues, they were utterly powerless against her. The reason she deliberately smiled at the surveillance cameras was rooted in her concern that the enforcement team might overlook her problems and eliminate her from suspicion altogether. This behavior was driven by her understanding that Zhao Min's character would never allow her to escape unscathed. Thus, she sought to provoke the enforcement team, positioning herself as a primary suspect. In doing so, the enforcement team would unwittingly become her shield, making Zhao Min think twice before taking action against her. Once the 7-day surveillance period concluded, the awakening ceremony and assessments would be nearly complete. As long as she managed to gain admission to any martial arts academy, even the lowest ranked one, Zhao Min's family would think twice before daring to harm her. At this juncture, Shen Mengli cast a somewhat resentful glance at Lanyi. She had calculated the hearts of others and anticipated all outcomes. Yet she had failed to foresee the emergence of such an unpredictable variable as him. Lanyi awkwardly rubbed his nose, but couldn't help but acknowledge Shen Mengli's remarkable intellect. She was blatantly signaling to the enforcement team, "I am the culprit. What can you do about it?" Not only could they find no useful evidence, but they also had to act as her bodyguards for 7 days. She was no fragile maiden. She was clearly a master strategist. Wait, Lanyi suddenly realized. His astonishment evident. With such exceptional planning abilities, why not display them outright? If you had revealed this talent earlier, Zhao Min wouldn't have dared to threaten you, would she? Upon hearing this, the light in Shen Mengli's eyes dimmed momentarily. Instinctively, she raised her hand to gently touch her left ear, her movement delicate, as if she were handling a piece of fragile porcelain. Chapter 54. From this day forth, I shall allow no one to harm you. I am permanently deaf in my left ear, Shen Mengli stated calmly, as though discussing an unrelated matter. With this flaw, no matter how well I perform in simulated strategy assessments, I will never receive attention, and no one will want to team up with me for practical evaluations. Lanyi was taken aback. He recalled that morning when Shen Mengli emerged from the corridor. He had called out to her from her left side. Yet she had first looked to the right, unable to locate the source of his voice, before turning nearly a full circle to find him. At the time, he had thought she was merely groggy from sleep, unaware that it was due to her deafness. Wait, hold on. Permanent deafness? Shen Mengli was not referring to a congenital condition. Did that old hag inflict this upon you? Shen Mengli's hand near her ear stiffened slightly before she gradually lowered it. She remained silent, merely nodding. Yet, this subtle gesture struck Lanyi like a hammer, crashing heavily upon his heart. With a crack, Lanyi's fists clenched. And for the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill someone. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, no matter how one viewed it. Shen Mengli was the granddaughter of that old hag. It made sense. Human traffickers had no humanity to speak of. If previously Lanyi felt a twinge of awkwardness for disrupting Shen Mengli's plans, he now believed it was for the best. Had he not inadvertently saved that old hag? And she had died so easily, wouldn't that have been a disgrace? Such scum deserved to suffer immensely for their actions, and now that he was aware, he was determined to ensure they endured every torment. Taking a deep breath, Lanyi approached Shen Mengli and gently tousled her somewhat lackluster hair. Shen Mengli's body tensed immediately, instinctively wanting to pull away. However, the gentleness of his touch and the warmth radiating from his palm elicited an unexpected sense of reluctance within her. Lanyi gazed down at the frail girl before him, his eyes filled with compassion. I know this may sound abrupt, but if you are willing to trust me, I will not allow anyone to harm you from this day forward. Shen Mengli shuddered slightly, slowly raising her head, as she met Lanyi's soft crimson gaze. Memories of her time with Mimi flooded back to her. The man before her and the tabby cat from her memories, one a human, the other a feline, seemed to merge in her mind's eye at that moment. Her heart, once shattered yet remarkably resilient, felt as if it had been touched by something, creating a fragile fissure through which light seeped in. For years, she had struggled alone in darkness, swallowing all grievances, pain, and resentment in silence. She had never dared to wish for someone to lend her a hand or to trust anyone. Yet here was this stranger, whom she had just met, proclaiming he would protect her. The absurdity of this sentiment struck her, yet she found no mirth in it. Tears welled in her eyes, and she could no longer contain them. A hot droplet cascaded down her cheek, landing on her hand. Flustered, she lowered her head, hastily wiping her eyes, her voice quavering with a hint of unrecognized anguish. I don't need your protection, she insisted, even as tears flowed freely like pearls slipping off a broken string. Lanyi observed her slender shoulders trembling, an inexplicable ache piercing his heart. He said nothing more, simply enfolding her in his arms. Shen Mengli's body stiffened, instinctively trying to struggle free. Stay still, Lanyi's voice resonated above her, imbued with an undeniable authority. If you move again, I might start to suspect you're attempting to take advantage of me. Shen Mengli halted her struggles. How could this guy be so shameless? After all, he was the one holding her. She wanted to retort, but pressed against his warm chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. All the pent-up negative emotions within her found an outlet, and in that moment, they burst forth uncontrollably. No longer resisting, she clutched at the fabric of Lanyi's shirt, burying her face in his embrace, and erupted into tears like a child who had suffered great injustice. Remarkably, Shen Mengli was only just 18. She had borne far too much for someone her age. A weaker individual might have succumbed to depression or worse. Yet, Shen Mengli not only persevered but also fought back. Indeed, if it weren't for his unintentional interference in her plans, it was highly likely she would have succeeded. Lanyi now understood why Shen Mengli had previously been so distraught, so hysterical. If he were in her position and someone thwarted his ambitions, extinguishing his hopes, he would undoubtedly lash out with lethal force. Lanyi remained silent, holding her quietly, gently patting her back. After what felt like an eternity, Her sobs began to subside. Shinmengli, somewhat embarrassed, extricated herself from his embrace, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Lanyi's shirt was now soaked in tears, clearing his throat. Lanyi broke the awkward silence, teasing, "Have you cried enough? This happens to be my only shirt at the moment, so how do you plan to compensate me?" Upon hearing this, Shinmengli lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. You and I, even with her high intelligence. Facing Lanyi's shamelessness left her momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm just kidding." As Lanyi observed her cheeks flush once more, he reined in his playful demeanor. "You must be aware of what that old hag and her ilk were up to, correct?" Shinmengli nodded, her voice tinged with somberness. "My mother spoke of it before her passing." Lanyi, devoid of any machismo, recognized his own limitations. Shinmengli possessed a sharper intellect than his own. Thus he resolved to excel in his areas of expertise. He proceeded to relay the information he had gleaned in the hospital. "I overheard the old hag and that rotund fellow discussing their plans. They intended to wait until you awakened your spiritual patterns before selling you to their associates. However, due to recent events, they are now planning to act prematurely. Do you have any thoughts on this?" At his words, Shinmengli narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "If they dare to lay a hand on me, I am confident I can send them to the Security Bureau." "The real trouble lies with Zhao Min. Send them to the Security Bureau?" Lanyi interjected. "That would be far too lenient for them. If only I had the ability to resurrect, I would relish the opportunity to slay them 1,000 times. As for Zhao Min, you need not worry. I will find a way to address that." At this juncture, a glint of malice flickered in Lanyi's eyes. Zhao Min had arranged to meet with her entourage that evening. Should matters escalate, he would not hesitate to eliminate them beforehand. Shinmengli's expression shifted, and she cautioned. "The Zhao Corporation wields significant influence in Star Ash City. Do not act recklessly." "Have you forgotten that I can transform into a cat?" he retorted. "Generally, no one harbors significant suspicion towards a mere feline. If I were to launch a surprise attack, it would not be difficult to eliminate her." Sensing Shinmengli's lingering unease, Lanyi assured her, "Rest assured, I will not act impulsively without a reasonable guarantee of success." "Very well." Shinmengli nodded, refraining from further comment. Lanyi pondered briefly. The old hag and her brother had been firmly ensnared, and it was unlikely they would return today. Zhao Min would not appear until nightfall. Time was still on their side. Lanyi then broached the subject that concerned him most. He gestured towards his head. "About my past, I remember nothing. Since we have time to spare, could you enlighten me about the division of strength levels and some fundamental information?" Shinmengli's expression turned incredulous. "You truly have amnesia? Did you think I was jesting? Aside from my name, I recall nothing." She added, "Moreover, the time I can maintain my human form is limited." As she spoke, Lanyi transformed back into his feline form. Gazing at the now cat Lanyi, Shinmengli was filled with curiosity, alongside an indescribable sensation. She recalled her previous interactions with the cat, wondering if she had touched anywhere beyond its head and back. Lost in thought, a faint blush suddenly crept onto her fair cheeks. She had not touched any inappropriate places, yet several mornings ago, when she had pushed Lanyi away, she had noticed a hint of red. Did that imply, "Oh no, my eyes have been sullied"? Shinmengli's face reddened further, fearing that Lanyi would perceive something amiss. In a flurry, she retrieved her light-brain phone from her pocket and tapped a few times, projecting a pale blue light screen. "This pertains to the division of martial artist strength levels. See if anything resonates with you." On the screen, the 7 major realms of martial artists were displayed: Blade Edge Realm, General Spirit Realm, King Armor Realm, Emperor Bone Realm, Lord Realm, Divine Presence Realm, and Imperial Ruin Realm. Detailed descriptions accompanied all but the Imperial Ruin Realm. Blade Edge Realm, strength range, 1,000 to 3,000 kilograms. Speed range, 50 to 80 ms. Characteristics, ability to condense battle armor, capable of completely resisting ordinary firearms, and can withstand a 1-ton impact without injury. Condensing battle armor requires a slight sacrifice of lifespan. General Spirit Realm, strength range, 300 to 10,000 kg. Speed range, 80 to 120 ms. Characteristics, reflex speed of the nerves increased threefold. King Armor Realm, strength range, 10,000 to 20,000 kg. Speed range, 120 to 180 ms. Characteristics, further enhancement of battle armor's defensive capabilities. Able to withstand missile attacks, and can endure a 3-ton impact without injury. Emperor Bone Realm, strength range, 20,000 to 50,000 kg. Speed range, 180 to 240 ms. Characteristics, all bones are reinforced, allowing for more actions that surpass human limits, resulting in increased bodily coordination. Lord Realm, strength range, 50,000 to 100,000 kg. Speed range, 240 to 320 ms. Characteristics, ability to fly without external assistance, requires a sacrifice of lifespan. Divine Presence Realm, strength range, 100,000 to 300,000 kg. Speed range, 320 to 420 ms. Characteristics: upon promotion, can restore all previous injuries, including severed limbs and damaged organs. Immunity to toxins is heightened. Ability to absorb energy from the environment to replenish consumption, and a significant increase in the speed of injury and stamina recovery. Rapid recovery requires a sacrifice of lifespan. Imperial Ruin Realm. No information recorded. As Lanyi absorbed the information displayed on the screen, a sense of urgency welled within him. After all this time, he had yet to reach even the lowest realm. It seemed prudent to remain discreet until he could cultivate further. He lingered on the characteristics of the Divine Presence realm for a few moments before casting a glance at Shinmengli. Such a virtuous girl should not bear such a flaw. Yet, it was premature to dwell on this now. After committing the matter to memory, Lanyi refocused and inquired, "Is it merely a matter of strength and speed to attain these realms?" "Not quite," Shinmengli replied, shaking her head. "Each realm requires not only the individual's strength and speed to meet certain criteria, but also the ability to independently slay a source beast of the same realm and absorb its core. This is why many merchants, regardless of their resources, find it challenging to reach higher realms." Lanyi nodded thoughtfully. The premise was indeed reasonable, preventing the mere accumulation of resources from creating powerful individuals. Furthermore, the notion of the core, as its name suggests, was likely related to lifespan. Absorbing it should directly augment one's longevity. However, he found himself puzzled by how it could be determined that the source beast was indeed killed by the individual. Did every source beast possess such a core, or was it a matter of chance? Moreover, why was there no information recorded for the Imperial Ruin Realm? Could it be that no one had ever attained it? Lanyi voiced his myriad inquiries. Noting his apparent ignorance, Shinmengli pondered briefly before softly stating, "Let me begin by explaining the origins of source beasts. According to historical records, our water blue star underwent a transformation 2,000 years ago, resulting in the first occurrence of the moon erosion phenomenon. Through Shinmengli's exposition, Lanyi finally gained a preliminary understanding of this world. 2 millennia ago, water blue star's technological advancement was not vastly different from that of Earth. Following the appearance of the moon erosion, various monstrous beasts began to randomly descend upon the globe, all of which were bloodthirsty and savage, feeding on flesh and blood. Initially, these beasts were not overly powerful, with the technology of the time. Exterminating them was not particularly arduous. Soon, human researchers discovered a black crystal within the brains of these beasts, realizing that consuming this black crystal could awaken spiritual patterns. Not only did it allow for the quantification of lifespan, but it also enabled individuals to enhance their physical attributes at the cost of their longevity. More crucially, humans who awakened spiritual patterns could continue to consume and absorb this black crystal, thus perpetually extending their lifespan. Thus, humanity designated the crystals excavated from the brains of monsters as life cores, while the monsters themselves, serving as the source of life, were referred to as source beasts. However, the favorable circumstances were short-lived. Chapter 56. To avoid taking detours of several decades, or even centuries. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. A month later, the eclipsed moon reappeared. As time passed, humanity gradually realized that the phenomenon of the eclipsed moon occurred with unwavering regularity every month. Furthermore, the number of source beasts descending upon Aquamarine Star increased, and their strength grew ever more formidable. In the later stages, all of humanity's technological weapons were rendered ineffective against certain immensely powerful source beasts. It was akin to a snowball effect. The population of source beasts surged, leading to catastrophic casualties within human civilization. Some island nations vanished entirely from the map within half a year of the disaster, sinking beneath the waves along with their lands. Others, once brash in their proclamations, dispatched squadrons of fighter jets known as Tempest, only to meet total obliteration without achieving a single victory. As for those nations with already diminished military prowess, they found their entire races nearly erased from the annals of history within a year of the eclipsed moon's emergence. This was one of the darkest epochs in human history. Statistics revealed that during that harrowing period, the total number of surviving humans worldwide scarcely exceeded 100 million. In the face of life and death, the remaining factions across the globe began to forge alliances. On the continent of East, the Council of Time was established under the leadership of the Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the North American continent, the Alliance of Time Reversers was formed, spearheaded by the United States. These two superpowers gathered the finest scientific minds from various nations and ultimately succeeded in developing formidable weapons capable of inflicting damage on source beasts by extracting materials from their bodies. Thus, after a prolonged period of navigating darkness, humanity finally grasped a genuine hope for survival. Although they remained unable to eradicate the source beasts entirely, they at least acquired the means for self-preservation. Policies such as the childbirth subsidies issued by the Time Bank emerged during this period to encourage population recovery. Now, over 1,000 years later, the human population on Aquamarine Star has barely recovered to around 3 billion. Through more than a millennium of exploration and development, humanity has achieved a precise classification of its own strength and that of the source beasts. The ranks for warriors are delineated as soldier, general, king, emperor, sage, and deity. Correspondingly, source beasts are categorized into soldier level, general level, king level, emperor level, sage level, deity level, and emperor level. It is worth noting that source beasts of the same rank possess slightly greater strength than human warriors. Typically, a source beast newly entering the general level possesses power comparable to an ordinary warrior at the pinnacle of the general soul realm. The reason one must independently slay a source beast of the same rank to advance is perhaps due to the nature of the rules. Utilizing technological weapons or collaborating with others to defeat a source beast only yields a mere 50 years of lifespan from the life core. Only by single-handedly vanquishing a source beast of the same rank can one absorb 100 years of lifespan. A complete absorption of a life core of the same rank is necessary to break free from the internal barriers akin to a genetic lock and ascend to a higher realm. Of course, over the years, humanity has also developed life core extractors, which can reduce losses to 10, albeit with a steep fee of 30 payable to the time bank. Due to the series of subsidies provided by the time bank, few dare to voice dissent. After listening to Shun Mengli's narrative, Lanyi felt a significant stir within. This world was far more intriguing than the monotonous and tiresome grind of daily labor back on Earth. Lanyi snapped back to the moment, inquiring curiously, by the way, I noticed there was no introduction for the Emperor Ruins realm. Is it because no one has reached that level yet? Not at all, Shun Mengli shook her head. Just as she prepared to elaborate, her stomach audibly grumbled at an inopportune moment. Instinctively, Shun Mengli covered her stomach, her gaze evasive, wishing she could vanish into a crevice of the earth. Upon witnessing her awkward demeanor, Lanyi couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, he resumed his human form, flipping his wrist to conjure 4 exquisitely packaged boxes of self-heating source beast rice bowls. Shun Mengli's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished at the sight before her. She refrained from inquiring about the origin of the meal, yet her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. Lanyi observed her reaction, realizing that this world likely lacked any items akin to storage spaces. Of course, it was also possible that Shun Mengli's abilities were too limited for her to comprehend deeper concepts. Seeing your expression, is this your first encounter with such an ability? It is indeed my first time. It's simply marvelous. How did you accomplish this? Shun Mengli nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Lanyi shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. Upon awakening, I discovered my consciousness could connect to a space of 100 cubic meters, allowing me to freely store items. But not living beings? No, unfortunately. Witnessing Shun Mengli's expression akin to someone who had just lost $1 million, Lanyi couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The storage space was a capability acquired after enhancing his tail. With continued enhancements, who knows, perhaps he could eventually store living beings as well. As they conversed, Lanyi had already opened all 4 boxes of self-heating rice bowls and pushed 2 of them toward her. The rich aroma of meat instantly permeated the entire room. Shun Mengli swallowed hard and quickly gestured, I can't eat that much. 1 box is sufficient. Feel free to eat. If you can't finish, you can leave the leftovers for me. I have a hearty appetite and 1 tea waste any, Lanyi replied, gazing at the enticing source beast rice bowls before her. Shun Mengli hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately decided against further refusal. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat delicately yet swiftly, displaying grace in her movements. As she savored her meal, she continued to explain to Lanyi, those powerful individuals in the Emperor Ruins realm are akin to guardians for humanity, and each major city typically has at least one of them stationed. For instance, the lord of our Star Ember City is an Emperor Ruins realm powerhouse. However, their information, including specific abilities associated with their realm, is not disclosed to the public. Lanyi nodded, understanding the rationale. It is only natural for top-tier combatants to maintain an air of mystery to exert their deterrent effect. By the way, I have another question, Lanyi said, shoveling in a large mouthful of rice, his words somewhat muffled. If the time in the spiritual patterns runs out, does that mean a person dies immediately? Shun Mengli paused her chopsticks, lifting her head to regard him with a look of incredulity. All right, Lanyi discerned the answer from her expression, clearing his throat. He shifted his inquiry. If someone has a lifespan of several tens or even hundreds of millions of years, can they continue to live indefinitely as long as they don't sustain fatal injuries? How could that be possible? Shun Mengli shook her head. Lifespan is merely the fundamental energy sustaining life activities. How long one lives ultimately depends on bodily functions. The higher the realm, the stronger the body, and thus, the longer one lives. Take, for example, the first counselor of our Council of Time, the Thunder Empress. It said she has been in power for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years, Lanyi mused. That's quite a long life. Regrettably, given her title, she was evidently not female. Otherwise, Lanyi might have genuinely contemplated enhancing his appearance, thinking that if he could truly win her affection, he could bypass decades or even centuries of arduous effort. Chapter 57. The Limit of Equilibrium Flow? Seeking out wealthy patrons, just a fleeting thought. However, such musings aside, one must be strong in oneself. If one's physical conditions are lacking, even if one were to find an immensely powerful wealthy patron, they might be exhausted within days. See, Lanyi's life motto was, soft rice can be consumed, but it must be eaten with strength. Refrain from those unrealistic notions. See, Lanyi inquired about his most pressing concerns, those pertaining to cultivation. Shinmengli exhibited remarkable patience, continuing her exposition. In the realm of human martial artists, cultivation can be broadly categorized into two primary schools, the extreme flow and the balanced flow. These schools are primarily distinguished by the specific bodily enhancements they pursue. Wait. See, Lanyi abruptly set down his chopsticks, interrupting her. You mentioned bodily enhancements? Noticing See Lanyi's pronounced reaction, Shinmengli cast him a curious glance, her gaze eventually settling on the spiritual pattern on the back of his left hand. Haven't you already awakened your spiritual pattern? You could use your consciousness to probe and discern its grade. Grade? See, Lanyi's expression was one of confusion. This thing even has grades? He immediately focused his mind to sense it. Much to his dismay, it felt exactly the same as before. Aside from the contract imprint and the remaining lifespan, no other information was forthcoming. Observing See Lanyi's bewilderment, Shinmengli sighed softly. If it doesn't display a grade, then your spiritual pattern is merely ordinary. But do not be disheartened. Even with an ordinary spiritual pattern, with diligent effort, one can aspire to greatness. Moreover, I will also devise ways to assist you. See, Lanyi furrowed his brow and waved his hand. First, could you clarify what this spiritual pattern grading entails? Certainly. Shinmengli nodded and continued. Spiritual patterns are classified into 4 grades: ordinary, rare, exceptional, and peerless. Typically, if one awakens an ordinary spiritual pattern without acquiring the ability to become a beast master, that individual will remain an ordinary person for their entire life. Approximately 70 of individuals awaken ordinary spiritual patterns each year, while 25 awaken rare patterns, and 5 awaken exceptional ones. As for the peerless grade, in the past 1,000 years, only 47 individuals have awakened such patterns. Unable to contain his curiosity, See Lanyi pressed on. What are the differences between these grades? There are 7 bodily regions we can enhance: the torso, both hands, both feet, eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Awakening an ordinary spiritual pattern grants one a single enhancement opportunity with each major breakthrough. Rare patterns allow for 2 enhancements, exceptional patterns 3, and peerless patterns 4. Once you obtain enhancement opportunities, you may consume your lifespan to selectively enhance specific bodily regions. The distinction between extreme flow and balanced flow lies in the fact that extreme flow focuses solely on one bodily region for enhancement, while balanced flow selects multiple regions. As See Lanyi listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Initially, the terms rare, exceptional, and peerless had startled him. If he merely possessed an ordinary spiritual pattern, wouldn't his starting point be significantly slower than others? Yet, was this truly all there was to it? Wasn't this akin to the enhancement function in his Death God's Inheritance panel? Enhancements requiring prior acquisition of enhancement opportunities? See Lanyi found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't it supposed to be that as long as one had lifespan, they could enhance at will? Moreover, he had 2 additional enhancement regions, the appendage and the tail. What, then, was his classification? Extreme balanced flow? Clearing his throat, he interrupted Shinmengli, who was poised to elaborate on the pros and cons of balanced and extreme flow. But doesn't an ordinary spiritual pattern also grant one an enhancement opportunity with each advancement? Why do you say that those with ordinary patterns can only lead ordinary lives? Unperturbed by the interruption, Shinmengli continued. This brings us to the topic of cultivation methods. Upon hearing this, See Lanyi immediately perked up. To enhance strength, bodily resilience, and speed, one must burn their lifespan to improve training efficacy. Just that single statement nearly caused See Lanyi to spit out the rice he had instinctively brought to his mouth. Cough, cough. He quickly regained his composure. Gesturing for her to continue, Shinmengli regarded him with a quizzical expression before subtly shifting her lunchbox closer to herself. Normal training has its limits. Once those limits are reached, any further enhancement becomes exceedingly challenging. However, by burning lifespan, one can transcend these limitations, and the additional strength gained has no cap. Furthermore, different grades of spiritual patterns yield varying multipliers and consumption rates. An ordinary spiritual pattern can enhance training efficacy by a maximum of 10 times, consuming lifespan at a rate 1,000 times that of normal time flow. To burn 1 minute at 10 times efficiency would require a sacrifice of 666 hours and 40 minutes, something no ordinary person could afford. 1,000 times? See Lanyi couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder Shinmengli claimed that awakening an ordinary spiritual pattern essentially meant being disconnected from the martial world. Given such consumption, it truly was an endeavor beyond the means of an average person. Even for families of wealth, no amount of lifespan could elevate their power significantly. As the tenfold cap remained a constraint, Shinmengli had anticipated See Lanyi would exhibit disappointment or frustration, even preparing words of comfort. Instead, she witnessed him merely clicking his tongue before returning to a state of calm, even finding the time to continue enjoying his meal. Shinmengli couldn't help but marvel at his inner strength. If it were anyone else, they might have already succumbed to despair upon learning such news. She silently resolved that, should she grow stronger in the future, she would find a way to assist him, especially considering his earlier vow to protect her. Noticing Shen Mengli lost in thought, Lanyi waved his hand before her. What are you pondering? Nothing. Shen Mengli snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile and shaking her head. Let me continue. Beyond ordinary spiritual patterns, the other 3 grades can enhance training efficacy by up to 100 times, with lifespan consumption rates of 1,000 times for rare patterns, 100 times for exceptional patterns, and 10 times for peerless patterns. At her words, Lanyi paused mid-bite. All right then, yet another ability that overshadows all others. If the peerless spiritual pattern offers only 100 times, then what does my 1,000 times equate to? Have you come to terms with it? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lanyi couldn't suppress a grin, his eyes sparkling with delight. Whoa. He hastily lowered his head, shoveling rice into his mouth to mask his expression. Calm. He reminded himself that he had yet to grow stronger. He must remain low-key. Throughout the afternoon, Lanyi absorbed a wealth of invaluable information like a sponge. Fortunately, Shen Mengli was an academic prodigy, her breadth of knowledge comprehensive enough to answer all his queries. He gleaned several crucial insights from her. First, all major martial academies possess specialized gravity training rooms, where pressure is applied to all bodily organs and tissues, yielding training results that far surpass those achieved outside, sometimes by several folds or even dozens. Some gyms outside also feature gravity training rooms, yet their costs are exorbitant, and the gravity levels cannot compare to those in martial academies. Second, once one's current realm reaches the limits of strength, speed, and other physical attributes, any further training or lifespan burning will yield no results until a realm advancement is achieved. However, upon advancing a major realm, while physical attributes enhance, the efficacy of training will concurrently diminish. Lastly, regarding the cultivation of contract beasts by beastmasters, the awakening of a beastmaster is entirely random and occurs at a very low probability. Typically, a beastmaster can only form a contract with one source beast. If the contracted beast perishes in battle, they may form a new contract with another source beast, but throughout their lifetime, they may only do so a maximum of 3 times. Once a beastmaster's strength reaches the level of a soldier, through the resonance of his own spirit patterns, one could bestow upon their contracted beast the enhancement of vitality, facilitating direct communication through mere thought, even over distances. After digesting this information, Lanyi could not help but feel a sense of relief for having confronted Shen Mengli. Otherwise, uncovering such intelligence would have taken him a considerable span of 10 days to a month. Just as Lanyi was reflecting on this, a somewhat anxious meow pierced the air from outside the window. The voice of the yellow-furred cat. What brings it here? Chapter 58, The Innate Wandering Saint Body. Lanyi's ears perked up as he turned to glance at the time displayed on Shen Mengli's holographic phone, 1627. At this hour. Could it be that the yellow cat sought him out due to some new developments from Heisey? Without hesitation, Lanyi leapt onto the windowsill, peering down. Noticing a fair number of pedestrians below, he called out to the yellow cat concealed in the grass, beckoning it to come forth. What is the matter? Shen Mengli approached. Her curiosity piqued as she peered out the window. At that moment, the yellow cat abruptly sprang up from the air conditioning unit on the 2nd floor, locking eyes with Shen Mengli at the window. Both human and feline paused momentarily before the yellow cat, as if confronted by an unparalleled beast, fluffed up its fur, frantically clawing at the air with all 4 paws, emitting a high-pitched huff. Then, with a soft thud, this cowardice manifested as the cat tumbled from the 3rd floor. Lanyi's expression darkened. Fortunately, the fall wasn't from too great a height. The creature would not meet its demise. Shen Mengli, momentarily taken aback, then cast an apologetic glance at Lanyi. Is it your friend? A subordinate I recently acquired, Lanyi explained casually. I previously dispatched several to keep an eye on Zhao Min's entourage. It seems there has been some progress. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengli instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. So, Lanyi had been diligently attending to matters concerning her all along? A peculiar, bittersweet warmth began to unfurl within her heart. Moments later, the yellow cat reappeared on the windowsill, keeping a safe distance from Shen Mengli, pressing itself against the opposite frame. Its eyes would occasionally dart towards her, brimming with wariness, as if fearing that this 2-legged creature might suddenly lunge at it. Observing the cat's frightened demeanor, Lanyi shook his head. It was no wonder this feline had become a stray. It truly embodied the essence of an innate wandering saint body. With a gentle pat on the yellow cat's head, he urged, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Mew. The yellow cat jolted at the touch and hastily reported. "Boss, Hei Jie sent me to relay that Zhao Min has appeared ahead of schedule. Hei Jie also mentioned that she will periodically send subordinates to the Fallen Street to report the latest developments. Would you like to head there?" After a moment of contemplation, Lanyi nodded in agreement. "All right, you go summon all the subordinates to the Fallen Street and inform Air Ha as well. It understands cat language." After dispatching the yellow cat, Lanyi summarized the situation for Shen Mengli and proposed, "Come with me to the Fallen Street. I'm not comfortable leaving you alone at home." His concern was not for Nie Laotai and her sibling, who were unlikely to stir much trouble. Instead, His genuine apprehension lay with the accomplice they spoke of. Shinmingli found herself amused by Lanyi's somewhat presumptuous tone. Here was a man with amnesia who didn't even know the grade of spirit patterns, yet he expressed worry about her being alone at home. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself oddly at ease with this subtly condescending sentiment. Upon seeing Shinmingli nod in agreement, Lanyi leapt into her embrace, shifting his body to find a comfortable position. "Let us go?" The moment Lanyi jumped into her arms, Shinmingli felt as if she had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. Previously, she had been unaware of Lanyi's humanity. She would not have felt anything amiss even had he been nuzzling against her. But now, the image of his handsome face flooded her mind, and as she felt the soft warmth in her embrace, an indescribable sense of embarrassment surged from within her. Heat rushed to her cheeks, painting her fair neck a delicate shade of crimson. In that instant, she found herself at a loss, neither able to hold him nor to push him away. She was completely immobilized. At that moment, Lanyi also realized the situation. He was merely accustomed to this and had never considered it deeply, nor did he harbor any ulterior motives. Lanyi understood well that his relationship with Shinmingli was, at best, one of companions who had weathered hardships together. It could hardly be classified as ambiguous. Given Shinmingli's cautious and sensitive nature, it was already a considerable feat for her to accept him. If he were to overstep boundaries now, the fragile trust that had been painstakingly established would likely shatter. "Apologies. I'm just used to it," Lanyi explained, preparing to leap from Shinmingli's arms when he felt a pair of soft arms gently wrap around his waist. "It's fine, let us just stay like this," Shinmingli murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. With that, she feigned nonchalance and opened the door to step outside, though the faint blush on her ears betrayed the turmoil within. Lanyi lifted his gaze, regarding her profile with surprise. "What does this mean? I assure you, this is not a tactical retreat," he mused internally, though his body remained obediently still, even inching closer to find a more comfortable position. Truly delightful and soft. Moments later, the figures of Lanyi and Shinmingli materialized at the entrance of Fallen Street. By then, Lanyi had jumped from Shinmingli's embrace and strode ahead with a swagger. After all, this was a territory teeming with his subordinates. As their leader, he needed to maintain an air of authority. Meanwhile, Shinmingli's expression had remained unchanged since entering the street. Her wide, clear eyes sparkled with astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, as if she had stumbled upon a scene that shattered her worldview. Along the way, whether it was the stray cats or dogs, some significantly larger than Lanyi, upon spotting him, all ceased their activities, lowering their bodies in a display of submission. As Shinmingli followed behind, her mind struggled to comprehend. These were merely a ragtag group of undernourished stray cats and dogs, yet their silent homage filled her with a profound sense of awe, akin to the entrance of a notorious mob boss welcomed by his minions in a cinematic spectacle, exuding an invisible aura. Once they traversed Fallen Street and arrived at the abandoned warehouse at the rear, Shinmingli snapped out of her daze. Gazing at the assembly of no fewer than 500 strays within the warehouse, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Are they all your subordinates?" "Of course," Lanyi affirmed with a nod, though internally he was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Ha and the others would prove so effective. In less than a week, they had managed to recruit so many subordinates. Combined with those stationed as sentinels in Fallen Street, their numbers likely approached 700. Noting Lanyi's confirmation, Shinmingli regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "With so many subordinates, how did you sustain such severe injuries that day? You must have seen the group of stray cats in that alley when you took me home, right?" Shinmingli nodded. The scene from that day remained vividly etched in her memory. "At that time, I did not have any lackeys. I was besieged by over 100 stray cats, which resulted in my grievous injuries." Lanyi spoke in a remarkably calm tone, as if recounting a trivial matter. "After you rescued me, I returned here that very night seeking vengeance, and in the process, I gathered a few followers." Shinmingli's pupils constricted, and her gaze towards Lanyi turned curious. Surviving an attack from over 100 cats was one thing, but daring to return alone for revenge that same evening, while also managing to recruit so many stray cats and dogs, was this truly something an ordinary spirit pattern could accomplish? Chapter 59. I will always wait for you at the Martial Academy. Clearly, Shinmingli was growing increasingly intrigued by Lanyi. He refrained from explicitly revealing his abilities, nor did he voluntarily divulge his current strength, all in an effort to plant a seed of curiosity within her. Once this seed took root, her eventual capitulation was merely a matter of time. After all, for a meticulous and security-deprived girl like Shinmingli, a direct confession might lead her to suspect he was merely posturing. It was far more effective to remain passive and allow her to navigate her own path to him. At that moment, a beautiful tabby cat dashed into the warehouse, panting heavily as if it had sprinted all the way here. It surveyed the warehouse before trotting directly to Lanyi, its body slightly lowered in an expression of respect. "Boss, hey Jia sent me back to inform you that the woman named Zhao Min, along with her entourage, is heading this way towards the Fallen Street." "Heading to Fallen Street?" Lanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was fortuitous indeed. Fallen Street was his stronghold, a place teeming with a mix of characters. And the numerous blind spots in surveillance made it exceedingly convenient for handling certain matters. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Shun Mengli. Is it possible to access the Martial Academy now? Shun Mengli paused for a moment, quickly deducing Lanyi's intentions. Yes. The resource library at the Martial Academy is open on weekends, and there are quite a few people around. Are you looking to create an alibi for your absence? Astute. Lanyi praised internally. Conversing with someone as clever as her was indeed a relief. Zhao Min is coming this way. You should head to the Martial Academy now. You know what to do without me needing to elaborate, correct? Yes, I understand what to do, but... Shun Mengli nodded, her expression betraying a moment of hesitation. Are you truly going to take action against her? Lanyi discerned the underlying meaning in her words. Beyond her concern of being entangled with the Zhao family, there seemed to be a hint of reluctance. Perhaps, in Shun Mengli's view, while Zhao Min often bullied her, it had not yet reached the point of necessitating her death. Lanyi shook his head. You know well that with her spoiled temperament, even if you were to kneel before her begging for mercy, she is highly unlikely to relent. The only way to permanently resolve this predicament is to eliminate the source. Of course, if you can think of a more diplomatic solution, I would be willing to cooperate. He relinquished the choice back to her. Upon hearing this, Shun Mengli fell silent. A diplomatic solution? She had indeed contemplated it. Yet, the reality was that with Zhao Min's demanding nature and the backing of the Zhao family, any form of coercion or bribery would be futile. Allowing her to go today would only invite more fervent retribution tomorrow. Shun Mengli was not of a vacillating nature. After a brief moment of doubt, she nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must ensure your safety. If you see a couple wearing sunglasses near Zhao Min, be cautious of them. I have spotted them near her 5 times. They are likely her bodyguards, with strength at least at the soldier realm, and may even reach the general soul realm. If possible. Shun Mengli paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. I hope you won't take any unnecessary risks. Even if I were to withdraw from school, there would still be future opportunities. Noticing that Lanyi had no intention of responding, she sighed softly and turned to exit the warehouse. Just as she was about to step out, she paused and added, I will always wait for you at the Martial Academy. Watching Shun Mengli's figure vanish from sight, Lanyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Bodyguards at the soldier realm, or even the general soul realm. This could prove to be somewhat troublesome. However, he had compelling reasons to eliminate Zhao Min if she remained alive. Shun Mengli's aspirations to graduate and enter the Martial Academy would be nearly impossible. If Shun Mengli could not enter the Martial Academy, it would mean he could not blend in and enjoy the various resources available there. For instance, the gravity chamber within the Martial Academy was incomparable to the subpar gyms outside, and that was merely the most basic of benefits. Lanyi chose not to dwell further on the matter. Whether he could succeed remained to be seen. He immediately began to make arrangements, instructing his loyal canine companion to send a few astute lackeys to the entrance of Fallen Street to await any updates. Logan Tavern, situated at the corner of Fallen Street, was an exceedingly inconspicuous establishment. At the back entrance of the tavern, he instructed, Dehei, you wait nearby, and you coordinate to have the lackeys come in batches, trying not to attract the attention of passers-by. With that, Lanyi slipped through the back door of the tavern. As soon as he stepped inside, a potent aroma of malt fermentation mixed with sweat and cheap perfume assaulted his nostrils. Lanyi wrinkled his nose, surveying the layout of the tavern. The interior was dimly lit, with wooden tables and chairs that appeared quite antiquated. Many surfaces bore dark stains from spilled drinks and knife carvings, and some table legs were even propped up with bricks. The surrounding walls were plastered with an assortment of garish posters. The attire depicted by the characters on these posters likely amounted to less fabric than a single pair of Lanyi's shorts. With such decor, this establishment would have likely gone bankrupt hundreds of times over on Earth. Yet, paradoxically, here it thrived. A cursory glance revealed that there were no fewer than 30 patrons inside, a mix of men and women, all imbued with an air of indulgence. Lanyi's gaze did not linger on these individuals. He leaped onto a decorative shelf at the side of the bar, lowering his body to reveal only his faintly reddish eyes, swiftly scanning every corner of the tavern. Before long, he spotted Zhao Min and her entourage in a booth at the far corner of the tavern. He did not rush over, continuing to search the crowd with his eyes. After a thorough inspection, he did indeed spot a woman wearing sunglasses. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a stunning figure, clad in a tight-fitting deep V-neck leather outfit, seated alone on a high stool at the bar not far from Zhao Min's booth. Could it be that Shun Mengli had misjudged? Lanyi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Just then, a towering figure, easily measuring at least 6 feet 3 inches, entered the tavern. He sported a thick beard and wore large sunglasses that obscured much of his face. As his gaze swept across the tavern, it brightened upon spotting the woman in sunglasses. A rugged smile spread across his face as he pushed through the crowd with his large hands, striding towards her. Haha, baby, have you been waiting long? I've missed you so much. Come here, give me a kiss. With that, he swept the woman off the high stool and tightly embraced her, leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips. Chapter 60. None of you wretched souls are getting away. Come here, give me a kiss. The woman in sunglasses let out a playful laugh, feigning resistance as she pushed against his chest. Oh, stop it. So many people are watching. Why are you so impatient? What is wrong with watching? It is only natural for me to kiss my own wife. The burly man shouted nonchalantly, eliciting a chorus of laughter and whistles from the crowd. Lanyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the couple closely. Their gestures were affectionate and unpretentious, and their gazes did not deliberately shy away from Zhao Min. In fact, the man would occasionally steal glances at Zhao Min's thighs, revealing a knowing smile that only a man could understand. Had it not been for Shun Mengli's prior warning, he might have assumed they were simply an ordinary couple. If he were to act recklessly, he would likely find himself in deep trouble. After a moment of hesitation, Lanyi leaped down from the decorative rack, utilizing the tables, chairs, and the throng of people as cover, stealthily making his way toward the booth where Zhao Min was seated, eventually hiding beneath an unoccupied table adjacent to her. This position afforded him a clear ear to their conversation. Lanyi intended to gauge the situation first. Even if he could not take action, he needed to understand how Zhao Min planned to deal with Shun Mengli. Several young ladies, here are your drinks. Please enjoy, the waiter announced as he retreated. Immediately, a girl with dyed pink hair and multiple piercings wrinkled her nose, waving her hand dismissively at the air in front of her. Sister Minmin, why did you bring us to such a shabby place? The air is thick, and the drinks look like dishwater. Any tavern over on Fully Street would be 100 times better than this. Another girl, sporting blunt bangs and appearing relatively demure, chimed in softly. Yes, Sister Minmin. The air here is terrible. I feel like it's hard to breathe. Zhao Min wore a barely perceptible cold smile. We didn't come here just to drink. With that, she pushed the drinks further away and produced a snow-white silk handkerchief from her exquisite handbag, delicately wiping her fingers that had just touched the glass. Then, Sister Minmin, did you bring us here for? The pink-haired girl suddenly halted, instinctively glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before lowering her voice. Sister Minmin, you're not thinking of hiring a killer to deal with Shun Mengli, are you? She raised her hand, mimicking a slashing motion across her delicate neck. Gasp. The other three girls at the table collectively inhaled sharply, sitting up straighter in alarm. Sister Minmin, we can't do that. The girl with blunt bangs spoke, her voice tinged with panic. Yes, if Shun Mengli were killed before graduation, the Public Security Bureau would definitely launch a full-scale investigation. What if they trace it back to us? None of us would be able to escape. It's not worth the risk for a nobody. The girls began to chatter anxiously. Murdering a soon-to-graduate student on the verge of awakening her spirit patterns was no trivial matter. If this were to come to light, Zhao Min's powerful family might shield her. But for the rest of them, there would be no escape. While the death penalty might be avoided, they would certainly be sent to the outermost defenses of Xingjin City. With their frail physiques, having never even touched the threshold of martial arts, they would not be sent to the battlefield, but rather assigned to bear offspring for the border soldiers, returning only when they had conceived. The mere thought of such a fate sent chills down their spines. Listening to the frantic pleas of her companions, Zhao Min remained unfazed, methodically wiping each finger with the silk handkerchief. Once finished, she carelessly tossed the expensive cloth onto the wine-stained table. Kill her? Why would I kill her? She retorted nonchalantly. Before the girls could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhao Min continued. Letting her die so easily would be too merciful. Leaning slightly forward, a flicker of excitement danced in her beautiful eyes. I've inquired, and at this Rogan Tavern, as long as you can afford the price, you can issue any task. I want to find someone to thoroughly indulge our esteemed academic achiever and capture the entire process on film. She paused, savoring the astonished expressions on her companions' faces, her smile growing ever more pronounced. From what I know of Shun Mengli, even if such a thing were to happen, she would never forfeit her chance to awaken her spirit patterns. On the day of her awakening, she will undoubtedly attend. At that moment, we shall present this video as her graduation gift, and you tell me, won't her expression be utterly delightful when she receives it? In the booth, silence descended as the girls exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. The stillness lasted only a few seconds. Giggling, the pink-haired girl was the first to react. Covering her mouth as a series of suppressed chuckles erupted, her eyes filled with admiration for Zhao Min's sister Minmin. You're so wicked. But I like it. Exactly. This is far more satisfying than killing her. If she can't handle it, and chooses to take her own life, that's on her. Brilliant. Sister Minmin's plan to undermine her is simply exceptional. The girls, now devoid of any fear, displayed a morbid excitement instead. If it were merely an act of violation, the nature of the situation would change entirely. With Zhao Min and her powerful Zhao family backing her, even if things went awry, the girls could band together to manage the fallout. Sister Minmin, you're amazing. How do we not think of such a brilliant idea? Of course. Just look at who Sister Minmin is. By the way, Sister Minmin, is the person you're looking for reliable? The pink-haired girl suggested mischievously. I think it's best to find someone older, perhaps a bit rough around the edges, someone experienced who knows how to treat a lady. Hee. Haha. You're too wicked. Laughter from the girls in the booth reached Lanyi's ears. The claws at his fingertips had somehow emerged, sinking into the wooden floorboards. The surrounding noise, the music, and the mingling scents seemed to fade away, leaving only the nauseating grins of those girls and every vile word they uttered. A chilling wave of murderous intent surged from the depths of his being. Lanyi could even feel the blood coursing through his veins slowing, growing cold and viscous in that moment. Very well. Excellent. Lanyi's claws dug deeper into the wooden crevice. You wretched girls. Not one of you will escape. Chapter 61. Miss Zhao, I apologize for startling you. Calm. Lanyi did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. The more intense the situation, the cooler he needed to remain. He truly had not anticipated that human hearts could possess such malice, especially from a woman. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Min's beautiful face, Lanyi pondered his next move. At this moment, aside from a surprise attack, it seemed the only option left was the tail beast cannon. After a week of accumulation, the orange-yellow energy stored in the tail space had grown to the size of a basketball. Lanyi estimated that if he released it all, obliterating this tavern would be a simple task. As for whether it could instantly eliminate those two guards at the very least in the Soldier's Edge realm, he was uncertain. After all, being in the Soldier's Edge realm allowed one to condense battle armor. The description claimed it could withstand 1 ton of impact without injury, which sounded impressive. But in reality, it could only resist a few bullets from a rifle, and if focused on one spot for too long, the armor likely wouldn't hold for long. After a moment of contemplation, Lanyi gritted his teeth. Let us do it. What if it works? Even if it doesn't, there are still contingency plans to remedy the situation. Lanyi cast a deep glance at the group of women in the booth, laughing exuberantly, and silently offered an apology to the unfortunate souls within the tavern. Without hesitation, he discreetly exited the establishment. Era, you and the others take the underlings to the nearby alley and wait. When you hear the explosion, act accordingly. After delegating the subsequent arrangements to Era and Heizi, Lanyi refrained from returning to the tavern. He had witnessed the devastating power of the tailed beast bomb before and had no desire to be caught in its explosive radius. Raising his gaze towards the 4 to 5 story shops across the street, Lanyi took a few running steps and swiftly scaled the wall using the gaps between the bricks. Standing atop the building, he overlooked the Logan Tavern and inhaled deeply. Behind him, the tip of his tail gradually glowed with a soft white light. Inside the tavern, the woman in sunglasses, who had been playfully bantering with the bearded man, suddenly froze in her smile. Almost simultaneously, the bearded man ceased his caressing of her thigh. They exchanged a glance and promptly stood up. They had already conducted covert surveillance of the tavern patrons and found no suspicious individuals. Hence, the threat must be external. A chill ran down their spines, and they abandoned their pretense. In an instant, the woman in sunglasses appeared before Zhao Min as if teleporting. Presenting a black token and speaking rapidly, Miss Zhao, I am sent by your father to ensure your safety. There is danger here. Please come with me at once. Danger? Zhao Min glanced at the token, confirming its authenticity before rising to follow the woman towards the tavern's back door. The few followers, pale with fear, hurriedly stumbled after them. Just as their figures were about to vanish through the back door, a thunderous roar erupted, instantly drowning out all the noise within the tavern. A terrifying shockwave surged outward in a circular motion, toppling pedestrians to the ground. The entire tavern crumbled like a cookie crushed by an unseen hand. The roof blasted away, and countless splintered wooden boards shot skyward, falling like rain. On the street, the distant crowd stood in stunned silence. But in mere seconds, their innate curiosity propelled them toward the direction of the explosion. Lanyi remained on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the chaotic ruins of the tavern. The tailed beast bomb did not produce the typical gunpowder explosion that creates a mushroom cloud. Thus, it lacked the dramatic effect. Nevertheless, its power was indeed formidable. The cacophony of over 20 notifications signaling life extensions rang in his mind, serving as the best testament. Yet, he pondered whether any of those notifications included Zhao Min and her companions. Soon, as the smoke cleared, Lanyi was somewhat surprised to see that many within the tavern had survived. It appeared that those who frequented such places were not merely innocuous. Before long, he spotted the bearded man amidst the rubble, clad in a menacing black battle suit, standing at the center of the wreckage. The armor bore numerous cracks, and streaks of blood seeped through the seams, indicating he had sustained injuries, yet it did not seem to impede his movements. Not far away, a heavy alloy plate of unknown material was abruptly lifted, revealing the woman in sunglasses, who was shielding Zhao Min and her companions beneath her. Lanyi's expression hardened. Damn it, how could they still be alive? As he scanned the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Fortunately, I have prepared a contingency plan. At that moment, a cacophony of meowing and barking erupted from the dark alleys surrounding them. As throngs of stray cats and dogs surged forth, hundreds, if not thousands, of them converged into a formidable wave of beasts, creating a truly spectacular scene. They did not attack humans directly. Instead, upon entering the crowd, they began to fight among themselves. Most of the onlookers were ordinary people who, startled by the sudden turn of events, rushed toward the relatively open space of the tavern ruins. Amidst the debris, the bearded man and the woman in sunglasses exchanged grim expressions. Damn it, The bearded man cursed under his breath, his booming voice cutting through the surrounding screams and barks. Disperse. I am with the Zhao group. Anyone who dares come closer will face severe consequences. However, in this chaotic situation, his threats sounded utterly hollow. Even if someone heard him, they could not halt their steps, only being pushed forward by the surging crowd. The bearded man's face darkened to an extreme. With his strength, it would be easy to toss aside the obstructive civilians. Yet he refrained, unless his life was in imminent danger. He could not afford to kill even one civilian in public. Not even the Zhao group could protect him from the repercussions. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd had not yet fully converged, the bearded man hurriedly made his way to Zhao Min and her group. Stay close to me. His tall figure acted as a wall, and with sweeping motions of his large hands, he carved a path through the throng. Any stray cats or dogs unfortunate enough to cross his path were mercilessly crushed underfoot. However, just as he managed to push a few meters forward, he glanced back, only to find that Zhao Min and her companions were nowhere in sight. All he could see were panicked faces. Simultaneously, the deliberate onslaught of the dogs forced the woman in sunglasses to part ways with Zhao Min and her group. Fortunately, Zhao Min and her companions were lucky enough to be pushed out of the chaotic crowd. The five of them stumbled into an alley behind the Logan Tavern. Covered in dust, their hair in disarray, looking utterly disheveled. Zhao Min stood up with a pale face, adjusting her disheveled clothes, her eyes filled with resentment. This was the first time in her life she had experienced such a scene, the first time she had been treated like refuse. Just as she was about to erupt, the girl with bangs beside her nudged her arm, lowering her voice, barely able to contain her excitement. Min, look over there. That handsome guy. Irritated. Zhao Min followed her. Wow, he is so handsome. He is coming towards us. The other three followers instantly forgot their earlier disheveled state, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Whispering among themselves, under the gaze of the girls, the handsome man stopped a few meters away from Zhao Min, wearing a confident and composed smile, and spoke with a hint of apology. Miss Zhao, I apologize for the trouble you've endured. Chapter 62. Do you also wish to endure a slap? You useless fools. Lanyi frowned as he glanced at the crowded masses, muttering a curse under his breath. Afterward, he shifted his focus back to Zhao Min. Miss Zhao? It is not safe here. Please follow me. With that, Lanyi's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Min's expression. Should he detect any sign of trouble, even at the risk of exposure, he would not hesitate to eliminate her and her companions before departing. Having experienced the recent explosion, Zhao Min's nerves were taut. Fearing another blast, Lanyi's demeanor, reminiscent of a superior guardian, allowed her to forego the verification of his identity. She nodded in agreement. All right. As Lanyi led the way, a barely perceptible smirk danced upon his lips. He refrained from swiftly ending the lives of Zhao Min and her companions, primarily for two reasons. Firstly, the surveillance cameras positioned at the alley's entrance compelled him to halt his advance when he was merely 3 to 4 meters away from Zhao Min, thereby evading detection. However, should he resort to violence and eliminate Zhao Min and her cohorts, it would undoubtedly expose him to the watchful eyes of the cameras. Secondly, he harbored no desire to grant Zhao Min and her companions an easy demise. Did they not relish in their games? He would indulge them, allowing them to play to their heart's content. Furthermore, he could leverage their presence to fathom the purpose of the contract girlfriend feature. Thus, Lanyi guided them towards the warehouse located behind the fallen street, meandering through dimly lit, narrow alleys devoid of surveillance. As they proceeded, Zhao Min gradually sensed something amiss. Although she was not intimately acquainted with Fallen Street, she could discern that Lanyi's chosen path was deliberately steering them away from the main thoroughfare. Plunging deeper into desolation, something was off. A jolt of alarm coursed through Zhao Min, prompting her to come to an abrupt halt. Her companions, noticing her sudden stop, followed suit, their expressions rife with confusion. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Lanyi's voice echoed from ahead. Miss Zhao, if I were you, I would refrain from making any rash movements. With that, Lanyi turned to face them. In the dimly lit alley, his extraordinarily handsome visage bore a smile. Yet his pale red eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness that could instill dread. Hand over your light brain phones. I typically refrain from using violence against women. But should you choose to disobey before he could finish, one of Zhao Min's companions erupted in protest. Who do you think you are? With a swift motion, Lanyi delivered a resounding slap to the loudest girl with pink hair, sending her crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, the other companions fell silent. Zhao Min furrowed her brow, fixing a piercing gaze on Lanyi. Do you know who my father is? Another crisp slap rang out as Lanyi struck her, causing Zhao Min to stumble backward and fall, a clear imprint of his hand blossoming on her fair cheek. Clutching her face in disbelief, she stared at Lanyi, incredulous at his audacity. This single blow had rendered her companions utterly speechless. The alley fell silent, the tension palpable. Lanyi raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 3 remaining girls, now frozen in fear. Do you wish to receive a similar treatment? And no, we don't want that. They stammered, shaking their heads vigorously, instinctively retreating. Then hand over your phones. At his command, they fumbled to retrieve their light brain devices, cautiously offering them up. Lanyi made no move to accept them. instructing them to simply drop them on the ground. The girls, too frightened to hesitate, complied without question. Lanyi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to Zhao Min, who remained seated on the ground, glaring at him with venomous eyes. Miss Zhao, will you come willingly? Or shall I assist you? He flexed his wrist and added leisurely, if I happen to touch something inappropriate while helping you, don't hold it against me. Zhao Min's chest heaved with rage, her eyes brimming with fury. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved her phone from her bag and hurled it away with force. You'd better pray it doesn't fall into my hands. At this moment, Zhao Min's bravado stemmed from her conviction that Lanyi would not dare to kill her. His intent in abducting her was likely to use her as leverage in negotiations with her father. Lanyi shook his head, dismissing her defiance. After instructing her companions to rise, he resumed his journey towards the warehouse. As Lanyi departed, a Siberian husky emerged from the dim corner of the alley. Clutching a black plastic bag in its mouth, the dog tilted its head, glancing in the direction Lanyi had gone, then at the discarded phones on the ground. Confusion evident in its azure eyes. Had the boss stationed it here merely for these phones? Shaking its head, the husky followed Lanyi's instructions, gathering the phones into the bag before sprinting off in the opposite direction. The dilapidated iron door of the warehouse slammed shut with a resounding crash, reverberating through the vast emptiness within. Lanyi's gaze swept across Zhao Min and her four companions. Strip off your clothes, he commanded. Lanyi had no ulterior motives. He simply deemed it insufficiently secure to merely confiscate their phones. These girls, save for Zhao Min, appeared to hail from affluent families, who knew what sort of tracking devices they might be concealing. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, a thorough and meticulous search was imperative. Observing Lanyi's serious demeanor, Zhao Min's expression shifted dramatically. You're going too far, she exclaimed. Too far? Is this truly excessive? Lanyi scoffed inwardly, feeling no remorse for his actions. They had plotted to ruin Shunmengli, employing cruel methods. He was merely returning the favor. And compared to Zhao Min's lethal intentions, his approach was remarkably gentle. Bang! Lanyi, unwilling to engage in further banter, delivered a forceful kick to Zhao Min's abdomen. The sheer force sent her flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Crouching in agony, Zhao Min could scarcely manage a whimper, her once rosy complexion drained of color as she curled up like a shrimp. The suddenness of this assault startled the other four girls, causing them to tremble. A fierce glare from Lanyi silenced their screams, leaving them unable to utter a sound, merely covering their mouths as they quaked in fear. Lanyi approached Zhao Min at a leisurely pace, crouching down to grasp her hair, compelling her to look up at him. Cough, cough. What exactly do you intend to do? Gazing into her eyes filled with resentment and pain, a smile crept across Lanyi's face. I've heard you're quite clever. Tell me, are you familiar with the story of Tianji's horse racing? Zhao Min paused, taken aback. The tale of Tianji's horse racing? She certainly knew it, but how did it pertain to their current predicament? What was he truly after? The other girls, equally bewildered, exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Lanyi's cryptic motives. Was this kidnapper experiencing a lapse in judgment? As they mulled over his words, Lanyi's voice resonated once more. If I were a superior horse, he paused, observing the bewilderment etched on Zhao Min's face, a smirk widening across his lips. Then, do you know what you ought to do? Not comprehending? It appears you're not as clever as I was led to believe. Chapter 63. Reactions from all sides in the city of Starfall. Within the luxurious Cloud Summit Villa District, the priciest residential area in the entire city, stood the grandest villa atop the mountain, a true emblem of power. At this moment, the atmosphere within the villa was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from the air. All the servants kept their heads bowed, their footsteps light, and even their breaths cautious, fearful of causing the slightest disturbance that might invite calamity. In the center of the living room, a graceful matron clutched a handkerchief, repeatedly dabbing at the corners of her eyes, her voice laced with a mix of suppressed sobs and seething anger. I've long advised you to assign more capable guards to Min, yet you insisted that no one in Starfall would dare harm Zhao Linyuan's people. Now look where we are. If anything happens to Min, I will not let this go. A middle-aged man, dressed in a sharply tailored suit and exuding an air of sophistication, sat upon the sofa. He was Zhao Linyuan, the master of the Zhao group. In the face of his wife's tearful laments and accusations, his countenance revealed no flicker of emotion. His deep-set gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake, while his fingers occasionally drummed lightly against the armrest of the sofa. Moments later, the holographic screen of a communication device resting on the coffee table flickered to life. Zhao Linyuan cast a sidelong glance at his wife, then picked up the device and rose to enter his study. Within the study, a luminescent screen projected before him. The illumination on the opposite side was dim, revealing only a shadowy figure shrouded in a black cloak. Zhao Linyuan wasted no time and addressed the matter directly. My daughter encountered trouble at your Logan Tavern. You owe me an explanation. A brief silence ensued before a raspy voice, skillfully modulated to conceal gender, responded. What we have ascertained thus far suggests that the assailant possesses the ability to control ordinary animals. In Starfire City, no one has yet dared to offend both our families simultaneously. I advise the Zhao family head to investigate whether it might be individuals associated with your esteemed wife. Zhao Lingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. I will investigate my own people, he replied, then shifted his tone. However, this incident transpired on your territory, and the attack occurred within your tavern. Your establishment cannot absolve itself of responsibility. Mobilize your personnel to assist in the search. Until my daughter is found, you shall bear full accountability for this matter. The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily. While Zhao Min's incident at Logan Tavern was noted, she had yet to undertake any assignment there, and technically, she was not considered a patron of the tavern. Nevertheless, it was clear that now was not the time for such considerations. Understood. As the call concluded, Zhao Lingyuan's communication device chimed once more. A respectful voice on the line announced, "Master, we have located the young lady's phone at the garbage transfer station in the north of the city. In addition to her device, we have also found 4 others, confirmed to belong to several noble young ladies who were often seen in her company." The north? Zhao Lingyuan's fingers ceased their tapping. The fallen street lay to the south, yet the phones had been discarded in the north, a considerable distance apart. The kidnappers had deliberately traveled so far to dispose of the phones. Was it a ruse to divert attention? The person on the other end remained patiently silent, not daring to interrupt. After a moment, Zhao Lingyuan's voice rang out again. "Recall all personnel currently searching, center the investigation around Fallen Street, and work inward. Leave no suspicious individual unchecked. Moreover, ascertain why Minmin went to Logan Tavern in the first place." Understood. Without a moment's pause, Zhao Linyuan dialed another number. "Director Zhou, my daughter has encountered a predicament on Fallen Street. The Zhao Group is prepared to offer full assistance to the Law Enforcement Bureau in this case. What is your perspective on this matter?" Under the cover of night, a substantial contingent of armed personnel clad in Law Enforcement Bureau uniforms swiftly sealed off all access points to Fallen Street. Shortly thereafter, more soldiers, donned in standard black combat attire emblazoned with the Zhao Group emblem, emerged from vehicles in an orderly fashion. Their eyes glinted with a steely resolve, and their movements exuded an air of grim determination. Before long, an expansive area spanning several miles around Fallen Street was encircled by these 2 forces, forming a formidable perimeter. All units, take the ruins of Logan Tavern as the focal point and commence a thorough search. Team 1 will cover the Eastern District, while Team 2 will handle the Western District. Repeat, detain any suspicious individuals immediately. The orders were swiftly disseminated through the communication channels. An invisible net began to gradually converge upon Fallen Street. Typically bustling at this hour, the street now lay in an eerie silence, broken only by the chilling wind that swept through the desolate avenues, stirring scattered debris. Meanwhile, in the archives of the Martial Arts Institute, Shun Mengli sat by the window, her gaze fixed on an open book concerning the habits of source beasts. Yet, for the first time, her thoughts drifted far from the pages. Her clear eyes frequently darted toward her phone beside her. The screen displayed a flurry of activity on the Starfire City Regional Forum, with images and videos captured from various angles flooding the feed. What on earth happened over at Fallen Street? Why has the Law Enforcement Bureau sealed off the commercial district? Not only the Law Enforcement Bureau, I also see Zhao Group's private soldiers. The scene looks like a source beast siege. The online discussions escalated, with each new comment adding to the frenzy. As she scanned the photographs and the speculations of netizens, Shun Mingli felt her heart tighten with unease. Explosions. The Zhao Group. She understood that all of this must be connected to Lanyi. He had indeed taken action, and it had stirred a significant uproar. Could he escape unscathed? Her fingertips turned pale as the densely packed text on the pages morphed into a blur of ink blotches, rendering her unable to absorb a single word. For her, every second of waiting was a torturous ordeal. Whether Shin Mengli was in agony or not was of little concern to Lanyi. He was reveling in his triumph, soaring with exhilaration. Chapter 64. In the next life, be a good person. In an abandoned warehouse behind Fallen Street, the ground was damp from the previous day's rain, and the dilapidated state of the building led to large puddles forming across the floor. The air was thick with a musty odor, a mingling of iron and dust. In a corner lay a girl with bangs, lifeless and beginning to stiffen. Do not misunderstand. This was not a result of Lanyi's actions. Upon entering the warehouse, she had been restless, prompting Lanyi to seize her by the neck to issue a warning. Unfortunately, her fear was overwhelming, and she lost control. To set an example, and dismayed by her grimy state, Lanyi casually snapped her neck, sending her on her way ahead of the others. At that moment, Zhao Min and her companions lay battered and bruised from Lanyi's brutal assault, their hair matted to their faces, indistinguishable between sweat and tears. Their bodies bore numerous injuries, and they were barely managing to breathe. They were adults and should rightly face the consequences of their misdeeds. Observing their pitiful state, a satisfied smile crept across Lanyi's lips. His pleasure stemmed not only from avenging Shun Mengli, but also from the serendipitous discovery of a hidden ability. During his prior enhancements, Lanyi had uncovered that parts of his body, such as his mouth, ears, and tail, possessed latent capabilities waiting to be unearthed. For instance, his eyes could enhance dynamic vision, and his tail could manifest as storage space. However, he had been surprised to find that after enhancing his torso, he had gained remarkable regenerative abilities. The hidden power in his lower body was also restoration. The only drawback was that this ability was not particularly convenient for external application and could not be used for self-healing. Nevertheless, it was a delightful surprise. Moreover, the benefits of this encounter extended beyond mere restoration. The most significant gain was that while avenging Shunmengli, the time for switching to human form had increased substantially. Previously, the daily switch time was 32 minutes and 23 seconds. During the day, as Shunmengli explained the classification of martial artists, it had increased by 5 seconds. Thanks to the accumulation of nearly 3 hours of switch time in the days prior, he would have been unable to teach Zhao Min and her group a lesson otherwise. Now, with a thought, Lanyi summoned the system panel to check his status. Wheel of Fate, 2, 806, 072 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. The first thing that caught the eye was the lifespan displayed by the Wheel of Destiny's spirit patterns, 2, 8 million. Lanyi was startled when he first saw it. Momentarily frozen for 2 seconds. It then dawned on him that the additional approximately 2, 3 million days of lifespan came from the souls of those killed by the tail beast cannon. In total, only about 25 individuals had perished, averaging around 252 years of life provided by each. This meant that by eliminating humans, one could acquire the entirety of their lifespan embedded within their spirit patterns. Henceforth, engaging in murder and plunder would be utterly exhilarating. Shaking his head, Lanyi turned his gaze towards the human time conversion, 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 42 seconds daily. Compared to before, this represented a significant increase of 200 minutes and 19 seconds. Among this, Zhao Min alone contributed 140 minutes, an initial direct strike yielding 100 minutes, with a consistent daily provision of 10 minutes thereafter. Moreover, what thrilled Lanyi the most was the activation of the contract girlfriend function. He discovered that the progress bar behind the panel's strength did not indicate tiers of strength, beginner, intermediate, or advanced, but rather the accumulation of enhancement points. Upon forging the contract, merely spending time with the partner would increase the progress bar by 0.1 per hour, accumulating 1 daily. Once the progress bar reached its maximum, both Lanyi and his contract girlfriend would obtain a singular opportunity for a super enhancement. Remarkably, this super enhancement did not require the consumption of any lifespan for strengthening body parts. One should not underestimate this enhancement opportunity. To elevate the body to the 10th stage, one would need an astronomical 100 trillion days of lifespan, which equates to approximately 27 for billion years, a figure that Lanyi could scarcely fathom. Yet, with the acquisition of a super enhancement opportunity, direct enhancement could be achieved. This function transcended the realm of mere advantages. It was akin to a glitch in the system, a veritable bug that had found its way home. Most crucially, whether it pertained to increasing the time for human form transitions or the progress bar for super enhancement points, everything calculated was based on the female's time. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept across Lanyi's lips. If the calculations were to be based on himself, the situation might become rather troublesome. After all, as his physique continuously improved, not only his recovery rate, but also his endurance would progressively enhance. However, if it were to be attributed to the female, the matter became remarkably simpler. He could fully leverage his unique weapon to accelerate her daily time by several folds, if not dozens, and coupled with his healing abilities, it would create a perfect closed loop. In essence, this outing had yielded an extraordinary bounty. Just as Lanyi was reveling in his triumph, a subtle twitch of his ears interrupted his thoughts, and his smile vanished in an instant. In the dim light, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his pale red eyes. They arrived earlier than I anticipated, he whispered softly, a sound as piercing as a needle, breaking through Zhao Min's nearly shattered consciousness. Her dazed pupils began to regain focus, and soon after, distant sounds of commotion reached her ears. This warehouse needs to be thoroughly searched. Leave no corner unchecked. Yes, it's my father's people. They have come to rescue me. A wave of overwhelming elation surged through her, akin to an electric current coursing through her limbs, yanking her back from the precipice of despair. Her lips moved instinctively, yearning to call for help. But just as she inhaled to cry out, a hand, swift as lightning yet gentle, covered her mouth. Following this, a handsome face slowly leaned towards her ear, warm breath accompanied by a devilish whisper caressing her earlobe. In your next life, be a good person. Chapter 65, Comprehensive Lockdown in the Air and on Land. Buzz. Zhao Min's mind went blank in an instant. The spark of hope that had ignited in her eyes was extinguished, her pupils dilating in sheer terror. No, please no. Desperately, Zhao Min struggled, but the hand over her mouth pressed down with relentless force, rendering her utterly voiceless. Fear, despair, and resentment flooded her, overwhelming her reason like a dam bursting. She did not wish to die. At just 18, her life had only just begun. She had a bright future ahead. How could she perish in such a filthy, dilapidated place? Images raced before her eyes, the opulence of the cloud-top villa, the adulation of her friends, her mother's tender smile, and Shun Mengli's indifferent face. Ultimately, all the scenes crystallized upon the visage of the handsome face adorned with a faint smile before her. A wave of regret surged within Zhao Min. She lamented her own arrogance, questioning why she had not eliminated Shun Mengli sooner. With the Zhao family's influence in Xingjin City, could she not have easily pushed forth a scapegoat without anyone daring to pursue the matter? She resented the man before her. Upon realizing that Lanyi had approached them for Shun Mengli's sake, she had even pledged to submit to him without pursuing any grievances. Yet, this man still sought to kill her. Her hatred swelled. Why was Shun Mengli better than her in every regard, even in the choice of partner? Lanyi remained oblivious to Zhao Min's tumultuous thoughts in that fleeting moment. After uttering those words, he did not spare her another glance. He swiftly grasped her neck and with a decisive twist, snapped it cleanly. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply in the emptiness of the warehouse. Zhao Min's body shuddered violently before going limp. A single crystalline tear rolled down her cheek, disappearing into her hair. Lanyi shook his head, letting out a quiet sigh within. What a pity. Had she awakened her spirit patterns, with her lineage, she might have possessed a lifespan of several million days. Yet now, she only garnered 24 for 155 days of life, worth less than the passers-by he had slain at the Logan Tavern. After resolving Zhao Min, Lanyi faced no hesitation in dispatching the pink-haired girl and her 2 companions, augmenting his lifespan by an additional 35 days. He swiftly stored the 5 corpses in his tail space and meticulously cleaned the crime scene. Although some traces of the struggle could not be entirely erased, he had to make do with it for now. Outside the warehouse, the cacophony of footsteps grew increasingly closer. Lanyi wasted no time. He transformed into his cat form and deftly slipped through an inconspicuous hole in the back wall of the warehouse. Upon emerging, he truly grasped the formidable strength of the Zhao Corporation. All around him, in the shadowy alleyways and between the warehouses, figures flitted and beams of light danced, accompanied by snarling hunting dogs, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Seeing this, Lanyi's brow furrowed. This had become somewhat troublesome. He had previously instructed the 2 dogs to disperse immediately after the deed was done and to regroup only once the chaos subsided. Now, he had to rely solely on himself. Given the intensity of their search, one that seemed to dig down to the very earth, no matter how he concealed himself, he was bound to be discovered in the end. Lanyi dared not gamble on whether these individuals would take action against him. Glancing at another warehouse not far off, he estimated its height to be around 8 meters. Without hesitation, he seized the cover of night and swiftly darted over. Then, summoning his strength, he embedded his claws into the weathered wall of the warehouse, scaling it in silent leaps. As soon as he reached the rooftop, Lanyi's pupils constricted sharply. In the sky, within the confines of his vision, dozens of black objects resembling drones silently hovered in midair, devoid of any sound or light. Were it not for the enhancement of his eyesight twice over, coupled with the innate night vision typical of felines, he would have remained oblivious to these spectral entities. By heavens, an all-encompassing aerial blockade, is it? Lanyi immediately lowered his body, crouching at the edge of the warehouse roof. He cautiously peered down, observing the searching teams converging below, his mind racing with potential strategies. A direct confrontation was out of the question. He needed to devise a means to divert their attention entirely. Before long, Lanyi's gaze settled upon the very warehouse he had just emerged from. A daring plan swiftly took shape within his mind. With little time for deliberation, he deftly made his way back, discarding Zhao Min and the others' lifeless bodies into the abandoned warehouse. Once this was accomplished, he stealthily climbed to an intermediate window of another warehouse, establishing an excellent vantage point for sniping. Whether it would succeed hinged entirely upon this moment. It had been over 2 hours since the explosion at the Logan Tavern, and the orange-yellow energy stored in his tail had replenished somewhat. Though it could not unleash tremendous power, it was sufficient to create a distraction and perhaps render the corpses a touch more artistic. Taking a deep breath, the tip of his tail glowed with a soft white light. He refrained from ascending to the roof, fearing that the drones above might detect this illumination. The light gathered, compressed, ultimately forming a bead-sized energy orb. He aimed and fired. Boom! A resounding explosion shattered the tranquil night. The sudden blast startled all search personnel. Over there. Quickly, one team stay back. The rest converge on the explosion. Most of the operatives immediately shifted direction, racing towards the source of the detonation, leaving only a few to maintain perimeter vigilance. Lanyi had orchestrated this explosion, anticipating the ensuing chaos. Upon witnessing the disfigured corpses, the searchers would undoubtedly descend into turmoil, thus diverting their focus from him, a mere cat. At that moment, he would have his opportunity to flee. As expected, a man who appeared to be the leader was the first to rush into the warehouse ruins. Upon spotting a severed limb, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurried forward. Reaching out to touch the still warm body, he abruptly raised his head and roared into his communicator. The murderer cannot have gone far. Seal off all exits and allow no one to escape. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Lanyi's eyes as he leaped from the warehouse roof. He chose not to sprint at full speed. Instead, he maintained a casual pace akin to that of an ordinary cat, not overly concerned with concealment, boldly traversing the alley towards the outskirts of the encirclement. As it turned out, this feint had proven remarkably effective. The searchers he encountered were entirely focused on apprehending suspects, completely oblivious to an ordinary stray cat. Even a hunting dog noticed him, baring its teeth and barking furiously. Yet, before it could charge, its owner yanked on its collar, dragging it away in another direction. Thus, Lanyi leisurely evaded the densely concentrated search area. Just as he was about to turn down the final alley, a sleek, black hovering business vehicle glided silently past him. Instinctively, Lanyi glanced towards the window. In the back seat sat a middle-aged man, dignified and imposing, while beside him, a beautiful woman dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. Upon recognizing the woman bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Min, Lanyi's crimson eyes flickered. He swiftly averted his gaze, forcing himself to remain calm, and continued walking nonchalantly. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something amiss. He instinctively turned to glance backward. In the dim light, he caught sight of the back of a tabby cat, which soon vanished around a street corner. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his daughter's safety, leaving no room for concern over a mere cat, and he returned his gaze forward. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Linyuan and his wife, flanked by dozens of bodyguards, arrived at the collapsed warehouse. Upon seeing the charred remains in the ruins, the elegant woman's vision darkened, and she collapsed, only to be caught by a female bodyguard behind her. Zhao Linyuan's body trembled uncontrollably. He pushed away the guard who attempted to support him and slowly made his way to the center of the wreckage. He crouched down, extending a trembling hand to retrieve a relatively intact severed arm from the heap of dismembered limbs. The arm was encrusted with dark dust and mingled with flesh. Yet amidst the grime, a vivid red hue pierced his vision painfully. In Zhao Linyuan's mind, the image of this morning's farewell replayed vividly. His daughter had run up to him, proudly displaying her newly manicured nails. "Dad, do you think my new nails are beautiful?" Minmin. Zhao Linyuan's gaze fixated on that red color, his other hand's nails digging deeply into his palm, crimson blood trickling through his fingers to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. The face that was once calm and refined now contorted with rage and anguish, veins bulging prominently. An indescribable fury and madness erupted from the depths of his piercing eyes. He suddenly stood, surveying the surroundings. His voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. Each word seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth. "Relay my orders. Seal the city." No sooner had he spoken than the enforcement team leader who had first discovered the severed limb frowned. "Master Zhao, this may not comply with protocol." "Protocol?" Zhao Linyuan slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the man. "My daughter is dead, and you dare mention protocol to me? Today? What I, Zhao Linyuan, decree is the protocol." Chapter 67. As long as she remains alive, my heart will never find peace. At the Xingjin Intermediate Martial Academy, a quiet reading room echoed only with the soft rustle of turning pages. Shen Mengli furrowed her brow, her mind racing with various strategies that might assist Lanyi. Yet, no matter how many scenarios she played out, the conclusion remained a despairing one. In the face of the colossal Zhao Corporation, no scheme would prove effective, and it might even draw unwanted attention, unless she possessed sufficient power to contend with them. In that moment, the desire for strength surged within Shen Mengli, more fervent than ever before. Just then, a shadow flitted past the window. Shen Mengli's body jolted, instinctively standing, her chair scraping against the floor, producing a sharp noise that caught the attention of nearby students. She quickly sat back down, lowering her head to conceal her face with her bangs, attempting to mask the excitement in her eyes. After a moment, Shen Mengli closed her book and hurried to the front desk to complete the borrowing procedure. In a pavilion within the academy's leisure area, a human and a cat sat facing each other. "Are you hurt?" Shen Mengli's voice trembled slightly, a quiver she herself had not recognized. "I'm fine, don't worry." Lanyi shook his head and spun around the table. Upon witnessing this, Shen Mengli finally felt a sense of relief, though her expression was tinged with confusion as she inquired, "How could you have caused such a commotion?" After pondering for a moment, Lanyi recounted the events in a general manner, eager to hear Shen Mengli's perspective. After all, her understanding of this world and the operational style of the Zhao group far surpassed his own. Anticipating the adversary's moves would enable them to be adequately prepared. Naturally, he glossed over the trivial aftermath of the encounter with Zhao Min in the warehouse with a mere sentence. As he narrated the details, particularly when he mentioned Zhao Min's purpose for visiting the Logan Tavern, Shen Mengli's body stiffened involuntarily. Soon, however, clarity dawned upon her. Lanyi had previously mentioned that assassinating Zhao Min in cat form was not particularly difficult. Yet, knowing full well that 2 bodyguards were present, he still chose to strike, even at the expense of creating such a ruckus. His intent was clear, to thwart any possibility of Zhao Min's plan coming to fruition, thus risking his own safety. Shen Mengli stared blankly at the tabby cat before her, feeling an unfamiliar sensation ripple through her heart. as if something had gently nudged a dormant part of her being. It was only when Lanyi waved his paw in front of her eyes, asking, "What are you thinking? Is there a problem?" that she snapped back to reality, a faint smile gracing her lips. If what you say is true, then the Zhao Group and the Law Enforcement Bureau must believe that the perpetrator is still within the city. Consequently, their first course of action will undoubtedly be to lock down the city. Lockdown. Lanyi's brow furrowed at this revelation, prompting Mengli to chuckle and shake her head. You needn't worry too much about this matter. Their decision to lock down the city will not significantly impact us. Your two attempts have already given them the impression that the killer is both powerful and enigmatic. Even if the Zhao Group learns of Zhao Min's intentions at the Logan Tavern, they will not suspect me. At this juncture, Mengli playfully blinked, adding, "After all, I am merely an ordinary person from the slums. They would merely consider it a coincidence and never associate me with the killer." She continued, "Thus, our best course of action is to act as if nothing has transpired. During this time, do your best to avoid wandering outside. And it would be wise for your little subordinates to maintain a low profile as well. I'm concerned that if they fail to find anyone, they might take their frustrations out on stray cats and dogs." Listening to Mengli's words, Lanyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, for some reason, he sensed that her tone this evening was notably softer than usual. Could it be that he had somehow touched her heart? He glanced at her with curiosity. However, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that if he could win Mengli's affections sooner, it would greatly benefit both her and himself once she became his contracted girlfriend. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he inquired, "How long do you estimate the lockdown will last?" "It shouldn't be for too long," Mengli replied, arranging her hair. "The citywide lockdown will severely disrupt the functioning of the entire city, and both martial artists and civilians will voice their grievances. Therefore, I suspect it will last at most 3 days to a week. If the perpetrator is still not found within a week, they will have no choice but to let it go." Just as Mengli finished speaking, her holographic phone emitted a sharp alert. She opened the screen to find a prominently marked notification, "Emergency notice, to investigate a heinous crime and ensure the safety of all citizens. Xingjin City will commence a 3-day lockdown effective immediately." Below the notice, there was a video message from Zhao Linyuan. In the video, Zhao Linyuan stood before the camera, his face drawn and haggard, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Lanyi recognized him as the middle-aged man he had seen in the car while escaping. Zhao Linyuan sorrowfully announced the death of his daughter and passionately implored the citizens to cooperate with the investigation, promising that during the lockdown, all products in stores under the Zhao Group would be offered at a 30% discount. This combination of a heartfelt plea from a grieving father and the promise of discounts effectively mitigated any public discontent that might arise from the lockdown. As the video concluded, the screen dimmed. Lanyi gazed at his fuzzy reflection on the phone's surface, his light red eyes narrowing slightly. This man was indeed a formidable character. Zhao Linyuan, having just experienced the loss of his daughter, managed to regain his composure so swiftly, even leveraging his daughter's death to elicit sympathy, thereby minimizing the lockdown's negative repercussions. Such a person was terrifyingly rational, ruthless enough to sever ties with kin when necessary. It was evident that he must quickly enhance his strength, for he needed the ability to safeguard himself before the Zhao Group caught wind of any irregularities. Pushing these thoughts aside, Lanyi looked up at Mengli and suddenly suggested, "Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, shall we visit the hospital?" Mengli was momentarily taken aback, her clear eyes filled with confusion. "But it's nearly 9 o'clock at night. What could we possibly do at the hospital?" "To deal with that old hag and that fatso. Of course," Lanyi replied matter-of-factly. "I saved her this morning out of sheer blindness. And until she is no longer alive, I won't find peace. My entire being feels restless." He was not joking. The mere thought of that old woman still lying in her hospital bed sent ants crawling in his heart. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep until he squashed that irritation. Chapter 68. If you wish to exact revenge. It depends on whether I choose to accept it. Revenge should not be postponed. This was Lanyi's life motto. In his previous life, as an orphan without parents, he thrived solely due to an almost obsessive tenacity, especially during his time in the orphanage, where the environment was far more brutal than it appeared from the outside. The exclusion and bullying among children could sometimes be more raw and direct than in the adult world. It was there he learned a crucial lesson. In the face of bullying, retreating or enduring would only invite further aggression. If you dared to provoke me, be prepared to lose sleep at night. Simply engaging in a brawl was futile. Even if one won today, tomorrow they might rally a group to confront you again. The only solution was to instill genuine fear in the adversary's heart. Thus, anyone who dared to challenge Lanyi would find that, once he seized the opportunity, he would go to extreme lengths to instill terror, ensuring that if one person was made afraid, the rest would follow suit. Therefore, Lanyi never postponed revenge. If it was within his power to act, he would not wait even a moment longer. Previously, in the hospital, he spared the lives of the old hag and her brother only because he felt he had disrupted Mengli's plan, wishing for her to resolve the matter herself. After all, usurping someone else's success is a deeply painful experience, whether in games or in life. Seeing Shun Mengli staring at him in a daze, seemingly still processing his sudden shift in thought, Lanyi patiently explained, "Next week is the awakening ceremony, and assessments will take place. It would be wise to deal with them sooner so that you can focus on your preparations." At his words, a flicker of interest passed through Shun Mengli's eyes. While she too yearned to eliminate those two scoundrels immediately, she instinctively began to analyze the situation in her mind. With the entire city under lockdown, the Law Enforcement Bureau and Zhao Group would undoubtedly have personnel scattered throughout the city, and any unusual movement could lead to unnecessary trouble. Thus, she needed to devise a foolproof strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Mengli gradually solidified her plan and nodded in agreement. "All right. But I need to prepare some things first." Preparing tools for murder, interest was piqued, and he found himself curious about the cruel methods Shun Mengli might employ to deal with those two scoundrels. "I need to prepare some tools for concocting potions. In this peculiar time, it would be most prudent to draw from the potions they use daily, as it would raise the least suspicion." As she spoke, Shun Mengli turned to, adding, "I may need your assistance later to inject the potion into their supplies." Poisoning couldn't help but roll his eyes, his expression one of incredulity. "You'd be better off letting me handle them with my claws." Observing the disdainful expression on his face, Shun Mengli felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Yet she quickly retorted with utmost seriousness, "Given the current circumstances, we cannot resort to other methods. Furthermore, if you were to use your claws, wouldn't that blatantly indicate to the Zhao Group that I am associated with the chaos caused by the stray cats and dogs outside the Logan Tavern?" Looked at Shun Mengli with astonishment. It was often said that a woman in love experiences a significant decline in her intelligence. Yet, Shun Mengli hadn't even solidified their relationship, so why was she acting so foolishly? Tilting his head, he spoke in a peculiar tone. "Could I perhaps sneak in as a cat, transform into a human, eliminate them, and then revert back to a cat to escape?" Upon hearing this, the tips of Shun Mengli's ears flushed a delightful shade of pink. "Indeed, how could I have not thought of such a straightforward approach?" She inwardly lamented, feeling her face grow increasingly warm. Watched her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Deep down, he understood that Shun Mengli was simply accustomed to relying solely on herself, neglecting to consider his involvement. Noting her slightly awkward demeanor, decided to refrain from further teasing her. After dealing with the old lady and her brother, he still needed to locate Heizi and instruct them on certain matters. Was not concerned about finding them, with so many little brothers around. Encountering just one would quickly lead him to gather the others. Just then, a brilliant idea flickered through his mind, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. "I have a sudden thought. Perhaps I could make those two scoundrels experience ecstasy. Shall we give it a try?" "What method?" Shun Mengli inquired. "You'll find out when the time comes," teased, then nimbly leapt onto the stone table and into Shun Mengli's embrace, curling up comfortably. This time, Shun Mengli merely stiffened for a moment before relaxing, even reaching out to gently stroke his sleek fur. Quite nice. Progress indeed. It seemed the matter of binding their relationship could now be prioritized. Those two scoundrels could wait. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he languidly suggested, "Since we still have time, let us attend to something of greater importance." "What is it?" Shun Mengli's fingers glided over his warm back, her voice unconsciously softening. "First, see if you can rent a house with a yard near the martial academy. Having a space adjacent to the academy would not only serve to eliminate the old lady and her brother, but also protect against any erratic actions from the Zhao family. While Zhao Linyuan may remain composed, it does not guarantee that the rest of the Zhao family will do the same. And residing in the slums is certainly not the safest option. Being right next to the martial academy should deter the Zhao family from making any reckless moves." "Rent a house." Shun Mengli's expression turned a tad awkward, her voice lowering. "I might not have enough time crystals on me." "Oh, what a trivial matter." Having amassed over 2 million years of lifespan, boisterously proclaimed, "I lack nothing but time crystals. Whatever amount you need, I shall provide." Shun Mengli felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. After a moment of silence, as if summoning great courage, she whispered, "Then consider it alone. Besides the rent, may I borrow an additional 5,000 time crystals?" By the end of her request, her voice was nearly inaudible, yet she lifted her gaze to add, "Rest assured, I will repay you once I awaken my spirit pattern." 5,000 time crystals were no small sum. Converted into lifespan, it amounted to 13.5 years. How many ordinary lives encompassed such a duration? Found himself puzzled as to why she needed so many time crystals, yet refrained from probing further, readily acquiescing. "No problem." Upon receiving his affirmative response, a radiant light sparkled in Shun Mengli's clear eyes, and a smile crept onto her lips. "Thank you. I will definitely repay you for these time crystals." "Repay?" S lips curled upward slightly. "When the time comes, whether you wish to repay will depend on my willingness to accept." Chapter 69. He was also one to appreciate gratitude. With Shun Mengli yet to awaken her spirit pattern, direct transfers of lifespan were not feasible. After a brief exchange, found an unoccupied corner and swiftly transformed back into his human form. With a mere thought, a cluster of sparkling, crystalline shapes coalesced from the spirit pattern location. totaling 6,000 time crystals. It was not that was stingy. Rather, any more than this would be too much for a young girl like Shunmengli to handle. Soon, understood her purpose for borrowing the time crystals. After a brief session on her holographic phone, a competent-looking middle-aged woman arrived in a hovering vehicle to escort her to view properties. Before long, Shunmengli and the woman arrived at an unoccupied courtyard near the Martial Academy. The courtyard resembled a small quadrangle, accommodating a total of 8 households. Under syndication, Shunmengli promptly rented the entire courtyard. It was relatively inexpensive, amounting to only 840 time crystals, with a deposit and 3 months' rent. Once the house was secured, rather than purchasing household items, Shunmengli took to a nearby supermarket, where she procured 5 packages of prepackaged fruit. Additionally, she kindly requested the owner to place each fruit package into an extra black plastic bag. The owner, seeing a polite young girl, readily complied. After completing these tasks, a smile graced Shunmengli's face. "Now you can't possibly avoid me, can you?" Smirked, jumping from her arms and trailing behind her toward the slums. The closer they approached the slums, the more desolate the streets appeared. At this hour, bustling food stalls and cheap taverns would typically be thriving with business. Yet now, the streets were filled with personnel from the Zhao Group and the Public Security Bureau, setting up checkpoints at various intersections to conduct identity checks. Those whose identities were verified were promptly ordered to return home and refrain from aimless wandering. After passing the identity checks and returning to the slums, Shunmengli did not rush to gather her belongings. "Would you mind keeping an eye on these fruit bags for me?" she asked before heading toward the small courtyard where Aunt Lee resided, gently knocking on the door. "Who is it?" A familiar voice responded from inside, and the door creaked open. Upon seeing Shunmengli at the entrance, Aunt Lee was momentarily taken aback before a look of concern graced her features as she grasped Shunmengli's hand. "Little Shun, what brings you here so late? Did that old hag Nia Fongfong chase you out again? Come, don't be afraid. You can stay at Auntie's place tonight." "Aunt Lee, you misunderstand," Shunmengli replied warmly, shaking her head with a smile. "Next week, I will be undergoing the awakening ceremony and assessment. So I rented a room near the Martial Academy to prepare for my studies. I may not return frequently." She paused, her tone sincere. "You've taken care of me since I was little, and before I leave, I wanted to personally inform you." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee's heart softened. Aunt Lee's face not only lacked any trace of reluctance, but was instead illuminated by a radiant smile. "Good. Wonderful. I knew you were destined for greatness," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she enthusiastically patted Shunmengli's hand. "With your intellect, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy, and you will never again have to endure the torment imposed by that old wretch." As she spoke, Aunt Lee raised her rough left hand. A faint shimmer of spiritual patterns flickered across the back of her hand, and 20 shards of time crystal materialized in her palm. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and conjured up an additional 30, bringing the total to 50, which she unceremoniously thrust into Shunmengli's hands. "Take these. Auntie may not possess great talents to aid you, but you must not shortchange yourself out there." Shunmengli feigned reluctance for a brief moment before smiling and accepting the time crystals, then offering a black bag filled with fruit. "Aunt Lee, this is a gift of fruit for you. You must accept it." Aunt Lee opened the bag and, upon seeing the fresh fruits inside, smiled broadly and accepted without further protest. "Very well, I shan't be polite then. Look at me," engrossed in conversation at the door. "Come, let us sit inside." Shunmengli took a step back, apologetically replying, "No, Auntie, it's getting late. I need to pack my things and return to the Martial Academy." "All right then, travel safely and take care," Aunt Lee replied. As she watched Shunmengli's figure vanish at the alley's entrance, Aunt Lee finally shut the door. The moment the door clicked shut, a flicker of pain crossed her face as she murmured, 50 shards of time crystal. Oh dear. That means I'll have to live 50 days less." Shaking her head, she walked back into the house, continuing to grumble. Such a small quantity of fruit. Yet it required 2 bags. What a waste. As she removed the outer black bag, intending to keep it for trash, she felt something amiss. The bottom of the outer bag felt unusually heavy, as if it contained something solid. Curiously, she opened it to find a small pile of time crystals nestled at the bottom. The quantity appeared to be around 1,000. Aunt Lee gasped, her breath hitching as she immediately turned to rush out and fling open the door. Yet, the doorway was empty, with no sign of Shunmengli. She stood bewildered at the threshold for a while, then glanced down at the pile of time crystals, her eyes stinging with warmth as unbidden tears streamed down her cheeks. "What a wonderful child," she lamented. "You ungrateful wretch, Nia Fongfong. How could you not cherish such a remarkable granddaughter? One day, you shall regret it." In the dim alley, a girl and a cat walked, their shadows elongated by the flickering old street lamp. Observing the earlier scene, Lanyi quietly inquired, "Did you give her 1,000 shards of time crystal?" Shunmengli looked down at the tabby cat at her feet, her clear eyes curving into crescent shapes, clearly delighted. "Did you figure it out?" "Of course." Lanyi shot her a withering glance. "You made it so obvious. If I couldn't guess, I'd be a fool." Shunmengli turned her gaze forward, her steps light as she continued walking, her voice imbued with a sense of relief. Beyond Aunt Lee, Several other aunts have discreetly supported me in the past. Without their kindness, I might not have survived to this day. She paused, a hint of melancholy creeping into her tone. In the past, I lacked the means, but now that I possess them, I must do something before I depart. Hearing her words, Lanyi's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Gratitude and reciprocity. How fortuitous. He, too, prided himself on being a person of appreciation and generosity. Chapter 70. With such a capable partner, achieving success in the future will be effortless. After delivering the remaining fruits, Shinmengli returned home to pack her belongings, while Lanyi collected larger items like bed linens into his spatial storage. Before long, they returned to the newly rented courtyard adjacent to the martial academy. Shinmengli, carrying her meager luggage, hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lanyi, her gaze earnest. Now that we have enough rooms, I shall prepare one for you shortly. Upon saying this, fearing he might refuse, her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurried into her room, closing the door behind her. Watching the door close tightly, Lanyi couldn't help but smile mischievously. Preparing a room for yourself? Clearly, you wish to sleep apart from me. Such an opportunity to enhance their relationship was not to be missed. Where they would sleep would ultimately be his decision. With a partner so commendable, he could not let her slip away. Why refer to her as a capable partner? This story began with the very act of renting this courtyard. Initially, when Lanyi expressed the desire to rent a place, Shinmengli assumed it was merely for a single room and thought little of it. However, when Lanyi proposed to rent the entire courtyard, she immediately grasped the implications. In this time of lockdown, how could a student emerging from a slum possess such a substantial sum of time crystals to rent an entire courtyard? It was exceedingly abnormal and could easily attract unwanted attention, even provoking an investigation by the Zhao family. Thus, upon realizing Lanyi's intent to rent the entire courtyard, Shinmengli promptly struck a private agreement with the real estate agent who had shown her the property. Citing her desire for solitude during her exam preparations, she proposed to rent the entire courtyard but mentioned her insufficient time crystals, asking the agent to cover the costs initially. Once she awakened her spiritual patterns, she promised an additional 10% of the total rent as gratitude. The agent, having verified Shinmengli's student status at the nearby Intermediate Martial Academy, agreed without hesitation. The awakening ceremony was imminent, and with a written contract in place, the likelihood of her awakening failing was negligible. It was a golden opportunity to effortlessly acquire 84 shards of time crystals. Lanyi quickly understood Shinmengli's reasoning behind her actions, and his admiration for her grew. He realized he had overlooked this detail. However, the fact that Shinmengli could devise a solution in such a short time frame showcased her remarkable intellect. As for the 5,000 time crystals, they were discreetly gifted under the pretense of delivering fruit, and those ants were particularly attentive to Shinmengli, ensuring they would not divulge the matter, even if word got out. As long as Shinmengli steadfastly claimed it was merely a fruit gift, the authorities would have no grounds to act against her. It can be said that Shinmengli had considered every angle. With such a capable partner, achieving success in the future would be effortless. The female protagonist manages the household while the male protagonist ventures forth. I must also strive to match her efforts. Lanyi flicked his tail and stealthily approached the courtyard entrance. Then, without misunderstanding, marked the doorframe with a stream of urine. Fear not. He harbored no habit of indiscriminate urination. It was merely a way to leave a mark. Before long, his canine companions, the husky and the black cat, would be able to track the scent back. Having completed this task, Lanyi returned to the center of the courtyard and activated a 1,000-fold enhancement mode. He intended to reinforce every part of his body. However, before doing so, he needed to push his physical potential to the limits to maximize the recovery benefits from reinforcing his physique. In the next moment, Lanyi lay on the ground, his paws resting on his head, engaging his core as he began doing sit-ups. Today, he worked at a notably faster pace than usual, completing 10 sets for a total of 2,000 sit-ups. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. After barely half a minute of rest, Lanyi scanned the courtyard and finally fixed his gaze on a large tree within. You will do. In that instant, Lanyi sprang forth from the ground, simultaneously unleashing the claws concealed beneath his pads to grasp a sturdy horizontal tree trunk, suspending his body in midair. Pull-ups commenced. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 100, Lanyi felt his forelimb muscles teetering on the brink of being torn asunder, a searing pain coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, Lanyi pressed on. Completing 200 pull-ups, he nearly stumbled upon landing. A brief movement of his limbs alleviated the fiery sensation somewhat. Without pausing for rest, he embarked on a rapid shuttle run. Inside the room, Shinmengli had just finished tidying her bed when she heard faint rustling from the courtyard. An impulse stirred within her, and she stealthily approached the window, delicately parting the curtain with her slender fingers. Under the moonlight, an indefatigable figure was fervently training. Observing this scene, a faint smile graced the corners of Shinmengli's lips, only to be replaced by a determined clenching of her fists. Once she awakened her spiritual patterns, she vowed to accompany him, to grow and become stronger together. This thought ignited a fervent flame within her heart. The reason she refrained from joining in immediately was that pre-awakening exercises would yield only minimal results. Once she awakened her spiritual patterns, she would refuse to be a girl who merely hid behind Lanyi, needing protection. She aspired to be a comrade who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. With this resolution, Shunmingli lowered the curtain and turned to her desk. She opened the book Intermediate Bestiary, which she had borrowed from the resource room, and once again immersed herself in its depths. As the night waned, a pale light began to break on the horizon. The cool morning breeze, tinged with moisture, swept through the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, outside the courtyard wall, two shadowy figures were peering cautiously into the yard. Is this the place? Chapter 71. Hey, here comes the east wind. In one of the bedrooms at the center of the courtyard, Lanyi had just finished showering, droplets cascading down his chiseled abdominal muscles. After a night of exertion, he had finally fortified every part of his body. His torso had reached the second stage of enhancement, while his limbs, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and tail had all ascended to the third stage. The lifespan within the life will spiritual pattern had dwindled by 110,000 days. Moving forward, any further enhancement of any part would require a substantial base of 1 million days of lifespan. The most immediate change after fortifying his torso to the second stage was his weight. In his feline form, he had surged to a hefty 35 pounds. In human form, he had reached approximately 380 pounds. However, Lanyi's physique had not become unwieldy. Rather, his muscle definition appeared even more harmonious and firm, a clear indication of increased bodily density. Weight was secondary. The most significant transformation lay in his stamina, endurance, and recovery speed from injuries, which had more than doubled compared to before. The only downside was that it would likely be challenging for Shunmingli to carry him in the future. A 35-pound tabby cat would be too much for even an adult man to hold for long. Beyond his torso, the greatest changes occurred in his forelimbs and tail. His claws had not only regained hardness, but had also lengthened dramatically from 10 centimeters to 30 centimeters. His tail had expanded from a capacity of 100 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters, and it absorbed orange-yellow energy at an accelerated rate. As for his hind limbs, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, there were no significant surprises. They had merely improved by about double from their previous state. At this moment, Lanyi felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with explosive energy. With a mere thought, he summoned his status panel to take a glance. Quite impressive. In just one night, through exercise and enhancement, he had gained 486 kilograms of strength, an increase of 243 points in constitution, 5 points in mental power, and a speed boost of 9 meters per second. A satisfied smile spread across Lanyi's face. He was one step closer to reaching the edge of war. Shunmingli had mentioned that the practical assessments of previous years took place outside the city. He needed to meet the promotion requirements for the edge of war before her assessment, so he could accompany her out of the city and find a way to slay a source beast to complete his promotion. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. Grabbing a towel, he dried his hair and pushed open the door, making his way directly to Shunmingli's room. Gently pushing open her bedroom door, he found Shunmingli sprawled over her desk, seemingly having fallen asleep while studying late into the night. The soft morning light streamed through the window, illuminating her serene sleeping face, casting delicate shadows beneath her long eyelashes. Lanyi approached her, gazing at her profile, and an affectionate smile unconsciously graced his lips. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her cheek. Then, bending down, he slipped one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Her form felt light, carrying a faint, delightful fragrance. At the moment of lifting Shunmingli, Lanyi distinctly sensed her soft body tense up. Looking down, he noticed her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Pretending to be asleep. Are we? A mischievous grin crept onto Lanyi's lips. He then carried Shunmingli, walking softly to the edge of the bed, and gently set her down. Rather than rising, he leaned closer to her lips, inching towards her soft, rosy mouth. He was curious to see just how long Shunmingli could maintain her ruse. However, just as their lips were about to meet, Lanyi suddenly paused, frowning slightly as his gaze discreetly swept toward the window. Those two pesky intruders outside had impeccable timing. Nevertheless, Lanyi chose to ignore them for the moment, pressing a gentle kiss upon Shunmingli's tender lips. It was a fleeting touch, and he straightened up, casting a glance at the still sleeping girl, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed into his feline form and leapt through the half-open window. The moment Lanyi departed, Shunmingli's eyes sprang wide open. Instinctively, she raised her hand, her fingertips tenderly brushing against her lips, as if still lingering with the warmth of his touch. A rush of heat surged from her neck to the crown of her head, her fair cheeks instantly enveloped in a rosy hue, even her delicate earlobes shimmering with a translucent glow. She flipped over abruptly, burying her flushed face into the pillow, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat. Shunmingli remained frozen on the bed for a considerable time before slowly lifting her burning cheeks from the pillow. She extended her fingertip, gently touching her lips once more. My first kiss has just been taken from me, Shinmengli murmured softly. Yet unbeknownst to her, her true first kiss had long been lost on a certain night just days prior. On the other side, Lanyi stood in the courtyard, watching with keen interest as the two clumsy figures attempted to scale the wall. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. These two figures were none other than the old hag and that overweight man. Lanyi had instructed Shinmengli to rent a place outside, intending to lure these oblivious intruders. However, he hadn't anticipated their eagerness. They arrived at the break of dawn. Nevertheless, the timing was perfect. Having just completed his bodily enhancement, he was brimming with energy that needed an outlet. Sister, are you sure this is the place? The deceased rotund man lowered his voice, casting furtive glances around. How could that little wretch afford such a vast courtyard? If we were mistaken, it would spell considerable trouble for us. No, it cannot be wrong. The withered crone's slanted eyes sparkled with a glimmer of cunning. It was Lu Motzi who informed me of her renting this place. And I procured this address through my household registration at the real estate agency. The pair exchanged no further words and stealthily prepared to approach the softly illuminated room. Just as they passed by the grand tree in the center of the courtyard, a shadow suddenly materialized before them. Who goes there? Before they could react, Lanyi sprang into action. A swift hand strike landed decisively on the back of the rotund man's neck. His eyes rolled back, and he fell backward with a dull thud against the ground. Perhaps it was his first time committing such an act. And concerned about exerting too much force and killing the man outright, the crone was struck 3 times on the nape before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lanyi surveyed the 2 unconscious figures on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his features. All was in readiness. Only the east wind was lacking. No sooner had he spoken than a muffled whimpering sound emanated from the direction of the courtyard entrance. Lanyi's eyes lit up. Ah, the east wind has indeed arrived. Chapter 72. Have you ever contemplated this day? In the blink of an eye, the 3-day city lockdown deadline was drawing near. In Xingjin City's Yunding Villa district, within an opulent study, Zhao Linyuan reclined in a leather chair. A multitude of documents sprawled across the mahogany desk before him. These were the results of 3 days of meticulous investigation, comprising all individuals suspected of having harmed Zhao Min. His gaze swept over the various resumes before ultimately resting upon a thin sheet of paper. Shinmengli. From her birth in a slum to the untimely demise of her parents, and the various abuses she endured at the hands of her paternal grandmother, her experiences were laid bare. Additionally, her deliberately concealed outstanding achievements at the Martial Academy, as well as her conflict with Zhao Min and her recent sudden relocation to rent a house near the academy, were meticulously documented. The reason this dossier was present was quite simple. That day, when Zhao Min was at the Logan Tavern issuing tasks, those 2 guards were not far from her and naturally overheard her conversation with her entourage. Zhao Linyuan's fingers lightly tapped the desk surface. As he gazed at Shinmengli's file, rather than harboring hatred, his eyes reflected a hint of admiration, emerging from the lower echelons. She had managed to endure and bide her time in such a harsh environment, her temperament and methods far surpassing those of her peers. Such a talent, with a little refinement, would make an excellent secretary. Though he mourned his daughter's death sincerely, Zhao Linyuan understood better than anyone that under such a tightly woven net of scrutiny, the adversary still managed to escape. To locate someone in the vast expanse of Xingjin City was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. His willingness to incur great costs and insist on a city lockdown was primarily to assert to the other esteemed families within the city that members of the Zhao family were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the door to the study was thrust open with a loud bang, and a figure strode in purposefully. The newcomer hastened to the desk, seized Shinmengli's file, and slammed it down. Zhao Linyuan, what is the meaning of this? The woman's voice was sharp, her bloodshot eyes filled with venom. Minmin met such a tragic fate. She went to the Logan Tavern specifically to deal with that little wretch. Why did you obstruct my people? Zhao Linyuan's brow knitted tightly. Has there been enough of this uproar? He lifted his gaze, his expression icy as he regarded his emotionally unhinged wife. If you had not indulged Minmin so thoroughly throughout her life, would she have developed such a reckless disposition? Observing the redness around his wife's eyes, Zhao Linyuan's tone softened. Shinmengli is a candidate in this year's examination, soon to awaken her spirit patterns. Now is not the time to act against her. Now is not the time. The woman was immediately enraged to the point of laughter. Pray tell, when would be the appropriate time? After she is accepted into those prestigious martial schools. Sigh. A weariness washed over Zhao Linyuan's face, and he pointed to one detail in Shinmengli's file. She suffers from permanent deafness in her left ear. Those elite martial schools would not consider her. Once she awakens her spirit patterns and leaves the city, you may do as you please. The woman bit her lip tightly, her gaze sweeping over Shinmengli's file. After a lengthy silence, she finally squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. Very well, let that little wretch live for a few more days. With that, she turned to leave. Yet, just as she reached the doorway, she paused, as if recalling something. If you want to allow me to act against that little wretch now, very well. A glint of malice ignited in her eyes. I can deal with those stray cats and dogs in the city, can't I? On the day of Zhao Min's incident, It was those accursed creatures that suddenly appeared, causing chaos, leading to Minmin's disappearance and demise. Therefore, those stray cats and dogs are also among the culprits responsible for her daughter's death. Zhao Linyuan gazed upon his wife's face, twisted with hatred, knowing she required an outlet for her frustration. Just some insignificant stray creatures. If it brings her some semblance of comfort, so be it. After a brief hesitation, he slowly nodded in acquiescence. Meanwhile, beside the martial academy, in the courtyard rented by Shun Mengli, within a secluded room, an odd stench mingled with the scent of blood, foot odor, and canine saliva permeated the air. The withered crone and the rotund man were each bound to long benches, their mouths stuffed with rags, their eyes bloodshot from prolonged fear and torment, their pupils murky and dimmed. Lanyi had neither struck them nor uttered a single curse. In fact, with their well-being in mind, he had even asked Shun Mengli to procure high-concentration nutritional fluids, administering them with a syringe. Such thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. That very morning, upon the arrival of the husky following the scent, he instructed it to rally a dozen feline minions. They were organized into shifts, working round the clock. At this moment, 4 stray cats were diligently attending to their task, their rough tongues licking the soles of the 2, now barely recognizable feet. Initially, it was merely an unbearable itch. However, cat tongues are lined with fine barbs, akin to natural sandpaper. Over time, it was tantamount to scraping flesh. By now, the sibling soles were nothing but a bloody mess. The outer layer of skin, along with most of the flesh, had been licked away, revealing stark white bones that glimmered faintly in the dim light. One could only describe it as utterly abominable. At that moment, the door creaked open gently. Shun Mengli entered, crouching down to gently stroke Lanyi's fluffy head. Then, her gaze turned towards the crone and the rotund man, her eyes calm and unperturbed. The pent-up resentment accumulated over more than a decade had, in fact, dissipated considerably upon witnessing their wretched state on the first day. She shook her head, beckoning Lanyi outside the room. Dispose of them. With the awakening ceremony just 2 days away, I do not wish for them to cause any trouble at this juncture. Lanyi cast a glance into the room. The crone's accomplice had been lured to a secluded spot on the day they were incapacitated, and Lanyi had dealt with him via their phone. The individual was not particularly weak. While not at the peak of martial prowess, he was a superhuman among ordinary folk. Regrettably, he hadn't even provided a warm-up. With the rearguard concerns now eliminated, the timing of sending these 2 on their way rested entirely on Shun Mengli's disposition. This matter is in your hands. As long as you feel a sense of relief, that suffices. Thank you, Shun Mengli murmured softly. Lanyi shook his head, opting not to say more. Shun Mengli inhaled deeply, turning back to the room to retrieve a dagger she had long prepared from her bag. She approached the 2 individuals, extending her hand to tear away the rags stuffed in their mouths. Grant me a swift end. The voice of the overweight man rasped like a broken gong, murky tears cascading down his swollen cheeks. I can't endure this any longer, I beg you. The old woman trembled violently, her gaze directed at Shun Mengli, devoid of any trace of resentment, only pleading. This torment. She truly wished to experience it not even for a second longer. It was a horror 1,000 times worse than death. Shun Mengli gripped the dagger, her cold gaze resting upon the old woman's face, her voice unwavering. Did you ever consider that this day would come when you forced my mother to her demise? Chapter 73. This final strike is for myself. Upon hearing Shun Mengli's words, the old woman shuddered, as if the last vestige of her strength had been drawn away. I was wrong, Mengli. I truly was wrong. For the sake of our blood relation, grant me a swift end, I implore you. Shun Mengli smiled, a chilling smile. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged decisively into the old woman's thigh. This strike was for the blows my mother endured. The old woman let out a wretched cry, her body convulsing violently. With another swift motion, the second dagger pierced her other thigh. This blow was for the winter when my mother lay frozen in the snow. Shun Mengli did not pause, raising the dagger to sever the old woman's left ear. This strike was for my deafened left ear. This blow was for every shard of time you snatched from me. Blood splattered, staining her garments. The overweight man, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably, a foul liquid pooling beneath him. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The old woman's struggles gradually weakened, leaving only heavy breaths. Shun Mengli raised the dagger, its tip aimed at the old woman's heart. This final strike. She gazed at the face marred by tears and blood, enunciating each word, is for myself. The blade fell. The world fell silent. Shun Mengli slowly rose, turning to the now soiled man, her expression devoid of emotion as she repeated the previous action. When the final blow landed, having dealt with this so-called relative, the dagger clattered to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Lanyi had already reverted to human form, standing behind her. In that moment, she might have needed a sturdy shoulder to lean on. Indeed, once her taut nerves relaxed, years of accumulated grievances and suffering surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Shun Mengli's eyes. She abruptly turned, burying herself in Lanyi's embrace, weeping silently. Lanyi said nothing, simply extending his arms to draw her trembling petite form closer. Afternoon. The sunlight was just right, filtering through the leaves in the courtyard, casting dappled shadows upon the stone table. Shinmengli did not attend the martial academy, and Lanyi, unusually, refrained from training, instead accompanying her for chess and conversation in his human form. After shedding tears, Shinmengli felt significantly lighter, the persistent gloom in her brow dissipating. The bond between them visibly grew closer. However, that thin veil of unspoken words remained unbroken. Several times, as the atmosphere became charged, he would begin to speak, only for Shinmengli to deftly divert the topic. This left Lanyi somewhat perplexed. To be frank, he was not particularly adept in this area. Those tender, affectionate words eluded his tongue. In his previous life, his numerous female companions had been drawn to him primarily due to his looks, with most pursuing him actively. Just as Lanyi pondered whether to take a direct approach and initiate a passionate kiss, a sudden commotion erupted. Woof, woof. The husky and the black dog burst into the courtyard, anxiously circling around Lanyi's legs. Boss, we have a grave situation. Lanyi's brow furrowed, his earlier romantic thoughts evaporating instantly. What exactly happened? The Zhao group has gone mad, and now they're sweeping the city to capture our brothers. Just now, another 7 or 8 were taken. The husky reported at lightning speed. I've tallied it up. Just this afternoon, we've lost 57 dog brothers and 23 cat brothers. Earlier chaos at the Logan Tavern had already claimed a number of their subordinates. This meant he was left with only 276 dogs and 125 cats under his command. Lanyi's brow knitted into a deep furrow. What about Dahe? Is he safe? Dahe is fine. He led the remaining brothers to hide in the large landfill on the west side of the city. For now, they should be safe there. Upon hearing that Dahe was unharmed, Lanyi's tense expression eased slightly. Dahe and the husky were those he had raised himself. Losing any of them would cause him deep heartache. Moreover, this situation could not persist. If the Zhao group exterminated all the stray cats and dogs in Xingjin City, how could he ever establish an underground world? Beside him, Shinmengli did not comprehend the husky's words, but she could tell that something was amiss. What happened? Lanyi did not conceal the truth, briefly explaining the Zhao group's widespread capture of stray animals in the city. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Shinmengli's eyes. She understood all too well that the Zhao group's actions were likely a form of retaliation for the chaos caused by the stray animals on the day Zhao Min had fallen. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from her own actions. Hiding was not a solution. Shinmengli quickly regained her composure, beginning to analyze the situation. The Zhao group's influence in Xingjin City was deeply entrenched. If they truly sought to find them, the landfill would not provide refuge for long. However, confronting them head-on was unrealistic, as the disparity in strength was far too great. Shinmengli's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Unless we can find a way to rally the entire city's populace against them, perhaps we may find a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Lanyi's eyes brightened. He immediately inquired, "Are there many pet owners in Xingjin City?" "Quite a few," Shinmengli replied earnestly, though she was puzzled. "Apart from ordinary families that adopt strays, there are many beast masters who, lacking the ability to contract source beasts, choose to form bonds with pet cats and dogs instead. Contracted pet cats and dogs, while lacking in combat prowess, primarily served as companions. Thus, it could be said that there were indeed many animal lovers in this world." Lanyi's eyes gleamed as a plan rapidly took shape in his mind. "I have an idea, let me outline it to you, and see if it's feasible." After hearing Lanyi's plan, an unmistakable glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shinmengli's beautiful eyes. This proposal was undeniably audacious, bordering on a gamble. Yet, upon further contemplation, it possessed a remarkable degree of feasibility. She could not help but scrutinize the man before her once more. Through these past few days together, she increasingly felt that Lanyi was an enigma. The ethereal patterns he bore were clearly not of ordinary quality, his perseverance during training, and now the strategy and cunning he displayed. What else could this man possibly lack? Deep down, she was acutely aware of Lanyi's feelings toward her. Whether it was his previous daring act against Zhao Min or later urging her to take revenge herself, the myriad of details had rendered her heart restless. Yet, whenever the atmosphere reached a perfect pitch, and Lanyi seemed poised to break that thin veil, she instinctively chose to evade. It was not that she disliked him or was pretending to be coy, she merely wished to wait a little longer. After the awakening ceremony a few days hence, when she too possesses the qualification to stand beside him, she wishes to prepare a surprise for him with her own hands. Chapter 74. Enjoying public opinion? Then I shall indulge you in your little game. Shinmengli retracted her wandering thoughts, momentarily burying these notions deep within her heart. "I believe it is worth a try." Shinmengli hesitated, "But you currently lack identification, and the Zhao Corporation is scouring the city for stray cats and dogs, making many matters rather inconvenient to address. Therefore, allow me to handle the necessary preparations." "Certainly," Lanyi replied succinctly. "Take care of yourself." Shinmengli softly acknowledged, saying no more, and swiftly exited the courtyard. Watching her departing figure, the gentleness on Lanyi's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. "Zhao Linyuan, do you not enjoy playing with public opinion? Then I shall indulge you in your game." Soon, night fell. As the lockdown was nearing its end, the bustling heart of Starfire City thronged with people. In a corner adorned with ornamental greenery, Lanyi peered out, his pale red eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the shopping mall. Behind him, Erha, and a robust, menacing-looking yellow dog, slightly smaller than Dahe, lay patiently in the foliage, awaiting their cue. At that moment, a frigid voice crackled through the miniature earpiece in Lanyi's ear. Target acquired. Lanyi's expression hardened, and he quickly withdrew his head, lowering his voice to address the others behind him. Prepare yourselves, the target is approaching. Before long, two young girls emerged from the mall, engaged in cheerful conversation. The older one appeared to be around 18, while the younger, clad in a delicate Lolita dress, looked no older than 13 or 14, exuding an adorable doll-like charm. Even Lanyi, accustomed to various filtered beauties, could not help but steal a few extra glances. Alas, she was far too young. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Lanyi turned to the menacing yellow dog. The subsequent actions are in your capable paws. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall ensure that Erha and Dahe take good care of your offspring. Woof. Thank you, boss. The dog growled appreciatively, devoid of any fear, filled instead with gratitude. After all, it was an old dog, nearing the end of its days. Before its departure from this world, finding a protector for its young was a source of contentment. It crouched low, utilizing the crowd and flower beds as cover, stealthily advancing towards the mall entrance. Just as it came within 5 meters of the two girls, the yellow dog sprang into action, launching itself like an arrow, barking wildly as it aimed for the little girl in the Lolita dress. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the surrounding pedestrians. The older girl was instantly struck with terror, while the targeted little girl, though her face paled in fear, instinctively raised her small handbag to shield herself. She understood that if she could withstand the mad dog for but a moment, the guards trailing behind would rush in to subdue it. However, in the blink of an eye, her sister, usually so nurturing towards her, unexpectedly shoved her slight frame forcefully towards the gaping maw of the crazed dog. The guards rushing from behind were taken aback, their faces paling. It was too late. At this angle and distance, they could not reach the young lady before she was harmed. Just then, a shadow faster than the mad dog darted out from the side. Bang! Hazy executed a flawless spin kick midair, striking the mad dog's head and sending it tumbling away. Meow! Having landed a successful hit, Hazy did not pursue but instead positioned itself in front of the little girl, arching its back and emitting a low, threatening growl. Its vigilant cat eyes fixated on the large dog not far away. The mad dog rose, shaking its head and baring its teeth, launching another assault. Hazy met it head-on, and the two creatures became entwined in a fierce struggle. Yet, the disparity in size between cat and dog proved insurmountable. After a few exchanges, Hazy feigned a misstep, allowing the large dog to bite its hind leg and violently fling it aside, crashing into a nearby flower bed. Just as the mad dog prepared to charge at the little girl once more, Erha burst forth from another corner, colliding with the mad dog's side, his jaws aiming for its neck, all while ensuring the little girl remained protected behind him. The mad dog writhed in a frenzy, but Erha would not relent. Hazy, recently tossed aside, returned to the fray, joining the battle. All of this transpired in mere seconds. From the sudden attack of the mad dog to the two stray animals stepping forth, the entire episode unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. The surrounding onlookers stood agape. Before long, through the seamless coordination of cat and dog, the massive mad dog let out a mournful yelp, collapsing into a pool of its own blood, utterly silenced. Hazy approached the little girl, gently meowing as if to comfort her, then turned away, limping with its injured leg, heading off into the distance. Its mission had been accomplished. Only then did the little girl snap out of her shock. She glanced at her cousin, who lay sprawled on the ground, pale and devoid of color, then turned her gaze to the black cat that was gradually retreating. She promptly lifted her skirt and chased after it. Mimi, please don't leave yet. She reached Hazy and crouched down, her pristine face etched with concern as she observed the bloody wound on its hind leg. You're hurt badly. Let me take you to the hospital. Will you stay with me from now on? I promise I will take good care of you. Hazy halted, and before it could respond, a figure stumbled towards them. It was the little girl's cousin, her face still marked by lingering fear. She grasped the little girl's arm, her voice trembling. Yaki, I'm so sorry. I was just so scared. I truly didn't mean to. Please, don't tell Jean how G about this. The girl named Yaki shrugged off her cousin's grip, not even glancing back. All her attention was focused on the black cat that had saved her, her clear eyes brimming with cautious hope. Hazy discreetly glanced towards the direction where Lanyi was concealed. In the foliage, a nearly imperceptible head gave a subtle nod. Receiving Lanyi's approval, Hazy let out a gentle mewl and approached, nuzzling its fluffy head against the little girl's hand. Not far away, Lanyi, who had witnessed the scene unfold, could not suppress a slight smile. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Allowing Hazy to remain by this little girl's side seemed a fortuitous choice, for she was no ordinary child. Chapter 75. When your kin pushes you towards the abyss, it is they who stand forth. According to Shinmingli, this little girl named Yang Yaki hailed from the Yang family, the second most prominent family in Starfire City, following the Zhao clan. The intention behind approaching them was merely to leverage the Yang family's power, hoping to navigate the murky waters of public opinion and prevent the Zhao family from quelling it entirely. Little did they anticipate that, beyond their plans, they successfully embedded one of their own into the Yang family. Meanwhile, on the other side of the commercial district, inside a street-facing brand clothing store, Shinmengli approached the cashier, retrieving a small bag from her pocket and emptying its contents onto the counter. With a clatter, a multitude of resplendent, diamond-shaped crystals lay scattered, numbering at least 100. "Boss, may I obtain a copy of your surveillance footage?" The proprietor behind the cash register, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had just witnessed the unfolding drama at the entrance of the adjacent shopping mall and was still in a state of shock. Upon hearing Shinmengli's inquiry, he cast a surprised glance at the pile of time crystals, then looked up to scrutinize the seemingly youthful girl before him. He hesitated to retrieve the time crystals, his expression tinged with a hint of caution. "Young lady, what do you intend to do with the surveillance video?" "Please don't misunderstand," Shinmengli replied, a perfectly timed bashful smile gracing her face. "I am merely a cat enthusiast who found the bravery of that little black cat and the husky to be commendable. I wish to share what transpired online to raise awareness about stray cats and dogs." A moment later, Shinmengli emerged from the shop, a gentle smile adorning her face as she spoke softly into a discreet, inconspicuous microphone nestled in her collar. All set. The reason she refrained from using her phone to record was that such an approach would leave too conspicuous a trace and appear overly deliberate. Only the footage obtained from the shop's fixed surveillance offered the authenticity and credibility she sought. After all, the events had unfolded too swiftly for an ordinary person to react, let alone to capture the entirety of the incident with a mobile device. Meanwhile, concealed within the greenery, Lanyi narrowed his faintly crimson eyes upon hearing Shinmengli's voice through his earpiece. The performance had concluded. It was time to proceed to the next phase. Just as Lanyi prepared to signal the husky to retreat, a jarring sound pierced the air, growing nearer. In the next instant, an ostentatious black hover sports car carved a striking arc through the sky, executing a graceful drift before coming to a halt, hovering steadily above the shopping mall. With a resounding thud, the car door swung upward, and a tall, young man clad in a custom combat suit leaped down from a height of several dozen meters. "Jinhao," Yang Yaki's cousin called out, her head bowed. Yet the man did not spare her a glance. He rushed towards Yang Yaki, his tone laced with urgency. "Yaki, are you all right?" Upon seeing him, a sweet smile illuminated Yang Yaki's face. "Brother, how did you arrive so quickly?" "I'm fine. It was that little black cat and the dog over there that saved me. Can I take them home?" Yang Jinhao did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze first scanned the silly, panting husky standing nearby, a slight frown creasing his brow. Then, his attention shifted to the little black cat in front of his sister. "Let me first assess its injuries." He reached out, lifting the cat. But noticing his sister's worried expression, he quickly supported its body with his other hand. After confirming that it was a female kitten, the tension in Yang Jinhao's face eased, replaced by a gentle smile. "All right, you may keep this cat." He ruffled his sister's hair, then turned his gaze towards the husky not far away. "Huskies tend to have wild personalities and may not be suitable for you. I shall take care of it instead. To be honest, I have been wanting a pet for some companionship." Nearby, Lanyi smirked subtly. "Well, it seems the husky has found its home." He held no concern for the safety of either the husky or the black cat. Once he ascended to the soldier's edge realm, he would be able to communicate with them over long distances through the bond of a contract imprint. After exchanging a knowing glance with the husky, signaling it to act as it saw fit, he vanished into the greenery. Half an hour later, a post titled "When Your Loved Ones Push You into the Abyss, It Is They Who Stand Up For You" began to virally circulate on the official forum of Starfire City. The content was straightforward, comprising a video copied from the shop's surveillance. While the clarity was not top-notch, it captured the entirety of the earlier incident at the mall entrance. The protagonists of the video were a youthful, radiant girl and a delicately beautiful Lolita girl, whose mere presence was enough to attract a multitude of viewers. However, the video as content shocked everyone. Faced with the attack of a rabid dog, the cousin not only failed to protect her younger sibling, but without hesitation, pushed her out as a human shield. The ugliness and selfishness of human nature were laid bare in that moment. The scene abruptly shifted as a small black cat and a seemingly dim-witted husky gallantly rushed forward, using their bodies to shield the little girl. This stark contrast ignited a whirlwind of emotions among the viewers. In the comments section, thousands of responses flooded in within mere minutes. "What the hell? Is that sister a devil? Pushing her own sister to her death? I'm furious. This transcends human decency. It's inhumane. No, even calling them beasts would insult that black cat and the husky. That poor girl, betrayed by her own family. Thank goodness for the cats and dogs that protected her. The sight of her chasing after them melted my heart. Does anyone know what happened next? I'm really worried about the little black cat's leg. It looked severely injured." In the courtyard beside the martial arts academy, Lanyi and Shinmengli sat side by side, observing the rapidly escalating data on the holographic screen. The momentum was building, yet it was insufficient. Shun Mengli furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, noting, the Zhao group has formidable public relations capabilities. Once they catch wind of this, they will swiftly suppress this heat. We must find some online influencers. Do you have such individuals? Lanyi instinctively chimed in, then realized the flaw in his statement and quickly added with a laugh. I mean, we just need to post something. We don't need an army, do we? Shun Mengli chuckled at his peculiar thought process. The water army I mentioned is not what you think. It refers to those specialized individuals who create buzz online and guide public opinion. Feigning realization, Lanyi slapped his thigh, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Let us buy it. Let us directly purchase 500,000 time crystals. Seeing Lanyi poised to conjure the crystals from his contract imprint, Shun Mengli quickly raised her hand to stop him. No, using your time crystals is futile. Noticing the confusion on his face, she patiently explained, I have yet to awaken my spirit patterns, and thus my forum account cannot be linked to them. No matter how many time crystals I possess, I cannot utilize them. What then? To acquire the influencers now, I must seek a loan from Yinluo Finance and have them directly deposit the time into my forum account. Yinluo Finance. Lanyi's eyelid twitched at the name. It was certainly evocative, suggesting loans one could never repay, truly life-threatening in nature. Chapter 76. The Zhao Group, universally condemned. The so-called Yinluo Finance may sound terrifying, but in reality, it was not as nefarious as Lanyi had imagined. Borrowing 100,000 time crystals meant receiving exactly 100,000, without a penny less. The only drawback was the rather high interest rate, demanding 10,000 in interest per month. As 100,000 time crystals flowed into Shun Mengli's forum account, the entry's comments began to subtly shift with the arrival of the online influencers. Wow, ladies, I did some digging, and that Lolita girl seems to be Yang Yaki, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. No wonder she exudes such elegance. The Yang family? My goodness, this scandal keeps growing. Wait, have you all not realized that today the Zhao group has been hunting strays throughout the entire city? I suspect that the mad dog that suddenly attacked someone was driven insane by the Zhao group. Is that true? Do you have any evidence? Of course. I just recorded a video, under the guidance of a multitude of professional commentators. Some citizens who were already dissatisfied with the Zhao group's lockdown measures found an outlet for their grievances and began to speak out. Public opinion swiftly turned its ire towards the Zhao group. In the Yunding villa, Zhao Linyuan listened to his subordinate's report, his expression betraying no emotion. Master, there are some defamatory messages about us emerging on the forums. Is this something that requires my guidance? Zhao Linyuan's gaze remained calm, his voice devoid of any discernible anger or joy. Purchase a batch of public opinion manipulators to suppress the heat. If that fails, create another hot topic to divert public attention. To him, this was merely a group of bored internet users seeking attention, and he believed it would soon subside. Meanwhile, at the Yang family's villa, Yang Jinhao had just returned with his sister from the city's most prestigious pet store. The injury on Heizi's hind leg had been treated and wrapped in a charming pink bandage adorned with a lovely bow. As soon as they entered, the butler approached them urgently. Young master, a video has surfaced online showing Miss being attacked at the mall, and it's gaining considerable traction. Should we? Yang Jinhao frowned. About to agree. His sister was far too adorable to be subjected to the scrutiny of those unsightly netizens. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Yaki interrupted him. Holding up her holographic phone with her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, she exclaimed, No, brother, look. The Zhao group has been hunting stray cats and dogs. They are simply despicable. Netizens are saying that the large yellow dog that attacked me was likely driven mad by them. Meow. Heizi, freshly bandaged, raised his head and emitted a sound of agreement. Nearby, the aloof husky, striving to maintain his cool demeanor, also nodded in concurrence. Observing his sister's indignant expression and the shared animosity of the cat and dog, Yang Jinhao couldn't help but smile slightly. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes, and he promptly commanded the butler, the Zhao family will undoubtedly attempt to suppress the heat. This is a rare opportunity. Relay my orders to all available channels and fan the flames further. The situation swiftly escalated beyond anyone's expectations. With the Yang family's encouragement, public sentiment spiraled out of control. Increasingly, individuals took to the streets, spontaneously preventing the Zhao group from continuing their hunt for stray animals, leading to several minor confrontations. In no time, the Zhao group became pariahs, subject to widespread condemnation. Master, this is bad. A servant burst into the living room of the Zhao villa, exclaiming, There are crowds gathered outside, blocking our corporate headquarters. Some stores have even been vandalized. A bunch of rabble. How dare they? What right do they have? It's only a few stray cats and dogs they killed. You'd think they had lost their parents. Before Zhao Linyuan could respond, his wife slammed her hand on the table, unleashing a torrent of curses. At that moment, she could no longer maintain her usual regal demeanor, her well-kept features twisted in anger. Seeing his wife's unrestrained outburst, Zhao Linyuan's expression darkened. A surge of unnameable fury ignited within him. After the lockdown, he had intended to proceed discreetly and gradually mitigate the repercussions. Yet now, such a significant disturbance had erupted. If this matter was not handled properly, the Zhao family's myriad businesses would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Ironically, this was a situation he had personally agreed to. Even if he wished to vent his anger, he found no justification, leaving him to stifle it painfully. The pressure weighed heavily on his chest, nearly suffocating him. Just as public discontent reached a fever pitch, the official mayor's office of Xinjiang City intervened, attempting to halt the farce. Almost simultaneously, the Zhao Group's official website and various media platforms in Xinjiang City released a prominently displayed apology statement. In the video, Zhao Linyuan, dressed impeccably in formal attire, appeared somewhat haggard yet profoundly sincere. On behalf of the Zhao Group, I, Zhao Linyuan, extend my sincerest apologies to all citizens of Xinjiang City for the recent social issues arising from our security department's actions in the culling of stray animals. I hereby pledge that the Zhao Group will immediately cease all actions against stray animals. Additionally, we will fund the construction of Xinjiang City's first and largest stray animal rescue station. The apology video lasted 5 minutes, with Zhao Linyuan's earnest words and humble demeanor leaving no room for criticism. Meanwhile, in the courtyard adjacent to the Martial Arts Academy, after watching the apology video, Lanyi turned to find himself meeting Shun Mengli's gaze. They exchanged no words, yet both shared a knowing smile. This battle could only be deemed a resounding victory. Lanyi mentally calculated his losses. Merely the 10,000 time crystals spent on public opinion manipulators and over 200 subordinates. Yet the gains far outweighed the expenditures. Not only had he neutralized the threat posed by Zhao Min, but he had also clarified the usage of his contractual girlfriend through her. His physical attributes, aside from his torso, had been enhanced to the 3rd stage, and his 4-dimensional attributes were nearing the threshold for advancement to the soldier realm. With only a slight deficit in speed, he had reaped all the benefits while leaving the Zhao family in a state of disarray, compelling them to publicly apologize in front of the entire city. The more he pondered, the more satisfied Lanyi felt. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Given how joyous today is, shall we indulge in a fine meal to celebrate? Shun Mengli shook her head. It's too expensive outside. I'll just buy some ingredients and cook. All right. As you wish, Lanyi readily agreed, but showed no intention of accompanying her. Watching Shun Mengli exit, his smile widened as he strolled out himself. A few minutes later, Lanyi found himself at the entrance of a 24-hour convenience store on the commercial street. Chapter 77. Smiles won't disappear, only shift. Inside the convenience store, Lindsay leaned over the counter, her face flushed with righteous indignation as her fair fingers flew across the virtual keyboard of her holographic phone. An apology is all it takes? How naive. Boycott all products under the Zhao Group. Sisters, rally behind me. Let everyone see the true face of the Zhao family. For days, Lindsay had been yearning for the little kitten that had yet to appear, leaving her feeling hollow. Upon visiting the forum today, she discovered that the Zhao Group was hunting strays throughout the city. With past grievances resurfacing, Lindsay transformed into a keyboard warrior, fiercely engaging in online debates and rallying public sentiment, becoming one of the primary forces in guiding public opinion. Even after Zhao Linyuan's apology statement, she showed no sign of relenting, continuing her fervent attacks across various comment sections. Ding! The doorbell chimed sweetly. Lindsay didn't look up, continuing to tap rapidly on her holographic phone, casually calling out, "Welcome. Help yourself to the items, and when you're ready, come to the counter to check out." However, seconds passed without the sound of footsteps. Lindsay, puzzled, finally raised her head and glanced toward the entrance. Upon catching sight of the figure, her eyes instantly lit up. "Handsome, you're back." Lindsay immediately set down her phone, the indignation on her face vanishing in an instant. Lanyi approached the cashier, casting a glance at her unturned phone screen, which displayed a post condemning the Zhao family. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he teased. "Seeing you so engrossed, are you bent on punishing the wicked?" Upon hearing this, Lindsay's spirits lifted once more. Fueled by her disdain for the Zhao family and their despicable behavior, they bullied the innocent, both cats and dogs, exhibiting a complete lack of humanity. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lanyi's gaze drifted toward the shelf adorned with an array of alcoholic beverages. "I have a question for you," he said, leaning slightly forward over the counter. "Do you have any liquor that is deceptively mild, yet easily intoxicating?" Lindsay was taken aback, instinctively raising her eyes to meet his. The handsome visage of Lanyi carried a mischievous smile, his gaze imbued with a knowing glint that only men could comprehend. Sighing internally, Lindsay thought to herself, "Such a handsome man, undoubtedly already taken. I wonder which fortunate girl has captured his heart." A hint of envy unexpectedly stirred within her. "Yes, we do," she managed, unable to meet his gaze any longer. She turned to the shelf and retrieved a bottle of alcohol, disguised as a fruit beverage. Its delightful pink packaging was adorned with charming cartoon designs. This particular drink, dubbed a young girl's dream, boasted a peach flavor, resembling a sweet beverage in taste. She placed the bottle on the counter, adding, "However, it has a surprisingly potent kick, with an alcohol content exceeding 40%. Typically, most girls cannot handle more than half a bottle." Lanyi inspected the bottle, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. Excellent. The name is quite clever. And the packaging is deceptively enticing. I'll take it. Do you have stock? I'll need 2 cases. We do. I'll fetch them for you right away. She continued. The price is reasonable. Each bottle costs 3 essence crystals. A case contains 12 bottles, totaling only 72 essence crystals. As Lanyi prepared to pay, Lanyi raised her hand to stop him. Last time, you gave me 30,000 essence crystals. I'm merely inviting you to enjoy a few drinks. Surely. You won't refuse? All right. Lanyi chuckled, accepting her invitation as he cradled the 2 cases of alcohol. Just as he turned to leave, Lanyi mustered her courage and shook her phone, her face alight with anticipation. Could you leave me your contact information? Lanyi paused, glancing back at her with a smile. If fate permits, we shall meet again. With that, he disappeared through the convenience store entrance, carrying the boxes. It wasn't that he didn't wish to leave his contact. He had previously inquired with Shunmengli. Purchasing a light-brain phone wasn't difficult. But activating it required a special chip to connect to the spirit network, akin to a SIM card on Earth, necessitating identification for processing. As a black household, he naturally couldn't obtain one. Nevertheless, Lanyi wasn't eager to procure identification. Given his current circumstances, even with essence crystals, finding a way would be futile. It would be wiser to let He and Ha familiarize themselves with the Yang family first. Perhaps, through this connection, his identity issues could be resolved in the future. Inside the convenience store, Lanyi watched Lanyi's retreating figure, a pang of disappointment coursing through her. She picked up her light-brain phone, the screen reflecting her slightly chubby face. She extended her finger, pinching the soft flesh of her cheek. Her expression gradually transforming into one of determination. Come on, Lanyi, you can do it. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Lanyi was greeted by a tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. He soon spotted Shunmengli emerging from the kitchen. A steaming bowl of water-boiled meat slices in her hands, the spicy scent instantly igniting his appetite. On the stone table in the courtyard, a selection of cold dishes was already prepared, including smashed cucumber and cold black fungus, alongside a plate of stir-fried green peppers with meat and a steaming bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Impressive. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. Lanyi complimented sincerely. Setting the water-boiled meat on the table, Shunmengli raised her eyes to him. Where have you been? With a grin, Lanyi produced 2 bottles of the pink packaged liquor from behind him. A celebration, of course. How could we toast without some drinks? Shunmengli did not respond immediately, her clear eyes scrutinizing him as if attempting to unveil the secrets of his heart. It wasn't until Lanyi felt a slight unease that she finally broke into a gentle smile. All right, then let us have a couple of drinks. As they sat across from each other, the table adorned with an ample spread, the soft moonlight bathed the courtyard in a warm glow, creating an indescribably cozy atmosphere. Lanyi poured the liquor with great care. The pink beverage swirled in the glass, releasing a sweet peach aroma. Shunmengli lifted her glass, her eyes glimmering brightly under the moonlight. Lanyi, thank you for everything you've done for me. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the fruit liquor in one swift motion, her actions crisp and decisive, brimming with a spirit reminiscent of a confident heroine. Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. Why the formalities? If it weren't for you, I might have long been gone. He said this while pouring her another glass. The moonlight was just right, and the evening breeze was gentle. After several glasses, a lovely blush crept onto Shunmengli's fair cheeks, resembling a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her usually cool gaze now glimmered with a hint of mist. Suddenly, Shunmengli set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hand, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she gazed at Lanyi. Drinking like this is rather dull. Lanyi raised an eyebrow. Then how would you prefer to drink? Tilting her head thoughtfully, Shunmengli proposed, let us play a game. The loser drinks. All right, you choose the game. Lanyi replied, confidence radiating from his smile. Playing games? He had never feared anyone in his life. As the prince of nightlife, he was determined to show this girl what true skill looked like. Let us play a game of idiom chaining. Huh. Lanyi's smile faltered, shifting to Shunmengli's face. Chapter 78, Shunmengli's true appearance revealed. In a blink, 2 days had passed. In the courtyard, a tabby cat sprawled lazily on a small recliner, its hind legs crossed in a relaxed manner, exuding an air of carefree contentment. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and Shunmengli stepped outside. Let us go. Today is the awakening ceremony, and we need to head to the martial academy early. Lanyi opened his eyes at the sound. Today, Shunmengli wore a brand new pure white tracksuit, perfectly accentuating her already tall and graceful figure. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, radiating a refreshing and youthful aura. Sighing silently within, Lanyi mused, this marks the nth time I've sighed in these past 2 days. He recalled the last occasion he sighed, which was the previous night, observing Shunmengli's exquisite form. He couldn't help but curse himself for his lack of assertiveness that night, unable to win over even a young girl. However, he couldn't place the blame solely on himself. After all, Shunmengli had cunningly turned the drinking into a game of idiom chaining. Lanyi had no choice but to endure, and by the end, nearly all the cases of a young girl's dream had ended up in his own stomach. Truly realizing the dream of encountering a young girl, if not for his physique exceeding the norm and meeting the standards for advancing to the soldier blade realm, he might have struggled to wake up the next day. This clever girl was indeed a double-edged sword. Sighing once more, he resigned himself to the situation. Lanyi sighed internally once more, preparing to rise. At that moment, Xunming Li's voice rang out again. Why don't you transform into your human form and accompany me to the martial academy today? Huh? Lanyi was somewhat taken aback. Xunming Li's gaze drifted. Avoiding direct eye contact with him, her voice softening a touch. Today is the day of awakening. My classmates are all accompanied by their families to the martial academy, so? Before she could finish her sentence, the tabby cat before them suddenly elongated and transformed. In the next instant, a tall man appeared in his place, clad in a matching white tracksuit that accentuated his tall and slender figure. This was the outfit that Xunming Li had conveniently purchased for him the day before. After changing into the clothes, he could seamlessly switch between cat and human forms without any hassle. A gentle smile graced Lanyi's face as he naturally reached out to ruffle her hair. Let us go to the Star Ember Intermediate Martial Academy. As Xunming Li had indicated, besides the students about to participate in the awakening ceremony, a multitude of accompanying individuals had also arrived. Hundreds, if not thousands, gathered in the central square of the academy, all eyes fixed on the enormous metallic sphere slowly rotating above, emanating a soft glow. Xunming Li quietly explained to Lanyi that the awakening of the spirit patterns would occur through this very sphere. Just then, a figure appeared above the crowd without warning. Lanyi's pupils constricted, his gaze locking onto the individual. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, hovering in mid-air without any visible means of support. Flying in the air, the seventh realm of martial artists: soldier, general, king, emperor, sovereign, divine, and emperor. One must at least reach the fifth realm of sovereign to possess the ability to fly. In other words, this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, whose hairline was precariously thin, was actually a top-tier powerhouse with strength exceeding 50,000 kilograms. Lanyi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that such a figure would be concealed within this intermediate martial academy. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. However, it didn't take long for Lanyi to realize that his conclusion had been premature. The principal, a powerful figure from another world, was not much different from those on Earth. He spoke of how they were the future of Star Ember City, how spirit patterns were merely a starting point. And that effort was the key, stressing the importance of maintaining a calm heart regardless of the outcomes. For over half an hour, he rambled on with insipid platitudes. All right, my speech concludes here. The awakening ceremony officially begins. Please, those whose names are called, step onto the stage. I wish you all success in awakening higher-grade spirit patterns. At last, Lanyi, who had been fighting drowsiness, perked up. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, devoid of the melodramatic scenes typical in novels where individuals were ridiculed for awakening ordinary talents. After all, the vast majority present understood that they were likely to awaken only ordinary spirit patterns. No one had the right to mock another. Everything progressed smoothly. Next, Xunming Li. Upon hearing this name, Xunming Li turned her gaze to her side. Lanyi nodded reassuringly. Go ahead. Xunming Li steadied herself and stepped onto the high platform. The bald principal on stage cast a lingering gaze upon her, his face breaking into a meaningful smile. A soft beam of light descended from the base of the massive metallic sphere, enveloping Xunming Li. In the next moment, a chorus of incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. Look at her hair. What is happening? Why has her hair turned white? I've never heard of spirit pattern awakenings changing hair color. Wait, look at her face. Listening to the surrounding commotion, Lanyi's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the figure on the stage. Under the light, Xunming Li's once jet-black hair was visibly transforming from the roots into a dazzling silver hue. Immediately following that, her fair face began to reveal fine cracks, resembling exquisite porcelain on the verge of shattering. Could it be that the awakening of the spirit patterns had rendered her concealed appearance ineffective? Lanyi realized this in an instant. On the platform, with a faint crack, a layer of disguised skin peeled away from Xunming Li's cheek, unveiling a complexion as flawless as jade. Then came the second and third layers, her ordinary features gradually shedding to reveal an astonishingly beautiful visage that would leave the heavens and earth in awe. Her skin was like creamy jade, her brows like distant mountains, and her cold phoenix eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the starry sea. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, with every detail of her features appearing as the most perfect creation of a divine artisan, exquisite to the point of being utterly flawless. It was a beauty so pure it took one's breath away, rendering everything else in the vicinity utterly dull in comparison. This level of beauty. Surely my descriptors are not exaggerated. After all, you voted for her. At that moment, the entire square fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone gaped, transfixed by the girl on the stage, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Lanyi was equally mesmerized, whispering to himself, what a treasure I've stumbled upon. Chapter 79, the unparalleled spirit pattern. Indeed, what a treasure he had found. He had anticipated that Shunming Li might be beautiful, given her mother's stunning looks, even without makeup. But he never imagined Shunming Li would possess such extraordinary beauty. No wonder she had concealed her appearance. With looks like that, if she hadn't hidden herself, she would have likely been overwhelmed by admirers long ago. As Yi's astonishment gradually subsided, a seriousness overtook his expression, now that Shunming Li's appearance was exposed. If she awakened a high-grade spirit pattern, everything would be fine. However, if she only awakened an ordinary or rare-grade spirit pattern, trouble would surely follow. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice filled with excitement that nearly broke into a shriek jolted everyone back to reality. Shunming Li, an unparalleled spirit pattern. We have awakened an unparalleled spirit pattern in Star Amber City. On the high platform, the bald principal was flushed with excitement, his few stubborn strands of hair trembling in response. An unparalleled spirit pattern? My heavens! The Academy was truly on the verge of rising. Awakening an unparalleled spirit pattern would mean resources next year would likely exceed that of other institutions by twofold, right? Twofold. What a joke. It has taken over 1,000 years to awaken just 47 unparalleled spirit patterns. Even multiplying that by 10 would be a modest estimate. After a brief silence, the square erupted into a cacophony of discussions akin to a tidal wave. However, amidst the fervent chatter, many eyes would involuntarily drift towards that impeccable face. The bald principal, nearly grinning ear to ear, announced loudly, in recognition of Shunming Li's extraordinary talent, I, on behalf of the Academy, award her 300,000 years of life as a reward. As soon as the words fell from the edges of the crowd, several figures with calm, yet formidable auras stepped forward. They were representatives from the top 10 families of Star Amber City, including Zhao Linyuan. His face bore a perfectly measured congratulatory smile, but the hand hidden behind him was clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from the exertion. An unparalleled spirit pattern. Zhao Linyuan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within him. He understood that this girl named Shunming Li. He was no longer a presence she could easily manipulate. Even with her left ear's imperfection, those elite martial arts academies would never overlook such a rough gem. Ascending the stage, Zhao Linyuan was the first to speak. The Zhao family is willing to contribute to Shun Tongshua's martial path, generously offering 200,000 days of lifespan. The Yang family likewise bestows 200,000 days of lifespan upon Shunming Li. The Wang family contributes 150,000. As the foremost families of Xingjin City began to vocalize their commitments, the total sum quickly amassed to an astonishing 120,000 days of lifespan as a reward. It was not that they could not offer more. It was simply that the Academy's rewards were already established, and if they contributed excessively, it would seem as though they were overshadowing the institution. Moreover, at this moment, Shunming Li merely possessed the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse, yet had yet to fully realize her growth. Their willingness to allocate such lifespan as an investment represented considerable sincerity. Faced with this sudden influx of enormous lifespan and the myriad envious gazes, Shunming Li remained composed and unyielding. After respectfully bowing in gratitude to the principal and the representatives of the great families, she graciously accepted all the rewards. Then, amid the complex expressions of astonishment, shock, and bewilderment from the crowd, Shunming Li turned and descended the high platform, making her way directly towards Lanyi in the crowd. The entire square seemed to have been muted, with all eyes following her figure, ultimately converging on the smiling man. Stopping before Lanyi, Shunming Li felt a mixture of surprise at her awakening of an extraordinary spiritual pattern, yet she had anticipated the unveiling of her appearance. Her mother had warned her about the disguise she left behind, stating that if the awakened spiritual pattern exceeded the ordinary level, the energy released during the awakening would obliterate it entirely. Thus, from the moment she stepped onto the platform, she knew she would embrace a new beginning in her truest form. Now, at this pivotal moment, she aimed to sever all unnecessary coveting, for herself and for him. In the profound silence that enveloped the venue, Shunming Li linked her arm with Lanyi's, tilting her head slightly upward, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. Let us return home. Boom. Upon uttering this statement, the square felt as if it had been struck by a heavy bomb. The expressions of those present morphed into a vivid tapestry of emotions, their gazes flickering between the two. The implication in Shunming Li's words was unmistakable. This extraordinary woman, who had just revealed her unparalleled talents and boundless potential, was declaring her allegiance, making it known to all that she, Shunming Li, had already found her heart's desire. In an instant, countless gazes of envy, jealousy, confusion, and even murderous intent converged upon Lanyi. Who was this man? Where did he come from? He was undeniably handsome. But could good looks sustain one? What merit did he possess that could win the affection of such a stunning prodigy? Lanyi stared blankly at the girl before him, captivated by the unabashed expectation shimmering in her clear eyes. An indescribable warmth surged through him, enveloping him entirely. Reaching deep into his heart, he had envisioned countless possibilities, Yet never once had he imagined that at this moment, under the spotlight of the world, at her pinnacle, she would unhesitatingly choose to intertwine their fates so closely. This heavy trust was truly weighty. Lanyi extended his hand, and amid the piercing gazes that seemed to ignite with flames of envy, he naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, relishing the surrounding looks of envy and resentment. He felt not a hint of discomfort, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Surveying the crowd, Lanyi's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." This principle applied here as well. Having decided to be Shunmengli's man, he must possess the resolute mindset to endure the envy of others. Without hesitation, Lanyi took Shunmengli's delicate hand, intertwining their fingers. "All right, let us return home." As Lanyi prepared to leave with Shunmengli, a barely perceptible rush of wind resonated, and the bald principal, who had just been on the high platform, landed directly before them. His gaze scrutinized Lanyi, a complex mix of confusion, surprise, and scrutiny crossing his features. Aside from his good looks and evident boldness, he perceived nothing remarkable about this fellow. Furthermore, judging by the blood energy emanating from Lanyi, he had yet to even reach the level of a soldier. He simply could not fathom why Shunmengli would choose such a man. If only she were his daughter, he would undoubtedly have to discipline this boy. Regaining his composure, the principal cast his gaze back to Shunmengli, instantly donning a radiant smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. "Shin Tongxue, you need not participate in this afternoon's mock exam. Take a good rest. Once the assessments conclude at 5 o'clock, you can return for a comprehensive physical data examination." By the way, he seemed to recall something, his tone growing increasingly amiable. "I just had someone check, and I see you've rented a place next to the academy, correct?" Upon receiving a gentle nod from Shunmengli, he seized the opportunity. "You see, the security conditions there are somewhat limited. If you don't mind, why not move into the academy? Behind the mountain, there's a villa area prepared specifically for our esteemed teachers. I'll have someone clean out the best one for you. You can come and go as you please." Here stood a revered master, the highest authority of the academy. Yet he lowered his stance, his words tinged with a hint of deference. However, none among the students and parents in the square found this peculiar. What a joke. That was an extraordinary spiritual pattern. In the annals of human history spanning thousands of years, this was only the 48th recorded instance. Of the previous 47, the 32 still alive could each shake the world with a mere stomp, while Shunmengli was still in her nascent stage. Providing her protection and convenience was not merely an investment. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Even if Shunmengli eventually achieved greatness and forgot this favor, as long as she retained a shred of gratitude, it would be immensely beneficial for both the academy and the bald principal personally. Confronted with this unexpected bounty, Shunmengli did not immediately acquiesce. She instinctively tightened her grasp on Lanyi's hand, glancing sideways at him before returning her gaze to the principal. "Can my boyfriend move in with me as well?" At this, the principal's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help but steal another glance at the calm and composed man beside her. Could it be that this fellow had some nefarious skill that had bewitched Shunmengli? With this possibility in mind, the principal felt a surge of wariness. His own daughter had mentioned she would be returning soon to bring her cat to the academy. He must keep a close watch on her and ensure this dubious fellow did not get too close. Internally grumbling, the principal's smile remained undiminished. Of course, the villa is quite spacious. Not only 2 people, even 10 or 8 more would fit comfortably. Receiving an affirmative response, Shunmengli fell silent, merely observing Lanyi, delegating the final decision to him. Lanyi understood her intent. However, there was truly no reason for hesitation. In the splendid villa, the allure of the place was undeniable. With the esteemed headmaster of the Martial Arts Academy presiding over the establishment, the likelihood of encountering trouble was significantly diminished. Contemplating this, Lanyi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inclined his head slightly towards the bald principal. "I appreciate your assistance, and we shall move in later." On their way back, the two remained intertwined, their fingers locked together. The cacophony of voices and the vibrant atmosphere behind them gradually faded as they walked further away. The surroundings grew quiet, allowing Shunmengli's heartbeat to resonate clearly in the stillness. Stealing a glance at the handsome profile of the man beside her, she hesitated, her lips parting slightly. "Do you think you'll hold it against me for taking the initiative?" Lanyi paused, turning to face her. Observing the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you referring to the fact that I was publicly declared your partner in front of so many?" "Yes," Shunmengli replied softly, lowering her gaze even further. "What's there to blame?" Lanyi halted, pivoting to confront her directly. "I was destined to stand before others eventually. I can't just..." He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially into her ear. "I can't remain nestled in your embrace forever, like a clingy little kitten." The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine, and Shunmengli's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a startled cat. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lanyi held it firmly, drawing her closer. The distance between them closed to a mere breath apart. Shunmengli could distinctly see her own flustered reflection mirrored in his amused eyes. Resolutely, she tilted her chin up, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Who said I considered you a little kitten? I was merely raising you like a son. Oh, see, Lanyi raised an eyebrow, a broader grin illuminating his features. If that's the case, does that mean I shall experience the greatness of maternal love today? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently wandered to her prominent bosom. Shinmingli felt her resolve crumble. I'm done arguing with you, she retorted playfully, wrenching her hand free and dashing away. See, Lanyi pursued her leisurely, and they frolicked back to the familiar courtyard. In the yard, beside the stone table, the echoes of their playful banter still lingered. Shinmingli cradled a cup of warm water, raising her eyes to meet See Lanyi's. Truth be told, I hadn't intended to act so rashly. My original plan was to wait until the awakening ceremony concluded before revealing my true self and expressing my feelings to you. See, Lanyi discerned the implications of her words, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. So, it was the awakening of your extraordinary spirit patterns that prompted you to change your mind? Shinmingli nodded. Did you not say you had amnesia and remembered nothing? Indeed, See Lanyi replied, suppressing the urge to touch his nose. With our current capabilities, uncovering your identity is nearly impossible. By publicly declaring my feelings for you, the esteemed families will surely investigate your background, and perhaps we can glean some useful information from them. She paused, then added, moreover, my spirit pattern's caliber will soon reverberate throughout the entire Starfire City, perhaps even beyond. When that happens, everything and everyone around me will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass, especially you. Rather than waiting for them to speculate wildly or even act against you, it is wiser to clarify our relationship first. I want everyone to know that you belong to me, Shinmingli. Anyone who dares to challenge you must first consider whether they can withstand my wrath. Shinmingli's conviction was not unfounded. She harbored the confidence to back her words. Should any family dare to act against See Lanyi, she would boldly declare that regardless of her future growth, she would serve the family that avenged him. In due time, there would undoubtedly be a coalition of established families rising to uphold justice. After her declaration, a momentary silence enveloped the courtyard. See Lanyi was unconcerned about whether they would investigate. As an outsider from another realm, he mused that even if they turned the world upside down, what could they truly uncover? But Shinmingli was unaware of this. She could only seek to provide him with whatever assurance she could muster. Even after everything, she worried about whether he would be angry for her lack of prior consultation. See Lanyi observed the girl before him, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. He had always known Shinmingli to be intelligent, but was pleasantly surprised by the extent to which she considered his well-being. In a certain part of his heart, a stirring thought took root, imagining a future where he and Shinmingli would share their lives together. Yet, as soon as this notion emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. To live a stable life, one must possess the requisite strength. Without power, everything is but a fleeting dream. The contract with a girlfriend could facilitate his rapid growth, which would greatly benefit Shinmingli. However, if he were to contract with only her, it would be an unfair burden. After all, the progress of such a contract was measured daily. With a determined mindset, See Lanyi set aside his musings, realizing that he had yet to solidify his relationship with Shinmingli. Rising from his seat, he moved around the stone table to stand before her. In the midst of her puzzled gaze, See Lanyi extended his arms, gently pulling her into an embrace, resting his chin atop her fragrant silver hair. His voice laced with playful mockery. Am I truly now your man? When did this occur, and why was I unaware? Just now, Shinmingli murmured. Her cheek pressed against his chest, her voice laced with shyness. A smile graced See Lanyi's lips as he slowly released her, his hands cradling her exquisitely delicate face. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still. See Lanyi, emboldened, leaned down, his lips brushing against hers, soft and warm, accompanied by a gentle tremor. Shinmingli's eyelashes fluttered before she gradually closed her eyes, clumsily responding to the unexpected kiss. In that moment, time lost all significance. The courtyard was filled only with the whispers of the breeze through the leaves and the mingling of their breaths. Just as See Lanyi's hands began to wander beyond merely holding her face, yearning to explore deeper, Shinmingli felt an electric jolt and abruptly broke free from his embrace. Stepping back several paces, she raised a hand to touch her slightly swollen lips, hurriedly adjusting her sports attire, her chest rising and falling rapidly. No, not now. Noticing the unmistakable disappointment on See Lanyi's face, she quickly added, I still have to attend the mock assessment this afternoon. Let us wait until tonight. See Lanyi's eyes brightened at her words, only to be followed by surprise. But didn't the bald principal say you didn't have to attend? Shinmingli shot him an admonishing glare. That was Principal Ling. If he hears you refer to him that way, you'll be in for it. I feel that having an extraordinary spirit pattern is not enough, Shinmingli continued, her expression turning serious as she met See Lanyi's gaze. I need to showcase more to demand respect from those top-tier martial arts academies. Demand respect? Yes, Shinmingli affirmed with a gentle nod, articulating her aspirations. She aspired to not only awaken an unparalleled spirit pattern, but also to showcase her extraordinary strategic planning abilities. This would serve as leverage to persuade the elite martial academies to accept See Lanyi as well. Only by entering a martial academy could one acquire a plethora of intricate combat techniques and gain access to superior gravity chambers, thereby accelerating one's growth and strength. In the afternoon, at the Martial Academy's simulation assessment venue, the arrival of Shun Mingli was met with astonishment by both the assessing teachers and fellow students. Though none dared to inquire further, the outcome of the assessment was a foregone conclusion. Shun Mingli effortlessly secured first place, shattering the historical record of Xingjin City. Following the assessment, a comprehensive physical data evaluation took place. When the report was released, the responsible teacher's expression shifted slightly as he hurried to find Principal Ling. At that moment, Principal Ling was personally escorting Shun Mingli and Lanyi to their assigned villa. Upon noticing Shun Mingli's presence, the teacher hesitated. "Please hand me the report," Principal Ling requested. He merely glanced at the document that concluded with the diagnosis of neurogenic deafness in the left ear and complete hearing loss, without displaying any sign of surprise. Instead, his eyes reflected a complex and ungraspable pity as he gazed at the girl, who was not much younger than his own daughter, and let out a gentle sigh. Evidently, after Shun Mingli awakened her extraordinary spirit pattern, he had immediately utilized his authority to access all her records, becoming thoroughly acquainted with her struggles over the years. The hardships and efforts she had endured to reach her current standing were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Such resilience, coupled with her extraordinary spirit pattern and exceptional intelligence, promised boundless potential for her future. Principal Ling's resolve deepened. He was determined to ensure that she could flourish within the confines of his protection. Shortly thereafter, he led the two to a 3-story villa, complete with a swimming pool and garden. "This will be your home from now on. The security system has been programmed with your spirit pattern information, allowing only you two entry without permission." As he spoke, Principal Ling handed the assessment report to Shun Mingli. "Child, do not dwell on the issue with your ears. It is a minor concern. With your talent, reaching the divine realm is merely a matter of time, and everything will improve." "Thank you, Principal Ling," she replied, nodding. Principal Ling's gaze shifted to Lanyi, and his smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. "Listen here, young man, do not blame me for not warning you. In 1 month, there will be a practical assessment, which is the most crucial part of the evaluation. This will significantly impact Shun Mingli's future choices in martial academies and even her life path. If I discover that you disturb her training during this month, hindering her prospects," a cold snort conveyed his unspoken threat. Without waiting for a response from the two, Principal Ling vanished from sight. Lanyi watched the direction of his disappearance, chuckling softly. "That old man is quite amusing." Shun Mingli shot him a glance. "Principal Ling is looking out for me. Please refrain from giving him nicknames." Yes, I'll heed your advice," he replied with a playful tone as they entered the villa. The villa was spacious, spanning 3 floors, furnished with all manner of appliances, and even featured a private training room and a small gravity chamber. As Lanyi explored the villa, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, especially at the thought of Shun Mingli's promise of something later that evening, causing his heart to flutter. As night fell, Shun Mingli emerged from the bathroom, clad in loose-fitting sleepwear, her wet silver hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisite features. She stepped into the living room and found Lanyi seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Shun Mingli's cheeks flushed, and her steps faltered slightly. Approaching him, she spoke softly. I'm here now. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental." Is it that Lanyi's smile froze instantly, a sense of despair enveloping him. After eagerly anticipating the evening, he found himself confronted with an unexpected turn of events. He had prepared himself for a romantic moment, only to be met with this. Observing Lanyi's dejected demeanor, Shun Mingli felt a mix of amusement and frustration, just as Lanyi was engulfed in despair. A line from a television drama he had watched in a previous life surfaced in his mind. If the front door is blocked, one can enter through the back. The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly extinguished. What a ridiculous notion. Shun Mingli was not someone like Zhao Min, who would allow him to take liberties. The innocent girl before him truly held him dear. If he were to take advantage of her vulnerability, it would be utterly inhumane. Yet, he pondered, wasn't he not entirely human either? And perhaps it was best to let this matter wait. He had time. After all, just a few days would pass, and he could afford to be patient. Suppressing his improper thoughts, Lanyi reached for Shun Mingli, pulling her down to sit beside him and shifting the topic. "Let us set that aside for now. Principal Ling mentioned the practical assessment in a month. Can you elaborate on that?" Relieved that he had moved on from the previous topic, Shun Mingli collected her thoughts and explained. "The reason for scheduling it a month later is to provide students like us, who have just awakened their spirit patterns, ample time to enhance our strength. The practical assessment requires all graduating students to form teams of 3. The academy will transport us to a designated area outside the city, where we will face lower-tier source beasts that have yet to reach the soldier realm. Each team must slay at least 1 source beast to truly graduate." As she spoke, Shun Mingli picked up a holographic device from the stone table and began operating it. Soon, a projection materialized before them. On the screen, 3 young individuals, clearly not very old, stood back to back, tense expressions on their faces as they confronted 2 monstrous creatures resembling gigantic wolves, their bodies adorned with bone spines. In the next moment, combat erupted, the clash of blades and the beast's claws resonating with a jarring metallic sound. The entire battle was bloody and violent. With no edits to the scenes of candidates meeting their demise, the gruesome imagery of being torn apart by the source beasts displayed without restraint. Lanyi observed the footage, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Is this footage from past assessments? Upon seeing Shun Mengli nod, he remarked in astonishment, "How do you have this? Did that old man Ling give you special access?" Shun Mengli shot him an exasperated look. Every year, the practical assessments are broadcast live across the city. It's easily found online. Live. Lanyi's eyes widened. How could they broadcast such a bloody assessment? Aren't they afraid of frightening the general public? Not at all, Shun Mengli patiently explained. Every year, the practical assessment is highly anticipated by the public. The official reason for broadcasting the footage is to showcase the hardships faced by the warriors protecting the city, thereby fostering a martial spirit among the populace. However, it's more likely that the aristocratic families are pushing for it behind the scenes. Every year, based on the capabilities and performances of candidates like us, betting pools are established, and nearly all adults in the city participate. Betting pools. Instantly, Lanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mind began to race. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to amass wealth? Indeed, with Shun Mengli's reputation for possessing an extraordinary spirit pattern, the odds would undoubtedly be low. However, what if she chose to participate alone, without forming a team? That way, he could join in without concern for rankings. After all, the awakening of a beast master's abilities is not revealed at the time of awakening. Whether one possesses such abilities ultimately lies in Shun Mengli's own hands. The timing and circumstances were in his favor. If he didn't seize this chance to make a significant profit, he would be failing his identity as a time traveler. Lanyi's mind was racing with calculations, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. At that moment, Shun Mengli unexpectedly extended her fair hand towards him. "Give me your hand." Huh. Although Lanyi was puzzled, he still placed his hand in hers, resting it in her soft palm. The next moment, as he felt the information feedback from the spirit pattern, his expression shifted, his eyes filled with astonishment. Shun Mengli had awakened a top-tier spirit pattern, and the Martial Academy rewarded her with 300,000 days of lifespan, while various prestigious families collectively bestowed 120,000 days. Adding in her original lifespan of approximately 25,000 days by the end of the afternoon mock assessment, she promptly returned the 100,000 days she had borrowed from Yinluo alone, along with 1,000 days of interest. In total, she now possessed 142,400 days of lifespan, and now, she had directly transferred 72,000 days to him. Half. Shun Mengli had unhesitatingly given him half of her life. My goodness, I could really cry. Lanyi's heart felt as though it were gripped by a warm hand. An indescribable emotion swirling in his chest, almost spilling from his throat. Shun Mengli seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Before he could speak, she preemptively stated, "I mentioned before that I would repay you for the time crystals you lent me. Consider the extra as interest." Lanyi understood she was referring to the 5,000 time crystals he had lent her. But that was 5,000, and this was 72,000. This was not merely a matter of repayment. "But what you gave me is just 2. Lanyi's voice faltered, but was interrupted by Shun Mengli raising her hand. Her cool fingertips gently pressed against his lips, silencing his words. "This is what I willingly give to you. Just accept it." As she spoke, a playful smile curved her lips, and she added, "And for the next month, you must put in effort. Don't let me surpass you too far." Suddenly, Lanyi chuckled. Well, he was truly living off her generosity now. And this meal was indeed delectable. Lanyi took her small hand in his, enveloping her still finger-on-lips hand in his palm. His expression gradually turned calm, even carrying a hint of pride. He leaned in and gently kissed her smooth forehead. "So," Lanyi said, his tone laced with playful intent, yet his gaze remained earnest. "Does this mean I am being supported by you?" "Supported?" Upon hearing this term, Shun Mengli's cheeks flushed. However, seeing Lanyi's smug expression, she immediately huffed, lifting her exquisite, flawless face. "What? Are you unwilling?" Lanyi remained silent. Promises, if spoken too often, could seem cheap. He would demonstrate through actions that Shun Mengli's choice was not misguided. Lanyi smiled, and under Shun Mengli's slightly expectant gaze, he leaned down and kissed her soft lips once more. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Just as Shun Mengli was on the verge of gasping for air, Lanyi took the initiative to release her. Foreheads gently touching, their noses nearly brushing, their breaths intertwined. On the sofa, the atmosphere had become exceedingly intimate. Lanyi gazed at the beautiful face beneath him, tinged with a delicate blush, and the glistening clarity of her eyes left him feeling an overwhelming rush of blood. No, if this continues, he would make a mistake. Lanyi immediately released her. Slightly bending forward, his movements awkward. "Are you uncomfortable?" Shun Mengli hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Lanyi shook his head. He turned on the television, tuning into a local program from Xinjiang City, then pulled Shun Mengli into his embrace. "Let us watch some television to distract ourselves." However, as they watched, a Klitsch D plot unfolded, and the two of them, due to conflicting views, ended up in a heated argument. After a moment of silence, Lanyi shot Lanyi a resentful glare. She hadn't expected that Lanyi would resort to pinching her nose to prevent her from breathing. Hee hee. Lanyi chuckled, a satisfied smile on his face. This isn't my fault. How can I help it if my wife is so stunning? Lanyi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Just as she was about to retort, her expression suddenly froze. The embarrassment and anger on her face swiftly faded, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. What's wrong? Lanyi noticed her unusual demeanor. Lanyi did not respond but remained dazed, tilting her head as if straining to listen to something. She realized that her previously deaf left ear seemed to detect a faint, almost electric sound, a whisper of static. Though vague, it was undeniably there. Turning to Lanyi, her voice trembled. You. Keep talking. You can hear something with your left ear now? Yes, but it's very faint. Lanyi was momentarily stunned. Then a light bulb went off in his mind. Of course, after enhancing his body, he had acquired a healing ability. He had just forgotten to use it. With this realization, Lanyi immediately shared his conjecture with Lanyi. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, the confusion in them gradually replaced by shock. She quickly regained her composure. Although she desperately wanted to believe Lanyi, rationality made her feel that this was too unbelievable. You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? Wanting to get a few more kisses? Lanyi looked at Lanyi, suspicion glimmering in her eyes. Lanyi raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead, exasperated. Do you really think I would joke about something so serious? Upon hearing this, Lanyi finally accepted this somewhat incredible explanation. The next moment, an indescribable joy washed over her entire being. The loss of hearing in her left ear had always been her greatest sorrow and regret. She had hoped for restoration once she reached the divine realm. But when would that be? During this time, that ear was her biggest weakness. Aside from the colossal source beasts, there were many smaller, stealthy, dangerous creatures in the wild. Being deaf in her left ear would greatly impair her reaction speed and combatability, potentially costing her life at a critical moment. And now, there was hope for early recovery. How could she not be excited? How could she not be overjoyed? Lanyi could no longer contain her inner excitement, and suddenly leaped into Lanyi's embrace, tilting her head to press her lips against his. Oh my! Lanyi was taken aback, quickly turning his head to evade. Her soft lips brushed against his cheek. Lanyi furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of grievance flashing in her eyes. Do you find me repulsive? Lanyi immediately denied 3 times. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Then kiss me. No. Lanyi replied firmly. However, he underestimated Lanyi's determination at that moment. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes, and with a sudden leap, she managed to pin him down. At that moment, her eagerness surpassed even Lanyi's. She wanted to witness the miracle unfold before her very eyes. You. Lanyi barely managed to utter a word before his body shrank and transformed back into a tabby cat. Lanyi missed her target, almost losing her balance and tumbling onto the sofa. Steadying herself, she looked at the tabby cat sitting innocently on the couch, a mixture of amusement and irritation crossing her face. In the next moment, she extended her hands, gripping the tabby cat's forelegs, lifting him right in front of her. The two, a person and a cat, stared at each other with wide eyes. You need to change back? I won't kiss you, all right? Lanyi flicked his tail, responding with a hint of exasperation. It's not that I don't want to change. I've exhausted my time in human form for today. Didn't I tell you before? I have a limited time each day to be human. This was no mere excuse from Lanyi. His ability to switch to human form had increased to 3 hours and 54 minutes each day, plus a bit more accumulated from previous days. But after attending the awakening ceremony early that morning, accompanying Lanyi for her simulated assessment, and moving into the villa, he had spent nearly the entire duration in human form, depleting his time allowance. Upon hearing this explanation, the hint of grievance in Lanyi's eyes dissipated. She placed Lanyi back on the sofa and gently rubbed his fluffy head, her mood lifting once again. All right then, I'll let you off today. Lanyi was immediately filled with a sense of dread, his ears twitching uncomfortably. Previously, when their relationship had not been defined, being treated like a pet cat and having his head patted hadn't felt particularly significant, and he had even enjoyed it a bit. But now, why had the feeling changed? It was akin to being treated like a son. Chapter 84. I didn't realize you were such an impatient one. Now, it was impossible to transform. No, I mean to become human. Lanyi suggested they explore the gravity chamber in the villa. Naturally, Lanyi had no objections, now that there was hope for her ears to recover. She was determined to seize every moment to enhance her strength without the slightest hint of slackening. In a corner of the first floor of the villa lay a secluded gravity chamber. The entire room was constructed from an unknown silver-white metal, seamlessly integrated without a hint of seams. The internal space was modest, about 12 to 13 square meters, housing some simple training equipment. The door handle was embedded with a small display, beneath which was an oval-shaped recess resembling a coin slot in an arcade. Lanyi approached and tapped the display. This gravity chamber could be adjusted to a maximum of 10 times the gravitational force, with each additional increment requiring the consumption of 10-time crystals per hour. As she spoke, she gathered 100-time crystals and fed them into the coin slot, then tapped the display again. All right, I've set it to double gravity. You can step in and acclimate. Lanyi responded, stepping in with a hint of anticipation. The moment he entered the gravity chamber, he felt an invisible pressure enveloping him from all sides, the air seeming to thicken with each breath, requiring a bit more effort. It felt akin to wearing 3 layers of masks. Lanyi moved his body, feeling no discomfort. After all, his physical prowess had reached the threshold of the soldier's edge, approximately 10 times that of an ordinary person. This pressure was not significantly different from what he felt outside the gravity chamber. Lanyi followed him inside. Unlike Lanyi's ease, the double gravity felt as if she were burdened with 2 invisible selves. With each step, her feet felt as if they were weighed down with lead, and even lifting her arms required effort. However, after a brief moment of imbalance, she quickly regained her composure and began attempting some simple stretching exercises to acclimate her body to this new sensation. Lanyi merely took a moment to feel it before stepping back to allow her space. Noticing this, Lanyi was slightly surprised. Aren't you training today? My speed still lags a bit, but everything else has already reached the limit for advancing to the soldier's edge, so I'm not in a hurry for this moment. Already reached the limit? Lanyi paused, a flash of astonishment crossing her face. She knew Lanyi was strong, but she hadn't anticipated him to be this powerful. However, she refrained from probing further, simply nodding in understanding and refocusing on her training. Everyone has their own secrets. She understood, and with Lanyi being so strong, she needed to work even harder. In his tabby cat form, Lanyi lay at the door, paws tucked under him, his tail flicking rhythmically against the ground, his gaze entirely fixated on the figure in the center of the gravity chamber. In truth, he did not train for reasons beyond his 4-dimensional attributes nearing the soldier's edge. It was primarily because of Lanyi. When they arrived, she had already changed out of her loose pajamas. Now, she wore a fitted white sports tank top and tight black shorts. As she began her stretching exercises, her already impeccable physique was showcased in all its glory, leaving him with little inclination to train. After just a few glances, a hint of red uncontrollably crept to his rear. If Lanyi were to see this, she would surely laugh at him. As he observed her, a thought suddenly flickered through Lanyi's mind. If you train like this, won't you end up building muscle? He truly could not imagine how a figure so nearly perfect could transform into a muscular Barbie with arms thicker than his thighs. It would be a startling sight. Hearing this nonsensical question, Lanyi paused her movements and turned to him. Sweat glistened on her already exquisite face, adding an alluring quality to her features. After merely glancing at Lanyi, she seemed to discern his thoughts, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes as she hesitated before replying. But this is the only way to rapidly enhance my strength. If I become a muscle woman in the future, will you dislike me? Lanyi regarded her delicate arms, feeling a wave of speechlessness. It wouldn't be that I'd dislike you. It would just be a bit uncomfortable to hold. Uffed. Lanyi burst into laughter at his words, her brows curving into a lovely crescent shape. Rest assured, the scenario you described could indeed occur. Prolonged high-intensity physical training can cause female warriors' muscle fibers to thicken, resulting in a more robust physique. However, there are specialized body restoration potions available to address this issue, which most female warriors keep on hand. Of course, some actually prefer that strong, muscular appearance and deliberately train for it. Upon hearing that there were potions to resolve this, Lanyi finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he truly could not fathom the sight of his beloved transforming into a muscular Barbie. As time ticked by, Lanyi's movements began to grow laborious. Beads of sweat trickled down her smooth neck, disappearing into the depths of her collarbone. Further down, her chest subtly rose and fell with each breath. As she slightly bent her legs and squatted, her black shorts hugged her backside, forming a pert and full curve, while the lines of her legs appeared increasingly long and toned. Lanyi's throat involuntarily moved. Meow? I can't look any longer. I must stop watching. He was genuinely concerned that he might act out in a manner akin to that cat from the Bygaway Detective Agency. Well, I'm quite fatigued today, so I shall retire to my room for some much-needed rest. With a casual nod to Lanyi returned to his bedroom, collapsing onto the soft embrace of the bed, ready to indulge in a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and before long, 2 hours had elapsed. The clock on the wall indicated that the hour hand had surpassed the midnight mark. The bedroom door was gently pushed ajar, revealing Lanyi, draped in a bathrobe, tiptoeing to the bedside. Do not misconstrue her intentions. She merely wished to verify the existence of that astonishing regenerative ability. After all, the outcome could determine whether her greatest vulnerability could be eradicated. She was loath to wait even a moment longer. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering tabby cat, Lanyi hesitated before extending her hand to gently prod him. Lanyi, wake up. Lanyi drowsily opened his eyes to find Lanyi standing at the bedside, her silver hair still glistening with moisture. What's the matter? I want to test if my ears can truly recover. At this declaration, Lanyi instantly became fully alert. Observing the blend of anticipation and anxiety in Shun Mengli's eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't realize you were so impatient. With that, Lanyi concentrated, transforming back into his human form. The soft thud of clothing falling to the floor accompanied the moment, and under Lanyi's astonished gaze, Shun Mengli, blushing fiercely, lunged towards him. Chapter 85, The Period Terminator? Lanyi's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a primal visual shock. What is happening? This is utterly overwhelming. Yet, as Shun Mengli embraced him, he did not reciprocate. Instead, he calmly placed his hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her away. He then sat up, reaching for a nearby light blanket to cover her exquisite form. Behave, we have plenty of time ahead of us. There's no need to rush. His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of helplessness, but infused with an undeniable tenderness. Shun Mengli paused, feeling a warmth fill her heart, as if something precious had enveloped her. She looked at Lanyi, her cheeks flushed even deeper. I'm not being impulsive. I noticed it was gone while I was showering. What's gone? Lanyi's mind swirled with questions. It's gone? Just like that? Seeing the bewildered expression on Lanyi's face, Shun Mengli couldn't help but laugh, leaning in to explain in a hushed tone only he could hear. The visitor is absent due to the endometrial cycle, proliferation, ischemia, necrosis, and ultimately, shedding. Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. Though academically challenged, he grasped basic physiological concepts. So, that phenomenon is so potent that it can even eliminate a period? Would he now acquire an additional moniker, the Period Terminator? This section omits a hidden document of 12,000 words. The following day, fragmented sunlight streamed through the curtain seams, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. The bedroom was enveloped in tranquility. Shun Mengli slept soundly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if lost in a delightful dream. Nestled in her arms was a languid tabby cat. He carefully extricated himself from her embrace, cautious not to awaken her. He leaped from the bed and, with a thought, reverted to his human form. Barefoot, he approached the window, drawing the light-filtering drapes tightly to plunge the room back into dimness, allowing her to enjoy a bit more rest. Next, he poured a glass of warm water and placed it gently on the bedside table. Having completed these tasks, Lanyi donned his clothes, then transformed back into the tabby cat form and made his way to the first floor of the villa to organize the spoils from the previous night. With a subtle thought, a virtual screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Name, Shun Mengli, contracted girlfriend. Strength, apprentice level. Power, 64 kilograms. Speed, 9 meters per second. Constitution, 35. Mental strength, 52. Life, will spirit pattern, 710,000 days, 7 hours, 52 minutes, 9 seconds. Detailed information, age 18, height 170 centimeters. Weight 54. 5 kilograms. Overall appearance rating 98. Unused body enhancement attempts, 4. Super enhancement progress, 75, provided by Zhao Min. Affection level, 92. Gazing at Shun Mengli's attributes, a smile crept across Lanyi's face. In terms of her 4 primary attributes, aside from her notably high mental strength, the other 3 were not significantly different from an ordinary person. Zhao Min's data had been quite similar. The astonishing overall appearance rating of 98 significantly extended the duration he could maintain his human form by an impressive 260 minutes, yielding a total of 4 hours and 20 minutes. With the previously accumulated time, his human form could now be sustained for 8 hours and 14 minutes. As for seconds, that trivial amount of time was now beneath his notice. Moreover, with Shun Mengli as his human-shaped power source, he would effortlessly accrue an additional 10 minutes daily, ensuring he would soon reach his maximum time capacity. This was why Lanyi could still transform into human form. Resuming his thoughts, Lanyi's gaze settled on the affection level. Observing the impressive figure of 92, the curve of his smile deepened. Indeed, as he had suspected, Shun Mengli's character and upbringing meant that once she had determined her loyalty to someone, it was unwavering and wholly devoted. A girl of such commendable qualities must not be taken for granted. Just as Lanyi pondered what gift to prepare for Shun Mengli, the sudden sound of a doorbell echoed from outside the villa. Glancing at the clock in the living room, he noted it was 1 in the afternoon. Who could possibly be visiting Shun Mengli at this hour? Switching back to his human form, he approached the entrance and checked the surveillance at the door. A woman? Chapter 86, Lanyi, I am also quite devoted. Lanyi had initially expected it to be Ling Zhan. After all, aside from that old man, he and Shun Mengli had no acquaintances in the Xingjin Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. However, standing at the door was an unfamiliar woman, appearing to be in her 30s. With a sharp wine-red bob, clad in a professional skirt suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her face was adorned with meticulous makeup, exuding an air of authority befitting someone accustomed to high status. Lanyi furrowed his brow, but still opened the door. The moment the woman beheld Lanyi's remarkably handsome visage, her previously haughty demeanor softened slightly. However, her tone remained distinctly arrogant as she spoke. I'm looking for Shun Mengli. I'm her partner, See Lanyi replied, leaning against the door frame, scrutinizing her. She is currently unable to come out. If you need to speak with her, you can tell me. Upon hearing this, the woman cleared her throat and straightened her posture. Then I shall be direct. I am the personal secretary of the eldest daughter of the Li family from the capital. Well, this is quite intriguing. See Lanyi nearly burst out laughing. After an extensive self-introduction, he had expected a personage of great significance, only to discover that it was merely his secretary. Once she revealed her identity, the woman retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to him. See Lanyi extended his hand to accept it. The cover of the document was embossed in gold with the flamboyant characters spelling out Outstanding Talent Support Program. Before he could examine it closely, the woman continued in a rather businesslike manner. To be frank, my young lady believes that Shun Mengli possesses considerable potential and intends to invest in her. Please pass this document on to her. It contains my contact information, and she should reach out to me directly after careful consideration. Before See Lanyi could respond, she produced a business card from her bag and offered it to him. See Lanyi raised an eyebrow. Hadn't she said the document contained her contact details? Why the need for a separate card? Young man, this is my personal contact information. The woman suddenly lowered her voice a few notches, and with a flirtatious wink, the fine lines around her eyes danced. Ah, so she fancies me. A mischievous smile crept across See Lanyi's face as he took the card, then playfully pinched her well-shaped dairy wrapped snugly in her fitted skirt. Well then, he leaned closer to her ear, his tone laced with mischief. You had better not ignore my call when the time comes. The woman froze momentarily, her breath catching for half a second. Rather than being offended, she felt an exhilarating thrill, her chest rising and falling as she let out a soft, delighted giggle. Such an amusing young man. She cast a sultry glance at him before turning on her heel, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she swayed her hips while departing. As the villa door closed slowly, the smile on See Lanyi's face vanished without a trace. He glanced down at the business card she had thrust into his hand, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What is this nonsense? She thinks she can take advantage of me? With a dismissive flick of his fingers, the card, imbued with a heavy scent of perfume, arced gracefully before landing squarely in a nearby trash bin. With her looks, she couldn't even compare to the likes of a pretty young thing, yet she dared to flaunt herself before him. The only reason he had entertained her charade was to discern the true nature of this so-called Outstanding Talent Support Program and its potential benefit to Shun Mengli. Moreover, he was quite particular, only preferring those who were 18 years of age. See Lanyi settled back onto the sofa, poised to examine the document when the doorbell suddenly rang once more. Sighing, he muttered to himself that the upcoming days would hardly be peaceful. He rose to answer the door, only to find Principal Ling Zhong, bald and imposing, standing on the threshold. Principal Ling, what brings you here? Ling Zhong, clutching a black briefcase, cast a cursory glance at See Lanyi before peering past him into the villa. Not spotting the person he sought, his brow furrowed slightly. Where is student Shun? I need to speak with her. A hint of discomfort flickered across See Lanyi's face. Principal Ling, you can relay your message to me, and I'll pass it on to Mengli. Ling Zhang's gaze sharpened as it returned to See Lanyi, an invisible pressure emanating from him, making the atmosphere feel tense. In the presence of such a formidable figure, an ordinary student would find it difficult to even stand upright, let alone meet his gaze. Yet, to Ling Zhang's surprise, this young man, who hadn't even reached the soldier level, not only held his ground but maintained a steady expression, his eyes devoid of fear or evasion. This lad indeed possesses some courage, Ling Zhang thought, momentarily taken aback, and he relaxed his imposing demeanor slightly. I'm here to deliver something to her, requiring her personal acknowledgement. He gestured with the briefcase in his hand. Principal Ling, you've come. See Lanyi was about to speak again when a melodious, slightly languorous voice floated in from behind him. Brother Yi, why are you keeping Principal Ling at the door? Please invite him in to sit. Upon hearing Shun Mengli's voice, Ling Zhang's previously stern expression melted into a broad smile. He even shot a smug glance at See Lanyi, as if to say, see, no need for you to call her. She has come out on her own. However, the next moment, when he noticed the distinct change in Shun Mengli's demeanor, his smile froze, and the corner of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. A wave of uncontrollable anger surged from his feet to the crown of his head, thickening the air around him. The pressure of a master was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. It wasn't that he believed See Lanyi was unworthy of Shun Mengli. Although the lad lacked strength, he was undeniably handsome, and his courage surpassed that of the average person, thus not dishonoring her. The crux of the matter was that the practical assessment was just a month away. This boy seemed to have ignored all his warnings. Just as Ling Zhang was preparing to deliver a stern lesson on respecting one's teachers, a bright, lively voice suddenly chimed from behind him. Dad, I've been looking for you everywhere. Isn't this villa for special teachers unoccupied? At the sound of her voice, Ling Zhang's expression of anger instantly solidified, and his heart sank. The pressure that had been building up within him burst like a popped balloon, dissipating entirely. Oh no, my precious daughter has come. Without a second thought, he thrust the black briefcase into See Lanyi's arms. This is a gift for you from me as a senior. I'll return later to discuss your choices for martial arts school. Before he could finish his sentence, He felt a sudden weight in his hands as Ling Zhang's figure vanished from sight. Along with him, a pink figure hurriedly dashed away in the distance, moving so swiftly that it left no trace, as if something of imperial caliber was pursuing it. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the figure had vanished in an instant, his enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to catch a glimpse of some details. It appeared to be a young girl, clad in a vibrant pink tracksuit, exuding youthful exuberance. However, he could not discern her features. Could it be that Principal Ling feared I might abscond with his daughter? He smirked, inwardly amused. With that shiny bald head, how beautiful could his daughter possibly be? What's going on with Principal Ling? Shinmengli approached him, her face a portrait of confusion. Perhaps he has a case of paranoia, Lanyi replied, shaking his head as he shifted the briefcase to his left hand, his right arm instinctively wrapping around Shinmengli's soft waist. Never mind him. Let's see what gift he has bestowed upon you. After all, he is a master, so it should be of decent quality. Upon returning to the living room, they placed the briefcase on the coffee table. With a click, it opened, revealing not the anticipated treasures, but rather a pair of black wrist guards, their texture reminiscent of carbon fiber. Surprisingly, they were quite aesthetically pleasing. Wrist guards? This old man is rather stingy, isn't he? Lanyi picked up a wrist guard, toyed with it briefly, and, finding nothing particularly remarkable, couldn't help but express his disdain. However, Shinmengli appeared to have an epiphany. She retrieved another wrist guard from the box, scrutinized it for a moment, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her bright eyes. This was, astonishingly, a gravity wrist guard. Gravity wrist guard? Lanyi's expression froze in disbelief. Could such an item actually augment gravity? Shinmengli nodded and gently tapped an inconspicuous emblem on the inner side of the wrist guard. Instantly, the surface illuminated with a soft glow, revealing several numbers. As she navigated the controls, she explained, indeed, a gravity wrist guard typically provides a minimum of 5-fold gravity enhancement. The most crucial aspect is that it can be activated or deactivated at will, proving immensely beneficial for daily training. Such adjustable gravity wrist guards generally have a lifespan starting at 1,000,000 years and are exceedingly rare. The core material used for their creation must be sourced from a specific type of rare beast. 1,000,000 years. Lanyi's eyelids twitched. This was measured in years, which translated to over 300 million days of life. Was that old coot Ling Zhan, who was not even related to Shinmengli, truly bestowing such a grand gift? Was he perhaps considering an investment? Is this special source beast very rare? Lanyi inquired with curiosity. Yes, Shinmengli affirmed. This source beast is called the giant rock gravity source beast. Its body is entirely composed of a unique type of rock, devoid of any flesh or blood. Apart from its scarcity, the most troublesome aspect is that this creature can perfectly mimic its surrounding rocky environment. If it lies still on the ground, even if you pass right by it, you would never notice its presence. Only when it moves and the gravitational field it emits becomes detectable can it be located. Furthermore, a single giant rock gravity source beast can only yield enough material to create 2 pairs of gravity wrist guards, which explains their immense value. After listening to Shinmengli's explanation, Lanyi regarded the wrist guard with newfound respect. If that were the case, the worth of this gift was indeed monumental. Just then, Shinmengli suddenly placed the black wrist guard into Lanyi's hands. This particular model was clearly designed for men and had a gravity limit of only 10 times. Here, use this. I seldom venture outside. Practicing in the gravity room of the villa suffices for me. Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. He remained silent, simply donning the wrist guard onto Shinmengli's delicate, fair wrist, and then gently pinched her pert nose. This is a gift from that old coot. If I dared to wear it, he'd probably see me and chop me in half. Noticing Shinmengli was about to say something, Lanyi quickly changed the subject. All right, it's settled then. Such gravity wrist guards are not one of a kind in the world. We can always find another one later. While speaking, he picked up a document from the coffee table and handed it to Shinmengli. Take a look at this. It was sent by a woman earlier. Something called the Talented Support Program. Meanwhile, at the Xingjin Intermediate Martial Academy, Ling Zhen sped home with his daughter. It was only upon arriving that he finally exhaled deeply. He knew his precious daughter all too well. She was especially drawn to all things beautiful and had a stubbornness akin to that of a bull. Once she set her sights on something, even a 9-headed imperial source beast could not sway her. If she were to become enamored with that scoundrel Lanyi, he had no doubt she would boldly pursue him, even though Lanyi already had Shinmengli, a girl who embodied both beauty and capability, as his girlfriend. The most crucial point was that he considered himself quite adept at reading people, and Lanyi's appearance suggested he was not the type to lead a tranquil life. Even if his daughter were not smitten, Lanyi would likely initiate flirtation, and he needed to remain vigilant. At this moment, Lanyi, who had been whisked away at high speed, finally regained her composure, her face slightly pale. She patted her heaving chest and complained, Dad, what on earth are you doing? Running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing you? Cough. Ling Zhen cleared his throat, his expression taking on an unprecedented seriousness. A mysterious figure has arrived at our martial academy, possessing unfathomable strength, yet he is exceedingly unattractive. Moreover, he has a penchant for beautiful women. Any woman he sets his sights on, He will stop at nothing to obtain. I fear he may take an interest in you, which could be detrimental. After saying this, he earnestly cautioned her. Everything I do is for your own good. You must never venture near the teacher's villa area, understood? A mysterious person, powerful, yet exceedingly ugly, and particularly fond of beautiful women? A flicker of confusion crossed Lanyi's eyes, for she had seen a young man speaking with her father from a distance. Despite her doubts, she nodded obediently at her father's stern expression. All right, Dad, I understand. Seeing her compliance, Lingjun finally relaxed and inquired, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you would return in a few days? Well, our martial academy heard that a genius with a transcendent spirit pattern has awakened in Xingjin City, and they wanted me to come early to establish a connection. Ling Yi replied, her face brightening with anticipation. By the way, Dad, can you take me to meet him now? Lingjun suddenly found himself at a loss, his entire body stiffening. Observing her father's thinning hair, Ling Yi noticed a few more strands had fallen out, leading her to ask curiously, is this a difficult matter? Sighing deeply, Lingjun replied, it's not that I want to discourage you, but that spirit pattern is truly exceptional. Even top martial academies like Tianxiong and War God would vie for it. Do you really think our academy stands a chance? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's confidence wavered as she retorted, the benefits they can offer, our academy can provide as well. Chapter 88. This is too much of a scoundrel. One must not emulate those lecherous individuals in gathering grounds. Wow, the benefits outlined here are simply staggering, Lanyi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he perused the terms detailed in the document. The so-called talented support program was akin to a windfall from the heavens, and it was a sustained one at that, provided that Shen Mengli agreed to sign this agreement. She would receive 200 years of lifespan from the Li family each month, commencing immediately. Once her strength reached the Soldier Edge realm, her benefits would escalate to 1,000 years per month. At the Soul realm, it would be 3,000 years, and at the King Armor realm, 10,000 years. The Emperor's Bone realm would yield 30,000 years monthly, while the Lord's realm would provide 50,000 years. At the Divine Arrival realm, the figure would soar to 100,000 years, and the Emperor Ruins realm would be an astounding 300,000 years each month. Although the benefits for each realm could only be claimed for a year at most, when summed, the total amassed to nearly 593 million years of lifespan. Moreover, this was merely the foundational offering. In addition to lifespan, the Li family would furnish her with exclusive training rooms tailored to each realm, customized weaponry, and items akin to the gravity wrist guard just gifted by Lingjun. As for what the Li family sought in return, they required Shen Mengli to join their ranks as a guest elder and pledge never to affiliate with any other family for life. Naturally, the document explicitly stated that once she became a guest elder, the family would not compel her to undertake any duties, and should they require her assistance in the future, appropriate remuneration would be provided. To be frank, the terms were indeed commendable. However, Lanyi was acutely aware that the so-called non-compulsion was merely a verbal assurance. These ancient families were no fools and would never engage in a losing venture. Once this agreement was signed, it would be akin to boarding the Li family's ship, making it exceedingly difficult to disembark thereafter. Lanyi handed the document to Shen Mengli, inquiring about the capital city and the Li family. Shen Mengli took the document. Perusing it as she elucidated, the capital city is the very first metropolis constructed by humanity during the establishment of the Council of Time. It stands as one of the 2 largest and most prosperous cities in the world, boasting a history exceeding a millennium. As for the Li family, she shook her head, I'm not entirely certain. Starfall City is rather distant from the capital, and the networks between cities are not interconnected. And what are your thoughts on this talent support program? Shen Mengli lifted her gaze, her bright eyes meeting his, instantly grasping the implication behind Lanyi's words. She had awakened an extraordinary spirit pattern, akin to a cake emanating an irresistible fragrance, destined to attract the attention of various prestigious families. The Li family was merely the first to make an approach. It was inevitable that other families, such as the Zhongs, Wangs, and Zhaos, would soon follow suit. After pondering for a moment, Shen Mengli gently tapped her fair fingers on the document, stating, I believe it is imperative for me to select a family to join. What do you mean? Lanyi inquired, somewhat surprised. Choosing not to align with any family may seem liberating, but in reality, it would render me a target. The top-tier families, unable to possess me, might resort to eliminating me in the shadows to avert any future complications. She continued, what we currently lack is time and resources. The assistance these families can provide is precisely what we need at this stage, enabling us to grow at an accelerated pace. She paused, raising her eyes to meet Lanyi's, a sly smile gracing her lips. My idea is to select a family that is not the most powerful, yet not too weak either. This way, we can secure adequate resources while evading unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Lanyi contemplated for a moment and understood Shen Mengli's reasoning. The decision to avoid the top-tier families stemmed from the fact that, even if she joined such a family, they would likely view her merely as a valuable tool, exerting strong control over her. When the time came to break free, they would not relinquish her easily. Conversely, Choosing a family of moderate strength would present a different scenario. To such families, a genius with an extraordinary spirit pattern would be a transformative investment, capable of altering their future fortunes. They would not dare impose excessive demands and might even revere Shinmengli as a cherished ancestor. Most importantly, having such a family as a shield would deflect many disturbances from rival factions. Once they both matured, the family's strength would pose little threat, allowing them to retain control. With this realization, Lanyi smiled, reaching out to playfully nudge her nose. Truly, my dear wife, your intellect is remarkable. They exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. By the way, how does your left ear feel now? At the mention of this, Shinmengli's eyes brightened, her voice tinged with suppressed excitement. I can now faintly hear some subtle sounds. Unlike before when I was completely deaf, I feel that within a month, I will fully recover. Also, since no one is around, why not transform into a cat for now? Lanyi paused, immediately catching the underlying meaning of her words. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he teased, rest assured, my time in human form will continue to increase, so dealing with you will be a breeze. Her cheeks flushed even deeper at his words, and in playful annoyance, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. After sharing some lighthearted banter, Lanyi intended to discuss the practical assessment and how to seize an opportunity for gain. With Shinmengli now supported by a family, her lifespan would certainly not be a concern. Yet, he could not rely on her longevity to sustain his own ambitions. That would be rather unprincipled. He must not emulate those scoundrels of the gathering. However, just as he was about to speak, a chime interrupted them. They exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of resignation. It appeared they had matters to attend to. Chapter 89, The 7 Martial Academies and Family Choices. Lanyi stood to open the door, recognizing the familiar Mediterranean hairstyle outside, and pulling at the corner of his mouth. Principal Ling, you have come again. Ling Zhen completely ignored him, letting out a slight huff through his nostrils as he bypassed him and strode directly into the living room. Lanyi shrugged it off and followed him inside. Upon seeing Ling Zhen, Shinmengli rose from the kitchen, pouring a cup of hot tea and gently placing it on the coffee table before him. Principal Ling, your tea. She refrained from mentioning the gravity wristbands, keeping that gesture in her heart. Having accepted the item, she felt bound by this favor, and if she were to grow in the future, she would not forget this kindness. Ling Zhen raised the teacup, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of the black wristbands adorning Shinmengli's wrist. The tension in his face softened immediately, revealing a satisfied smile. He then turned his eyes to Lanyi, who appeared unfazed, his expression carrying an indescribable significance. At least you have some sense, not seeking what you ought not to. The reason for Ling Zhen's swift return was not solely to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the various martial academies with Shinmengli, ensuring she made an appropriate choice. More importantly, he was concerned about the gravity wristbands, fearing that Shinmengli might, in a moment of weakness, gift that invaluable treasure to Lanyi. To him, given Lanyi's carefree demeanor, it was likely he would shamelessly ask for it. Yet now it seemed he had misjudged the character of this young man. Though he appeared unreliable, his integrity was not entirely lacking. Ling Zhen wasted no time, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat before diving straight into the matter at hand. Shun, regarding your awakening of the extraordinary spirit pattern, I believe the major martial academies have already caught wind of it. The practical assessment a month from now will serve as their final evaluation of you. So you must familiarize yourself with these academies in advance to make the most suitable choice. Lanyi took a seat beside her, quietly listening. Ling Zhen continued, currently, our alliance boasts 7 premier martial academies, namely, Sky Dome, Blade Edge, Phantom, Spirit Listening, Holy Forge, War God, and Sky Change. Each of these academies has distinct educational philosophies and areas of emphasis. Through Ling Zhen's exposition, Lanyi gleaned an understanding of these martial academies and the differences in enhancing various physical attributes. Sky Dome Academy specializes in enhancing vision, excelling in long-range weaponry such as bows and firearms, collectively known as the Gunners. Blade Edge Academy focuses on strengthening the hands, specializing in close combat with cold weapons like swords and knives, referred to as melee masters. Phantom Academy enhances the legs, excelling in speed and explosive power, specializing in ambush and assassination, known as Night Warriors. Spirit Listening Academy enhances the nose and ears, serving as a support faction responsible for reconnaissance within a team, called Seekers. Holy Forge Academy enhances the mouth, also a support faction, capable of becoming alchemists and blacksmiths, with a keen sense of taste that can discern material properties for alchemy and forging. However, at this point, Ling Zhen emphasized that one must never underestimate alchemists. Some exceptionally gifted alchemists, even at the Blade Edge realm, can concoct potions potent enough to defeat opponents several realms above them. War God Academy enhances the torso, possessing formidable regenerative capabilities and resilience, serving as the team's tank to draw fire, known as Guardians. The aforementioned martial academies serve as the quintessential representatives of the extreme factions. As for the last institution, the Tianyin Martial Academy, it naturally embodies the principles of balance. Lacking a primary focus on enhancement, it champions versatility, with the minimum admission requirement stipulating that one's spiritual pattern awakening must reach at least the exceptional tier. This has led to a starkly diminished student body at Tianyin Martial Academy, teetering on the brink of being ousted from the ranks of the 7 major martial academies. However, such circumstances are unavoidable. A standard spiritual pattern grants one enhancement opportunities upon advancing each realm, rare patterns provide 2, exceptional patterns 3, and unparalleled patterns 4. Should one enroll with a pattern beneath the rare grade, the insufficient enhancement opportunities would render them a jack of all trades, yet a master of none, leading to an awkward predicament. Lanyi was momentarily taken aback. After much contemplation, he realized that this so-called physical enhancement bore a striking resemblance to class distinctions found in video games, ranging from ranged, melee, assassin, support, to tank roles, and even encompassing crafting professions such as forging and alchemy. Yet the pressing question remained, where did his younger brother fit into this schema, capable of both combat and healing, an adept at bringing joy to the ladies? After Ling Zhen elucidated the various focuses of the martial schools, he rose from the sofa. Well, I've said all that needed saying. Take this month to ponder it over. Do not feel any psychological pressure. Should you find yourself lacking in any aspect of your cultivation, feel free to approach me at any time. As Ling Zhen prepared to depart, Lanyi could not restrain himself from inquiring, what about Beastmasters? Is there not a premier Beastmaster Academy? Ling Zhen did not respond immediately, merely casting a peculiar glance in his direction, with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Realizing he had likely stumbled upon a matter of common knowledge, Lanyi chuckled awkwardly. Principal Ling, please take my jest lightly. There is something I wish to consult you about. Ling Zhen paused, turning back to him. Oh, what is it? Speak. Are you aware of the Li family in the capital? The Li family has approached so swiftly? Ling Zhen's expression shifted to one of evident surprise, soon replaced by a look of realization. Ah, indeed, the third miss of the Li family married into the Zhao family in Xingjin City. It would be normal for them to send someone to make contact after receiving news from their family. The Zhao family? The Zhao group? Lanyi's expression froze. Exchanging a glance with Shun Mengli, Ling Zhen's gaze returned to Shun Mengli, and he settled back onto the sofa. I had intended to wait until after the practical assessments to discuss this, as those elite families typically send representatives at that time to witness your potential firsthand. Since you have raised the topic now, let us converse about it in advance. Ling Zhen's demeanor grew serious. The matter of choosing a family is of paramount significance, even more so than selecting a martial school. It is an unavoidable decision, and I trust you comprehend the gravity of my words. Both Lanyi and Shun Mengli nodded in unison. Ling Zhen sighed, continuing, when selecting a family, one must exercise utmost caution, never merely focusing on the immediate benefits they offer. Otherwise, his voice trailed off, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Quickly, he regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. Forget those bygone matters. The Li family you mentioned is indeed a commendable choice, ranking among the top 4 in comprehensive strength among all the families in the capital. I will compile an overview of the major family circumstances and strength classifications and send it to you for reference. Thank you, Principal Ling, Shun Mengli said as she rose to see him off. Not at all, Ling Zhen replied, pausing at the door to cast a final glance at Lanyi. Take good care of Miss Shun. Do not allow her to suffer any grievances. With that, he turned and departed. As the villa's door closed slowly, an enveloping silence descended upon the living room. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to crystallize in Lanyi's mind. He turned to Shun Mengli. Mengli, what are your thoughts on joining the Li family? Chapter 90. This transaction could not be more profitable. Joining the Li family? Shun Mengli was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glimmering with understanding as she discerned Lanyi's intentions, a subtle smile curving her lips. Are you contemplating a covert maneuver? Precisely, Lanyi affirmed, casting her an appreciative glance. After all, we have never been on good terms with the Zhao family. The third miss of the Li family, who married into the Zhao family, should, if I am not mistaken, be Zhao Min's mother. The recent citywide campaign against stray cats and dogs was likely orchestrated by her. Shun Mengli nodded in agreement. Indeed, someone of Zhao Linyuan's stature would not engage in such base actions. Lanyi gestured for Shun Mengli to sit back down on the sofa, continuing his analysis. Zhao Min sought to confront you at the Logan Tavern, which ultimately backfired on her. Her mother will undoubtedly hold you accountable for this misstep. It is likely she intended to act against you even before your spiritual pattern awakening, but was likely thwarted by Zhao Linyuan. The fact that she has sent this talent support plan is likely due to the Li family's wishes, leaving her unable to refuse. Pausing momentarily, Lanyi's tone took on a playful inflection. In light of this, we should agree to join the Li family. This way, the initiative remains in our hands. If she provides resources without creating trouble, we can enjoy a peaceful existence and focus on our development. However, should she dare to manipulate the resources or engage in any underhanded tactics, we need not hesitate to escalate the matter to the Li family in the capital. I am eager to see how the Li family will decide between a daughter married off for many years and a future powerhouse who has awakened an unparalleled spiritual pattern. Upon hearing this, Shenmengli discerned Lanyi's strategy. Yet, gazing at her man with his commanding demeanor, she felt a sweet sense of admiration and chose to feign ignorance. Adopting a curious expression, what if the Li family chooses to turn a blind eye and favor their own? Lanyi smiled. If the Li family chooses to feign ignorance, all the better. We can forego the resources they offer. In the future, this could serve as a pretext for a clean break. And even if we take action against the Li family, no one would dare to find fault with us. His extensive considerations were largely influenced by Ling Zhen's earlier reaction. Ling Zhen had repeatedly emphasized the importance of not focusing solely on immediate benefits when selecting a family, and his eyes had revealed much about his past experiences. It was exceedingly unreasonable for a formidable being, at least at the level of a master, to remain in a modest martial academy in Xingjin City. Lanyi was nearly certain that Ling Zhen had suffered significant losses in the matter of family selection. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Regardless of the final outcome, Lanyi was determined that neither he nor Shenmengli would have a shadow of a so-called family looming over them. His aim was to be a master of the rules, not a mere servant to them. Shenmengli listened quietly, her heart brimming with tranquility. The sensation of having someone by her side, planning for her future, and sharing her burdens was truly delightful. She lifted her head, her exquisite face displaying a hint of admiration, and leaned in to gently kiss Lanyi's cheek. I will follow your lead. Lanyi chuckled as he playfully tapped her pert nose. All right, then it is settled. With the overarching direction established, we ought to discuss how to generate income. Generate income? Lanyi nodded, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. The practical assessment a month from now presents an excellent opportunity. Without delay, he began to outline his preliminary plan to Shenmengli. Shenmengli, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, perplexed as she inquired. But the total capital we possess amounts to just over 1,000,000 days of lifespan. Rest assured, I shall devise a means to resolve the financial aspect. Very well, as long as you are aware of it, she nodded, refraining from further questions. Subsequently, another pressing matter crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, how do you think I should choose for my body enhancement? Lanyi pondered for a moment. Ordinarily, the choice of which body part to enhance should be made after confirming the martial academy. Yet, Shenmengli's situation was unique. How much lifespan is required to enhance the torso? Shenmengli's expression shifted slightly, feeling somewhat redundant for asking, yet she responded candidly. The first enhancement of the torso requires 10,000 days of lifespan, while other parts necessitate 1,000 days. Each subsequent enhancement will demand tenfold the lifespan. Upon realizing that the lifespan expenditure for enhancements mirrored her own, Lanyi swiftly reached a decision. He grasped Shenmengli's hand and returned the 720,000 days of lifespan she had previously transferred to him. What are you doing? Shenmengli's face displayed a hint of urgency. Before she could elaborate, Lanyi turned to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, meeting her gaze seriously. If you trust me, choose to enhance your torso, advancing to the third stage. The remaining 300,000 days of lifespan will suffice for your training this month. Enhance my torso 3 times? Shenmengli's expression froze. To primarily enhance her torso would render her akin to a pure tank at the War God Martial Institute. Yet she had never envisioned herself as a mere guardian standing in the front lines. Doubts danced in her eyes, but confronted with Lanyi's earnest gaze, she hesitated for merely 2 seconds before firmly nodding. All right. She believed that Lanyi would not jest about such a crucial matter. Since he urged her to proceed, there must be a rationale behind it. As Shenmengli closed her eyes, activating the life wheel's spiritual pattern for body enhancement, a satisfied glint flickered in Lanyi's eyes. Encouraging Shenmengli to enhance her torso was undoubtedly sensible. Strengthening her torso would significantly bolster her endurance and recovery capabilities, enabling her to elevate her attributes more swiftly in preparation for the practical assessment a month hence. Most importantly, once her torso reached the third stage, her endurance would undergo a qualitative leap. Consequently, she would be able to endure more healing sessions daily. A mere few enhancement sessions would yield a future of inexhaustible resources without consuming lifespan, an undeniably lucrative bargain. Chapter 91. To depart now would render my torso enhancement futile? Lanyi stood quietly by. As time elapsed, a more solid aura gradually emanated from Shenmengli, her skin appearing seemingly firmer. After about 10 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting brilliance sparkling within them. How do you feel? Lanyi inquired. Shenmengli moved her body, a look of astonishment gracing her features. I feel unprecedentedly well, as if my body is brimming with strength, and her cheeks flushed slightly, her voice lowering. It seems that last night's injuries have completely healed. A smile danced upon Lanyi's lips. In that case, I should be able to enjoy tonight. With Shenmengli's enhancement complete, he prepared to venture out to gather resources for their financial plans. Just before departing, he recalled something. By the way, dear wife, what is the situation regarding the beast tamer? Previously, when he inquired with that old man named Ling, the look on his face had been one of bewilderment. At this, Shinmengli chuckled softly. The Beast Tamer is merely an auxiliary ability that does not affect one's own combat system, hence there is no dedicated martial academy for it. An auxiliary ability? Lanyi probed. Shinmengli nodded, explaining, when awakening spiritual patterns, many individuals simultaneously acquire the Beast Tamer ability. However, few can truly be called Beast Tamers. Most merely form contracts with ordinary cats, dogs, or birds for message delivery or simple reconnaissance, as they are relatively easy to cultivate and do not require extensive resources. And what about true Beast Tamers? Lanyi pressed further. Genuine Beast Tamers contract source beasts. However, source beast eggs are exceedingly rare, regardless of their grade. They are swiftly snatched up by various factions the moment they appear on the market, with high-grade source beast eggs fetching astronomical prices. Shinmengli continued, thus, those capable of nurturing powerful contracted source beasts are either from top-tier families or possess formidable strength themselves. Lanyi began to grasp the situation. It turned out that the quest to become a genuine beast tamer was prohibitively expensive, preventing the establishment of a large-scale academy. Meanwhile, contracting ordinary animals could only enhance four-dimensional attributes through life expenditure, rendering body part enhancements unnecessary for beast tamers. However, his life contract imprint seemed remarkably distinct. While others could only form 3 contracts in a lifetime, he began with 3 and still had 1 vacant slot. Moreover, he could enhance their bodies, ensuring they would not pale in comparison to those source beasts in the future. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lanyi's mind. Since his life contract imprint was so unique, could it possibly be applied to humans? He resolved to explore this possibility when the opportunity arose. Perhaps acquiring a little female dog wouldn't be such a bad idea. Upon realizing the difference between ordinary beast tamers and himself, Lanyi tucked away his thoughts and gently ruffled Shinmengli's silver hair. You've just completed your enhancement. Take some time to rest while I attend to some matters. However, Shinmengli extended her delicate fingers, lightly tugging at his clothing. Leaving now? Then wouldn't my torso enhancement be in vain? Her voice was soft, and a charming blush adorned her cheeks. Lanyi, observing her demeanor, quickly discerned her meaning, chuckling as he playfully tapped her pert nose. All right, before we go out, let me treat you properly first. Before he could finish, and amidst Shinmengli's startled exclamation, Lanyi swept her up in his arms and strode towards the second floor of the villa. After all, gathering funds for their plans could not be accomplished in haste. And this treatment wouldn't take too long. An hour later, Lanyi exited the villa. Though Shinmengli had indulged a bit, she still recognized her limits. After requesting treatment for her ears 3 times, she firmly declared she would not ask for more. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly hinder her training for the day. Lanyi, feeling somewhat unsatisfied but not insisting, knew there would be late-night snacks to look forward to. Outside the villa district of the Martial Academy's elite instructors, Lanyi peeked out from behind a dense thicket, her curious, lively eyes gazing into the depths of the villa area. After being unceremoniously taken home by her father at noon, she felt increasingly unsettled. A mysterious figure of unfathomable strength, and described as hideously ugly, specifically targeting beautiful girls? The tale seemed too absurd. Did they think she was a mere 3-year-old child easily deceived? She had distinctly glimpsed a young man conversing with her father, and he appeared rather impressive. I shall see just how ugly he truly is, Lanyi murmured softly, her heart brimming with curiosity. Yet as she approached the entrance of the villa district, uncertainty crept in. What if her father's words held truth? While her mind waged an internal battle, she hesitated on whether to venture inside and investigate further. A distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the villa, gradually growing closer. They have arrived. Lanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instinctively, she shrank back into the bushes, leaving only a narrow gap through which she could discreetly observe. However, after a prolonged wait, the footsteps abruptly ceased at a certain moment, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. Where's everyone? Lanyi blinked, her face etched with confusion. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, Lanyi looked at Lingjun with an expression of exasperation, casually adjusting his slightly disheveled collar. This old man seemed to be caught in some peculiar whimsy. The moment he stepped out of the villa, this old fellow had swooped down from above, grabbing him by the collar and whisking him away to the school gate without uttering a word. If only he were not currently unable to match his strength. Otherwise, he would certainly pluck away the few remaining strands of hair on that bald head. Principal Ling, what on earth are you up to? Ahem. Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back, clearing his throat twice while adopting an air of authority. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you privately. The academy is bustling with too many prying eyes. Upon hearing this, Lanyi's lips involuntarily twitched. Too many prying eyes? He glanced around at the throngs of passers-by at the school gate. Nearly every gaze was fixated on the two of them, necks craned, expressions brimming with curiosity and astonishment. So, you choose to descend from the heavens while clutching a living person, fearing that others might overlook the spectacle? And yet you dare to claim that there are too many prying eyes? Might I suggest that before concocting excuses, you take a moment to assess your surroundings?